He dreamed of a quiet life without blood and battles, but monsters from other dimensions decided otherwise. He chose the path of becoming a killing machine so that humanity could get its main weapon, one single person. Awakening the Force means going through hell. But the main thing is not to let hell into Earth, right? Let's find out. His father once told MC that he was immortal. He must have inherited it. From his mother, he got the ability to transform. Immortals, transformation, superhumans, magicians. And in this world where special people live, he was one of the half-breeds, a carrier of two abilities. Turning to the warriors in front of him, he said, no idea if they knew his current rank in the NS Special Forces. One of the warriors said, what is he talking about? Then they took out their weapons and pointed them at the protagonist. Fire lit up in his eyes, and shielding himself from the bullets with the warrior's body, he moved to the side. Then he pushed off the ground and in a quick movement appeared next to his opponent. Grabbing his arm, he kneed him in the face, and then, grabbing a sword, he slit the throats of several more. The guy shouted, telekinesis. Do not stop firing. Yu Kwang-ik held his sword in front of him, blocking the bullets, and moved forward, cutting down his opponents along the way with his sword. The guy shouted, who the hell is he? MC said that he didn't seem to explain it to them well. NS stands for the power that goes beyond the ordinary. Someone once told him about the world that existed before he was born, that he was completely normal before the black hole appeared. During the appearance of black holes, the news announced that the black hole continued to grow. It had already reached terrifying proportions. The government tried to fight back, but it was too much, which disturbed the peaceful life. This story tells of a completely unusual world. Black holes are gates leading to another dimension, high in the sky, on the sea surface, or on the ground. These holes began to appear all over the planet. Creatures began to emerge from them, eerily similar to humans. The invaders killed the common people indiscriminately, and when the world turned into hell, they, the special people, appeared on Earth. Those who had telekinesis, controlled fire, froze, and had many other unusual abilities. They were called superhumans. Others, who did not die, even if you rip out their guts, were called immortals. People who could easily turn into a bear or a wolf were called werewolves. And those who at first glance seemed ordinary but had magical skills were called magicians. Thanks to the special ones who fought the invaders from the black hole, the world regained peace. The common people proclaimed the year of the gate's appearance as the year of horror. However, as soon as the situation was settled, everyone's attention switched to the saviors. They were considered a threat to the rest, so they were isolated. Soon, due to fear and interest, humanity was divided into ordinary and special people. All this led to the fact that immortals began to belong to the government, werewolves began to cooperate with an international company, superhumans created their own organization, and magicians fenced themselves with a special magical barrier. And although 20 years have passed since then, they are still somewhere, those who hide their special appearance. These people live among ordinary people. At this moment in the store, Yu Yun-ho turned to his son and said that he needed to tell him something, but he should not be afraid. In fact, he is immortal. The protagonist asked in surprise, what? His father said that he belongs to the immortals, and most likely, he inherited it. The main character asked how one could say such a thing while choosing some onion. Yun-ho said not to tell anyone about it. He hopes that he understood him. The protagonist said, is it so easy to say such things in a store? His father said that they do not shout throughout the entire sales floor. MC said that immortals always have clear skin and a beautiful face. Father said that he, of course, did not get all the charms, but it does not change the fact that he belongs to the species. Immortals awaken on their 20th birthday. He was born around 11 p.m., right? MC said he was talking about it like it was no big deal. Then Dad asked, Mom needs garlic, right? MC confirmed it and added, not chopped. She said she would do it herself. Dad added, he would have to peel it. Then Father said that he should not even think of telling her about it. His mother has no idea what he is like. If she finds out, she will want a divorce. MC suggested that they get out of here first, and then took the bags. Father smiled and said that he was strong. An immortal doesn't have outstanding physical strength. Is it because of his diligent training? MC laughed and thought that he didn't spend that much time practicing. Maybe that's why he has so much power? His second secret. No, it would be more accurate to say his first secret. He's talking about something he learned before his father told him about immortality. After some time, they came home. Sul-hai asked with a smile, are they back? Running up to her husband, she asked if he bought good garlic. He said, of course. She asked if he had chopped it. He said, of course. Then they kissed, and the protagonist said that he was actually still here. Then she told her son to start setting the table. His mother turned out to be a werewolf. 2 years ago, he asked if she could shapeshift. Was she really kidding? Was she really a werewolf? She confirmed it and added that she thought he would get the gene too. Werewolves awaken at 18. She thought his power would manifest tonight. He sighed and said that it was too sudden. Then she added that he should keep it a secret from his father. he shouldn't tell him. After a while, Sulhai asked what kind of gift he wanted. Kwang Ik closed the refrigerator and said that he didn't need anything. She asked, "Seriously? Is he sure? He would regret it later." He thanked her for bringing him into this world. She turned to her husband and said with a smile that their baby was eloquent. Her husband said, "No, he just has a wonderful character, just like his mother." He said that he was like both at once. The protagonist thought, his father's immortality, the ability to reincarnate from his mother, and he has unusual parents. However, why did they hide their peculiarities from each other? As night fell, they wished each other good night. The protagonist lay down on his bed, and, looking at the clock, thought that it was almost 11. According to his father, he will become immortal at the hour of his 20th birthday. Some time ago, when he was carrying groceries, he asked his father if he was in pain when he awakened. He said that everything was fine. He suddenly felt like his blood was boiling, but then it cooled down just as suddenly. Afterwards, all 5 of his senses became slightly sharper than before. He asked, "So everything went without incident?" He confirmed it. He thought that when his mother's peculiarity appeared, he thought he would die from the pain. And then he asked, if his mother was normal, would immortality really awaken in him? His father confirmed it and added that the blood of an immortal is stronger than that of a human. He wanted to say something else, but said that it didn't matter. At this time, MC wondered if he would become immortal if he had already awakened as a werewolf. And how would he explain himself to his father if nothing happened? He then said that it was time to sleep. Someone once told him that the old world was not occupied by invaders from a black hole. At this time, the protagonist's body was shaking. He said that his father told him that everything would be painless. He was clutching his head. No one even knew about the existence of some special people in a completely ordinary world. This is an absolutely abnormal story of his life. In exactly the same abnormal world. 2 years ago, MC was examining his body and, looking at his reflection, said, "Wow." He thought that he did not even exercise, but just look at his body. At that moment, his mother looked into the bathroom and asked, "So how is it?" He jerked in fear and asked why she came in without knocking. She said that she just wanted to check if everything was okay. As it turned out, he was fine. "So, what is it like to be a werewolf?" He looked at his hand and said that he felt a surge of strength. There is a feeling that his sense of smell and hearing have become better. By the way, why didn't she warn him? She asked about what? He said that when he awakened, all the hair on his body would fall out, blood would gush out like a river, and he would vomit. It would feel like someone had run blades through his muscles, and his head would be splitting with pain. She asked if he meant that. Well, even if she had said that, nothing would have changed. He said that he hadn't been prepared for that. After all, nothing like that would happen again. Wouldn't the second or third stage begin? She answered in the negative. He sighed and said, what a relief. The pain he had to endure yesterday was something he never wanted to experience again in his life. At the moment, his transformation was continuing. The pain was felt throughout his entire body. As the morning came, he pulled at his cheek and thought that immortality did not mean the absence of pain. He thought that at least this time nothing had changed in his appearance. Well, now he could see much better in the dark, and in general all his senses were sharper. Then he heard the honking of cars from the street. He grabbed his head and cried out in pain. He thought that his hearing had become much sharper. After all, he had learned to control his body since becoming a werewolf. If he forced himself to think that he could not hear anything, then the protagonist sighed with relief and thought that he did not even believe that immortality had awakened in him. Would he be able to hide it all well? Then he was called to the table. He looked at the plates and said, "Is this all for breakfast?" Sitting down at the table, he happily said how lucky he was. His mother said that if he did not eat enough, then he should tell her. She would cook more. He thought that everyone in his family was a glutton. After all, werewolves need much more energy than ordinary people. It was not that his father ate less than them. He probably just liked to eat a lot. Young Ho turned to his wife and said that she had put less rice in her pan than usual. Was she not feeling well? She said that was not true. There was just no rice left in the cooker, but she put more in. The protagonist thought that they did not have the slightest suspicion about each other. And then his father turned to him and told him to study for the civil service exams. Sulhai asked why all of a sudden. He said that a very good opportunity had come up. She asked what kind. He was already 20. It was time to go to university. He said that he did not argue. Education was important, of course, but a person's abilities were even more important. The civil service job was good. After all, he worked there too. She said that it was not that it was a bad thing. She just did not want to let Kwang Ik go to the dorm. The father said that he did not think that he would have to wander around the dorms. He was not an idiot. The protagonist thought that they usually didn't have any disagreements. They say that immortals mostly work for the government. He should get a job there too. However, his mother had other plans for this. Some time ago, The protagonist was working out in the gym and said that before he couldn't even do 2 pull-ups, but now he didn't even get out of breath, doing 15 in one go. His mother said that werewolves are 3 times stronger than normal people. He said that now it was clear why she was so strong. She said, of course, and she also trains regularly. But there is one more thing that werewolves are good at: instincts. They are much stronger than those of normal people. In his life, he will have to deal with instinctive actions more than once. MC asked, instincts? But now he doesn't feel anything. She said that's for now. However, there will come a time when they will become a problem in his social life. She climbed onto the horizontal bar and said, so you need to train to learn to control it. So she wants him to go to university and get a job at a company. Their grandfather has some connections at a company where there are a lot of people like them. So he needs to go to a good university. She will take care of the rest. There he can go through basic werewolf training. Present. Father said that it was not up to them to decide. First they should find out what Kwang-ik wanted. He looked at them in surprise, and father said that they should ask him. Sul-hai asked if he wanted to become a civil servant. He thought that there was something he wanted to do. But come to think of it, he had never talked about it with his parents. Then he said that he wanted to join the special forces. There was an awkward silence, and then mother said that he was shameless. Become a regular soldier with his abilities? Father asked. A soldier? Sul-hai said that she did not think he had weighed the pros and cons carefully. The protagonist said to the mother that her child is already 20 years old. He can make adult decisions on his own. She said that she doesn't think he is capable of it at all. The father said that becoming a soldier would be nice too. He doesn't want to become a soldier because they look cool, does he? The protagonist said that he does too. Young-ho said okay. Fine. Of course, it's a little weird that a 20-year-old guy says he wants to fight for his country. Not all soldiers are sent to Somalia to fight pirates. After completing his training, he can be assigned to the local army and live a quiet life. It would be nice if he decided to become a simple officer. The mother said yes, if that's his desire. MC thought that the father was the same as always. Then he asked, does that mean he can do whatever he wants? The mother confirmed it and added that not right now. He said that he knows. He needs to go to university first. The father said that's not true. The civil service exam first. The protagonist wondered if he was being paid to advertise the position. He said that after the exams, he would still be able to join the army. And if he changed his mind, he would be able to get a job at any company. He would definitely get extra points if he went there as an officer. He asked if that was possible. His father confirmed it, and he thought that there was no point in that. But you could expect anything from your father. After everything that had happened, he was still working for the good of the country. Then, he took a piece of meat and said that he would try to pass the exam. His father said that the exam was not difficult, so he would have time to prepare and take a walk. But he had to free up his weekends. In Gyeonggi-do, in the Hwangsong district, he had someone who could tutor him. He would study there. The protagonist asked in surprise, where? An acquaintance of his father's lived in Gyeonggi-do. Because of his work on the farm, he was unable to get out to the city. He thought about how good he was at teaching if he had to make such sacrifices. He never thought that he would have to take the civil service exam. Well, his goal is the special forces anyway. To be honest, he doesn't even want to stop being a soldier. White hole. Gate that appeared shortly after the forces were gathered. If a black hole is an exit, then the white one was an entrance. In other words, they have the opportunity to get into another space, which is called the other side. In that world, previously unknown precious metals were found. There are unseen plants and wonderful animals. The other side is full of new resources. He thought that the black holes of the earth were a thing of the past, and in the history books, people still continue to fight for extraordinary deposits. Most often, werewolves are called to these battles. After all, their innate physical strength and abilities make them wonderful killing machines. His mother would not want him to get involved in this battle, so he had to agree to her terms. After all, you can fight there as a soldier. Initially, he didn't even think about becoming a soldier. He wanted to do something more meaningful. At this time, the teacher answered the phone and asked, "What? His son? He sent him to him? An exam? Ah, so he wants to send him there. Good, he can rely on him. It won't be easy after all, he is his son. He shouldn't worry. He will teach him everything." After some time, the protagonist arrived at the right place. He stood in front of a teacher, and he asked who he was. He answered that he was Yeonho's son. His name is Kwang-ik. The teacher said that he didn't mean that. He was an immortal. But where did he get so many muscles? The protagonist looked at his hand and said that 2 different bloods flowed in his veins. The teacher asked, "Is that so?" The blood of immortals is very strong. Well, his father is proof of that. So, he is half human? He said that his mother's blood is strong too. The teacher said that he was an amazing guy and then turned to the forest and said that they needed to go. MC asked where. The teacher asked seriously. He came to take lessons. On his father's advice, he came here to prepare for the civil service exam. The Hwasong area is in the countryside, at the foot of the mountains. And this savage walking in front of him will be his mentor. He thought that maybe because he is an immortal, his face is so pure and beautiful. Then he asked, "Is there a temple or something like that?" The teacher asked, "What kind of stupid question is that?" MC thought, "Then why do they need to go up the mountains?" After a while, the teacher said that they have arrived. He should follow him. Kwang-ik thought, what kind of training did he give him? After a while, they stopped, and the teacher picked up a stick and asked, "Has he tried his skills yet?" He replied that he tried to cut his wrist with a knife. It's not that he didn't get any wounds, it just healed instantly. The teacher said he knew how injuries heal on the body of people like them? The protagonist answered negatively, and the mentor said that he knew too. Even without knowing it, they knew how healing medicine works. First, health is important. The faster the immortal, the easier his wounds heal. He began to draw on the ground with a stick and said the second aspect is sensitivity. The more developed it is, the faster he will feel pain. If he learns to control it, he will be able to quickly recognize an injury. For example, he will immediately notice that he has broken bones or something else. The conclusion is the following. The more time he devotes to training physical strength and controlling his feelings, the better he will be able to use his healing abilities. The main character, watching him, thought that nothing is clear from the pictures. Then the teacher threw away the stick and asked if there were any questions. He said there was something he didn't understand. What did that have to do with him having to run through it? The teacher said that in addition to training, he had to learn how to handle his immortal body. MC said he still didn't understand. Then the teacher asked if he was going to take the test. He said, "That's right, the test. They apparently don't prepare for it at all?" The teacher said that's what preparation is. The protagonist said that as far as he knew, exams are prepared with notebooks and books. The mentor asked, "What the hell?" They were preparing to join the Immortal Special Forces. His father didn't tell him anything? The protagonist said that he told him about the civil service test. The teacher said that it was almost the same as being a soldier. Kwang-ik thought his father was in the special forces? The teacher asked, "Is he going to move?" The protagonist thought that anyway, once he passed the exam, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. Then he said that he would do it. Soon after, the teacher gave him a pair of shorts and said that if he didn't want to ruin his clothes, he should take off his shoes and change. After a while, the protagonist changed his clothes and went to the strip with blades. He thought that everything was fine, just the exam was a little different from what he imagined. The teacher told him to move. Then, screams of pain were heard. He kept screaming that he shouldn't relax, and if an enemy was chasing him, would he stop to rest too? After a while, MC walked through the blades, his legs were cut up. The teacher said that he managed to dodge a couple of pieces of iron in the center. Not bad physical training, the other guys couldn't do that. Then, he looked at his legs and said that his healing power was also amazing. The regeneration speed would increase after each recovery. He shouldn't avoid the blades, he should step on them to make the wound as deep as possible. He can even cut something off himself. The protagonist thought, what nonsense. Then the mentor told him to stop reacting so sharply, he should run. He thought, what kind of guy is this? Then he said, he's an immortal. So he won't die because of these things. He should get up and run. The protagonist asked, and how long should he do this? He said that first he needs to survive the shock. Each time, his pain threshold will increase. This forest of blades is a preparation for panic on the battlefield, caused by severe pain or fainting. Why hasn't his body gone into shock yet? Doesn't it hurt? Kwang-ik shouted that it hurt. He thought that he was a werewolf first and an immortal second. Werewolves have resilient bodies, and even if he runs on blades for the rest of his days, he won't go into shock. He asked if he could do something else. The teacher asked how many seconds it took to run 50 meters. He said about 6 seconds. He said it was about 50 meters here too. If he ran through the forest of blades in 6 seconds, he could consider himself a candidate. MC said okay. He shouldn't take it back later. He thought he had said he could run 50 meters in 6 seconds, but at a leisurely pace without straining one place. Of course, you can't turn off the pain, but you have to try to block out your feelings as much as possible. And he would run as fast as he could. He would definitely make it in 6 seconds. Then he ran forward, right along the blades. As he stopped, he thought he was sure he had managed to squeeze in the timing. The teacher said how cocky he was. Then he shouted at him to run one more time. He had forgotten to set the timer. After a while, the teacher handed him a collar and said that he would need it for the second training. He should just wrap it around his neck. The protagonist said that it was uncomfortable. What should they do this time? The teacher said that once he pressed the button, the collar would start to strangle him. He should put it on and tighten it tightly. Was he really going to give up that easily after running on blades? Kwang-ik crouched down and asked if he could just go underwater to hold his breath. The teacher asked if he thought that would be enough. This training was aimed at training endurance and strangulation. If he passed out during the battle, he was finished. When he ran on the blades, he tried to run as fast as possible. After a terrible year of war, ordinary people had the opportunity to learn how to stand up to them, so shouldn't they learn the opposite? They used to train by hanging themselves from trees, and life became easier. The protagonist asked, "What are the conditions for moving on to the next lesson?" He answered, "None. He will pass this one if he does not pass out within 5 minutes. And he also advises not to try to remove the collar or take the remote control from him, unless he wants to earn a hole in his chest." And then the protagonist said that he is ready. The teacher pressed the button, saying that they are starting. After some time, the protagonist's body was shaking from lack of air. He was already trying to remove the collar, but the teacher hit him with a stick and shouted for him to take his hands off. He can do it longer, but if it is so hard for him, he should just give up. The protagonist thought about when these 5 minutes will pass. For some reason, it seems to him that much more has passed. Not enough air, he is going to pass out now. Then the collar on his neck unfastened, and the teacher asked why the hell it turned off. Maybe the batteries were dead? The protagonist said that he almost died. The teacher said that he can't die. Kwang-ik said that he didn't pass out. They won't do that again, right? He's sure that it was more than 5 minutes. He said that's right, to be exact, 12 minutes 47 seconds. MC thought, I think he said that the record time was 8 minutes? How is he going to justify himself? The teacher told him not to look at him like a child who found a new toy. After a while, they returned to the house and he said that he can rest today. But he needs to eat first. The protagonist said, "Wow, they feed you food here?" He said that he won't be able to study effectively if he starves. Besides, it will affect his stamina too. The protagonist asked if there was anything he could do. He told him to just sit there. The protagonist thought that he didn't know how to cook anyway. After a while, the teacher put a plate in front of him. He asked what he put in it. The teacher asked if he was sure he wanted to know. After a while, the main character stood in the water, wrung out his shirt, and thought that next time he would cook for himself. When he got home, he would definitely ask his mother to teach him how to cook. No, before that, he needed to talk to his father. It would be nice to call him now, but he couldn't use the phone. Climbing up the rock, he said how tired he was. He wanted to fall into bed already. Then he went into the house and, having killed a mosquito, asked the teacher if they didn't have light. He said that insects always flocked to burning lamps, so there were even advantages to this. Then, he looked at the sleeping teacher and lay down on the spot next to him. The teacher said that this training should dull his sense of touch. Touch makes them feel anxious much more often than others. It might be uncomfortable at first, and he wouldn't be able to fall asleep normally. Then he looked at the sleeping student and said, "Oh well." The next morning he told the student to get up. Breakfast is on the table. The MC looked at the food with a heavy sigh and wished him a pleasant appetite. The teacher said that immortals need a lot of energy, so he should eat well. The protagonist asked what training awaits him today. He answered, "Cliff diving. He will learn to hold his breath in the air before hitting." MC said, "So, like in yesterday's training, they, immortals, need to pay attention to the possible shock from a strong blow and fainting." He confirmed this and told him not to forget, maneuverability worsens when the legs are injured. At such a moment, you need to use your hands for protection. You need to put your hand in front of the enemy, trying to take him out with one blow. For example, if the enemy is aiming at his head or legs, therefore, it is better to beware of a knife, not a gun. You also need to stay away from swords and explosive weapons. Kwang-ik said he understood, and then thought why he was using such outdated examples. The teacher told him to eat faster, so he could start training sooner. So he spent the whole day training. The next day, he was already on the bus heading home. He called his father and asked if he was sure he sent him to the right place. His father asked if something had happened. He said he made him jump off mountains. He said it was okay, he was immortal. It was almost impossible to kill him, so he might as well torture his body. And that would be how he could find out his limits. The protagonist thought he had only realized that his body was indestructible. His father said, "Good job, he should go home and rest." The protagonist asked what kind of exam he had to pass. His father said that the teacher would help him with it, and he would call later. Kwang-ik thought that indeed, his answer would not change anything. He would just rest today. He would take a shower, play a console, eat delicious food from his mother, and sleep well in his bed, about 12 hours without mosquitoes. Excellent, the perfect vacation plan. When he came home, Solhai said that he would take a shower later, and now he had to go somewhere. She brought his suitcase to him and said that she and his father had talked and decided that he still needed to prepare for university. The protagonist asked in surprise, "His things?" His mother said that she knew a teacher. He lived not far away in the neighborhood. He would stay with him for a couple of days. He would teach him everything. The protagonist thought, what is this scary feeling? Solhai said that she would come for him in 2 days. He asked, she still won't tell? About the teacher, what kind of person is waiting for him? She said it was fine. It's not enough to just be smart, you need to have a trained body. At that moment, it dawned on him what was really waiting for him ahead. There was never any preparation for university. Damn family. Then he arrived at the right floor. Looking around, he said that this place looked like a gym. Did they really redo the parking lot? At that moment, Juhui came up to him and asked, is he Solhai's son? Right? He said that he didn't know why his mother sent him here. The teacher said that she told him to study with him for 2 days. You need to use your body as well as your head. The protagonist thought that he couldn't even tell her the truth. This was so damn offensive. Since early childhood, his mother's upbringing philosophy was simple. If he disobeyed, she would tell him that he needed to spend the whole night to feel responsible for his mistakes. After 20 years of living with these principles, it was natural that they had become a part of him. If he resisted, it wouldn't solve anything, right? He thought that from her look, it was immediately clear that there was no turning back. Then she threw him a device, and he said that he had already developed a phobia when he was given something like this. What was it? She said that it was a device for measuring various indicators. He had to put one on his wrist and one on his foot. He asked, so she would train him? She said that they would start testing. First he had to run. Then he started running on the treadmill. She, looking at the phone, said that she had been warned that he was exercising. How terrible. His heart rate was not bad, and it was holding up well. But was that all he could do? He thought, why was she making fun of him? Jui sighed and said, what a lazy person. It's all because the youth of today have so much convenience. The protagonist thought that he didn't think they had a big age difference. Although immortals and werewolves age more slowly, maybe she was older than she looked. Then he asked how long he would have to run like that. She told him not to stop. They would start with cardio and gradually upgrade his body. She would help him be reborn from head to toe. He said he didn't need a second mother. She said he was humorous, and he thought he wasn't joking. Meanwhile, night fell, and he continued running. She told him not to stop. If he stopped, he would disappoint his ancestors. Time. He said 14 hours 4 minutes and 30 seconds. The protagonist thought that she wanted him to run all night without a break. In his previous training sessions, he had at least taken a break. She asked why he didn't trust his powers. Without training, he was nothing more than an amateur. He should watch and remember. They would do this stretching later. He thought, what kind of nonsense? What kind of person can turn around like that? She said that he needs to develop his flexibility. Logs are always at a disadvantage. He thought, where would he need that? He wanted to ask, but if he opened his mouth, he would choke. Even with the stamina of a werewolf, he was out of breath from running for 14 hours. Jui said the time. He said 14 hours, 10 minutes. He thought he should count the minutes, in case she asked. If he remembered what the video was showing and listened to all her explanations, it was really hard training. And yet, he could do it. He remembered how the teacher said that it seemed like he had learned to block out his senses. But that was not enough. If he turned off too many, his movements would be slow and disordered. He needed to get rid of the senses in his head that he needed to block out. Then the rest of his senses would become more acute. In other words, he needed to learn to multitask with his senses. MC thought, time control, memorizing movements, and listening carefully to the teacher. All while running, he is doing 4 things at once. Running is something that the body is distracted by. Memorizing the video and the teacher's explanation are not done at the same time. If he turns off the sense of time control, the other tasks will not be so difficult. After a while he shouted, 24 hours, the treadmill stopped and he shouted that he was finally done. Juhui looked at the timer and said that he was not an idiot. Then they started stretching, and she told him to relax. Flexibility is very important. He remembered everything, right? She will demonstrate and he needs to repeat after her. Then she did the exercise and he was surprised by the flexibility of her body. She told him to join in. Then, he tried to do the same and she told him not to overdo it. He should let his body get used to it at least a little. He should repeat the same movement every day, slightly increasing the arch. In simple terms, it can be compared to stretching muscles. He thought that, if he gradually pulled his muscles, wouldn't healing bring them back to their original state? Then what's the point of doing it slowly? After all, with immortality, torn muscles will recover in no time. He'll just have to endure the pain for a while. And then he suddenly arched his back and the teacher shouted, "What the hell? Is he okay?" She told him not to do that. "Why didn't anyone teach him to listen to his elders?" he asked. "And yet, he did it, right?" She sighed and said, "Yeah, he's an amazing guy." Then Jui said that they'll stop here, and now for dinner. The protagonist looked at the dinner and said, "A whole pig." She confirmed it and said that it was just for him. "And here's her portion." He thought, "One for each of us?" She said that you need to eat properly too. You should learn to store energy that will be useful in the future. He asked, like a bear before hibernation? Then they started eating dinner, and she said that when he had eaten, he should not clean anything up, just throw it in a pile. 2 days a week was not enough to achieve his goal. He agreed with her and thought it was delicious, even if it was just a pig with spices. Maybe it was because he had not eaten something that delicious for 24 hours. She told him to eat every last one. If he left anything, he would be finished. He said that he had been brought up in such a way that there would be nothing left after. Then she said that she was leaving. As soon as he finished eating, he should go straight to bed. After a while, he was sitting in the room and thought that this was still better than sleeping with mosquitoes in the forest. And here he was at least allowed to use the phone, unlike the one in the village. Maybe he should call his mother? When he called her, she asked if everything was okay. He thought, wow, she was worried after sending me here? He said everything was fine. And she said that she had told her 100 times not to give him any slack just because they knew each other. And yet she was worried. Was she being too soft on him? In that case, he should tell her to be tougher, okay? Dad was back. She had to go. MC wondered if Mom was worried about him at all. On the second day of training, he realized something. While immortal training involved crazy things, werewolf training was all about pushing yourself. How many kilograms could he lift? What? Such a ridiculous weight? 3 approaches at least. Knowing your limit and overcoming it is the key to learning. Among other things, training involves various techniques. All sorts of exercise machines and electronic measuring devices are used. At least that was the conclusion he drew from these trainings. The teacher said that his reflexes were too bad. Then she pointed to a barbell and told him to lift it. He thought, 20 kilos on each side. And with the barbell, all 60. The problem wasn't lifting the barbell. Werewolves usually had 3 times the strength of a normal man. She told him to take it and follow her. Now he had to run. He looked at the beam over the small chasm and asked, "Over this thing?" He thought, was this another crazy run over the chasm? She said balance was important. He needed to find his center of gravity. His physical abilities would compensate for the rest. He asked, did she think this would work? She said he would repeat until he got it. He thought he needed to walk diagonally. The beam is very long, and it is only half the width of his foot. He asked if it would be okay if he fell. She said that it is only 3 meters. Even if he falls, nothing serious will happen. But he should not set himself up for an attack. Werewolves prioritize keeping their bodies safe and sound. If he gets hurt during the fight, he will be at a disadvantage. Werewolves' bodies cannot regenerate like immortals. MC sighed and thought that there is no choice. He must train. So the teacher watching TV series behind his back asks him to be more careful. But he is also immortal, so he can quickly restore broken bones. So he is going to run even if he falls. Then he starts moving. All his senses are heightened. With the help of touch, feeling the pressure of his sneakers on the beam, he can find that very balance. Werewolves usually have good motor skills, nothing like the immortal's ability to control their feelings. He thinks he can do it. It will even be fun. The main thing is that he doesn't have to run on blades. Then he said that the task was completed successfully, and she told him to repeat it 2 more times. Watching him, she thought, the board is 4 centimeters wide and 50 centimeters long, and he did it on the first try? Then she said that she would increase the difficulty level. After which, she stretched a steel cable over the abyss. The protagonist looked at it in horror, and then asked, should he run on the cable? She confirmed it and said that this exercise is called a single line. In fact, a wooden board is entertainment for children. She thought that he would not cope, looking at his physical data, but his innate talent is quite good. He asked, did she decide to cover the bottom with mats? She said they were pretty hard, so he should be careful. If he caught the string when falling, it would cut his hands. MC asked if he should run with the barbell again. The teacher said he should try without it first. He thought, try? That means he would have to run with the weight anyway. He wasn't afraid. Compared to the Immortals training, this was a piece of cake. But the difficulty level of this task was unreal. It was getting harder and harder. The string was strong enough and barely vibrated, and at least he wouldn't fall on sharp rocks or get blown away by a strong wind. Plus, the floor was covered with mats. It wasn't that bad. He would try running. Then he started to lose his balance and thought, should he have been slower? Soft movements of the legs, bouncing slightly. At that moment, the teacher watched him with such interest as she had never even watched the show. She made him run like that with the barbell for the rest of the day. The next day, Jui said that they would see each other next week. The protagonist bowed to her and said, "Yeah." After which he got into his mother's car, and she asked him if he was curious why she made him go there. He said, "Of course." She said that she simply couldn't watch her son get beaten. He needed to learn to use his body to its fullest. He was too weak now. He thought, is he weak? If his classmates heard this, they would die laughing. In a situation like this, the only thing left to do is train more. It will help him when he enters the special forces, like those skills that village teacher taught him. After a while, he thanked his mother for the food. She looked at the pile of empty plates in surprise and asked if he hadn't eaten all these days. He said that in the last 4 days he realized how delicious her food is. By the way, can she teach him how to cook? These days, handsome men who know how to manage the kitchen are popular. He asks her to teach him, for the sake of his future wife. She agrees that it is a good idea. But maybe he should start with handsomeness. With his body, he looks more like a pig. He says she's being witty as always, and she says she's serious. He should stop hoping for a werewolf body and eating all day. He should start watching his figure. He said, and yet, first he wants to learn how to cook. He thought about how during training he mentioned a dish he saw on a show, and then the teacher's eyes sparkled. Then his mother agreed, and he thought the cooking problem was solved. Training, he can't do it now, but what about next week? The same thing? Or will they come up with something new? Whatever it is, he can handle it. The teacher wiped the knife and said it would be a little tougher than last time, okay? 4 days later, he met the village teacher again, and he told him that the previous training was just preparation for the main ones because they would not help him pass the exam. And as a result, blade running, strangulation, and cliff jumping became a mandatory part of the training. His classes ended with that same cliff jump. After jumping again, he thought that now the pain was less and went away faster. Maybe it was all because of the werewolf essence training. The teacher shouted that if he was done, he should go back. The problem is that this is only basic training. The teacher said that the unique ability of immortals is regeneration. Even if you shoot him with a gun, the bullet will not fly through his body, it will just bounce off and fall. But a bladed weapon is complete crap. It will take a long time to restore a severed limb. The protagonist said that he will be more careful with it then. The teacher said that attacks with a small area of damage are the most dangerous. He needs to avoid it. And then he swung the knife, and the protagonist thought he looked like some kind of killer. Then he asked why he pulled out a knife. The teacher asked, "What kind of stupid question is that?" Continuation of running on blades, only here you have to avoid the sword, training sharp blades. The teacher attacked with the sword in front of him again and again. The protagonist wriggled in different directions, trying to dodge the attacks. The mentor said that the goal of this exercise is to avoid fatal injuries, to get light ones. There is no need to finish the training without a single scratch. It is useless. It seems like he has been training somewhere these days. He should slow down. He thought, how can he not dodge these attacks? Then his chest was still pierced by a blade, and the teacher shouted, when someone aims at his thighs or calves, he must take the blows on the shin. But ideally, it is better to dodge. MC thought, what the hell, no matter how he dodged, he still got it in the ass. In the end, he ran on those blades. The teacher said that he was recovering quickly. They would continue. After some time, he said that anemia is the greatest weakness of immortals. MC asked, what now? Should I carry a blood bag for a transfusion? He said that first I need to stop the bleeding. Then the mentor suggested that they rest and have lunch. The protagonist asked if he could cook today. He asked, what, should he cook him ramen? He answered negatively, and after some time, Kwang Ik presented his dish, spaghetti with meat sauce. His mother advised him that if he wanted to cook something edible, he should cook it with sauce. After trying the dish, the teacher said that it was delicious. The protagonist said that he was glad that his taste buds were still alive. Immortals have heightened senses, especially taste buds, so he hoped he would like it. The teacher said that cooking is also part of the training, dulling the taste buds. After a while, they started training again, and he said that they added something else. His body was already used to the blade hitting the muscles, so the next second, he plunged the knife into the student's body and said that it was time to give the insides a beating. He must stop the bleeding. Organ regeneration takes much longer. That's why it is important to train your body. MC thought that he couldn't even dodge. He didn't expect that at all. He asked how he would do it. He said that he needed to cover his tracks. If his opponent had sharp senses, then he should be able to hide his energy. Almost recovered? MC asked. Wasn't that why he cut him? The mentor asked if he wanted to learn how to hide his presence. The protagonist answered yes. 2 days later, Kwangik arrived at the gym and said, "Teacher, he's here. What are they going to do today?" Jihui said they're going to play survival. She then fired a shot and said it was a special gun with modified bullets and gas he should dodge. She then started shooting and the protagonist tried to dodge. She shouted that the gun was very dangerous. If he got hit, he'd be lost. He had to dodge her shots. He had to try to find cover first. If there wasn't any, he had to move so fast that she couldn't aim. He couldn't run in one direction. He had to keep changing sides. He couldn't be predictable. Even if he was forced to retreat, he had to strain every muscle to change direction. He must use his flexibility to avoid the bullet. A few bullets still grazed his arms, and the teacher shouted at him not to let them hit him. One bullet could put him out of the game, and if he couldn't dodge, he should expose less important body parts. MC thought, even if he had to slow down, just like the training of the immortal. There were things that he realized only after 2 training sessions. The fighting styles of immortals and werewolves are adapted to their characteristics. Neither of them taught him how to fight, but they each taught him how to survive. No matter what circumstances lead to injury, immortals need to be careful with bladed weapons and not let themselves get too deeply cut. As for firearms, shotguns are more dangerous. On the contrary, werewolves have an easier time against bladed weapons. The body of a werewolf allows them to react quickly and strike back. Avoiding shotgun bullets is easy for them, until you get close to them. Then the game is over. Otherwise, werewolves are simply unhittable. They have no regeneration, so their techniques are based on avoiding injuries. After a while, Juhui said that they would end it here. Looking around, the protagonist wondered how they would clean up all this. Then she told him to get up and start running again. Lifting dumbbells, he thought that physical training was much better than the ones where you have to hurt yourself. Suddenly, he felt a frightening aura behind him, causing him to fall off the copper cable. She looked at him and said, "Did he feel that?" He asked what she meant. She answered, about the deadly energy of the wild. He asked her not to do that again. His heart almost jumped out of his chest. She said that with time he would get used to it, or he should have something similar with him. It would be easier to endure. Then she said that they would continue training, and so began his hellish werewolf training. And as funny as it may sound, after 2 days, he stopped falling off the beam. And he also understood, albeit not ideally, how to deal with that deadly energy. She did not stop releasing it. Thanks to the subtle senses of the immortal, he learned to read the deadly energy contained between the 5th and 6th senses. He strains his lower abdomen and endures. Only in this way does he succeed. This is how the training of the immortal and the werewolf replaced each other. Classes with the teacher in the village were still like hell. They included the regeneration of internal organs, getting used to arrows, and axe and spears. And he also had to deliberately step into traps. With the latter, you need to be especially careful. The teacher said that if he steps into one of these things, it will be terribly painful, and if he does not get out quickly, he will stop thinking normally. The main character asked, in other words, prolonged pain is dangerous, right? He said that most of the time in battle, immortals just take damage, so he had to get used to pain, because it prevented him from thinking rationally. For this reason, he even had to take poison. The werewolf training was not much different. He had to put lead weights on his wrists and ankles, gradually increasing the load, although most of the time he just dodged bullets and ran on a beam. And then he also worked out with dumbbells, building up his muscles. However, there were changes. His father went on a business trip for 10 days. Then Sul-hai asked her husband, what if she missed him? He kissed her and said that they would video call every day. The protagonist thought that he was leaving for several years. The teacher who trained his immortal side, instead of making a bunch of holes in him, taught him hand-to-hand combat and the use of bladed weapons. He said that shooting a gun is as easy as pie. That's all the novelty. If you ask the protagonist if it was hard for him, he will answer no. Thanks to the werewolf body and innate physical abilities, he managed to grasp everything at once. And the she-wolf told him how to operate a firearm. She said that he could learn hand-to-hand combat, but he did it himself. He needed to turn on some video and repeat. With a gun, everything is more complicated. The feeling is important here. That's what he was told. But he is a half-breed with 5 unusual senses of the immortal. That is why with a gun too, it went like clockwork, and so 2 months flew by. After some time, the parents were watching TV. The father turned to the protagonist and asked, well, did he train? MC said yeah, and thought that after a week's rest from deadly training, his body even itched. Can't he live without pain now? The father said that he is a strong guy, even though he is his son. The mother said that it is good. Young-ho said that he was more like her after all. She said that he was just their boy, who was so smart like him. MC thought that they were in love, as usual. Why doesn't he have a younger brother yet? Then he went to the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror and thought, why doesn't he have a partner? At that time, Sol Hai received a call on her phone. She said she would meet here nearby with Heemin's mother. Her husband asked at such and such an hour. She said that she had a child in her senior year. Apparently, she had a lot of worries. He said that this period was really a headache. Then he received a call on his phone. Kwang-ik shouted that he couldn't find a hairdryer. Then he got out of the shower and looked around the room and asked, where did they go? Then he looked at his phone and saw a message from his father. He said that the exam was tomorrow. He had just passed Suneung, but he still felt strange. He thought there were guys who told him something about why he didn't go to college. To be honest, he didn't care that he got good grades. He didn't originally plan on going to college. His path was already determined. 9 years ago, the day the big black hole, the Hughes Gate, opened. Back then, he was trapped under the rubble of a building, and seeing his back while he was fighting against numerous invaders, he decided that he wanted to become like that person. He thought his mother would probably be upset if she found out. On the day of his awakening, she told him that she wanted him to live a normal life. He asked where she went. At that moment, she met Ju Hui. The teacher asked how she justified it this time. She said that she lied about the neighboring family that the child had an exam. Then they sat down at the table and the teacher asked, isn't it interesting at all? Sol Hai asked what? She said she was talking about her son. She never asked how he was. She said the main thing was that he was at least half human. Although no, sometimes for a half-breed, born from a human and a werewolf, even half is already too much. All this worries her. That's why she doesn't ask, tries not to think too much. At that moment, Yunho got a call from the teacher and asked if he was serious right now. Father asked if he should pull out his limbs and throw them into the Pacific Ocean. The teacher said, so he really didn't know? It seemed to him that he didn't call so that you would know. He is an irregular. At that moment, Ju Hui said that he doesn't have to stand out. It is enough that he can protect himself from some organization of mad scientists. It's hard to even believe that such a thing really existed before. And the members were people who wanted to create something new, crossing ordinary species to create an irregular. Sol Hai said yes, and they had failed miserably. Only strange monsters with the strength of both parents appeared. They had only come to one conclusion from their experiments. If you cross a civilian with an immortal werewolf, the blood of the special kind will weaken and then be erased. The teacher said that she was lucky. Her son was a real diamond. At this time, Yunho asked, is he weaker than a quarter? He thought that his blood was strongly predominant in him, but he thought that he would at least meet half the standard. The teacher said that it was just the opposite. It was the first time he saw a genius like his son. He even taught him how to hide his presence. Meanwhile, Ju Hui said that his technique is cool, his brain works well, he has mastered the deadly energy of the wild. After hearing this information, the parents said that if this was a joke, they would be angry. The teacher said that his son is a talent. Ju Hui said that her son is a genius. The parents said what was expected of their son. The next morning, the protagonist said good morning to his mother and then asked where his father was. She said that he had gone out on business. He also needed to wash up and sit down at the table. Seeing the various dishes on the table, he asked what such a feast was for. She said, how can this be? Today is an important day. True, today is the day of the civil service exam. However, Kwang-ik's training was not for brain activity, but for survival. However, in reality, this will be a special employment exam, where fresh blood will go wild. After breakfast, he thanked his mother for the food. Then he walked into the hallway and began to put on his shoes. His mother asked if he was ready. He confirmed it and said it so well that he could even dream about everything he had learned. He thought about how they had beaten his ankles and poked his organs. She said that if he didn't pass, his dad would be disappointed. He looked at her and thought, she must be confused. She didn't like the idea of him becoming a civil servant, but she also didn't want the exam to go down the drain. She seemed to be trying to support him, but at the same time she was worried about him. Like a werewolf, he told her not to worry and thought that he was also an immortal. And she said that if he failed, he should know that he would meet her in the ring. He remembered something he wanted to erase from his memory. Then she said that if he didn't want to get it, he should just pass the exam. He said, definitely. Then he called the elevator while enjoying the music in his headphones. He thought that music was the best cure for his nerves, after all. He had the thrill of an immortal. He started humming a song when suddenly the doors on the floor opened and Kang Hee-min looked at him in surprise. She told him not to sing when he proposed to her. A handsome man doesn't have to be a singer either. He asked why she was interested in that at all. She walked into the elevator and asked if he wasn't going to confess his love to her. He said no, and she asked why. He said that he had already told her 100 times what his ideal type was. She elbowed him in the stomach and said, "Come on. You have to look hard to find beauties with a good figure and brains." When the elevator arrived at the first floor, he got out of the cabin and told her not to talk like that on the street. She didn't know what neighborhood they lived in. She wanted to give him 2 iron bracelets as a gift, and he disagreed about the brains, by the way. She, in his opinion, forgot to mention greed. When he went outside, she tried to catch up with him and shouted for him to wait. MC told her not to follow him. Then he went to the bus stop, and Hyman asked where he was going. He said to take the civil service exams. She asked, "Advil?" He said that these guys know how to do advertising. He is busy, she should go to school. She said that she is a senior. Next year she will enter university. He said his congratulations. She should try not to waste her life drinking once she gets an ID card. She said that he is only a year older than her. He asked if she feels the age difference. She said that he did not understand. Now she studies in a girls' school, but she will choose a regular university. And there a mad pack of wolves can attack a beauty like her. He said that she should focus on her studies. Then he went to the bus, and she said that they should go out, and he would help her with her studies along the way. It's cool when a guy studies well. He asked who was whose boyfriend here. She shouldn't scare away his future wife. In response, she stuck her tongue out and stuck her middle fingers out at him. MC thought that their high-kick lady hadn't changed. Then the bus arrived at the appointed place. Walking inside the tall building, the protagonist thought, 7:50, it's somehow early. The exam doesn't start until 9. Where should he go anyway? He went up to the receptionists and said hello. One of them got up from her seat and asked what his question was. He said that there was a special employment exam here today. At that moment, a man came up to him and asked if he was taking the exam. The protagonist confirmed it, and then the man asked if he could show his application. The protagonist thought, why is he looking at him like that? Then the MC introduced himself, and the worker said he checked. He needed to take the elevator to the 9th floor. When he got off at the right floor, Kwang-ik wondered, is this where he needs to go? Pak Taram asked, is he going to the exam? He confirmed it. She told him to show his application. After comparing the data, she said it was correct, and then told him to walk forward until he came across a door at the end of the corridor. He needed to go there. He thanked her and thought, how tedious. Is it because the exam is for immortals? And then he came to a door with the sign Special Employment Exam Venue. He wondered if the soundproofing was good there? He thought there would be a lot of noise and bloodshed. They decided to hold the exam in the very center of Yoido. Old Force, is this what the power of the world government looks like? He needs to pull himself together. He won't be surprised if knives are thrown at him after the door opens. Perhaps dodging them could be a condition for getting into the place. Whatever it was, he was sure that the same torture awaited him as during training. Or was he? He looked into the classroom filled with single desks, and the worker said that he was the first. The protagonist, looking at him, thought, this man without hair? The worker told him to come here and show the application. He thought, a cure for baldness had long been made from materials found in the white hole. Of course, it has side effects, but there are cheaper options. Then, it is a fashion for baldness. The worker asked, young man? MC handed him the documents and thought, why do they all take him for a clown? The man said that his number was 48. He pointed at the desk and told him to go there. The protagonist thought that this was not at all what he imagined. He did not have all these tables and chairs during training. Although, okay, how does he know what will happen when the exam itself begins? Maybe even that bald man with a knife will attack him. That's right, you can't stop working your ass off. You have to be ready for any twist. After a while, the auditorium filled up. The worker stood up and asked if there was anyone who didn't bring a pen for the exam. The protagonist raised his hand, and the man wondered who he was. Of course, Kwang-ik sensed something was wrong, but there was no one to complain to. The preparation for the exam, which had begun in confusion, turned into terribly painful training. Since this was his fate, he decided to give it his all, sincerely wanting to pass the exam. They announced that the exam would start in 10 minutes. The protagonist was the first to arrive and had been sitting in shock for 50 minutes. He thought that somehow everything had gone wrong here. Then the teacher gave him a pen, and he thought that it looked like an ordinary marker. It seems that the assessment is really written. Even the atmosphere is like a final exam. What are they even repeating there? If he asks to show them, will he probably be considered an idiot? And by the way, he noticed that everyone here has a rather unusual appearance. Some of them can be sent straight to idols. However, this guy catches his eye the most. His hands are just the bomb. This dude would be good as an advertising model. When their eyes met, the guy looked away, and the protagonist thought that he hoped that he did not think anything strange. Then, several examiners set up screens around the exam takers. One of them said that now everyone will receive their exam sheets. MC thought that they decided to put up a screen for hypersensitive immortals. So he thought, why is there such a huge distance between the tables? Then someone asked, is he late? The examiner said that his number is 50. He can go there. The examiner said that he accidentally overslept. The protagonist thought, if there was another exam, he would not be in a hurry either. He thought that the immortal exam would pass on easy. No, he had to take it back. He grabbed his head and thought, can I not? Maybe it would be better to run around with knives. Then he read the question and thought, what? Didn't someone just whine about how difficult it was? Naturally, the answer was 4. If he was not a special race, the second and third answers might be more important. But since the wound was the size of a 101 coin, it couldn't be called big. Assuming that the weapon was a throwing type, it would be better to start by stopping the bleeding. He remembered what his teacher had said, that they had to stop the bleeding first, otherwise shock would set in. He had to perform hemostasis and then find shelter. That was exactly what his teacher had told him. However, after a couple of knife runs, it had already dawned on him. By preventing the bleeding, a minor wound would not threaten the immortal's life. Then he read the second question and thought, what was wrong with these questions? He remembers the teacher nagging him about not going into shock right away. The teacher said that immortals are similar to humans in basics. In that case, the correct answer is 3. The next question, he can't dodge the knife swing. What should he do? He thought he'd stick his hand out, of course. He'd heard more about the importance of a mobile force than he'd like. He had the right answer here. Suddenly, he remembered a movie he'd watched a long time ago. The movie was about a man from the slums who took part in a quiz show where there was a huge amount of money at stake and he guessed the answers based on his life experiences. Oh, the poison question. Well, he's a pro at that. This exam asks the test takers what they've been through while having the body of an immortal and how much they know. His level of knowledge, for example, was something like, hung out in hell. The advice given by the teacher and the information gained from his own experience, all this prompted him the correct answers. It turns out that his training was learning. He thought that another question on the reverse side, this one needs its own answer. How can you kill an immortal? The answer is obvious. Then he looked out from behind the screen and thought that he was finished. How much time had passed? The examiner thought that there was still an hour left. Was he really being put? Then he said that those who had finished could leave the classroom. They should leave the answer sheet with the examination sheets on their desk. A few moments later, the protagonist left the office and, seeing Taram, thought Nuna with a square, which he saw at the entrance. She asked if he had read what was written on the first page of the sheets with questions. He answered positively, and she handed him the documents and told him to leave his agreement. He thought that if he screwed up, he would receive a terrible consent from the old force. Then, she asked if he was a half-breed. He answered positively and thought, like a collaboration between a werewolf and an immortal. She smiled and said that she would hope for his success. He thanked her and thought, was he really given the green light? After some time, the examiner was sorting through the answer sheets and, looking at the protagonist's answer, thought, suffocation, freezing, burning, dismemberment. All of this is dangerous for an immortal, and loss of consciousness as a result of blockage of the respiratory tract, and freezing with liquid nitrogen, and burning in fire, because burns to the whole body make proper activity of the immortal impossible. And dismemberment, since the probability of regeneration in this case is uncertain. One can endlessly describe the ways of killing an immortal. In other words, there is no specific answer to this question. Most immortals have a strong immunity to safety. Therefore, it is necessary to take into account all deadly weapons and situations. How many ways does he know to harm an immortal? The essence of the last question is precisely in this. The immortal's body is capable of regeneration, but death is still real. Knowing this, you can significantly reduce the likelihood of death, even without memorizing all the ways to eliminate the immortal. I heard that he was born from a human and an immortal. His physical abilities may be poor, but he has brains. I checked. Now the first impression assessment. First impression, does not look like an immortal. Came earlier than everyone else and stared at one point for an hour. Left earlier than everyone else. Did not bring a pen to the exam. Half a month later, a message came to the MC's phone. After reading the contents, he told the mother that her son successfully passed the exam. She said that it was excellent. Then he showed her the phone screen and said that he not only passed, the message said that he took first place. Sul-hai immediately called her husband and told him that they had first place, and offered to cook beef today. The protagonist asked if he was allowed to unbuckle his belt today. She told him to put on pants with an elastic band. After some time, Yonho came into the apartment and said that he was home. The protagonist happily ran up to him and greeted him. looked at the bags in his hands. The father said that he should at least pretend to look at him. Then they had a feast, and the father said that he did not even doubt his abilities. The protagonist said, "Of course, whose son is he?" The mother laughed and said, "Theirs, of course." He said that the questions were much easier than he thought. He thought the teacher was cool. Then the father said that since the results were out, there would be an interview soon. Well, that's it. Sulhai asked what department he would go to. The father answered that he did not know for sure. He will probably start in state-owned enterprises under the Ministry of Administrative Security. The protagonist thought that the mother did not notice anything because the father acted as always, but it seemed to him that he was trying to evade the answer. Why do the government and Old Force choose immortals? What do immortal civil servants do? There are many questions, but they will not be answered. Then he asked his father for advice for the interview, and he said that he does not know anything. Soon after the joyful news of first place for the completed test, a message arrived with the date of the interview. The interview itself will be held in the same building. By the way, his father did not give him any advice. He said that at the interview you need to show your individuality. He must answer clearly and distinctly. Walking to the exit, the protagonist thought, nothing can be done, the strongest will win. His mother followed him into the corridor and wished him luck. Turning around, he thanked her and then walked to the elevator. Looking at his reflection, he thought that in such a delicious outfit you can immediately go into show business. At that moment, Hai Min came up to him and asked why he was looking in the mirror, admiring himself. He said that they had been bumping into each other too often lately. Was she following him? She said that she was just passing by. He said that, even though it was the weekend, it was better to sit down with his textbooks instead of wandering around. She said that if he became her tutor, then he would be able to pump up his license. He walked on and said that he was busy. She called him and said that this suit suited him. Turning around, he said that he knew. After some time, he approached the right building and stopped near the applicant's waiting room. Looking at those present, he thought that everyone was trying. Maybe he should have read more other people's stories from interviews? And then he noticed that same prince who was sitting next to him during the test. Their glances crossed again, and he closed his eyes again. The main character thought, what was that just now? This time, he would sit further away from him. After some time, Kwanik was invited into the office. Going inside, he noticed a guy with eerily white skin and fiery hair. He swears his call sign is a candle. And next to him? Taram said that they had met before, right? He thought that it was the Nuna with the square from the first round. So she was on the jury now. She asked what prompted him to apply for their company. He thought that if he said that his father made him, he would be kicked out of here with a whistle. He had to think of something. He said that he was interested in finding out his capabilities in such a difficult exam and also to fulfill a dream. The man asked, a dream? He said that he wanted to fight for their people and the motherland. He asked, then what sacrifices would he be willing to make for a comrade in battle? The protagonist said that it all depended on the situation. He asked, that is, he had no intention of sacrificing anything? MC said that he would simply find an effective way out of a difficult situation. He thought that sounded a little provocative. After that, a series of obvious questions and answers began. Taram asked, his mother is in the water with a girl, who will he save first? He said he thought he could save both of them at once, he was a good swimmer. The man said he only had one bullet left, but 2 targets. The protagonist said he would shoot one and disable the other by throwing the gun at him, although on second thought, his answers might not have been entirely obvious. Anyway, the interview was over. A few days later, he was lying in his bed watching a video. His mother came into his room and said that he had been lazing around a lot since the interview. He didn't have any plans for today, did he? He said he did. She asked if he remembered what would happen if he failed, right? And then she asked with whom. He said with himself. He decided to dedicate the day to rest. Why did she tell him that he needed to be careful there? Werewolf instincts were dangerous. If they took over, trouble could happen. The protagonist asked what trouble. She said, usually a beating. He asked, what else? She said, rape. Does he know why there was a story about a werewolf crying at full moon? One werewolf couldn't control his instincts and started howling under the moon. And it was a full moon then. If he can't control his own desire, he should go outside and scream. It will become easier. The main character said that, according to the news, the most troublesome people are magicians and superhumans. Besides, he had never heard anyone howling late at night. She said that there is still a way to overcome your desires. He asked, what is it? She answered, self-control. He thought that after awakening his abilities, his mother often took him with her to the mountains. Apparently, it was some kind of training. Then she said that the second way is stress relief. The remaining energy can be spent on exercises. The problem is stress relief. That's why she told him to find a girlfriend. So, at this rate, he is growing moss. Although no, that's nothing. He was born with a high probability of doing something wrong. Maybe he likes boys? MC said sharply that he didn't. She grabbed her head and asked, a whole month of living together during orientation? What kind of company is this? They probably accepted him. So, maybe he should put off the assignment for now and do what he really wants. Just like his father said. He remembered being congratulated on passing the final exam. Handing him the documents, he was told to read them carefully. If any questions came up, he should ask. He thought, a 5-week internship? Orientation? What will they teach there if it takes more than a month? And what kind of cohabitation is this during the internship? The annual salary of an intern is 65 million. Coverage of physical training expenses. Bonuses, coverage of cultural and entertainment events and daily expenses. Provision of a workplace and an apartment nearby after the internship is over. He said that he wanted to become a soldier. He thought this was a crazy company. This is disrupting the entire work ecosystem of South Korea. Ta-Ram asked if there were any other questions. He asked if he could show these documents to his parents. She asked, his father is an immortal, right? He confirmed this, and then she said that if he wanted to see his mother through iron bars for the rest of his life, then of course he could tell her everything. This would also be a kind of memory. He thought how sweetly she said such terrible things. That's why he can't tell his mother anything. But these conditions and attitudes were enough to melt a man's icy heart. He said that their son wanted to try to become the head of a corporation that was part of the Ministry of Administrative Security. Sulhae asked, is that so? He said that he believed that young people who had a bright future ahead of them and who would lead their country should have such an aspiration. He thought that he just wanted to work for a while in a company that recognized his talent. It wasn't because of the money or the apartment. His mother stood up and said that he spoke well. He asked, wasn't it all thanks to his wise father and wonderful mother? Although his mixed blood also played an important role. She said that she was glad that he was her son, judging by the fact that his phrases did not irritate her if there was a child like him among werewolves. He said that everything was fine. He thought that 2 bloods had successfully mixed in him. A werewolf has instincts that are hard to control, and immortals have heightened senses. The former's instincts can appear in a very acute form, and among the latter, there are especially sensitive dudes. He does not belong to either one. He can cope with his instincts thanks to the internet. Moreover, he is still young. And as for the high sensitivity of immortals, he is great at sleeping anywhere and eating anything. So there is no need to worry. Wherever he goes and with whatever he does, he has complete confidence in his abilities. After some time, the protagonist got on the bus, seeing people escaping from the heat through the window. He thought, summer. In this huge bus provided by the company, you can enjoy the air conditioning while avoiding the scorching sun. There are only immortals inside, although the cabin is half empty. Now it's time to go to the orientation for the trainees. After getting on the bus and looking at everyone again, he understood at first glance who is a pureblood and who is a half-breed. Purebloods are easy to recognize, they have a striking appearance, and there is a completely different aura around them. He can feel it with his excellent 5 senses and unusual intuition. Looking at Jung Gi-nam, he thought that this prince is also a pureblood. And he is sitting next to him again. Discussions began on the bus, and MC thought that someone was already getting to know each other. He remembered how his father told him to try to make more friends and not to judge people by their clothes. Sometimes it happens that someone you don't like from the outside turns out to be a good person, and vice versa. Then his father ruffled his hair and said that he has grown up. He replied that he was already taller than him. Father said that it was not a matter of height. Then he asked how his sleep was. He replied that everything was fine, and he said that was good. He had a hard time at his age. He suffered from insomnia, everything else was fine, but the sounds from the neighboring house at night did not allow him to sleep. Kwang-ik asked, and how did he solve this problem? It is impossible not to sleep all the time? He thought that werewolves restrain their instincts with self-control. How then does an immortal cope with his high sensitivity? Father said that he tried inserting earplugs, putting on a sleep mask, covering himself only with a microfiber blanket. It was all useless, so he bought a 4-story building, made a room in the center, and fenced it with soundproof walls. MC said that this is an effective option. Young-ho laughed and said that when you continue to struggle with insomnia while maintaining a social life, over time you find a way to control your feelings and it becomes easier. You can also go and train in the mountains for 3 years, of course. Kwang-ik thought that it was so difficult for his father to master controlling his feelings, but for him it was as natural as breathing. Regulating the muscles of the whole body, controlling the feelings is like when he, for example, pricks up his ears or tenses a certain part of his back. Young Ho said that he thought that all the guys would be very sensitive. He needed to think about what to do in such a case. The protagonist asked him to suggest a strategy. But his father said that enough is enough and he should have a conscience. At this time, the protagonist turned to Jinom and after greeting him, asked if this was the third time they met, right? He asked if he knew him. MC thought that they actually met twice with their eyes and he clicked his tongue just as much. He said that they met at the test, at the interview, and now. The interlocutor turned away and said that he saw him for the first time. MC thought, "Father, he doesn't know what it is about the first impression, but after the first dialogue, everything is clear." His Highness's memory is clearly problematic, shameless mug. He decided to forget about the prince and say hello to the girl behind him. He thought that she was also a blonde, though she didn't look like a purebred. He said that he was glad to meet her. She asked if he was a half-breed. He asked, "Isn't it obvious from his appearance?" She said, "Immortal on his father's side, feelings are dulled. He grew up in abundance. He doesn't even know where they are being taken. He bought into the conditions and rushed to sign contracts, is she right?" He thought, but no, he actually has cosmic-scale dreams about this company. They not only have a prince here but also a princess, Her Highness the detective. Then he asked, "Who is she?" She said that his powers of observation are also 0. Immortals are very sensitive individuals. The reason everyone sat away from the window is because the irritating rays of the sun come through the curtain. Even wagging your tongue now is one continuous torment. She knows this very well, because she is just as sensitive. Only half-breeds calmly eat chips and chat here. And then she told him to shut up. MC thought that he really wanted to hit her. He would spit on his parents' words and show this detective his capabilities. Although on the other hand, she is right. If he is not mistaken, his father was generally nicknamed Thorn when he was in a relationship. And this despite the fact that his father started dating after he tried his abilities and got used to it. His neighbors on the bus then are 100 times worse off now. But no, this is no excuse for their boorish behavior. That's how their bus, on its way to orientation, turned into a hearse. If you open a pack of chips, you're considered an enemy of the people. It's good that he had a hearty breakfast. Then he felt the flatulence greet him and say that he can call it a mixture of nitrogen, methane, carbon dioxide, hydrogen and other components. He will release it into their world? He thought, why now? Since the gases want freedom, he needs to take it out on this girl. The next second, the bus was filled with gases. Miho suddenly pinched her nose and said, "What a bastard." Uncontrolled revenge is complete. Several hours have passed since the gas attack, and they finally arrived. Taking his suitcase and walking forward, the protagonist thought, what kind of place is this? Did they rent a hotel somewhere nearby? And then 2 cadets approached him. Panguite said hello and asked what he ate this morning. Kim Yong-han asked if he was constipated or something. MC thought it looked like they were the same half-breeds from the back of the bus who had become friends. He turned around and said it was a natural process. Then they introduced themselves, and the protagonist, turning to the Hung, said that he was the one who needed to pass gas. Then he introduced himself. Guite asked, "Really?" "It doesn't matter who is older and who is younger." MC asked, "Why?" "It's a company orientation." The new comrade said he doesn't know anything. "It's a training center." Then, near the entrance to the building, Lee Changmo shouted, "Everyone line up in 5 rows. Hurry up." The protagonist thought, how many of them are there? They probably chose a lot. Looking at the breathless contestants, he wondered why everyone was so out of breath. Looking at the mentor, he thought it was their bald examiner. Looking at the others, he thought there was a candle and a Nuna with a bob. Changmo said that from now on, for a month, they would have to strain their butts for the sake of their endless progress. I wanted to say that they had already disappointed them greatly. What could they do with such lousy stamina? It was completely different for him at their age. Then he ordered them to turn their heads back. Do they see 3 trees? The first 15 people win. Run. The next second, the cadets rushed towards the trees. The protagonist, looking to the sides, Guite, Yonhan. He doesn't want to brag, but he could have galloped halfway even on one leg. Probably because he had to go through so many absurd obstacles during this time. He was now as calm as a boa constrictor. He thought that he would come in 14th. The experience he had gained allowed him to quickly get used to the orienteering called physical training. He remembered how his mother had told him to remember that no one should find out that he was also a werewolf. He asked, what if they found out? She answered that there would be a lot of trouble. What, in his opinion, does a werewolf look like in the eyes of an ordinary civilian? A time bomb that is not clear when it will explode. Almost a criminal, a walking threat. The protagonist understood that he must not get caught for anything. At the present time, he finished and thought that he came in 14th. The acting was 10 out of 10. Chang Mo said that this will not do, they need to go home. What will they do next when they can't even pull the base? Is he wrong? Then he told everyone to lie down on the ground. Push-ups, let's go. On 1 they should say, me, on 2, idiot. Gigi thought they had an interesting slogan when he read stories of employees of large companies about their orientation. They all said that they played all sorts of games and started dating someone. And then he lost count. Taram came up to him and asked, is he unable to keep up with the beat? MC, thankful for her support and encouragement. One of the cadets swore, and Chan Mo ordered everyone to stop. Approaching the offender, he said that he had never had this in his youth. Do young people nowadays swear in front of the instructor on the very first day of training? The guy screamed in fear. No way. The instructor leaned over to him and told him not to yell. Half-breed. Does he want to rip the eardrums of purebreds? Or is he crazy? Was he planning to mock his comrades? You can't yell, they all speak quietly. This is the basics. The protagonist thought that the immortals were really weak. Then the instructor said that in his time, people like him were immediately thrown out, but now the world has become a better place. He gives the right to choose. Will he leave or get punished? He replied that he will get punished. The instructor agreed with him and then performed a move, after which screams of pain were heard. The protagonist thought, what is going on there? Judging by the sound, it seems to be a fracture. This is very interesting, I need to take a close look. Then he arched his back and looked back. Chang Mo said that he should shut up, as if he was talking to a wall. What kind of generation has come along? MC thought, did he break his arm and at the same time tell him to shut up? Then the instructor said that when the rules are violated, the punishment starts with a fracture. Minus 1 point for foul language, minus 2 points for screaming, 5 for fighting without permission. They can check the rest at the time of the punishment itself. Then he leaned towards the protagonist and asked, well, was it interesting, cadet? He thought, no way, not even once. Returning to the stairs, the instructor said, completely out of control, this had never happened in his time. Then he ordered everyone to stand up and said that the first 15 people were no exception. He introduced himself and said that from now on, he was their instructor Chanmo. Taram pointed at him and said that he would be responsible for training basic endurance, since it was closely related to the restorative power of immortals. So far they were still just chickens, but working in the company, they would have to replenish the base. It was precisely the honing of the basics that was the purpose of their orientation. The main character thought, if among the instructors there were both monsters and normal ones, then Nuna probably belonged to the latter. Then she introduced herself and said that she was their instructor in techniques. And then the third instructor came forward and, introducing himself, said that he would kill them. Taram said that they had understood everything wrong. Instructor Kim Han would tell them in detail about how to control your body, being an immortal. The protagonist thought that he didn't think so. It was written all over his face that he wanted to finish them all off. Chanmo stepped forward and said that those who wanted to go back to their mother could go. He would only be happy if none of them were left here. MC thought that they only needed to hold out for a month. After that, rivers of milk and jelly banks would await them. The main thing is not to get shot in the head, although for immortals, such a thing is nonsense. Does the bald guy really think that anyone will leave? And then the instructor said that the choice was made. Then, welcome to hell. After some time, the cadets took their places in the room, and the instructor said that the room was for 10 people. As soon as they changed into uniforms, everyone should wait. The protagonist thought, well, this is a dorm, they are not on the site of some horror movie. Johan looked at his comrade. Said that his whole body was sticky with sweat, he wanted to take a shower. The protagonist thought that it was good that they were in the same room with him. If only there weren't that prince and princess. After that, he noticed the out-of-breath chubby guy next to him and asked, is it hard, buddy? He said it was fine. Kwang Yik thought that not all immortals were as thin as sticks. There was also a dude who looked like Mansoor, and these were probably brother and sister. They looked very similar, he thought. Their nicknames were Poodle and White. The last one was a relatively simple girl. 7 guys and 3 girls, it turns out. He didn't know about the rest. Well, at least they could have made a men's-women's room where to change clothes. Then he saw the writing on the wall and thought, I see. Miho turned to him and told him not to peek into the locker room. He said, it hurts. She looked at him with distrust and said, well, yeah. He thought that he hadn't even been exposed yet, but they were already considering him a pathological criminal. What to do about it? The cadet said that everyone should get along with everyone. They will have to follow a lot of rules. Jinam said that they need to deal with their physiology outside this room. Whoever breaks the rules is a corpse. Miho raised her hand and said that she agreed. The others followed her example. The protagonist thought, why are they all staring at him? Ginam said that they must not forget to brush their teeth. Cleanliness is the basis of the basics. The others agreed with him again. Like it or not, but they will have to live with these people for a whole month. The protagonist thought, since they are all in the same boat, he will have to join the company. Then he raised his hand and said that he agreed. Then the cadets went to the dining hall. During the meal, the instructor said that there are 10 people in each dorm room. This is one room. Rooms from the 1st to the 10th are determined in the order of the rooms. The protagonist thought that the food here is a C. The instructor said that after they finish eating, they need to determine a leader in their room. Without thinking, Miho told Jinam to be the leader. He asked why. Poodle said because he is from these bloodlines. Guite agreed with them. The protagonist raised his hand and said that he thinks that he has a bad character, and in general, isn't a leader, an open person who knows how to unite other people. The eternally dissatisfied bimbo said that if he considers himself a leader, he is deeply mistaken. The fact that there is nothing more important than the purity of blood here is undeniable. Therefore, the right decision would be to ignore his opinion. The leader has been determined. MC thought that their detective would make an excellent traffic controller. I really want to throw it right in the middle of the 8th lane of Gangnam. Johan looked at him and asked why he always performs. He thought, screw them. Let them do whatever they want. He thought that there would be training after lunch, but it turned out that this was not the case. They were given clothes, cheap boots, and a couple of other attributes. Time flew by with 100 people gathered in a crowd for supplies. After a shower and a short rest, they had dinner, and then night fell unnoticed. Passing by a classroom filled with cadets, the instructor said that it was lights out after a short lecture, everyone to watch the screen. The instructor on the screen said that everyone knew what their company was called. The main character turned to his comrade and asked what the company was called. He asked if he knew anything at all. He said that he knew that he was cool. Was that enough? The cadet asked if he was completely crazy. He said that people were basically nuts. Then the instructor on the screen said, Information and Communications Kfarim. The purpose of the training is to select official employees of the company. Their company is supported by the government. They are not civil servants, but they also work for the state. The protagonist thought that his father called their test a civil servant exam to hide the truth from his mother. The instructor said that for this reason the selection criteria were too relaxed. In his time, you couldn't even dream of working in Varim if you couldn't dodge knives while running. The protagonist wondered how many times a day he had already repeated phrases like in his time. Then Changmo said that if they didn't want to die, they needed to strain their buns and brains. End of lecture. Taram asked, Isn't that enough? He asked, What else should they say? Everyone already knew. She approached the camera and said that Varim had a clear goal: to help them use their power, immortality, correctly. She hoped that they would remember her words. Then the cadets were told to get ready for lights out. MC closed his eyes, lying on the bed, and thought that after he washed himself and lay down in bed, it became comfortable. The baby's sleep was definitely guaranteed. But the exclamations of his colleagues were heard in the room, and he thought, these damn sissies. Johan turned around and whispered him not to breathe. He asked, should he die or what? He said to be a friend, get out of here and die. The protagonist thought, as his father said, he needs at least 3 years to cope with his hypersensitivity. But 23-year-old Guitai is the oldest here. Most likely, everyone's sensitivity has reached its peak now. Johan said that he won't be able to sleep today either. The MC turned to him and asked how he lives if he can't sleep at all. He said that he uses the extreme method. He asked, does he cut his throat or something? His comrade said something like that. Fainting is also an option. They, immortals, don't have any complications. And then the MC sat down on the bed and asked, should he lull him to sleep? He turned away and said that not everyone knows how to knock out an immortal. If he overdoes it with force, he might wake up in 2 days. But before he could finish speaking, the MC snapped his neck and said, sweet dreams, let him dream about him. Guite looked at this in shock and asked, is he by any chance a sleep inducer? Kwang Ik asked, does he also want to see a dream about him? His comrade confirmed this, and then his neck was snapped too. Watching what was happening, the others sat up in their beds, and the protagonist asked, who else needed help? Everyone suddenly raised their hands, and after a while, the MC thought that he had sent everyone to the kingdom of Morpheus. Only the prince and princess remained. Miho said that everyone has their own talent, he should help her. He asked, why? She asked, why not? It was practically a question. They were roommates. Now he would help her. Then she would help him. He thought, very practically, but he somehow did not really have a desire. Then he smiled and said, "Okay, it's all gonna happen now." A blow to the neck. He hit her with a sharp movement, which knocked her out, and he thought that this was not violence at all, just an effective lullaby. Then he locked eyes with Ginam and asked, "Do you need it?" But he silently turned away. MC thought, well, screw him, it's time for him to sleep. That night, everyone from the third team slept soundly, except for one person. The protagonist thought that he was waiting for the next night. The second day was hectic from the very morning. First lesson, the instructor is a boomer. Changmo commanded, "Run." During the run, he said, "Do they think this is hell? They are just warming up." Basic endurance training including running and strength training. Second lesson, instructor, Nuna with a square. There are many weak points of immortals, one of them is the chin. Kwang's ex-partner said he had some experience in wrestling. He asked, "Is this for real?" The guy ran at him and yelled, "If he hits him, no offense." Then he started ramming his body, trying to drag him forward. The protagonist thought, "Tackle?" Then MC punched him in the face and said that he almost fell. Close combat skills training. Third lesson, instructor, Candle. The instructor said, "The traditions of the immortals, trotting on knives." While the other applicants looked at the blades in horror, the protagonist thought that this is 4 centimeters, and the teacher made him run on knives from 15 centimeters. For a believable performance, he had to press on some points in his body, but he tried hard to act weak. A week later, entering the room, MC thought, "I wonder if the prince will refuse today? He will ask a couple more times and then go to sleep." It's so funny when he turns away from him with a dissatisfied face. Seeing his colleagues sitting on their beds, he thought, "What's going on?" Turning to his comrade, he asked, "What's the matter? Did the detective tell everyone to shut up again?" Johan said that last night, when they were sleeping, their leader left the room because he couldn't sleep. He got into a conflict with the guys from the other room, who also couldn't sleep, and he beat them up. Because of this, several people looked at them sideways today. Then the protagonist heard the sounds of several people's footsteps, and their leader said that it was his problem. He would figure it out himself. The protagonist thought that no one was going to solve his problems. Then several guys who hadn't slept for several days entered their room. The main one asked, "Who was Kwang Ik here?" The protagonist raised his hand and said that it was him. He thought that their leader had let his name slip. The guy said that he also wanted to dream of him. The MC's eyes widened in shock, and he said that he liked girls. The guy yelled, he should knock him out too. He heard that they were all sleeping like babies here, and they were really going to kick the bucket soon. He should help them with the guys. He asked how they heard about him. The guy said that rumors had already spread throughout the area. Didn't he know? Johan has a thin mouth. He said that he would help if he asked, saying this phrase. MC said that it wouldn't take long. That night, at the request of the guys from the first team, everyone was prescribed a blow to the neck from him. The next morning at breakfast, the leader of the first team sat down with him. He said that he had golden hands. The previous night was real heaven. The protagonist said to express himself normally, people would think otherwise. Then their training continued. While running, Changmo asked how long will they die from the warm-up? Are they not going to develop? In his time, it was completely different. He looked at the chubby guy and said that the current immortals can no longer even control their weight. Is it laziness or some kind of protest? Those who do not come on time should have strained themselves. The protagonist looked at the chubby guy who ran up to the tree and vomited from the strain. He asked if he was okay. The cadet told him to ignore him and run. He asked, "And what about him?" The chubby guy sat down near the tree and said that he still wouldn't be able to finish anyway. The protagonist asked if he had read the signature throw. The hero said there that he must become a man who dares not give up, his friend. The cadet said that he would stay here. And the protagonist grabbed him by the jacket and said that if he was going to do it, he shouldn't have started at all. He would help him finish today. Then he grabbed his hand and they ran forward. He told him to control his breathing and not to drag his feet, otherwise he would get tired even faster. If it was too hard, it was better to go at a fast pace. As they approached the finish line, the instructors said that time was up. Both were given -5 points. Chubby asked if he was crazy. The protagonist asked if he doubted his sanity instead of apologizing. He walked forward and told him not to worry. His mental state was fine. They needed to finish tomorrow. The cadet asked why he helped him. He turned around and asked if a reason was necessary. Without a moral obligation, he was nothing. A reason was not needed to help a person who had fallen to the ground from helplessness or had started to drown. He was sure that the other person thought the same way. Therefore, no reason was important to him either. Sometime later in the locker room, Johan asked his comrade if he would be laying the first room again today. He answered that he would have to. He told him to lull their leader to sleep then, because the bruises under his eyes were already reaching his chin. The protagonist said that he asks him every night if he needs it, and he immediately grimaces and turns away. The cadet said that they are both some guys. The protagonist whispered, "Why is Guite so sour?" He said that just recently in the buffet he picked up Miho's wallet and seeing the name, said that they had been living together for a week already, and they didn't even know each other's names. Then he introduced himself, she snatched her thing, and leaving, said that she didn't care. After that incident, this is what happened to him now. The protagonist came up to him and, putting his hand on his shoulder, said, "Okay, come on, he shouldn't be upset over some bullshit, he knows what kind of character she has." He said that her name is Miho. She even has a beautiful name, right? The protagonist thought he hit his head during training? He said he liked her from the start. The MC told him to stop, she's not what he needs. Guite asked what he knew about her. He said he warned him. And then they went to the room and he saw a huge crowd of cadets. The guy said, "Oh, Kwangik came." His colleague asked, "That tall guy?" "Ah, that bus fart." He said he heard that his lullaby makes you feel fresh in the morning, with no side effects. Then they surrounded the protagonist and asked him to help them. Johan shouted, "What?" He was just praising him. The MC thought, when will he have time to knock them all out? For a perfect knockout, you need to adjust the strength according to the person's physical condition. The protagonist thought it would take more than an hour. Thanks to Johan's thin mouth, the night was interesting. He knocked out the colleagues again and again. Jo Yun-soo asked if the dreams had to be about him. He sighed, rolled his eyes, and told her to dream of Kang Dong and Won Bin, after which he knocked her out too. And so, day after day, he was forced to bless all the sleepless. After a while, he entered the room and said that he was finally done. Despite this, he did not forget about his final point in the ritual. Looking at the leader, he asked, "Is today as usual?" To which he turned away and told him to leave. He thought, still the same reaction. That's why he can't hate him. Over time, he got good at his lullaby, and as a result, a huge line formed in the hall to him. The severed cadets were dragged to their rooms. Insomnia united everyone. The instructors did not particularly react to what was happening, so most of the guys went to the Kingdom of Dreams at his hand, and he became a celebrity of sorts. They called him all sorts of names. Because of this, his nickname became Nakwan Ik. He thought that they just took and removed the last name that his parents gave him. After some time, the leader of the first team offered him a bar. Thus, their training came to an end. During the lecture, Chang Mo said that aliens are the monsters that came out of the black hole. It has been 20 years since the exits from another world appeared, and during this time, a huge number of different aliens have invaded them from there. The numbering is a system that helps to calculate such creatures. It starts with 1. The higher the number, the later the monster appeared. They can look at the pictures and familiarize themselves with the methods of fighting aliens on their tablets. The most frequently appearing monsters are presented there. If you are inattentive, even an immortal will have a hard time. The main thing is to be careful. Then there will be no problems. True, there are such aliens that when you meet them, it is better to run away as fast as you can. He is talking about those with a name. If the number meant the type of alien, then the named ones have their own names. He pointed to the screen and said that this is, for example, the Black Knight. During the appearance of a large black hole, he cut down almost 500 armed fighters. On both legs he has hovering engines, and on his back 2 steel wings. It can reach speeds of about 250 kilometers per hour. 2 blue energy blades come out of his hands. During training and lessons about aliens, the protagonist realized something. Varim, part of the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Security, is a company whose employees penetrate black holes or get rid of aliens crawling out of them. Even if everything is quiet and calm now, people still see the threat of monsters attacking. That is why they always need those who can fight. Varim is one of such companies. MC thought that they do not give everyone a huge salary. Honestly, he was glad about this fact. Then he has no reason to join the army or the navy. The instructor said that if they meet them, they should run. The named creatures are real nightmares. MC thought, okay, his own desires, but why did his father send him here? Did he really want to put his blood in danger? The instructor said there would be a test, so they needed to learn everything on their tablets. The protagonist thought he should ask his father sometime. As the orientation approached the middle, they had new subjects. The first was a lecture on aliens from their boomer instructor. The second was a lecture from Nuna and Kara about things that could help in immortal combat. In one of the lessons, she said that Bloody Jack was in front of them. If they were in a critical situation, they needed to open the cap and insert the bottle into their hand. The device would find a vein and fill them with blood. It was mixed with emulators, sedatives of a certain proportion, and crushed enger leaves. If they pressed hard, the tip would pierce the skin due to air pressure. The medicine would penetrate inside and instantly improve their abilities. They usually called it a combat potion, but the official name was BB-8. The protagonist thought, stimulants, sedatives, combat potion? Then, the instructor said that excessive use causes addiction. It works the same way on immortals. If they overdo it, they will suffer from withdrawal symptoms for the rest of their miserable lives. MC thought, is it possible not to say such scary things while smiling? She said that it was invented in Germany. It is called either the Botten's Blessing or Odin's Blessing. One of the best mental cocktails. In addition to what was said, there are also muscle and other cocktails. MC thought that this is the world of drug addicts. Well, and the last one is training with weapons from the candle instructor. Kim Han, watching the cadets with weapons, said that not knowing and knowing but not doing are two different things. After that, there was running again, strength training, training in combat techniques, and body hardening. He continued to help the chubby guy, and a little later, others joined him. Apparently, because everyone gradually began to get used to such an everyday life, each time he sent fewer and fewer people to the kingdom of Morpheus. The boys had trained their endurance, so the morning run became much easier. Even Puffy was finally able to finish on his own. In this way, a month flew by. Changmo said that the training was over. Fortunately, no one was eliminated due to penalty points. In this regard, he wanted to congratulate them all on joining the ranks of the Huarium Company interns. They did a great job. There were joyful exclamations among the boys, and then Kim Han asked for attention and said that the results of the orientation would now be announced. This takes into account their training progress and the grade for the written exam. Further distribution into departments is based on the place in the ranking. The 3 best will be given cash rewards. The protagonist thought that there was nothing cooler in the world than money. Then the instructor said that they would begin. The protagonist thought that he had an idea about first and second place, but who was in third? Really? And then the instructor announced third place, Ki Min. He thought, who the hell is this? The guy approached the instructor, and he said that he congratulated him. If he applied to the department he wanted to work in, they would consider his candidacy first. Haimin said that he wanted to join the public safety team. The instructor said that this should be done later, not now. MC thought that he looked neither fish nor fowl. He was lucky to grab third place. Kim Han announced second place, Junggi Nam. The protagonist remembered how he asked his comrades, what does it mean from these bloods? Johan then asked, is he really an immortal? He answered that you can tell by him. Guite said, looking at him, it becomes even more incomprehensible. Johan said that Jinam is from an elite family of purebreds. The protagonist asked, like an aristocrat? His comrade said that everything is not so simple. It all depends on what kind of blood he inherited. Usually, purebreds have a faster regeneration process and they are more sensitive. That is why their ability to control their body is also better. However, the guy he calls the prince is the purest of all the purebloods. He belongs to one of the 3 highest bloodlines. Despite the lack of sleep, the prince showed high results in all training sessions and maintained powerful concentration in each lesson. MC thought that ability is ability, but in his opinion, it is more a matter of willpower. From the outside, you can see how he is trying his best. This guy certainly pisses him off, but he deserves second place. Guite said if Ginam is not first place, then maybe it is him? MC said that he has gone crazy. His friend asked after this, they still dare to call themselves his friends? Then the first place was announced, and MC thought, if Ginam is second, then first place is 100% Miho. And he was right. When she came on stage, he thought, well, of course, they're detective. She does not know how to sympathize at all. Her manner of communication is just sickening. Nevertheless, her brain works perfectly. She quickly figured out how the orientation system worked and acted accordingly. Miho abandons her teammates when working together if it does not affect her points, and if someone tries to get close to her, she tells them to focus on training. She is really terrible, no matter how you look at it. Then there was applause. 3 people lined up on the stands, and for some reason, at that moment, the protagonist thought that he would somehow contact them later. Then the instructor told them to go rest until tomorrow, to be more precise, until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Johan asked what they were going to do. The MC suggested eating, and their friend asked if they sold alcohol here. Then the guy called number 48. He suggested talking in the smoking room. Then he handed him a piece of paper with a phone number and said that he should call when he got outside. Guite asked what was wrong. Johan asked what he had done. The protagonist asked why he had done it in the first place. He thought that the guy had called him to join his department. From the very beginning, one suspicious moment had been spinning in his head. It is known that this orientation was created so that the future immortal would receive basic knowledge and reveal his talents. But is that really all? Did the person who organized the orientation have some other goal? After some time, the leader of the first team approached the MC and said with a smile that thanks to him, at least he slept normally. He got used to everything faster. Yun-Soo handed him her number and suggested meeting up sometime. Hyman also said that they should definitely call each other. Several more guys left their numbers for contact. Waving at them, MC thought that there were a lot of them. He could easily get first place, but he didn't need it. He had something more important. We could consider the orientation successful. Johan asked, did he meet strangers on the way to the store? What took him so long? The protagonist sat down on the bed and said that it was all his popularity. A serious man entered the room and asked for attention. MC thought that even though they were sitting there relaxed, none of the first 10 immortals sensed his presence, which meant that he hid his energy. And then the man said, this way please. He heard that there were a lot of worthy talents this time. And then the director of the Hwarem company, Nam Myung-jin, entered the room and said that he was glad to meet everyone. Then, the man said for everyone to stand up and salute, after which the interns followed the order. The protagonist thought he had read about the director. He was born in 1973, served in the emergency operations team for about 8 years, belongs to the first generation of immortals. Saw their history from the hard times until today. One of the 10 immortals who are part of the Korean branch of the current old force. The director then told them to sit down. He did not come to scold them. He asked if training was fun. Hearing a positive answer, he told them not to cheat. What's fun about that? The protagonist thought Guite would have a hard office life. The director then said, it's good that there are honest guys among them. In general, they should try hard. One day, it will save their lives. They can trust an experienced person. Then he said, Gi Nam. He immediately stood up and introduced himself. Myung-jin shook his hand and said that he was good. Then he called Miho. She also immediately stood up and introduced herself. He said that he had high hopes for her. She thanked him. MC thought, why is he here? Just to greet everyone? Or to see Gi Nam and Miho? Maybe the director's position doesn't really do anything. Then the director called him over. The protagonist stood up abruptly and introduced himself. The director asked if he was a half-breed. He answered yes, and Myung-jin said that it was not bad. Then he asked if he was 20. After receiving a positive answer, he asked if he had a girlfriend. The protagonist answered no. He said that it was great. At his age, it was just right to work. The protagonist thought that it was not great. Actually, he wanted a relationship. As he walked towards the exit, Myung-jin winked at him and said, see you at the office. He had to go. He left them a gift, but they should not overdo it. Johan asked if he was the director's illegitimate. Why did he only talk to him and even winked at the end? The protagonist said that it was the first time he saw him. Is he really his type? Is he even married? His comrades said he heard he had a daughter. He asked where they found that information. It wasn't even on the tablet. Then Taram pushed the box towards them with her foot and said they were lucky. They would leave the really rowdy ones here tomorrow morning, so they should know when to stop. MC said no way. Booze? Cool. He was upset that there would be no alcohol at the party. At that moment, Guite went to Miho and wanted to offer something, but she interrupted him and said she didn't want to. He said it was the last day. Maybe they could have one each. She said alcohol was bad for your brain. She could do without it. The protagonist said he still couldn't calm down, and his comrade said 16 tries and 16 losses, all by knockout. Then the chubby one looked into the box and said it wasn't booze. Liquid-type blunt is the immortal's favorite mind cocktail. When consumed, it dulls the senses and makes the body sluggish. This drink can even put an immortal suffering from insomnia to sleep. Guite handed the can to the protagonist and said exactly 10 pieces, apparently one for each. Their friend looked at the tablet and said that one such can costs 3 million won. MC said that he did not skimp on gifts, respect to the director. Then he noticed the fallen bottle. Ginam crossed his eyes with him and said that he was an asshole. He thought, is this him now? And then he fell onto the bed. Guitae said that Ginam, who woke up from the slightest movement, just went and leaned back, and that's it. The protagonist said that he lay down like a scoundrel. His friend asked if he was making fun of him or something. He specially shuffled his shoes at night when he went to the toilet, right? MC said that it just became a habit after he noticed it with Ginam. Then Miho came up to him, thanked him for his help, handed him a piece of paper and said that this was as a thank you. He shouldn't show it to anyone. His friend asked, this isn't what he thinks, is it? He said that he already told him that he should give up. He told him to look at himself. Does he think he will give up? MC walked away and asked, has he seen himself in the mirror? Young Han told them both to calm down. They are both ugly. His friend said that his common sense cannot stand it, and then drank the contents of the can. The protagonist read the contents of the note, which said that the director has a habit of noticing several applicants and continuing to observe them. If he passes something like his test, he can get privileges, but if he does not live up to these expectations, he cannot expect a sweet life in the company. He should be careful and not tell anyone about this. He thought that she shared information with him, and how did she know about it? Judging by the way she wrote, it seems that she knows much more. She does not drink alcohol, but she did not refuse the potion. And then, he went to his friend and said that he congratulated him. This is not what he thought. He said that in this case, he should show the paper. The protagonist said that he cannot. Then the friend thanked him for his concern. He said that this is not concern. Guite fell on the bed and shouted that he hates him. Kwangik also drank blunt in one gulp and passed out. Finally, the first day of work arrived, approaching the external security department, the third team. He thought that he was supposed to go here. Looking at Lee Chong-bong, he thought, is this the team leader? He should say hello first. Then he turned his gaze to Lee Dong-hoon. At that moment, he answered the phone and shouted, "Are they kidding me? An intern? They know their department very well. How many times have I said that we need experienced people, or at least someone who has taken first or second place? This is not right." At that moment, Kim Jong-un came up to him and told him to sit down. He sat down on a chair at the next computer, and she went to Junbong and asked what they were going to do. He shouted that he did not know. Then she turned to the Sunbae, but he asked what she wanted from him. He himself had no idea. She said that in that case, she would take over his training. The protagonist thought that something had gotten mixed up with the transfer of personnel. Then she called him. After which he introduced himself, and she said that she would tell him what he was going to do. Throwing a folder on the table in front of him, she said that it was a list of important figures of Hwarim. He should receive it by tomorrow. You can't get up except when you go to the toilet or for lunch. This is a special services phone. Next to it is a regular one. When he gets a call on the work phone, he needs to introduce himself and then immediately connect the person they are asking for. How to do this is written on the phone itself. When receiving a call from a regular phone, he should under no circumstances talk about immortals, werewolves, or internal company affairs. Did he understand? He replied that he had no questions. Then she put on her jacket and said that she was leaving. After some time, he and his friends gathered in a small restaurant. Putting an empty glass on the table, MC said that he would ask one question. Do they have their brains screwed? His comrades answered negatively, and he said that he didn't get it. What's the joke? Young-han said that he heard something. His comrade said, and here it is, the mouth of the broadcasting intern. He said that they say the director interfered with his assignment. The protagonist asked, does he mean to say that he put it there himself? He confirmed this and added that the director usually listens to the applicant's wishes regarding departments, so it's not the first time he interferes in personnel management. However, the problem is in his department itself. The third team for external security from the dispatch headquarters. The work of such people is quite difficult. Those responsible for external security are the elite of the elite. Their work is so labor-intensive and demanding. On top of everything else, the third team has a bad reputation. Gigi asked if they bully the interns. He said that they kill them. He added that that manager is a well-known person. They even called him a butcher because he crushes the brains of all the newcomers. They should also have a dude there who looks like a panda. In short, he acts as a control tower in the company. He heard that everyone in the right circles knows about him. They get offers to hire him from different places every year. MC asked, really? He thought that he wasn't the only one who thought that person looked like a panda. Then he asked, what about the third one? Yeon-han asked, is he talking about John? She is a superhuman created with the help of secret medicines. Secret medicines. Ordinary civilians did this to contain special species. It gives a person forbidden power. According to what he read on the tablet during orientation, secret medicines are the results of the government's experiments in the field of magic and alchemy. However, it did not record information about how many experiments on people were conducted during this time and how many inhumane cases occurred. He thought that the Sunbae was one of such people. His comrade said that she was nicknamed a knife. They say that she will cut him before the boss gets to her. The protagonist said Avengers. The one who looks like a panda told him that he is the director's Avenger, but rather, they are the Avengers, not him. At that moment, Jonah walked behind him and stopped. His friends looked in her direction in horror. When the protagonist turned around, she said that in her opinion, he was told to memorize the list of names and not dig under them. Then she walked on. The waiter brought him a dish and said that it was on the house. Well-roasted pine nuts on a black plate. Looking at this, the main character thought he is finished. On the internet they write that if it is too hard for you, then you should resort to hypnosis. Working in the office is just a hobby for him. In fact, he is the prince of an oil state who decided to experience the life of a middle-class person. Whether the three of them hate him or not, they are all cute. Then he received a call in the office. He answered and said that he was listening. The caller said that he was Park Kwang-soo from the first cheerleading team. He should connect him with Jonah. He answered, "1 second." Then, turning to her, he said that she had received a call from Park Kwang-soon, the assistant of the first support team. She said that he was not Park Kwang-soon, but Park Kwang-soo, not an assistant, but a department head. He said that he understood. Panda said how stupid. The boss said damn, to which the protagonist thought that he was an oil prince, his dears. Every day the same thing, memorizing names and switching calls. True, while his colleagues were away, many employees shared some information with him. The guy approached him and asked if he was the same sleeper. He confirmed it. Thanks to this, he was able to get to know his team from both sides. Lee Chung-bong is the leader, a purebred, not endowed with the superiority inherent in purebreds. The only word that came out was damn. His distinguishing feature is that he is the best in hand-to-hand combat in Hwarim. In words and in deeds, he is the first among the fighters to reach S-class thanks to his abilities. He only says one thing, damn. Immortal leader. Lee Dongnan is an assistant, a half-breed. He is a layman in shooting and hand-to-hand combat. He only knows his part. In any situations, he acts as a control tower. During work, he once said that someday he will definitely send this company to the 4 winds. Realizing that he has no talent for combat, he decided to devote himself to a business that requires using his brain. It has not yet dawned on him in what place he is considered a genius, but he did notice that he is an anime fan. Kim John is a simple employee, a drug-enhanced person. Possesses outstanding abilities among the small number of civilians in Varim, served in the special forces. Hand-to-hand combat skills are A-class, shooting skills are B-class. Judging by human standards, she is the best. One of the real diamonds that can be counted on the fingers, except for the leader of their team. No emotion in the voice. In a word, ice. Leaning back in his chair, the protagonist thought, only the elite get in? Apparently, they are really capable. True, all 3 have a meager character. A week later, in the control room of the gravity load, the man turned around and asked, "The 3rd security team?" Junbong said that was right. The protagonist thought, sunglasses, this is the leader Gi Nam. Then he introduced himself. Donghoon said that their subordinates are not visible. The man said that they went on business. At that moment, the worker asked into the microphone, "Warmed up?" Then is he lifting? The protagonist thought they said that there would be some kind of regular test. And what is this? The worker said that this device controls gravity. It was created on the basis of new technologies found behind the gate. Panda raised his hand and said that there's no need to continue. Everyone already knows everything. The worker objected, but they had an intern with them. He said, "Okay, keep it short then." MC thought he wanted to listen. And then the worker continued, he could feel gravity by entering that room. The current record is 9G acceleration. He just needs to do a few simple exercises. Running in place 10 times, push-ups 10, running 3 laps with his hand pressed to the wall. Since the manager set the current record, they will skip him. Jonah said that she took the test last week. Panda said that he refuses. The worker said that they only have an intern left on their team. Then he looked at the screen and said that is holding up well, raising it to 4G. The manager said that their Ginam can handle 5G. The worker said that he will switch to 5G then. Ginam was holding on with all his might at that moment. Seeing his face, the protagonist held back his laughter. Jonah looked at him and said that he seemed to be having fun. He should shut up and watch silently. He said he understood. And then the intern passed out. And the worker said he passed out. The boss said, "What can you do?" At that moment, Donghoon pushed the protagonist from behind and said that it was his turn. With the same confidence as him, and he was smiling. Junbong said that that guy was supposed to join their team. When the protagonist entered the room, the worker asked the boss if they were overdoing it. He asked what he said. How many people does he think have become crippled after real missions? Jonah said that an obedient dog was better than useless junk. Panda said that was true, but he didn't know anything. He would hate them later. The boss said, "Well, so be it. Do they take them for fools bringing some weaklings?" He said, "Of course not." The worker said it was time to warm up. Chumba glanced at the screen and said that he should be thrown out quickly. It would be better for everyone. He wondered if he would develop imperceptible sadism. It was a special disease that only immortals had. It was a kind of mental illness in which he lost all the senses that his body could feel. And when he saw someone else's pain, he remembered what he himself no longer felt. Immortals who had gone mad because of this disease were as dangerous as werewolves who had gone crazy from an insatiable thirst. He was sure that when he left here, he would be sent to the information department or the back office. Working with data was safe, which meant that it was the best thing for a half-breed and someone who had shown no talent for orientation. What the hell was the director thinking when he shoved him in there? Then the worker said, "Great. He's changing it to 4G. Dong-hoon said he's still holding up. Jonah said he didn't faint, so he passed. Not bad for a newbie. The boss said he was a little more capable now. However, the team needed pros they could work with right away, not suckers who needed a nanny." Looking at the screen, he thought, shit, no change in movements. Then he asked, "What's the speed now?" The worker said, 2G. And he told him to increase it. Gradually, the speed increased to 8G. The workers in the third department looked at the protagonist in shock, who didn't even think about giving up. When the speed showed 10G on the screen, the worker asked if it was worth increasing it further. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued doing the exercises. The boss's words flashed through his head, and he thought, why the hell are they treating him like this? What if he's better than Ginam? Then he remembered Dong-hoon's words and thought, Panda, they better not cross paths outside the office. His fists are already itching. After that, John's words popped into his head, and he thought, Ice Princess, okay, she's a little better than those two. At least she explains something. But she has to be human. They still need to chat, have a drink after work. Besides, he still doesn't know what their team does. They're just like that prince and princess. No, even worse. He thought that the pressure was increasing. How many G is it now? The level is similar to the final course of werewolf training. An immortal's poorly trained body is close to that of an ordinary person, so this kind of pressure would feel like squeezing all of his insides. No wonder Jinam passed out. He's sure that Younghan and Guktae wouldn't last even a few seconds. And how long will this go on? He just wanted to wipe their noses, showing that he's better than their favorite. Oh well, whatever. If he's going to impress, then do it all the way. Then the worker asked, what is 8 by 9? He thought, do they really think he doesn't know the multiplication table? And Jinam didn't have that either. Then he answered, 72. Dong-hoon said that was too easy. This guy's talent was high, as were his orienteering results. He should try with double-digit numbers. Then the worker asked, 12 times 22? MC answered, 264. Jonah asked, are you sure he's not in a trance? Panda said that there are drug cocktails that improve the spirit with physical strength, but unless he's some kind of third-generation rich man, it's impossible to get it. The boss said that they'll know for sure when they do a drug test after this. Jonah asked, but if the result is negative, what then? He said that he doesn't know. After a while, the worker said that the training was over. MC stretched his joints and thought that this was a good gravity training. His body immediately felt light. Of course, he would like it to be longer, but he already feels his strength and endurance have increased. Most likely he can feel it thanks to the good mixing of the immortal and werewolf blood. The worker said that he would open the door now. He could go out. When he left the room, Jonah handed him a handkerchief and said that he was doing well. He looked at her in surprise. The boss asked why he stood up. Since he was finished, he needed to return to his workplace. Then, turning to the worker, he offered to look at the results of the other interns since they were the last ones to take the test. The protagonist thought, where is his signature? Damn. Would it have been enough to just show a little that he is better than Jinam? Panda said that they need to go. The next second, the worker turned around and called Kwang Ik. He said that he was listening to him. He said that he was from the internal management team. He was responsible for the technical equipment here. MC asked what he wanted. He said that he should drop by Sime during solo training. Chinbong couldn't stand it and shouted for him to open the recording. The protagonist thought that the manager showed great interest in him, and their leader stayed to check the results of other interns. How proud he is of himself now. This is exactly what he wanted. How much longer can they treat him like a nobody? Jonah said that he suddenly looked too pleased. He should take off his crown. He is not at school or even kindergarten, but at work. He said that he understood. He can handle it. Then she wished him luck. He thought that he was recognized as a full member of the team. Dong-hoon asked why he froze. He needs to work. The protagonist thought, will he be entrusted with really important things now? The next second, 3 large folders fell on his desk, and Panda told him to learn them. He asked what they were. He answered that the first folder was about the numbering of aliens, the second about the types of potions, and the third about the rules for using equipment and its structure. He has to learn it. MC asked, up to what page? He said everything. MC thought he should be able to do it in 3 months of practice. But the assistant said he had 4 days. He thought, did this panda go crazy because of the lack of bamboo or something? He asked, will this information help him in any way? At that moment, the boss came up to them and said, does their trainee really think that they are treating him unfairly? Numbers are the basics. How will he fight an opponent if he doesn't know his characteristics? If he doesn't want to end up in a stranger's stomach and then turn into feces, he has to learn. Dong-hoon said about the second. He must know his body in order to use the potion in the right proportions. He wants to fight without cocktails? It's the same as if he went to the battlefield without a weapon. Jonah said that without knowing the structure, he won't be able to use anything. Simply knowing the rules of use and understanding the structure of a weapon are completely different things. He has to do what he's told. He thought how smart everyone is, and then said, sorry. But 4 days. Panda said it took him 2, Jonah said it took her 3 days, and the boss said it took him 1. The protagonist thought he was surprised they were sitting here, and not in some kipt. Dong-hoon sat down at his seat and said there would be a test in 4 days. Junbong added that it wasn't that simple. For one wrong answer, he would have to spend an hour in the training room. If he was too weak, he had to fail. The protagonist took the folder and said he would learn it. At that moment, the gravity room worker remembered his dialogue with Junbong. He had said first place. The boss asked which one. He said he had already asked 12 times. Was he satisfied with the answer? He replied absolutely not. He just thought how he could be so strong. The worker said that the case was unusual. Most likely, the only thing that could explain this was his innate abilities. He thought that it was rare for immortals to be born with such outstanding physical fitness. Even training has its limits. Then he said that if he was still thinking of kicking the guy out, he should transfer him to their team. The boss turned to leave and said, no way. The worker thought, was Chief Chunbong really going to train this intern? Obviously, their butcher had gone crazy. Why was a probationary period called a probationary period? During this time, he learns everything necessary for working in the office and checks whether this path suits him or not. This is how the internet explains the concept of an intern. An intern is a person in the process of mastering the job. That's right, that's him. Varm overwhelmed him with a huge stream of information. Jonah asked what material bulletproof vests and stab vests are made of. The protagonist answered, ballistic fabric and Kevlar. Dong-hoon was surprised by his answer, but the boss was not impressed. Then the protagonist added that these materials were stronger than diamonds. It can deflect bullets with blades, as well as protect against the effects of high and low temperatures. Chimbong said number 64. Kwang-ik thought, who was that? He should remember. Then he asked, a wheeled knight? The boss asked, is he sure? He answered yes and thought that he was not really, but come what may. To which the boss said that he should not lie to him. If he is not sure, then he should not bet. Was he not taught that? The protagonist said that he understood and stood up from his seat. In 4 days the exam began, on average 10 questions per day, and each time he got 3 of them wrong. One day he thought, which training should he start with today? Hwadim did not skimp on the equipment of the company, thanks to which one can find various training rooms in the building. Fitness room. Taram greeted him happily when she saw him, and he reciprocated. She said that she felt like he was training more times than he was eating. He said that he was just trying hard in everything. He thought that he couldn't say that it was because he kept failing tests. She said that she was glad to see him anyway. Pain room. Kim Hun sat in a room heated to 100 degrees and told him to enjoy the pain. MC walked in and said hello. He said that he was still alive. The protagonist thought, seriously? Is this how he greets people? Others are visual acuity training, sensation suppression training, fighting holograms, and so on. The gravity room worker asked, did you pass again? MC stretched his joints and, confirming this, said that his body was some kind of stone. He said, I see. He knows that pain tolerance training is only enough to be done once a week. He confirmed this. Even the instructors started looking at him like he was a leper. After some time, the protagonist saw a folder on his desk and asked what it was. Dong-hoon just turned to him with a smile. And he thought that he had them in spades. He said that if he was having a hard time, he knew where the exit was. By the way, they say that Gi-nam and Miho learned everything. The boss said that he found someone to compare with. The protagonist thought that they had gotten on his nerves as fast as they could. He would remember this. The next day he had already answered 4 questions incorrectly. After work, he returned home. After greeting his son, his mother told him to sit down to dinner. Sitting down at the table, he asked where his dad was. She said he was on another business trip. He thought they hadn't seen each other for a month, and he wanted to ask him something about work. True, he couldn't share secret information. Lie test for supernatural creatures, Kfarim. Then, turning to his mother, he said it was about work, that he was being treated harshly at the company. She asked if he was being beaten. He said that it wasn't that. It just felt like he was being overloaded with more work than he should have been. She said that it seemed like their son was getting recognition. He said it was too hard. She looked at him and told him to quit in that case. He thought that the degree of her coolness was off the charts, although why was he complaining? To this he answered negatively, and Sol Hai asked, does he not want to leave because of the money? He said that money is also a good reason, but he just does not want to. This is the path he has chosen, and in his opinion, this will lead him to the realization of his goal the fastest. Therefore he cannot quit his job at Hwarim. The next day, Donghoon asked number 65. The protagonist answered, Wheel Night. Jonah said a sample report. Training and questions replaced each other. 2 weeks after the moment of employment. The protagonist leaned back in his chair and thought that he had fulfilled his duties. What he needed to learn, he more or less learned. Does he hope that there is nothing more to do? Then he opened the folder. There are 4 headquarters in Hwarim. Basically, the external security team has only 3 tasks. The first is to help in the designated areas in case of any disasters. If a black hole appears in their area of jurisdiction, they move out to do the job. The second is to prevent terrorist attacks from special species. However, this is usually the responsibility of the second security team. He heard that even in the police force there are people who are supposedly from the Immortals Special Forces. And the third is support, that is, helping other teams. Unlike other teams where there are mostly purebreds, their leader is a purebred, the assistant is a half-breed, the Sunbae is a medically enhanced human, and he, a trainee, is a mixture of an immortal and a werewolf. In other words, a hodgepodge. Therefore, the main task of the third external security team is support. He wondered if it was normal for them to be so free. He thought that he needed to stretch his legs, but in the hallway, he saw the boss talking to Maho. Junbong noticed him and then asked if he was going to practice. He answered that he was. The boss asked if it was fun. He answered quite well. He asked if he was a bully in school. The MC thought, what kind of question is this? Pulled out of thin air. He answered in the negative. The butcher asked if he had ever hit anyone. Based on what the other trainees had said, it seemed like he had. He said there were no bullies at his school. He asked why. The MC said he had never bullied anyone. He asked, and did everyone listen to him? Are the youth that stupid? The protagonist said they listened to him. He didn't want to see extortion and bullying. And swearing every other word too. Chungbong said that it seemed like their trainee was no pushover. Can you box? He replied a little. After which the boss offered him a duel. The people present looked at what was happening in surprise, and the protagonist replied he was coming. The boss smirked and turned to the workers, asking, they didn't have any work after lunch, did they? Who wanted to watch a show? Miho thought he was an idiot. Then the boss said, then, at 3 in the training room. Now he can rest and eat, although he shouldn't eat too much, or he'll throw up. MC thanked him and said he'll remember. Then Chungbong told Miho that she was on backup. She turned around and said she thought it was a waste of time. He asked if she knew he was evaluating her work performance too. She turned back and said she understood. She was on backup. Then, the boss said that Jung-woo could be his replacement. He said that if he gets scared, there's no turning back. MC told him not to worry, that won't happen. 5-3. Approaching the hall, Miho asked why he provoked the boss. The protagonist said that office life is as easy as pie. You have to do what you're told, and not do what you're told not to do, and bring the boss what he needs. She asked if he meant that it was the boss's wish. He sighed and said that his fists had clearly been itching for a long time. Then she said that he was offended, and he said that he was not, and thought that he just did not want to miss the chance. A chance to test the best fighter of Hwarim S rank, Chief Lee Chungbong. After some time, they stood opposite each other, and the chief asked if it was possible to skip the warm-up. MC answered that he had already warmed up enough. Jonah said so that the chief would not cripple him. Miho said that he should try to hold out as long as possible. Then Chungbong said that he can attack. The protagonist took a stance and, approaching his opponent, thought, lightly at first. Jab, combination, but Chungbong dodged his attacks with ease. He asked, does he think he can hurt him like that? The protagonist thought that he was agile, one punch would be enough anyway, he would deliberately show that he was open. The next second they simultaneously struck each other. MC thought his hand was shaking, his head was ringing. When did he feel this feeling? He remembers that it happened before, for sure. That very day when his mother took him to the gym for the first time. Then she said that he should come to his senses and fix his stance. The coach shouted excitedly, is it possible to do this to his own child? She said that everything is fine, they are not raising their son to be a weakling. Besides, if he made a mistake, he needs to answer for it, otherwise their youth will disband. Then he was 15. He got angry because of some trivial nagging of his mother, and instead of school, she took him to the gym. He thought that this was the first time someone hit him like that, except for his mother. Why? Junbong folded his arms and asked, so what? Has he come to his senses? Will he continue? MC thought, why was he the only one who got it? At that moment, they simultaneously used their fists. After the boss reached out and grabbed his forearm, he broke his shoulder bones and hit him in the head with his elbow. It was super fast and precise. Will he be able to give an answer even if his arm recovers? Junbong asked. Was he mad because he was hit despite being an irregular? What do today's youth take adults for? The protagonist thought. So that's it. He said to himself that he wanted to test the boss's skills, but in reality, their fight was a duel between a werewolf and an immortal. He thought he could easily win. Too arrogant of him. Then he stood up again and thought, no slacking off this time. He said, one more time. The fight continued with renewed vigor. One of the workers watching the fight said that the newbie was not bad. His colleague said that the boss was just giving in. The protagonist continued to strike, but the boss dodged again and again. MC thought he should calm down. Psychological struggle is also a struggle. Chunbong asked why he was here. He asked what he meant. The boss asked, because of the money? The protagonist thought he should ignore it and pull himself together. He should strain all his senses and predict his movements. The next second, Chunbong shouted that this was clumsy. MC thought it was energy closure. He can't get lost. He'll have to narrow his range of perception. The next second, a kick flew at his chin and the boss said, or is it a matter of insignificant hero psychology? MC thought his movements were too fast. It was impossible to find a moment to counterattack. And why is he faster than him? He should be stronger and faster thanks to the werewolf power. Although no, it's not like that at all. According to the teacher, he mastered the basics. Juwi once told him that she wanted to tell him more in-depth points, but there is no time. He thought that his opponent was a purebred with a lot of experience. He admits their boss is an S-rank hand-to-hand combatant. But that doesn't mean he's going to lose. He raised his fist again and punched forward, but the boss tilted his head and asked, if not the first or the second, then what? He grabbed his hand and asked, does he want to hear the girl's screams of adoration? In that case, he should sing on stage. The MC thought that he should shut up. This is the shortest way to help him do what he wants and become who he wants. He punched forward again, but the next second, a punch so strong flew into his face that blood splashed in all directions. After that, he grabbed Jungbong with his hands and asked, why is he here? He replied that he was here out of a sense of duty. Then he shouted that it hurt, and the protagonist thought that he was stronger. He would break him into pieces. The next second, he fell to the floor, exhausted. The worker asked the boss, did he use that on a trainee? Chungbong said that if he were in his place, he would have kicked the bucket. The worker said that this time, killing a trainee was beyond his expectations. His colleague asked in surprise, this time? He means that this has happened before? He said that killing trainees is a tradition of the 3rd External Security Team. This is how they pacify the newbie and show him the other side of the job. The boss thought that his arm was broken, and it seemed like a rib was cracked. What a beast. Then Jonah came up to him and he told her to take the guy to the infirmary. He would definitely be out for a couple of hours. Miho came up to them and said that she would carry him. Jonah asked, what about the evaluation? Chungbong thought that he dodged a surprise attack in which he hid his energy, went for a trick to strike back, hidden potential, strong will with a fighting spirit. Was there anyone with such talent in so many parameters before him? It felt like he had been getting hit hard since he was a child, so he knew how to fight back properly. More importantly, he was only going to use one of his secret techniques, sensory disruption. Jonah called him. The workers looked at him, waiting for an answer, and he said that this guy, apparently, had gone completely wild at the thought of beating up his boss. Then he walked to the exit and, waving his hand, told them to go back to work. He had heard that Gainam, due to sensory disruption, would not be able to touch even the clothes of his opponent, who was an assistant from his team. In fact, he had to use as many as 3 secret techniques against this half-breed. And Gainam was still called the best? The real talent is now lying behind him. Sometime later in the conference room, Guite, leaning his head on his hand, tiredly said that there was a lot of work, so much practice, so he could just sit back. This time, the assistant from his department will come, right? He looked at the sleeping Yan Han and said, it seems like it's time to carry him out of here feet first. Then he looked at the entrance and said, here comes Kwang Ik. He thought he wouldn't come, but he quickly recovered. Then the protagonist sat down on the chair in the center. The others looked at him in surprise. He recalled the dialogue with the boss. Then he asked what it was. He was talking about the blow that made him lose consciousness. Did he have a baton hidden somewhere? Chunbong asked, is that what he was talking about? He wants to know? He said that he just asked, is he glad he won? The boss said that he always has a thirst for victory raging inside him. The protagonist turned around and said that he would go and thought that he was cursed. The boss called him and asked, is this a school? In his opinion, he should figure it out himself and bring him a report. He must find out why he passed out and write a report, of course, on his own. If he is going to shake information out of someone, he should give up on this idea. And if he asks why he is doing this, he can safely go to hell. He does not care about the director's order. If he wants to go to another department, good riddance. He should not delay the decision. After some time, Kanhimo entered the room and said that the analysis department does various work. They track dangerous individuals and also sort out unconfirmed theories and predictions. As for supervision, when special species are involved in the disappearance of a person, you need to act quickly, so analyzing the situation is extremely important. At this time, the protagonist thought that he had dealt with one blow. The immortal defeated the half-werewolf, half-immortal. When he grabbed him with both hands, it turned out that he was holding not a person, but a huge boulder. Is this really possible with more experience? And how did he hit him anyway? Not with his head, not with his foot, maybe he was hiding some kind of weapon? He remembered his boss's words and smiling thought about going to another department. At that moment, Himo continued his story and said that there was a project called Oracle. However, the project was currently closed. The essence is to create a system that predicts the future. The result of this project was the current analysis department. Miho raised her hand and said that as far as she knew, fortune tellers exist. Himo said that everything was correct. However, these are not the people you can meet in some fantasy. All fortune tellers say that the future is changeable. Because it changes uncontrollably, revealing any time period creates a new branch of further events. She said that if you tell a providence, it will become a lie. However, if several people know about it and they do not spread information about it, the future can be realized. He confirmed this and said that such a theory existed too. This was exactly what the entire Oracle project was based on. Guite thought, as expected from the girl he fell in love with. Himo said that they failed as a result. She asked for what reason? He said that it was simple. It was the human brain. In other words, the thoughts in the head do not only tell the truth. They looked into the brains of fortune tellers and found that among the things they believed to be true, there were many that were very far from this very truth. Many turned out to be deceived, plausible, but in fact, false facts. Due to this, the Oracle project suffered astronomical damage. He believes that something is true, but from an objective point of view, many absurd moments are hidden within this truth. For this reason, delusion arises. MC thought, delusion? He remembered how the teacher told him that the principle of hiding one's energy is the confusion of perception. Thanks to outstanding senses, immortals have the ability to block the information that the enemy perceives. He thought, the basics of energy closure, if you do it the other way around correctly. Although no, if you put this technique into practice, is it possible to not just block the information, but make it false? At that moment, he squeezed the boss with both hands. No, it seemed that way to him. Then Himo said that that was it for today. Next time, a person from the R&D department would come to see them. Then he looked at the empty chair in the center in surprise. At that moment, the protagonist walked to his workstation and thought that the boss had used a deceptive energy concealment. The answer was in his right hand, the report. But how did he choose the moment? He needed to know that he was going to pounce on him to fool him, right? Is it really that easy to deceive perception? He doesn't think so. Otherwise, the immortals would have killed all the monsters long ago. The boss was prepared in advance. He was looking for the very moment to knock him out. At that moment, Chumbong asked Panda, doesn't he know why he's looking at him like that? He said that he probably fell in love after the blow. The protagonist thought, but how? Intuition, close to providence. This is something that only true masters who have gone through a huge number of battles and survived can have. He cannot rely on his intuition and predict every move of the enemy. But what if you add to intuition the subtle intuition of the immortal? From the realization of something new and the thought that he can do the same, his heart began to beat like crazy right now. At that moment, Donghun asked Kwangik, is he by any chance mentally insulting the boss there? But the next second, the protagonist resolutely ran straight at the boss, who kicked the desk, throwing it aside. Chunbong looked at him in shock, and he thought, calm down. He strains his intuition as much as possible and blocking extraneous sounds places only his opponent in the perception zone. The blow will be from the left. He abruptly struck forward, but Chunbong covered himself with his hand and said, just look at him. The protagonist thought that his energy was felt everywhere. The next second, another blow flew at his chin. Clutching his face, he moved back. The members of his department looked at what was happening in surprise, and Chunbong asked what he was doing. He said that he was giving him a report, answering his homework. The boss asked, homework? He said that he thought that such an answer would be much more accurate. Jonah said he needed to see a therapist. The boss then said that the answer was correct. What was he staring at? He needed to clean up his mess. The boss then turned to Dong-hoon and asked if he was very busy. He said he was planning to leave at the end of the workday. Jonah answered the same way. The boss then said that it was time for them to go. Kwang-ik, he also needs to go home after cleaning up. By the way, he has a good memory for keeping everything in its place. He will check it tomorrow. Dong-hoon caught up with Chun-bong and asked what he just did. Jonah said that she felt like he was hiding his energy. Panda asked if he had been secretly training him. The boss asked if he looked like that kind of person. Panda said that he didn't. But would he take his sudden attack as a report? The boss smiled and said that it was impressive. He then asked John what his physical condition was like. She said that judging by his mountain of muscles, people like him can be counted on the fingers of one hand in their company. Dong-hoon said, "I wonder where he trained." Junbong thought that he couldn't have learned such savagery. If he were a properly trained purebred, he wouldn't have shown such sloppiness. Kwang-ik just understood and decided to test it out right away. Figured it out and immediately used it on his boss. Where did he come from? The protagonist was putting things back in place at that moment and thought that it was unfair. After all, he wasn't the one who knocked over the table. After some time, John asked, "Is a trainee on a D-rank mission?" Junbong said that there weren't enough free hands, she could see it herself. So she should take Kwang-ik with her. She agreed with the boss and then called the trainee. After a short period of time, they were on the Mater's 6th floor. Walking inside, she told him to take the equipment. After some time, they equipped themselves, and soon after that, they arrived at the designated place. Jonah got out of the car and reported via special communication that Units 1 and 2 had arrived at the scene of the operation. The boss said, 1, UC, hotline, activating proximity alarm. 1 is alien number 1. UC is the probability of other aliens appearing. Hot is the speed of opening of the black hole. Line is the appearance of aliens one by one. Contactless alarm is a security system that sounds slightly noisy now. The incident 9 years ago with the opening of huge gates. Then there was such a hole in front of him too when calms squeezed between fear and horror, and he decided that he would destroy all the creatures that crawl out of the black hole. He thought that today would be the beginning of this path. True, the hole he saw then was several times larger, somehow strange. He asked his partner why he was so nervous. In response, she said that the gun was checked. He loaded the gun and said, Glock 17, 2 17-round magazines. Then he called her in surprise and asked, "Does the black hole always get bigger like this?" Jonah, turning to special communications, said, "Unit 1, anomaly detected." She urgently requests assistance. The boss said to send a video. The video was received by the department, and Chun-bong said to leave. A team would be sent to close the scene. Why does the hole keep getting bigger? Check complete. Wave structure, C rank. Hotline, danger. The protagonist thought, wave structure means that the aliens are crawling out in a bunch. He said it was a setup. His partner agreed with him, and then he asked if he could just go back. Hearing no answer, he called her again and thought that he remembered when he studied the satellite map before leaving. There were residential buildings 4 to 5 kilometers from here. Civilians there, so there might be casualties. The boss kept telling them to leave. MC asked when the backup would arrive. Jonah said at least 15 minutes. Chun-bong said Unit 2, he should close the pack and obey the order. Outsider number 1 is a blind dog. The protagonist said, "Open up." The boss said they should get in the car now and leave. MC thought, should they really just leave? The boss said that if they waited, they would become their target. He thought it was obvious. In last year's car accident, less than 1,000 people died. Thanks to the development of artificial intelligence and scientific technology found in white holes, the number of casualties has decreased by 1/3. Between 5,000 and 10,000 people die every year due to outsider attacks. Humans have managed to reduce the number of deaths due to car accidents and diseases, but when it comes to outsiders, there has been no change. Casualties are inevitable, that much is clear as day. He thought that immortals were extremely valuable personnel, so the company wouldn't sacrifice them for a few civilians. Then he looked at his partner in surprise. Junbong shouted, "What the hell are they doing?" The next second, the blind dog rushed forward, but Juna, without thinking, shot the monster in the head. The company wouldn't sacrifice them for a few dozen civilians. That's natural. However, didn't he start this business because he can't stand ordinary things? Then he called his sunbae again. She asked, "What?" He took a gun and asked if it was possible to fall in love with her. The boss shouted that they were complete idiots. In response, he heard the connection go down, after which the call was dropped. The protagonist fired, and Juna said, "Change magazine." After shooting at several more monsters, she said that he had the ones on the right, and she had the ones on the left. He said that he understood and thought that there was no turning back. They expected about 10 monsters to appear from the black hole, so they took only 2 guns. And there are almost no cartridges. Since the black hole acquired a wave-like shape, now at least several hundred aliens will crawl out of it. What to do now? They continued shooting, hitting the monsters. At some point, the MC thought that he was on his last magazine, and the Sunbae were now using the last one. He said that there were somehow a lot of monsters. She said that it was all because the hole was wave-like. He asked if she had some kind of plan. She said that she would kill aliens while they were eating him. He wondered if he had misheard. After some time, John's ammo ran out, and she ran forward into hand-to-hand combat. She punched the blind dog right in the head, causing it to fall down, and then she finished it off with her foot and said that she covered it. MC thought, yeah, it's getting hot. The monsters kept getting closer to them, but Juna kept punching them again and again, sending the strangers flying in different directions. MC thought that being immortal, he could feel the changes happening in the Sunbae's body thanks to his senses. He doesn't know how exactly drug-enhanced humans are created, but her strength is much higher than the standard for a normal person. While she walked forward, attacking the strangers with her fists, the protagonist shot at the monsters behind her, and then thought that he ran out of bullets. It feels like she's just using him as bait for the monsters, but he's actually half immortal and half werewolf. The main thing now is not to get caught, but he has a reputation for being irregular, so they'll dance. Putting away the gun, he rushed into battle. Grabbing the stranger by the paw, he threw it aside. At that moment, Jonah ducked from the dog that jumped over her. She took out a knife and plunged it into the monster's head. The protagonist thought that she managed to dodge the monster's attacks incredibly quickly. She calculated the location and continued to maintain an advantageous position. It was not for nothing that she had A-rank close combat skills. At that moment, one of the strangers bit him on the hand. The protagonist took out a knife and stabbed the stranger in the head, after which he threw the dog away from himself. He thought that he was distracted and needed to pull himself together. He needed to think only about what he had to do, the Sunbae's plan. Anyone would probably take this for the delirium of a madman, but there were no other options. He strained his senses and released energy, remembering the rules of survival in the wild that his teacher had taught him. The next second, he released his energy, attracting the monsters to himself. Jonah looked at him in surprise and said that it was not bad. He shouted that she should help him, not praise him. The next moment, the sharp fangs of the aliens crashed into different parts of his body. Jonah tried to get closer, throwing the monsters in her path. She shouted, "Damn!" The protagonist thought that he was in a lot of pain. But he was used to blocking pain, so he would forget about it for now. He must act unwaveringly and cold-bloodedly. The main thing is to dodge deadly attacks. Fists, legs, knees, and elbows. He uses his body the way he was taught. If he misses someone, civilians will die, so he must deal with everyone. After some time, reinforcements arrived. The workers said, "Damn, how did they endure this?" Jonah at that moment anxiously ran to Kwan-hik. He asked, "Did they miss anyone?" She answered negatively and froze in shock, seeing how the severed heads continued to sink their teeth into the body of her partner. The soldier asked, "Was the problem solved?" His superior confirmed it. There was such a fuss that they even dragged 2 squads when it was possible to get by with just a couple of guns. The guy thought that there were more than 200 corpses of blind dogs here. They stopped them with simple hand-to-hand combat? No, maybe for an immortal with a fierce fervor and good fighting skills, this would be possible, but still. The man thought that there was only one immortal trainee and a medically enhanced human here. Then he asked John, were they really doing this together? She thought, together? No, he was alone. Sometime later, in conference room number 3, Chunbong irritably parodied the sounds of communication interference. The protagonist said that the connection was abruptly interrupted. He said, the connection then was interrupted. So that's why their beloved Kwang-ik didn't hear his order. MC answered, exactly. Chunbong screamed, if only his brain would make static sounds now, pass out to hell, he would then paint his face and say that he forgot about it. MC thought that he shouldn't say such horrors with a smile on his face. Suddenly, Jonah said that it was her fault. She would take full responsibility. The boss asked what her position was. She answered, a first-rank employee. He asked, and how would she take responsibility? Resign? Then he said that they shouldn't overdo it. In short, a disciplinary committee would be convened. Jonah, she needs to go home. And tomorrow when she gets to work, she needs to go to the inspection department. She understands that one protocol won't end it, right? She answered affirmatively. Then the boss turned around and said, now he, Kwang-ik, does he think he did the right thing? MC answered that he didn't, and he said that from now on he will write an explanatory note at the beginning of each workday. Did he understand? The protagonist asked if he needs to be present at the disciplinary hearing. The boss asked if he wants to, he will most likely be called once as a witness. That's where he will let loose. In general, he will have to write an explanatory note. When he and the Sunbae returned to the office, rumors about them had already spread everywhere. Yun Han told him something. In a situation like this, John, a first-rank employee, and his Sunbae will have to put all the responsibility on their shoulders. Even though Hwarin is subordinate to the government, it is still a commercial organization that only needs profit. The protagonist leaned back in his chair and thought, in general, the company is doing the right thing since the order was violated. But he and the Sunbae saved people. He asks, did he do the right thing? Of course, he made the right decision, without any doubts. In fact, that's how it should be. As evening fell, MC left the office. June stopped him, and he turned around and asked if she had left yet. She put her hand on his shoulder and said, good job, he was doing well. 2 short sentences, he already knew it was true, but only now was he convinced that they really did everything right today. He thanked her. After some time, he came home and told his mother about what happened. She asked if there was a photo of the senior employee he had just praised. He said that she did not have a photo. So what? She said that she was wondering if she intended to become her daughter-in-law. Kwang-ik said that they were just colleagues, and thought, what does this have to do with it? By the way, the committee is meeting tomorrow. Will everything go well? The next day, June took her place on the committee. Taram proposed to start a disciplinary committee. In relation to June, a first-rank employee from the 3rd External Security Team. The employee said that yesterday afternoon she disobeyed the order of the boss Chungbong, and continued the task, right? Jonah confirmed it. Chungbong said, but it happens to everyone. The man told him to watch his language. He sighed and said, was he wrong? Then Kwang-ik was called in, and when the intern entered the room, he was told that there was a question for him. Did employee Kim force him to stay? He said that was not true. The employee asked, does he know what will happen if the intern causes trouble? He said that he thinks that was the best solution in that situation. The man asked, what does he understand? Chungbong said, he does, he has been trained for several months. The protagonist said that they were able to save civilians. The boss said that's right, they saved civilians. All sorts of accidents happen at work. The main thing is people. What could be more important? The employee told him to get out. He asked, what do you mean? Actually, his employee is being counted now. He, as the boss, must be present. She told him to shut up then. Chungbong said, come on, they should have mercy on her. All sorts of things happen at work. The employee asked, how? He suggested cutting her salary for a few months. Shim Muyan, an assistant from the 2nd External Inspection Team, told Kwang-ik that they had to go. The boss said, do they think anyone here is afraid of a reprimand? Where is their flexible thinking? Walking down the hallway, Muyan said that he didn't even know what to say about this situation. The protagonist asked, what's the matter? He said, of course, it's good when a boss stands up for his subordinates, but as they say, there's a limit to everything. Such actions affect the staff evaluation. The protagonist thought, did he stand up for the team, putting his position aside? Their boss? Then they went to the elevator, and he asked, is he not going? Muyan said that he still had things to do. Then he stopped the elevator door and told him to wait. After a while, MC came to his department. Panda asked, how is it? He said that the boss is rooting for them. He asked, again? MC thought, did he immediately understand what he meant? Then Donghoon asked, any other news? MC thought, other news, and then he remembered how Muyan suggested that he transfer to the inspection team. But he said that there was nothing else. Shortly after he returned, the Sunbae and the boss came. Junbong said to quit this company to hell. Donghoon asked, what was the final decision? Jonah said that she was banned from going out on operations for 30 days. She apologized. The boss then sat down in his seat and said that they closed the topic. It was a low blow. The punishment itself was nothing special, but judging by the situation, something happened. The protagonist thought that the boss probably wasn't going to tell the truth. As if it hadn't happened, they were back in the routine. And he started writing explanatory notes every morning. The next day, the boss started reading the contents of the explanatory note. But he knows that all sorts of unavoidable situations happen during work. As they say, you can't foresee everything. What can you do? One way or another, he promises to try hard and not allow something like this to happen next time. Looking at the intern, he asked if he was crazy. The protagonist said that he was just writing an explanatory note for the first time. The boss, as usual, was picking on him, and the Sunbae started training him. During training, she told him to rely on the keen sense of immortals. There are no special habits in the boss's attacks. Even if it seems that they exist, it's a deception. He thought, use habits as an illusion? Not bad. From time to time, she even shared with him the secrets of fighting against the boss. Of course, he continued writing explanatory notes. Now the boss started to let in not only a foul language, but also fists, and he was adjusting. During another sudden fight, he thought, this time again from below. He remembered John's words and thought that he should rely on his instincts. Then he dodged a fist, and the boss, taking advantage of the moment, grabbed him by the shoulder with a sharp kick, attacked him in the back. Panda, looking at the phone screen, said, "Oh, 6 minutes and 1 second, a new record." The protagonist said that the limit was 5 minutes, to which the boss said that they needed to start work. The protagonist grabbed his back and thought that he was a good fighter. This is how everyday life reigned in the 3rd External Security Team. Until one day, the boss called him and asked what this Muyun told him. Shim Muyun is an assistant from the 2nd External Inspection Team. A couple of days ago, he told him the following. Does he want to join their team? Adding the word joke at the end. He wondered how their conversation had reached the boss's ears. He said that he had asked if he wanted to transfer to the inspection team. However, he later said that he was joking. Chungbong said that it turned out that he had received an invitation to another team. Damn. MC wondered what was wrong with him. He felt uneasy. At that moment, Muyong came up to him and, smiling, said hello. The protagonist thought, as they say, he remembered a ray of light. Here is the sun. The next second, the boss suddenly stood up from his seat and kicked the unexpected guest. Panda said that he knew it would happen. Jonah said that she was sure that Assistant Shim did too. Muyong asked, "What's the problem?" The boss said he was trying to get their trainee to join his inspection team. He said he was joking. Chungbong asked, was he joking? Was he serious? Then Pak Pillow, the head of the external inspection team, came up to them and shouted, "Chungbong." He asked what he wanted. Pillow asked what he was doing. He said he was fooling around. Why was he reacting so violently? He just broke his arm. Pillow asked if he thought it was okay to make a fuss over a joke. He asked, "Jokes?" He seemed to know too. Was it his doing? Did he order their trainee to be poached? Pillow asked, "What's wrong? They call him a butcher because he always cuts the trainee's brains." Yes, he ordered it. He wanted to test him. He'd rather have the guy join his team than have him continue to suffer here. Chunbong said confidently, "No, even if he turns him into freshly squeezed juice or a doormat, he still belongs to him. Don't touch him," he warns the other teams too. He knows that there are quite a few people who have their eye on their trainee after the gravity training and the recent incident. Let them just try to touch him. Everyone knows who he is, right? The protagonist thought, he knows that very well, idiot. Pillow asked, does he have a communist party here? Personal freedom is much more important. And then he turned to Kwang Ik and said that he was not afraid and speaks calmly. The protagonist did not think that someone from other departments would want to take him on so much. In principle, there is nothing to think about. A grumbling panda assistant and a sunbae who at first glance seems like an ice cube, but in fact knows how to recognize and support her junior colleague. No matter how you look at it, there is nothing good in such a team, however. He said that he will stay here. Chief Park Pillow, age 30. Nickname, Royal Lord. And an elite immortal, who rose to the position of the head of the inspection team. He asked, is it the chief? He can solve it. The protagonist said that it is not so. He thought that now he understood for sure that Chief Pillow is not comparable to Chungbong, although the latter has obvious problems with socialization, but in terms of fighting skills, he is the best. Then the chief made a face at his competitor and asked what he will do now. The protagonist thought that his demeanor, of course, is beyond comment. Pillow asked if he could find out the reason. Kwang Ik said that he has not learned much here. He asked, under the leadership of an idiot who makes him write explanatory notes and starts fights? He answered in the affirmative, and then Pillow headed for the exit, calling his assistant. Chunbong shouted after him, why is he running away? Panda grabbed him and told him to stop. Nothing good will come of it. Then he looked at the intern and said that it was natural that he stayed. He said, everyone work. Donghoon said that the boss was proud of him. Then he went to Kwang Ik's desk and asked what this was. He said that it was an explanatory note. Seeing the terrified look of the boss, he asked, is it okay to stop now? Donghoon said that they now have 2 psychos on the team. When a fight broke out between them, Panda said that they received a case. Chunbong asked what it was. Panda asked who they would send. He said that besides the intern, there was no one else right now. The protagonist thought, a new task, and then asked where they needed to go. He said, to the airport. He would be a human detector. He said that they needed to catch someone. Donghoon then showed an image of the target and said that she was a shapeshifter. On the screen is her real form. Most likely, now she has transformed into someone else. The protagonist thought that shapeshifter is a skill that allows you to take any form you remember. Panda said that it is a woman, someone like a mercenary, working on a free contract. She transmits information and important documents. He knows PWAT? A special forces unit of police with superpowers. A request for help came from there. Excursions will also send a werewolf on the mission. The protagonist said that, as far as he understood, the target needs to be caught by smell, since it can change its shape. The assistant said that werewolves, after all, are the best in this business. The boss asked, will other teams participate? The assistant confirmed this and said that they will involve Jinam and Miho. Chungbong said, it turns out that they will have to send a half-breed to the elite. The protagonist asked, is there any point in him going? Donghoon said that they said that at least 3 immortals are needed. Of course, they asked for someone like Jinam, but since they don't have any trained personnel in this area, they decided to assemble a team of 3 rookies. However, sending 3 greenhorns alone is dangerous. In essence, he's going on a mission as an immortal, but in fact as a guard for the rookies. MC thought, so they value his fighting skills highly. Then the boss told him to protect Jinam as expected. He thought, yeah, he can expect a new explanation tomorrow. Sometime later, in the conference room, Assistant Kang Hee-mo introduced himself and said that he was sent to this operation from the analysis department. Then he suggested moving on to a brief discussion of strategy. However, before that, what's wrong with his face? With this question, he looked at the protagonist. He said that this was the result of a fist fight with the boss. He said, I understand, he's from the 3rd team for external security. Anyway, they'll begin. The scene is Incheon Airport. In order not to arouse suspicion, they'll dress in casual style. The meeting time is 10 a.m. Piwat will join them at the airport. After some time at the airport, Himo introduced himself to the strategy chief Lee Ji-hae and said that he was from the beta team of the Special Immortal Squad. They shook hands, and then she asked if they had gone over all the details yet. If they were ready, they could go their separate ways. She told her assistant to get on the bus. The Piwat chief and he would be in the airport situation room for communication and monitoring. Kwang-ik and Miho were patrolling the 5th entrance. Ginam was sitting in the tourist booth inside the airport looking for a target. He told Beta 1 to stay out of his way. Beta 0 said okay. Miho looked at the men in front of her and said that there were 2 suspicious characters up ahead. Piwat also requested backup from Real Guard, a security company under Excursi. The protagonist thought, this is a feeling, he can feel their muscles, strong as steel, hidden under their clothes. They are werewolves. The men came closer, and one of them said that they are from the Real Guard. They are a little late. They also joined them in the middle of the operation. Not long before this, the protagonist, turning to the assistant, said that he has a question. Why is only Jinam going to sit in the booth? He said that only he will go to the booth, because they asked for an immortal with outstanding intuition. Miho said that sending 4 immortals on such a task is a waste of personnel. Jinam said, to put it more precisely, they have 1 immortal and 3 dummies. Himo asked, are they on bad terms? In general, when they capture the target, the airport security will help them with situational awareness. Jinam asked, is that all the briefing? He answered positively. Then the purebred immortal rose from his seat and said that he would go. Miho looked at the assistant and said that since he was the head of the operation, he should act more collected. This would increase the efficiency of the work. If he was done, then she would go too. An awkward silence hung between the guys, and then the protagonist asked, this idiot Jinam is so-so, does he agree? And he was also ashamed of Miho. The assistant sighed and said that he could not help himself. He was a half-breed. There was little of the immortal in him, and here priority was given to special ones. MC thought, a sissy assistant and 2 bums. Will everything go well? The next day, the guy approached Miho and asked for her phone number, to which she replied that she was married. He laughed and said, it was obvious that this was a lie. At that moment, the protagonist approached her and asked what was going on. He looked at the guy and asked, who the hell is this? Right after that, the guy apologized and ran in the opposite direction. Miho said that this was too much. He adjusted his cap and said that he was the type to give his all in everything he did. He then looked around at the people present and thought that there was no one suspicious in sight. Then the intercom said, Beta 1, need to be checked. Dark blue shirt, light jeans, male, looks like he's in his early 30s. Situation room, need to be checked. Male, in his 30s, wearing a blue shirt and light jeans. The man said that he understood. After finding the right person in the crowd, the protagonist thought that he didn't know how he was different from the others. At that moment, Miho said that it was obvious that he didn't know why Ginam was being treated so special. He said that he really didn't know. And she said that the difference between half-bloods and pure-bloods was their keen insight. He reacts to more diverse stimuli, and his ability to feel is completely different. Water is different for him. Stones are different. He can feel the difference in everything. They said on special communication that Real Guard crossed paths with the specified person. The probability of matching is 80%. Piwat will neutralize the target, they are just observing. The main character suddenly remembered the words of his father, who said casually that the strength of the immortal is determined by the level of his sensitivity. Usually such people have an extremely terrible character. In general, it is good that he is not like that. At that moment, the father looked calm but at the same time slightly saddened. The differences between purebreds and half-breeds were already striking during orientation. A terrible huge difference in speed and skills, but he also has powerful speed. Even at that moment, he thought that everything would work out on its own. Maybe he should try? At that moment, the agent approached the suspicious man and said that he should step aside, please. The armed man announced an emergency. They asked all citizens to cooperate. Confused exclamations were heard from the sides. At that moment, a special communication asked, Beta 3, is he sure that there is only one target? Then the man aimed his weapon. Ginam ran out of the room. Shots were heard from different sides. A man came up behind the soldier and hit him with his fist. The protagonist ran forward and shouted, damn it. Feeling the danger, he shouted, from behind. At that moment, a man with a knife jumped on her from behind Miho and shouted, insignificant half-breed. But she dodged and attacked with her foot, knocking him down. The special communication said, Beta 1, all the attackers are telepaths. The protagonist thought that there were several opponents from the very beginning. Now he came across 2, 3. How many are there in total? Do I need to take each of them out? They have already scattered in all directions. What to do now? 2 days before the operation. Haimo was looking through the information about the immortals and said, 3 newcomers, all extremely talented. He thought, regardless of the grades during the orientation, Ginam is simply an amazing recruiter. A purebred and also a descendant of a direct line. The same can be said about the girl named Miho. Despite the fact that she's a half-breed, she's quite smart, reserved. Now the last one, the best one. Lately, he fights with the boss every morning. It seems the guy wants to reveal the secret of his boss's fight. And the latter apparently understands this and plays along. A friendly and strong half-breed with excellent fighting skills, just like Director Nam likes. At this moment, Kim Han approached him and asked if he was studying the profiles of the newcomers. Then he said that Kwang Ik is somewhat similar to him. The assistant thought for a moment and then agreed with him. Present time, Jihei called the assistant. He said that he did not understand what was happening. He would run there. Heading forward, he thought that he would entrust the situation report to Miho. He just needed to check the condition of Ginam, who was thrown under fire. Seeing a suspicious figure ahead, he wondered who it was. Had he been caught by his abilities? Should he follow? But the most important thing now was to stabilize the situation. Then he spoke over the comm. Beta 3, he must listen to his order. Now he must run to the left gate number 8. He authorized the fight, but not to allow his own life to be threatened. Beta 1, report the extent of the damage. Beta 2, report the halt. The protagonist said that due to the current situation, he was joining the action. Beta 3 accepted the order. At this point, the battle between the suspected targets and the agents continued. Ginam said, Beta 1, except for the PWAT agent and 2 guards, there were no casualties from the weapons. Miho said, Beta 2, the enemy has started to attack. This is not a trap. Judging by the fact that those who had fled rushed to attack again, they want to intercept the shapeshifter. The man approached her, but the agent got there in time, jumping with his feet into his back. She said there were only 7 attackers. Their main goal was to get the shapeshifter. Beta 0 told Beta 1 to go to the rear and monitor the situation. He needed to prepare for another enemy raid. He replied that he could fight, but the assistant repeated that it was an order. He should not move. At that moment, the man raised his weapon and said that they were all dead. The assistant shouted at him to listen to the order. Rookie. At that moment, Himo appeared behind the armed man and grabbed him by the neck. Another criminal with a knife shouted, when did he have time? Then Himo took out a gun from his jacket and neutralized the targets. After which he shouted that he was neutralizing the enemies. At this time, in the underground parking lot, the main character caught up with Nadu Paul and asked, is he not going to run any further? He turned around and asked, is he immortal? Kwanik asked, what can't you see? Then the rhino took off his backpack and asked, why alone? The protagonist said that 500 people were running after him. Rhino said, but he didn't think it was a mistake to go alone. The next second, the clothes on his body tore, releasing huge muscles. He said that he had the ability to super strengthen. So he's not dying then? Then he'll smash his head. MC thought, there are no people nearby and help will arrive in 5 to 10 minutes. He said that's enough. Meanwhile, Jihei, addressing his subordinates, told them to transfer the wounded and restore order here. Himo thought that there was no shapeshifter among them. As Miho said, these guys were just stalling for time. Apparently, so that someone could escape. At this time, Dupal asked with a crazy smile, are you ready? They say that immortals cannot be soaked, then they will check whether he will die if they chop off his head. Then he swung his fist and hit forward, but the protagonist dodged and grabbed his hand. The criminal's face changed from bewilderment. The MC said he wants to ask why it doesn't work. The next second, he broke his arm, the rhinoceros recoiled back, and the immortal ran at him again. Any force has a direction of movement. By breaking this, you can stop the enemy's blow. Seeing a leg approaching him, he swung his fist and hit the opponent in the chin, sending him flying a little. He said how many times he had fallen for this. Not even 3 minutes had passed on the watch. There was still time before help arrived. What should he do? As far as he knew, shapeshifters could take the form of what they saw, but they would not turn into real steel just by stupidly simulating it externally. And then he lit a lighter and began to bring it to the backpack. But the next second, the backpack screamed that it surrendered. Kwanik said, "That would be great." He was interested in something here. The shapeshifter told him to put the lighter away first, and besides, he shouldn't expect her to tell him anything. Her career depended on it, but they could make a deal. The protagonist said that he was not interested, by the way. Could she become even smaller? She asked what? He said, for example, she would turn into a cigarette. She said that she couldn't. That was the maximum. He asked, seriously? Then let her turn back into a human. She told him to borrow his coat. After a while, the rest of the squad arrived at the parking lot. The assistant asked what happened here. The MC said, "Oh well, it hasn't even been a year." Himo asked who it was. He said he was reporting that regarding the guy down, he knocked him out after he attacked him during his escape. The backpack hanging on his back turned out to be that red-haired shapeshifter girl. The assistant said, "Got it, good job." Then a wounded Ginam approached them, and Himo said that the operation was complete. Miho leaned over to the criminal, and the protagonist whispered to the pureblood that it was his doing. In irritation, he yelled at him to get lost. Jihei asked if he caught him. The MC confirmed it and said that luck turned up, all because he didn't wet himself with joy that he found one person, having missed the most important thing in the end. The agents thought, what kind of kid is this? The man said he was an interesting person. The protagonist said he was a modest person by nature. The chief strategist asked him if he knew who he had just caught. Shapeshifter asked in surprise, did he not know? The chief strategist said, Na Dupal, nickname, Rhinoceros, wanted 3rd degree. A reward has been announced for finding this criminal. The protagonist thought, wanted 3rd degree, so he is connected to a terrorist group or he killed someone. The man said that the guy is not an easy one. Good job, comrade. The protagonist thanked him. The agents started talking among themselves. The fight must have been tough, right? His colleague said, most likely, there were simply no wounds left, since the guy is immortal. Kwanik thought that he actually knocked him out with one blow. The assistant approached him and said, great. He thought he knew he had to send it. Then he turned to the chief of strategy and offered to settle up. They had captured the target after all, and that was not in accordance with the contract. Moreover, their team had not even used any equipment. She said that this was not surprising. They were immortals after all. He said that it doesn't change the essence of the matter. She sighed and said, okay, just one question. What is this young man's position? The protagonist said that he is an intern. After a while, Chungbong asked Kwang Ik why he tells everyone his name. To be popular? He apologized and said that it has become a habit. The boss said that he thought that he wanted to show off. The protagonist remembered Himo saying that he would tell them the results of the case. It turned out that Dupal, the 3rd-class criminal he detained, was a member of the terrorist group Prometheus. The shapeshifter girl was also hired by Prometheus. What the girl was carrying was a secret of the psionic organization, and it seemed to be a secret of the first importance. At this time, the boss asked if he felt cool. The protagonist smiled and said that he did. He then sat down at his desk and thought, Prometheus is a terrorist group that brings together mad scientists. Like God who brought fire to the world, they promise to give extraordinary powers to anyone on this earth. There are a lot of crazy people in the world after all. Then Pillow came up to him and asked him to come with him. After some time, MC came to the director's office. Myungjin told him to sit down since he came. The protagonist said that he was sitting in his seat. The director said, did he introduce himself to the police and the werewolf guys exactly like that? He said that it was a mistake. The director smiled and said that he understood. Everything was fine. People will lose their humanity if they are absolutely flawless. He heard that he caught a terrorist. Does he want something as a reward? Kwang Ik asked, a promotion to assistant? He said that his lip is stupid, an absurd promotion does not count. The situation is surprising precisely because he is only an intern. The protagonist asked, then, why did he call him? He said that he was proud of him, so he wanted to ask him what he wanted. After thinking for a while, the protagonist answered that he wanted money. He gave part of the bonus he received from the company to his mother. It was nice to be able to spoil his parents. After the incident at the airport, they received several more tasks. Now it became clear what his cold but kind Sunbae had been doing all this time. For 3 of his monthly salaries, he caught 5 special class criminals, and also managed to participate in 10 black hole closures. In the process, he realized one thing: the boss hates field trips. He also gets really mad at his reports. During one of them, Chunbong asked what he had written. Was the boss asleep during the operation? He said that he was taught to always tell the truth. Their fights at work continued. Now Kwang Ik did not fall back after a couple of punches and kicks. The boss himself did not give him more than 10 minutes. From all his short fights, he understood something. So far, he has not been able to figure out his secret. 4 months after the incident at the airport, sitting at the general office party, Jonah said that she will kill everyone. Panda said, "Here we go again." The protagonist asked, "Does she always act like this when she drinks?" He said that she passes out and starts talking nonsense in her sleep. She will wake up when they leave. Then he asked the boss, "How do you think he will be able to meet a girl next year?" Chunbong asked, "What kind of fortune teller do you think he is?" The assistant asked, "Can't you just say something nice?" Then the boss told Kwang Ik not to overdo it with drinking. He will kill him if he does anything. MC thought that he does not get drunk from such a degree because of the werewolf blood. He thought that the Immortals' office party would be different. In fact, it's a very ordinary work feast, except that they're holding it in an office cafe, and it's a little quieter than usual. Although the noise is slowly rising, apparently many have already become cheerful from the booze. He suddenly became interested in how much he had changed since their first fight, and then he suggested that the boss fight seriously, without any ranks or titles. Chunbong asked if he was drunk. He answered in the negative, and then the boss said that in that case they would see each other in 5 minutes in the training room. After a while, he asked if he should turn on the lights. MC said that there was no need for that. The boss asked if the last fight was boring, right? And told him to attack. The next second, the MC was next to the boss and hit him with the elbow, but Chunbong managed to put his hand out. And the protagonist jumped back. He thought that he had clearly broken his right arm. Now all that was left was to correct his stance. Chunbong told him not to relax, and the next second his fist was very close to MC's face. But at the last second he was able to grab his hand, but the fist was already approaching from the other side. He thought that this hand should be broken. Still, the fist reached its target, and Kwang Ik fell to the floor. Donghoon entered the hall and asked the boss if he used that technique on him too. He answered negatively, and the panda said that his hand was broken. He said, for the first time after him. Donghoon said that he had a different case. The boss confirmed this and looked at Kwang Ik. After some time, the employee handed Kim Dong-chul the materials on all the new employees of the company. He asked if this was the same employee that the director noticed. The employee confirmed this. He told him to open his profile for him. Shooting skills, B rank. Close combat skills, B rank. Overall, all combat skills are B rank, not bad. Some of his immortal stats are painfully weak compared to his combat ones. Can the guy be considered talented? His subordinate said that they said he slept better than anyone else during orientation. Dong-chul asked his service achievements. He was lucky to get into the 3rd team for external security with such results. The worker said that trainee Kwang Ik received almost the maximum score from assistant Hemo for the last mission. He thought efficiency B, responsibility D, teamwork D, behavior at work F, diligence A. Mostly, nothing but fails. Noticing a note about special features, he asked, "What is this?" The worker said it was a note from the head of the 3rd team. He asked, "From that inadequate one?" "So, what do they have? A psycho with good fighting skills, poor self-discipline, and meager immortal organs. Looks like he'll have to be fired." After some time, the protagonist peered at the monitor screen and asked what the immortal's skills were assessed on. Panda said that it was based on how he had performed from the orientation stage to the current moment. He asked why prudence was the lowest. The assistant said that although he was not forced to stand in front of the disciplinary committee, he was still present at some of the meetings, and here there were no options. The protagonist said that he was also not satisfied with the grades for responsibility and teamwork. Panda said that the disciplinary committee influenced a lot. The MC asked what was wrong with his behavior at work. He said that he had fought with his boss at work many times. He should imagine that for 2 months every morning he heard 2 aggressive dogs. Would he like it? The protagonist said that at least diligence was high. Why is there anything written about alcohol here? The assistant said that it was the boss's idea. He said that they needed to somehow highlight the plus. Junbong said that their Kwang Ik is an alcohol titan. Then MC asked what the red number 1 next to his name was. Panda said that it meant that the person in charge of the evaluation would be keeping a close eye on him. He said, thank goodness, he thought he was on the firing list. The assistant said that was true. MC said, Great, it's nothing serious. Wait, what? The assistant said that if he doesn't test positive on the upcoming test, he will be the first one to be kicked out of the company. After a while, the examiner told everyone present to listen to the following announcements. They are asking all the trainees to gather in the underground training room. By combining the test results and the personnel evaluation, the management team will decide who will continue working at Warim. At that moment, Young-han came up to the protagonist and said, "Wow, who do they have here? Almost the #1 unemployed person." MC asked, "Aren't the results confidential?" His comrade said that nothing is impossible. He said that he can turn him in right now for leaking classified information. His comrade sat down next to him and told him not to be upset. Maybe another job would come along. Guite joined in and told him not to hang his head, they would treat him from time to time. And he said that he hasn't been fired yet. And then the worker said that they are starting the test. He asks all the trainees to follow him. MC asked the comrades if they have watched The Sixth Sense. What is interesting about this movie? Young-han asked because the MC is a ghost. He said that it is not, because of its plot twist. Meanwhile in the observation room, Dongchul asked the director, what is his business here? He said, nothing serious, just curious. And besides, how can you miss such an exciting spectacle? After all, their best star will be fighting today. Dongchul said, so, it's trainee Ginam's turn. He chose trainee Kwang-ik as his opponent. They can start whenever they are ready. Upon seeing his opponent, the protagonist asked, did he miss him that much? His opponent told him not to pretend to be his friend. Then their eyes met, and the next second they rushed to attack. At this time, the protagonist remembered how the worker asked him, what is the difference between all these cards from each other? He answered, the first is the lower left corner, the second is the second pattern from the top, the fifth is the dash in the center, the sixth is the thickness. The worker looked at the stopwatch and thought, 3.48 seconds, this result is much higher than the S rank. Meanwhile, MC threw a punch in front of him and thought, energy concealment. He dodged his opponent's punch. As the protagonist passed through the gravity room, the worker asked in confusion, is all the equipment in good condition? His colleague said that everything was in working order. After writing down the results, the worker thought, 12G, 3 times more than the average trainee. During the fight, Kwang-ik hit Jinam in the chin. He tried to hit back, but turning around, he exposed his back, which received a powerful blow. Cardiovascular endurance, muscle strength, reflexes, reaction speed, flexibility. The worker thought that he did not believe his eyes. He exceeded the average in all parameters. In this case, he should be assigned rank S. Although no. Jinam, having dodged the punch, thought that he hid the energy. Kwang-ik had to hide part of his abilities so that no one would know about the werewolf blood flowing through him. He confidently thought that if he wanted, he could surpass any immortal Hwarim in no time. Arrogant judgment, from now on he will stop suppressing his strength and will give it his all at any opportunity. Then he swung and hit the opponent in the face with a powerful blow. And the worker concluded that in his case, he rather belongs to the non-standard NS. After some time, Chunbong said that he knocked out their Jinam's front teeth and broke his molars. Did he think it was cool? The protagonist said that Guite also fainted. Why didn't he mention him? He said that it was true. They made fun of his jaw too. Is he an orthodontist? The protagonist said that it was not so. He was a third-rank intern. The boss asked if maybe he should fix his face too? Then he said, goodbye, boss. After some time, he went outside, and a car stopped right next to him. Rolling down the window, Dongchul introduced himself and said that he could get in if he was going home. As the car started moving, he said that he was promoting a business and there was a vacancy in it. He would like him to take it. MC said that he didn't even know what to answer. Dongchul said that he would work as he was now, but after his project started, he would help him. Kwang-ik agreed, and he said that it was great. They had an agreement. By the way, does he like meat? When the protagonist got out of the car, Dongchul called the director and said that they had a talk. The guy is smart. He is sure that he understood the meaning of his words and the gift. Meanwhile, the protagonist came home and his mother asked why he gave him meat. He said that he didn't know. Apparently, he wanted to praise him for his hard work. The internship period ended, and he became a third-rank intern. The amount of documentation on the company's intranet to which he has access increased, and his salary went up. During the move, his mother told him that if he were to screw his grandchildren, he should do it with his beautiful daughter-in-law. He moved out of his parents' house and into an office building that was a 5-minute walk from the company. At the office, the head of the external inspection team asked Jinbong if he felt sorry for Dong-hoon. He should work too. He told him to leave him alone. By the way, there really is no work in their company. The boss said that he was going to a meeting. Some time ago, the protagonist, addressing the Sunbae, asked why they don't have any achievements. She said that it was because they did things that wouldn't count as achievements. He asked what about participating in the operations to close the black hole and catch a special criminal. She said that they were just backup. It's hard to attribute that to achievements. He asked then, why doesn't she do things that can earn those achievements? She said that the higher-ups don't like the boss, so they don't give her work. He thought he had a great relationship with everyone. Then he asked if it was possible to support the team without achievements. She confirmed it and said that other teams would assign their assistant to some small work to do for them. One day, MC asked Panda if he could help him with something. He said that he felt a bit ashamed in front of the trees to assign him paperwork. He said that he could have refused in a different way. Then the protagonist asked if it was okay for them to continue not working in the team. The assistant said that they did. MC asked when. He answered, sometimes. The boss even dumps big things on them sometimes. Then the team members received a message that there would be a corporate party today. After some time, everyone gathered together, and MC, looking around the room, asked if this was Assistant Lee's house. Panda said that he was a joker, and the boss said that this was an external conference room, codename Donghoon's house. Then Chungbong inserted the USB stick into the computer and brought up an image of the ore. He told everyone to focus. This was a photo of a new ore discovered in the white hole, Axon. This stone can store an aura. MC thought that aura was a type of energy released by a superhuman that was not related to abilities. Donghoon said that the supernatural energy stored inside can be modified at will. The boss confirmed this and said that the analysis team is guessing that Axon will become an energy source that will open the door to a new era. The assistant said that he guessed that each stone has a different energy capacity. Chongbong confirmed this and said that among the axons found, the AA is officially the highest rank. With a D-rank axon, an airplane can fly from Incheon Airport to New York Airport. The capabilities of such a stone increase by about 2 times with each increase in rank. With an AA axon, for example, it is possible to lay down one S-rank werewolf. Panda said, since he emphasized the word officially, then unofficially, S-rank axons were discovered. The boss nodded. The assistant asked how many stones were there in total. He said at least 50. The stones were discovered first by Psionic. Initially, they wanted to grab everything for themselves, but one guy let it slip. Due to the leak of information, the safety of Axon was at risk, so Psionic asked for help from Old Force. As a result, the protection of the stones was entrusted to a special squad of Immortals Varum. Obtaining part of the stones in exchange for providing protection is a problem of negotiations and diplomacy, so the water part of the strategy, in which he is involved, is over. They will move on to the corporate menu. The attendees looked at the screen in surprise, and the boss asked Donghoon if it was possible to include John and Kwanik in the plan. He said that some things need to be thought out, but if the scenario for protecting Axon is correctly composed, in which their team squeezes in there, anything is possible. The protagonist asked, what are they doing now? The chief answered, work. Then he asked why he was smiling. The protagonist said that he was just surprised, and the chief told him not to smile. It was annoying. Anyway, they will get Axon. 2 days later. The soldier watched as Chungbong jumped from branch to branch, entering the forbidden zone. The soldier said that this was a closed area, but the chief shouted, make way. The protagonist, who was running after him, shouted, the Immortal Special Forces squad is in action. Chungbong ran forward and shouted, why did they get to the white hole? The next moment they lost sight of him. Jonah asked where he went. The protagonist said that he did not know. It seems he entered here. The soldiers shouted for them to stop. You can't go there. But the Immortal squad did not listen to them. After some time, the soldiers hit the monster with a direct shot, entered the cave, looked around and said that there were no traces of enemies. The target, the Axon stone, was found. They are now starting to transport it. The drones for transportation are ready. The boss thought that everything was going smoothly. Donghoon's plan needed some improvements. The protagonist remembered Panda's words, who said that a special species suspected of thievery had escaped from the area a kilometer from the white hole. He should organize surveillance of him and then completely accidentally enter the white hole. Special forces are allowed to enter prohibited areas in emergency situations, so it doesn't matter if the guard tries to stop him or not. All he has to do is just go in. When the MC went inside and tried to look around, he felt really dizzy, like someone grabbed this and started spinning it. He felt like he was going to puke. He needed to focus. When his vision focused, he saw a guy in front of him who yelled, "Who are they?" MC thought these guys were a special kind. Do they work for the Psionic? Turning to the Sunbae, he asked if she was okay, and what should they do. Hearing no answer, he looked at her. The guy yelled at that moment. Instead of answering, he kept mumbling under his breath, "Who are they?" The protagonist walked forward and said that they were immortals, a special forces unit. According to their intel, a criminal was spotted here, so they had to go here. The guy asked, "A criminal?" The two of them were the only ones who came here. The MC thought, of course, because everything he said was a lie. Then he asked, "Are they covering for him because they themselves belong to a special species?" From now on, the immortals of the Special Forces Squad are acting as commanders in order to catch the criminal. His interlocutor concentrated fire energy in his hand and shouted, "What is he talking about? Does he think that he came here and can give orders? If they don't get out of here by the time he counts to 3, there won't be a wet spot left of them." The MC said that they are starting a suppression plan for refusing to cooperate. Then he threw a smoke grenade. From the released gas, Jonah fell unconscious. At that moment, the guy waved his hand covered in fire and shouted, "Only if he gets caught." The MC at that moment put his colleague on his back and ran in the opposite direction. At that time, the squad was guarding the boxes of ore. One of them asked Chunbong, "Is something wrong?" He replied that there is too much dust here. He remembered how he said during the briefing that he was going to be the one to officially go to help. The main force would be with him to keep Axon safe while he was transporting. And if anything happened, Jonah and Kwon Ik would take a few boxes of stones. He thought, a magic charm. It sent a signal to a similar talisman at a certain distance. If the talisman was burning, it meant that the two of them had managed to penetrate the white hole. It was cool that they could communicate with each other without special devices outside their world, but if the talisman got wet, everything would be for naught. The soldier in front looked at the device on his hand and said that there was an abnormal signal in this area. Number 12. An orc. There were more than 20 of them. The chief said that he authorized the use of firearms. The orcs at that moment ran to attack, but the soldiers opened fire. At that moment, number 22, the sharkworm, appeared in front of MC. The protagonist armed himself with a knife and wounded the monster with several attacks. There are many things in the world that can be surprised. 45 minutes, that's how long it took him to stand, walk, hear, and feel correctly when he first found himself outside his world. Even an immortal needs to move from one world to another and back dozens of times to get rid of the headache that occurs in the first 5 minutes. But even after that, it will still take at least half an hour to come to his senses and fight. Jonah, watching the actions of the protagonist, thought that if they dealt with the psionic mercenaries in 2 days, then it would be a good job, but he managed to deal with everyone with just one smoke bomb, and now he is testing the skills he managed to acquire against the invader who appeared before his eyes. How much longer will he surprise her? The protagonist asked how many more immortals are needed to catch number 22. She answered, "Too many to name." He said that she is the same as always. Then he reached for his knife and said that he could wait until the plan succeeded to get praise. He suggested moving on. A day after entering the other world. MC said that there is a small cave behind this hill, and they can rest there. A little earlier, Chungbong said that Jonah and Kwang Ik's plan was to track and wait. They were to track the troops transporting the Axion and try to predict which route they would take. They were to follow the planned route and wait there. He was sure that something would happen, so they should take the chance and steal the Axion stones. Sometime later, while sitting by the fire, Kwang Ik said that sometimes he thought that their manager was a little crazy. Jonah said that she often had that thought. The 4th night after entering the other world. The protagonist thought that they hadn't encountered anyone again today. A guy and a girl alone in a tiny cave. At this rate, he would get attached to her. Now that he thinks about it, he can't understand why she's working here if she's not immortal. He then asks, is she sleeping? Why is she doing this? For peace? After a moment of silence, she says for revenge. He says world peace and revenge, they're opposites. She then tells him to sleep, and a few moments later, Kwon Ik stands up abruptly. She asks how many. He says there are 2 of them. At that moment, 2 mercenaries pass by the cave. One of them tells his partner to wait, there's someone here. They then look into the cave, holding their weapons in front of them. Seeing John armed, they tell her to stay still, drop her weapon, and slowly walk away. She follows their instructions and asks who they are. The mercenary says he should have asked her where she's from. Is she alone? At that moment, the main character jumps out of the shadows, disarming the mercenary. His comrade said what the hell, but Juna suddenly grabbed his hand and hit him in the face. The immortals pointed their guns at them and told them not to move. The protagonist looked at their things and said, an automatic rifle and walkie-talkies, so they also have a sniper. So what are they here for? Is there anyone else here? The mercenary asked what they were carrying. They came here to make money by killing the invader. MC thought, mercenaries? At this time? It can't be. They had the same plan. They came to steal the stones. He remembered what the boss said and thought that with their training, this is not just anything. He then called the Sunbae and said that they are changing their plans. Meanwhile, Chungbong looked at No Pildu and said, surprisingly, Prometheus? I didn't think that someone from the upper crust would target the Axun stones. Pildu smirked and said that he was glad to meet him and the other mutated people. If he voluntarily gave up all the things and ran away, he would only kill half of his men. Chungbong thought that time and place were on his side. He did not expect such a strong guy to appear here. Then he said that he understood that Axion was a beautiful stone, but was it really worth his effort? The soldier saw his finger signs and thought that he should stall for time. Keep him here? Then he said that he probably found their little Pildu bored now. The woodcutter was outraged by these words and shouted that he was 2 years older than him. Chungbong said that it did not count if his whole life was going badly. Pildu asked, did he still not understand what situation he was in? The boss said just the opposite. He heard that he hid in the Philippines. When did he return to Korea? He said that he would tear off his head the next time he met. The woodcutter shouted for him to be glad that he could be on friendly terms with a person. At that moment, Rose came up to them and said, enough. They are making a mistake. Did they think that the situation would change if a few people escaped, hiding their deeds? They have no chance. They should surrender. After saying that, she snapped her fingers. Chungbong thought that they already knew how many of them there were and where they were going. There was a leak, probably a spy among their people. Then the man radioed, Code Jake, they are proceeding. Chungbong thought, should he just use brute force here? They could just run away with the stones, but in that case, not even 25% of the force would survive. That is not an option. The radio said Code Light. He is keeping his sights on it. The name of the plan is Medium Strike on Dog Offspring. They are proceeding. The man asked what he was talking about. He just needs to shoot. The next second, a bullet hit his leg. Rose screamed, what the hell? Chungbong said, what a pun, but it will do. Rose turned around and asked if that was possible. At that moment, Jonah had her at gunpoint. A few hours before the ambush. The man looked through binoculars and asked his partner if he heard it. The sniper asked if it was an invader, but he didn't see any signals. The man said he definitely heard something. The next second, the protagonist knocked him out with a sharp blow and then, armed with a knife, knocked out the enemy. The neutralized man asked who they were. The protagonist asked if he didn't understand what situation he was in. They are the ones asking questions here, and they just need to answer that. After a while, he came out of the cave and said, a superhuman sniper and an immortal half-breed, and it's empty. Should we look somewhere else? Jonah said they'd already gone through all the possible places where the sniper could be. Gigi said it seemed like those two weren't lying when they said there were no more snipers. Then he took out his walkie-talkie and heard, Code Jake, start firing. He said they were starting. Jonah put down her rifle case and said they should get ready then. He looked at her rifle and said, so that's her main weapon. She told him to say hello, this is Cash Hippo. Currently, Rose turned around and thought they'd lost their sniper ambush spots. Chungbong said, Special Forces Immortal Squad, stand by. Rose ran to the side and took out her walkie-talkie and shouted, Code Ralph. In response, she heard that they were here. She shouted, who are they? The protagonist said, 185 centimeters tall, a cute, smart, and hard-working guy at the same time, the best groom option, the best young man of this century. In response, she said in Filipino that he was cursed. Then she shouted to her subordinates to kill everyone. After the battle, shooting began. Rose went to 2 subordinates and told them to find out their location and send VB7 there. Chungbong saw the enemy leaving and opened fire on him, shouting, where is he going? Pildong appeared in front of him, who was fending off the bullets with his weapon. Rose said that it was his opponent. Chungbong smirked and said that Hyung is busy. Maybe they can chat later? The woodcutter shouted for him to stop calling himself Hung. Their eyes met and the next second they rushed to attack. At this time, Jonah said, to the next place. The protagonist agreed with her. Looking to the side, he saw people approaching them and said that they were back. He thought that in order to regain control of the situation, they would have to deal with them quickly. VV7 said that it was quite difficult to find them. MC was surprised that they only sent 3. Besides, those 2 in the back don't look like fighters at all. The guy asked what his relationship was with that girl. The protagonist said that not long ago, she was on top of him. He shouted, on someone like him? The protagonist asked, what do you mean by that? The guy ran forward and shouted, how dare he? He punched forward, but the protagonist dodged his attack. Then spikes appeared from his elbows, and the protagonist thought, did spikes just come out of his elbows? Then the enemy's fist approached him again, but MC put his hand in front of him, blocking his attack, and then moved back. VV7 shouted for him to come closer, and the next second, the shooting started. Jonah thought he just glanced in the direction of the gun and immediately dodged the shot. His reflexes were too good. However, this created an opening. The protagonist at that moment attacked the opponent's torso with a powerful blow. VV7 grabbed his hand and told him to get out of his way. He took the form of a huge wolf and said that the woman was the main course today, and he was dessert. The protagonist thought, so he is a shapeshifter. Then he missed the opponent's blow and flew to the ground. Jonah ran to him in alarm, and then, taking out a gun, said, "Damn Prometheus." The protagonist looked at the opponent and thought, crooked teeth and lost hair. He is sure that this half-breed shapeshifter was created in a lab. Then he got to his feet and, covering his sunbae with his hand, told her to stand behind him. She said that they will fight together. It is too hard for him alone. He told her to help the guys. Then she ran in the opposite direction, and he asked the enemy, what is his name? Does he even eat? VV7 said that his food is them. Daquanique felt it without him thanks to his abilities. There was no need to ask. He has no relation to a special species. Due to hunger, he lost his mind. A monster, an invader, created by human hands. Then he said, how annoying. The next second, the monster ran to attack. The protagonist dodged to the side and then jumped back and thought that it was close. He thought that he was sent alone to fight against them. They hope that he has enough strength. Then the monster opened its mouth and roared loudly. Jonah, seeing this, thought that this was wild bloodthirstiness. She feels how her whole body went numb. I wonder if he will really succeed? Then the monster ran to attack again, but the main character dodged it and thought, sorry buddy, but he was not very surprised. Then he fired a few shots, but VV7 put his hand in front of him. He approached Quanic and slashed forward. The MC dodged and then hit the enemy in the exposed part of the abdomen. After the blow, this place became like stone, and he thought that it was the form, an ability that allows you to change the strength of bones. As he expected, he really is a half-breed degenerate. At this time, a bullet hit the Prometheus soldier right in the head. Chunbong asked, did that woman just say VV7? It looks like the name of some kind of toy. What is it? The woodcutter asked, so what? Is he worried about his friends? He said, just like that, he just wants one of them to get it good. Pildu said that was great. He didn't know how many people he had, but they sent someone who couldn't be defeated even with the support of an entire army. He ran forward and shouted that he was sure he wouldn't mind dining on his subordinates. Chunbong asked, an army? For his friend, this does not sound very convincing. At this time, the protagonist continued his fight, attacking the enemy. He thought that he not only has a form, but also high endurance of a shapeshifter. These skills are very useful, but there is an ability that he learned himself, energy concealment. VV7 looked from side to side in confusion, trying to find the protagonist, but he was already behind him and attacked the enemy's back with a powerful blow. Then he used a technique called a deceptive trace. Seeing cracks on the enemy's body, he said that although he has a durable body, this only means that he will receive until he dies. The monster ran at him again. And the protagonist used the concentration of feelings. He focuses on one object to predict its further actions, watching only its gestures or eye movements. VV7 pointed a fist at him, but Quanique sharply slammed his head into the ground. Then he crouched next to the monster and said that he was exhausted. One of the soldiers said that this idiot was just tired. His partner said that they could easily get rid of him. A few moments later, the protagonist dodged a bullet and said that he had already thought that they would just run away. The next second, shooting began. The protagonist ran straight at them and grabbed one of them, telling him not to twitch. He also does not really like killing. He said Val, Tedu, Haina. At that moment, Jonah said, go ahead, and made several accurate shots at the enemy's body. She said that this was the suicide spell Prometheus. Quanique said that she almost shot him in the arm. She said that she was confident in him. He asked that he would be able to dodge. She confirmed it and said that she could do that too. Regarding the current situation, everything was taken care of. Prometheus retreated. It was time for them to go. He happily said that he was finally praised. At that moment, Chunbong remembered how the woodcutter told him that he would let him go this time. He said that, even when he ran away, he was arrogant. A soldier came up to him and asked who he was. He was talking about the ones who got rid of the Prometheus snipers. He replied, Security Group 3, Jonah and Quanique, his subordinates. The soldier said that he understood. Chunbong thought that they saved them. He is not the type to forget about the employees' good work. Those two will get good efficiency points. At that moment, the red-headed man pointed his finger at the protagonist and said, this immortal. The protagonist asked, was he here all this time? After a while, Donghoon said to come all this way for just one criminal type. It must have been hard to keep up with him. They tried well. He can submit a report tomorrow, and today he can go home. The protagonist thought about how to say it more gently, that the mission failed. Panda had already gotten ready at this point and, heading for the exit, said that since that was the case, he would also go home early. MC thought that he would just keep quiet. After some time, Jonah asked, "Isn't it considered that the level of employee satisfaction depends on how comfortable it is for them to get from home to work and back?" MC said that this is the advantage of the company dorms, only a 5-minute walk. Then he asked, "Is she going there?" She turned away and said that today she believed in him. After some time, she went home and knelt on all fours. Beads of sweat were running down her face, and she thought that these were the side effects of nostrum. She leaned her back against the wall and thought that everything was not as bad as she expected, although she did not take that much. All thanks to him, she believed in him. Why did she say that? Maybe it was because he was feeling unwell? Because if he were a normal immortal, the shapeshifter would have been able to fool him with his disguise? He was different from normal immortals, that was a fact. She thought she should treat him to dinner sometime. After a while, MC approached the office and thought, so what now? He went inside the building and thought, if they had managed to steal the Axon stones, the company would have tried to cover their tracks. However, they hadn't succeeded, and everyone had found out about it. He just wouldn't say anything about what had happened in the other world. He would come up with some more or less reasonable excuse. After a while, the worker adjusted her glasses and said that everything was fine. He could come back. They had received complaints from the association, but their actions, guys, were reasonable and justified. A little later, he read the congratulatory messages and thought, what? Donghoon approached him and said that Pensionic decided to give them most of the Axion stones, because the mission would have failed if it weren't for the two of them. What they did was commendable. The promotion was just a bonus for that. At that moment, the head of the research bodyguard group of the R&D headquarters, Kim Ju-seok, approached them and called Kwang-ik. MC thought it was the manager of the team that was leading the main forces at that moment. Ju-seok handed him a weapon with a holster and said words of gratitude. Panda said that it was a knife for cutting bullets. The protagonist examined the gift and asked why he gave it to him. He said that they succeeded thanks to them. Donghoon said that it was worth at least several tens of thousands of bucks. And given the position he occupies, the price tag on the knife is probably several times more. Then, he looked at the screen and said that he and John were promoted. Chunbong asked if he was happy. MC replied negatively and said that he was just lucky, since he barely did anything. It was all thanks to Sunbae and him. The boss said that he believed him. Does he really think that now is the time to be happy, huh? That's why he's an idiot. MC asked if he was just jealous, right? Panda said that he should write a report. The protagonist thought, yeah, he's a pro at ruining happy moments. He needs to finish this damn report. He started writing and thought, the brilliant report contains only the truth. Now that he thinks about it, the reason the ambush back then failed is because he and Sunbae just happened to be in the right place at the right time. Someone might have even survived if everything went according to plan. But the situation was completely different. He remembered the director's question and thought, is this what he meant? Considering the whole situation, there was only one reason why this could have happened. There was a traitor among them. A week later, Chunbong slammed his shot glass on the table and said, well, as usual, all the money goes to the top and all the dirty work falls on the regular guys. Panda said it was just their mistake. The boss said he wanted another shot. The protagonist said he should stop. The boss asked why he was acting like this. Since he got a promotion, he should be happy. The protagonist said that at this rate, he would go broke from all the stuff he ordered. Then Chunbong ordered 4 more bottles of soju. After a few shots, he said, this is a damn company. Damn it, we need to finish them off. The MC asked why he didn't tell the boss about it. The boss said he was a genius. He never even thought of it and wrote a report instead. He put his hand on Kwang-ik's shoulder and said that he knew what they would say to him if he told them this. They knew, but did he understand that imposters were a bit questionable? The protagonist said, sure, these things happen. Chunbong said that their role was quite important. They could help a lot if they left them alone, so they should leave it alone. That's what they would say. Him, the idiot. The protagonist thought, so why is he asking him about this? After a while, Kwang-ik was walking down the street. He remembered Chunbong yelling, so what, are they just going to go home? He thought that his salary was higher than his, so what was he spending it on? Then he remembered Panda saying that terrorist organizations had changed in their day. They even had insurance companies. What if they didn't put their own money into them? Instead, they stuffed the money they sucked out of their bosses. What would happen then? The boss yelled that no one would ever do anything about this company. That's what. Then he called his father. Young-ho asked what happened. He said nothing. He just wanted to know how he was doing. His father asked why he didn't call earlier. Kwang Ik apologized and said he would try to call more often. Then his father told him to tell them. The protagonist said there was a bad guy that everyone knew about, but it seemed like they couldn't do anything about him. So what should he do? His father asked if he had a falling out with the heir to a big corporation, then he would have to disown him for a while. The protagonist said that wasn't true. His father asked if they could just be reached, hit on the head, right? He said that, figuratively speaking, it was. His father told him to hit their legs in that case. He said if not on the head, then start from below, he would call him soon. Then he called Chungbong and asked where he was. The boss said he thought he wasn't coming, at the bar across from the house they were at last time. If he was going to come, he was closing the account. The protagonist asked why he thought he became an imposter. That spy. Option 1. He holds a high position, and the Varim organization simply cannot reach him. Option 2. The imposter has no connection to Prometheus. If he were loyal to Prometheus, the government would have taken some action, even despite his position. And option 3. The traitor works exclusively with Prometheus. Reason to cooperate with Prometheus without being connected to them. Option 4. The imposter's goal is money. MC said that he himself said that there are bosses who want to hide their money, that a terrorist organization like Prometheus does this for them, and in return gets the opportunity to openly talk about their criminal activities. Here it is. Chungbong asked where he is. At that moment, MC opened the bar door and said, if they can't hit the top, they should start from the bottom. Why don't they rob the traitor's vault? Donghoon said that he thought he was going home. What is he doing here? Chungbong put the glass on the counter and said, tomorrow in the conference room, as soon as they start work. Sometime later, at Money and Save, the employee thanked the visitor for coming today. At that moment, Kwang Ik entered the room, hiding his face behind a mask. The guard noticed him and thought, when did he manage to get here? He asked, who is he? But the next second, the protagonist shot him, hitting him in the legs. Then another guard jumped at him from behind and shouted, where does he think he is? Freak. But a fist immediately flew into his face. From the impact he flew to the ground. Then the protagonist took out a shotgun, and aiming at the employee, said that he did not advise him to press the button. He would do it for him. Then the sounds of gunfire were heard and everyone present screamed in panic. The protagonist said that everyone should press their heads to their knees and not make a sound. If he hears even the slightest rustle, he'll blow their brains out. He advises them to start praying, and they shouldn't think about anything else. A little earlier, Donghoon said, Money and Save. The second largest financial group, a private lender and bank. They are the brainchild of Prometheus. They only have 3 office locations. He suggested robbing them. That's what he wants to say, right? MC said that a more adequate solution would be to find out the source of the money and monitor the turnover with the Financial Commission. However, there is no guarantee that they will succeed, and there is no time. So they need to speed up the process. Even if they don't destroy everything, they will at least cause trouble. What's wrong with their faces? Chungbong said that it was unexpected. Panda agreed with him. Jonah said that it turns out that he is not a fool after all. MC asked, in their opinion, does he look stupid? Donghoon told him to think about how he has been lately. The protagonist said that he thinks he looked pretty smart. Panda said that only the most foolish people think like that. The boss asked, what's in it for him? Why is he so hung up on this imposter? The main character replied, just an idea came to mind, because some people swear every other word every day. Oh, their team manager's salary was seriously withheld, and everyone else was basically deceived as part of Axion's plan. After all, they had to predict the enemy's attack. Donghoon confirmed this. Kwang Ik said that's exactly why he did it. He asked himself what he could do for his teammates who were robbed by the company. Chungbong looked at him silently and then told his assistant to make a plan. Donghoon asked, what about permission? The boss said he would take care of it. Then he told John to find information and pick good liars. She accepted the order. The main character then asked, what should he do? The boss said he was their star. He should look at his face, just right for the protagonist. He asked, what? After a while, the worker looked at the empty safe and asked his subordinate, did he find that idiot? He said they were checking all the cameras in the area, but so far nothing. The worker thought he had opened the safe in 5 minutes and then disappeared from sight. He must be a special species. Who is he? Then the worker shouted that there was an emergency. The captain said he had just said so. His subordinate said that Money and Save and Suya had suffered the same fate. At this time, the protagonist came out of the safe covered in fire and thought that the offer was his. But the boss was really an idiot. The worker looked at the fire and shouted that he had just burned all the money. Is he crazy? The protagonist replied, a little. Bye. Then he ran outside and ran into an alley, and a few moments later, he came out of there in casual clothes. Jonah rode up to him on a motorcycle and told him to get on. Shortly before, the head of the dispatch department told Chunbong not to make any noise. After all, if anything happened, it would be his head that would roll if he allowed this plan to come to fruition. He said that if it weren't for the latest plan, they would all have died, including him. Many are talking about a long-term break in work because of what happened. Their target is the money and save points in Hapjeong, Suya, and Gangnam. Naturally, they will make sure that there are no civilian casualties. The Immortal Special Forces Squad and Psionic were defeated. If they left things like this, others would soon begin to drag them through the mud. They must strike back. He shouted that he could do whatever he wanted. He had nothing to do with this. After a while, he read the news feed and shouted, "These crazy people, they seriously did this." A little later, the protagonist left the establishment and thanked the chief for the treat. Junbong said that he told him to take a few stacks of money. MC said that he is not a robber. The boss said that the money was obtained legally. Then he asked the Sunbae if she drank too much. She said that they defeated those idiots. How good. MC said that to be honest, he was expecting her to help rob the team manager. Junbong said that there was one more thing left, so he should focus. A rookie? This especially concerns him. He said that he understood. Jungboon elbowed him and said, "Wow, he called him a rookie. Congratulations." MC said that he was not going to thank him for such congratulations. He thought, however, now he truly feels like a part of the team. The next morning, Guite asked, "Did something good happen?" You can tell even from his face. The protagonist said that he just washed his face. Then they arrived at the desired floor. Taram asked, "Is there anything else he wants to say?" Donghoon shouted that this was nonsense. She said that she asked the company manager. MC asked what was going on. She said an internal investigation into corruption. Chunbong asked, would they drag the newbie in too? He had only been here for half a year. What could he know? Taram said that they would talk upstairs then. Passing by Kwang-ik, the boss told him to mind his own business. A little later, the protagonist went out onto the roof. The employees said that the management ordered an internal investigation into corruption. MC asked, why all of a sudden? He said that there were no specific formulations. Working here, you often have to do dangerous and not always legal things. So if he starts going into details, they can all be arrested. MC asked, what will happen if they get caught? He said that if he's lucky, they'll just fire him or put him in jail. MC asked, what if he's unlucky? He said that in that case, they could be considered dangerous criminals. What do you think they're doing to them? The protagonist thought that they robbed a bank to catch an imposter. And the next day, the manager and the whole team were under investigation? That's not a coincidence. He then asked what would happen to him. The employee said that the team manager had shown kindness for the last time. He needed to pretend that he didn't know about everything that happened. He needed to keep his mouth shut and not do anything. Then, Kwang-ik received a text from the head of the control room asking what they did. Was this his idea? The MC said, so what, should he just play dumb? He thought that his plan was to catch an imposter, and in the end, he got the guys in trouble. So what should he do now? That's right, business. He needs to rob the main branch of money and save. Meanwhile, the employee asked Chunbong if he would admit that he had something much more serious than just a few accusations. Even if only half of what is in these documents is true, he faces at least 10 years in prison. Chunbong said he has no idea what he is talking about. He said not to complicate the situation. If he admits to some of the charges, they will try to help with the rest. The manager asked who snitched. He wants to know who initiated the investigation. There are materials here that even the generals have no idea about. And many of them are based on circumstantial evidence, or is he mistaken? The employee said that if he continues to act like this, he will only complicate the situation. He himself understands. Chunbong threw a stack of documents on the table and said, who cares? They are not going to take the easy way out anyway. The employee said there will be a trial. Is he sure he wants to act like this? The manager asked when. He said in 2 days. Chunbong thought that this was not enough time. There was one last ace up his sleeve. Sometime later in the director's office, Myungjin said even if he's friendly, he's still the CEO. He comes to him whenever he wants just because he wants to talk. Isn't that too reckless? MC asked, he's been keeping an eye on him, right? He doesn't know why, but there has to be a reason. He wants to prove it. So he asks him to trust him and let him do something. The CEO said there's a trial for the third group of the external security team in 2 days. He'll be expelled, so he has 40 hours, and in that time he wants to rob a terrorist organization's bank without any help and bring the imposter to him? The protagonist said that's not true. He put it a little differently. Myungjin asked, doesn't he think he should have at least done that to get his signature? MC said he needs at least some help. The CEO said he can do without it. He said he wants to prove it himself. He was watching him because he believed that he had the power to give him what he wanted. He had to listen carefully. All he had to do was find the black sheep. MC said he understood it would be done. Then the subordinate said he was being too cruel. The director asked, "Really?" He said he knew very well that he would fail. Myung-jin said that was one of his bad habits. He asked what he meant. The director said underestimating others. He said that judging by his rating during the endurance test and the way he handled the tasks, it was safe to say that he was an A rank. However, it was impossible to do it alone. He would have to go above and beyond. The director asked why he thought he had chosen him in the first place. He asked, is he his illegitimate son? Myung-jin said he would like to think he was joking, but knowing him, he wasn't. He's pretty good at pretending to be close to someone. He almost helped out with something recently. He said it was a lie. The director said of course, he couldn't do that given his situation. He asked, so what difference did it make how good he was at socializing? The director said it made a lot. After a while, the protagonist texted Miho to come to the roof. Then he turned around and told her she needed to read the messages. He was about to go look. She said she had a lot to do. More to the point. He asked if she'd heard about the terrorist attack on Money and Save. It was his doing. She said he was an idiot, and he handed her a piece of paper and said it was a plan approved by the CEO, robbing the headquarters. He offered to do it together. She repeated again that he was an idiot. Then he said that she would kill two birds with one stone and she would pay him back and prove herself to the CEO. There would be no better opportunity. She thoughtfully read the plan and asked who was in charge. He replied that it was him. She asked who else was on the team. MC said, her. Miho turned around in the opposite direction and he grabbed her hand and shouted that this was not all. She asked, who else? He replied, the one who thought he was the perfect robber when he attacked the first two offices. After a while, he approached the man and said that he was glad to meet again. He said that these were the two places. So what did he forget here? MC said he was a little nervous. He said he was a top-notch guy at this. He had turned robbery into an art form. MC said he thought he could do a lot better with it. He said when he told him about it, he looked at him like he was talking nonsense. MC sat down next to him and said he never would. He offered to go on another job. He asked what if he said no. MC said dead men tell no tales. He yelled that's why he doesn't work with government people. MC said come on, he was joking. They had to move on to the next step, so he had to decide soon. The man then agreed, and he said he knew he could rely on him. After a while, the newly formed squad took up position on the roof. The man said that after the two attacks, the main office had increased security. Even though he called them security, Prometheus had concentrated all its forces here. Usually, there are no guards on the street. Because, as they say, they don't want to attract unnecessary attention. But now, soldiers are everywhere, and they have increased the security to the maximum. He wouldn't have been able to get in there, even if he was still working. Even if there were 5 of him, nothing would have worked. Miho said, so that's how it is. He said that what they need is a massacre and a smelting. If normal abilities don't work, they'll just have to turn everything upside down. If these machines and people work together as security, they just need to destroy their coordination before they get down to business. That's why they need a massacre. And the smelting, in the midst of a chaos, they'll melt the safe walls of the main building and calmly enter. And some anonymous superhuman will help them with this. Miho asked where he is. He said that they will come and go at the right time. The protagonist said, first of all, the reason for all this is the Axon Stone. The Psionic Association must be really pissed off about this. They're the reason they have to deal with Prometheus. And they have nothing to lose. Miho said that even if they managed to hire a superhuman pro for the job, the plan was too simple. The protagonist said that sometimes the simpler the better. She said that they were basically willingly going to their deaths. He said that's why he asked her for help. He heard that she was good at handling any unexpected situations, so she was the backup. She asked if he was really keeping an eye on her. He asked, like he had time for that? She said, Johan, what a chatterbox. The man told them to finish, it was time to begin. He then handed them the masks and told them to put this on. It was made from new materials found in the white hole. It's pretty light and doesn't fall off easily. Miho said that it was cool. The protagonist asked who chose the design. He asked if he was unhappy with something. The main character put on a mask and said that it was not so. Well, they will start. Then he used energy concealment and approaching the right place, he thought that he needed to get as close as possible before they noticed him. The guards looked at each other when a bullet flew into the head of one of them. The main character thought, Immortal 1. The guard thought, when did he have time? The protagonist hit him in the face with his knee and thought, Immortal 2. He said that there are tigers here. Idiots. Before the assault on the Money and Save Bank. Miho stated that this facility is under the protection of their personal guards, and the area around it is under the responsibility of BET. She believes that they will have to worry about the safety of civilians. They will divide the area into 16 areas, so he must remember the location and name of all the areas. She will give orders according to each of them. The protagonist asked her to stop, and he gave her a cocktail potion. He asked if she knew what the effects of the potion would be, right? Miho drank the cocktail potion and thought that SE8 is a potion also called popcorn. With the help of this potion, physical abilities are slightly improved. In addition, insight and temperament are increased. Then she observed the protagonist through binoculars, and she thought that he was able to deal with a dangerous criminal in the blink of an eye and get maximum points in each test. She thinks that he is very efficient with good insight. Miho remembered their mission together at the airport, and she thought that it was hard for her to admit, but this guy was talented. She gave orders to MC using a special communication that he had 256 seconds to reach Area 3. Kwang Ik, under Miho's direction, took out several enemies. Miho then thought that their goal was to create chaos, which would distract them from the safe and cause hell there. It was her job to assess the situation and predict the future scenario, in order to pass the information to Kwang Ik so that he could create chaos. At that moment, she gave orders to him to hide behind a pillar, and the protagonist dodged the enemy attack and used a smoke grenade, then took out the enemy fighter. Miho admitted that this crazy tiger knows how to fight well. After a while, the guards shouted while opening fire at the tiger-masked protagonist that the target had disappeared into an alley. They followed him, but then they reported that the target was out of sight. He was using concealment and hiding from them. They had no idea where he could come from. At this time, the protagonist took aim at them, hooking his hand onto the wall above the guards, and he opened fire on them with a firearm. And then he pounced on one guard, while another guard suddenly transformed into a monster that pounced on the MC. Kwang Ik noted, by punching him in the face, that he was thanking him for taking off his helmet, especially for him. The protagonist used it as a shield from enemy shots, and then threw the body at the last guard next to him. Suddenly, Miho ordered him to duck, and the protagonist dodged the enemy attack at the last moment. The sniper said that if he did not stop, they would destroy his head. MC thought that they were PWAT based on their uniform. He stated that they should take a break. The sniper rudely sent him away and prepared to shoot, at which point Kwang Ik ran out of the line of fire. Miho warned him that there were 2 more enemies waiting for him around the corner. The protagonist dodged the enemy's attack, and then he counterattacked. Miho ordered him to head to the ground parking lot next to the Money and Save building. The PWAT staff were outraged that telekinesis did not work on him. They doubted that he was a normal immortal. Then they noticed the protagonist and ordered him to stay still, aiming a flare gun at him. The Money and Save bank guards stated that the PWAT staff should leave their territory. They would deal with the intruder themselves. They then attacked the protagonist together and launched a flare gun at him. At this time, the protagonist's accomplices were breaking into the Money and Save bank vault, who thought he was crazy when they heard the explosion. Then they discovered that the vault had a double wall, which they decided to melt as well. They acted according to plan, but were worried if MC, who was lying on the ground after the explosion, would be able to get to them in time. After a while, Kwang Ik thought that he felt a sharp pain. He was sure that the team manager was sitting there and doing nothing, making the excuse that he was under investigation, while he was here trying to fix everything. However, he would make him pay, empty his pockets to the maximum. The PWAT employee asked, did he just come to his senses? Does he really think that he will not die because he is immortal? He thought that this intruder was definitely crazy, although he showed himself excellently in battle. He was able to defeat more than half the soldiers, and the explosion caused by him was probably needed to make a hole in the wall. The protagonist stated that they angered the mountain god, which is why he is here. The guards thought that he was definitely crazy, although he was quite smart. However, they also had a similar person, who was just as smart and crazy, and they had 2 of them. At that moment, a monster attacked Miho, dealing critical damage to her. The monster stated that they noticed the intruder moving around the area, as if he was looking down on what was happening. This meant that he most likely left his accomplice in a place where everything could be seen, but the other one would be relatively safe. There are several tall buildings here, but just knowing this narrows down the search quite a bit. Miho thought that this monster was a werewolf. However, she wondered why she couldn't sense him approaching. Perhaps he attacked her from somewhere. The monster asked, she is from the special forces of the Immortals, right? That means she is worth a lot. At that moment, an enemy attacked the protagonist, stabbing him with a weapon, curious about who was hiding under the mask. The protagonist thought that he did not sense his approach. His enemy hid his energy, which means he is immortal. The PWAT employee asked who they called for help. The captain of the Money and Save Bank security guards thought that they called the elite members of the criminal organization's security team, Prometheus. If they arrived here, then the invasion can be considered over. A few days ago, the protagonist asked for a copy of the report. Then he asked, he heard everything, right? He must know all about it. Does he know who has become friends with the terrorists and still does nothing to stop them? Can he just tell them who it is? Does he really have many secrets? Then he has no choice but to spread rumors that he is simply crazy. Although he wants to ask the secretary to provide support for him. This is all just for the sake of the CEO. If he cannot do it openly, then he can just help secretly. After a while, the secretary thought that the employee Kwang Ik is unique. He rarely met such people among those who had recently joined their organization. The next time a situation like this arose, he would most likely ask him for help again. He was innocent and acted very naturally, somewhat like a child. However, he did not say anything wrong. What did it matter how good he was at socializing? Then the secretary called and said that he had a favor to ask. Currently, on the roof of the building. Miho thought that she should have left 5 minutes ago. Her life was in danger just because she agreed to help Kwang Ik. Naturally, she had a debt to him, but this was too much. Suddenly, the secretary appeared and attacked the monster. The monster asked who he was. The secretary said that he could not reveal his identity, and he did not want what happened here to be known. The monster thought that he was using a laser cable instead of a weapon. The secretary dealt a crushing blow to the monster, and he noted that he planned to remain incognito. Miho thought that he had pulled the rope in advance and simply lured the monster in the right direction. The secretary asked if she was badly hurt. Miho noted that she was fine. However, she did not understand, was this really a task from the CEO? The secretary said that someone simply asked to protect her. At this time, the enemy wanted to rip off the protagonist's mask, but he took a pill. The protagonist thought that right before the explosion, he would put a high-energy super revival pill in his mouth. The official name is HCS3. This is a high-calorie bomb. The effect includes dulling pain, increasing strength by 3 times, and regeneration. Suddenly, MC's arm was restored, and he grabbed his enemy who thought that he could not move. Where did he get so much strength? Kwang Ik dealt a crushing blow to his enemy, who screamed in pain. The protagonist noted that he should know that he needs to speak more quietly when talking to another immortal. The captain of the Money and Save Bank's security guard watched in horror as their elite fighter lost, and he ordered his men to attack him. The protagonist wondered who would be next. Then MC took out several opponents in the blink of an eye with his blade, until suddenly, the immortal's hunting tool, the hook, was used against him. The PWAT employee stated that even if he tried to do something, he would not be able to do anything. In the current situation, he would not even be able to move properly. The captain of the Money and Save Bank security guards shouted at the employee, calling him an idiot. Why didn't he use it earlier? The PWAT employee noted that one such tool is very expensive. Then he thought, did he really just rip the hook out of himself? The opponents unleashed telekinesis, freezing and fire against him at the same time. The protagonist broke free from the enemy attacks and rushed at them, growling like a tiger. After a while, the protagonist's accomplices finished their task, and the customer just arrived. The accomplice noted that if he hadn't shown up in 5 minutes, he would have taken his share and left here. Looking at him, it's scary to even imagine what's going on outside. He didn't leave a bunch of corpses in plain sight, right? The protagonist stated that no one died. Nowadays, medicine is able to fix everything. Then, he turned his attention to a lonely cabinet in the Money and Save Bank vault. The accomplice noted that he made this personal safe out of adamantium. The protagonist thought, did they make a personal safe out of such an expensive metal? He has a feeling that if he looks into this safe, he will regret it for the rest of his life. MC tried to break into the safe with brute force, but nothing worked. The accomplice noted that he should leave the safe alone because it should withstand even a nuclear explosion. If his desire is not lost, then he can open this safe. Everyone knows that adamantium is very durable, but this is precisely why this metal is so problematic. Because of the hardness of the metal, it is difficult to make something reliable, so opening this safe is easier than a box with things in the gym. Kwang Ik admired the skills of his accomplice. The accomplice also wanted to know what was hidden in such a safe. They found only a scroll there. The protagonist thought, taking the scroll in his hands, that the parchment was made of the skin of the invader, which is able to hold ink for a long time and does not get wet. The accomplice found more traces of Helda there, although they would have to leave it here because such things could be easily found. He then decided to close the safe back so that humanity's treasure would not burn. At that moment, Jinam rushed in and ordered them not to move. In this world, pure-blooded immortals have certain responsibilities. Jinam simply must live up to the expectations of his family, and in order to achieve what he wants, he must rise up the career ladder as high as possible. However, he was surpassed by a half-breed of his generation, and his past achievements were considered just luck, and his status was reduced to just another rookie. Although Jinam believed that he would have another chance to prove himself in order to accumulate more achievements. He was then called in as backup for a mission to the Money and Save headquarters, where a robbery took place, where he realized that this was not like an ordinary robbery. The guards told him that they thought the intruder was a real sadist. They even had to flee from him in the middle of the fight. Jinam thought that the private security team was the hardest hit, and P-Watt managed to surround the intruder. The P-Watt staff wondered if this intruder was definitely not one of the listeners from the Organization for Immortals. Jinam was very eager to prove himself while they were searching the Money and Save bank. He thought that this place was meant to store valuable items. He then asked the boss to check one more place before leaving. Currently, Jinam pointed a gun at the protagonist in the vault of the Money and Save bank. The protagonist ordered his accomplice to run away from here. Jinam stated, while pointing a second gun at the accomplice, that he would not let them leave. MC threw a combat knife at him, which disarmed one of his hands. Jinam started shooting at the intruder in the tiger mask. Kwang Ik thought that he was using bullets that open into 8 petals. They are called octopus. Jinam stated that if he didn't want to have all his muscles torn apart and his bones broken, he should surrender. The protagonist rushed to the side and dodged the enemy fire, while his accomplice took advantage of the situation and ran in the other direction. The protagonist then tried to take advantage of Jinam's distraction by the accomplice, but the accomplice immediately started shooting at him. MC thought that this idiot was aiming at him from the beginning. At least the accomplice managed to get away from here. Kwang Ik got rid of the bullet and thought that it was unlikely that he came here alone. The forces of the Immortals Special Forces are not comparable to P-Watt or a private security service. He had to deal with him before reinforcements arrived. The protagonist remembered the past and rushed Jinam openly, dodging bullets until he finally got close enough to throw a punch. The protagonist noted that he had improved a little. MC thought that Jinam would aim for his medulla oblongata when he struck. Despite his regenerative ability, he would be a vegetable if his brain integrity was damaged. Kwang Ik finished him off with a kick and thought that he had managed to dodge it anyway. The protagonist decided that Jinam wanted to take a nap, so he quickly put him to bed and left. The protagonist then met with his accomplice and advised him to hide for a while. The protagonist dressed up as a delivery man and went to an unpopular hostel. As night fell, MC thought that there were 12 hours left until the exit. The news reported that there was another attack on the Money and Save organization. Despite the fact that the Special Forces of Immortals and the Special Police Department were busy with this matter, the criminal managed to escape. Kwang Ik turned off the TV, and he noted that this definitely could not have happened without the help of the secretary. He called Miho and said that he was worried that the secretary would not provide them with support. Miho wondered how he managed to persuade him, but she decided not to push it. However, she wondered if he found anything there. If he had set his sights on one of the Money and Save offices, it would have been pure revenge. But she thought he was incapable of such a thing. He did it because of the trial of the third security team to provide evidence. Kwang Ik thought she was too smart. The protagonist pointed out that one of the management team members made a mistake with the seal. He couldn't tell her anymore. Miho noted that she didn't really care about this information. She just repaid her debt. The protagonist thought, is she seriously not going to interrogate him? Then he would have to do it himself, but he can't just show her, can he? He can't question the people on the team. Maybe he should go as a witness and tell everything? However, will they believe him? His opponent is a management team member, and he is only a rank 2 employee. I wonder if he should ask his father about this situation. However, his answer was always simple. If he does not know what to do, then he should not think about it. And he should ask someone who knows about it. After some time in the gym, Taram was listening to music and working out when suddenly the protagonist called her. She said that she does not like younger guys. The protagonist noted that he is calm about older women. He wants to ask her something. Taram noted that they should not cross the line. She suggests separating their career and personal life. MC asked her to look at one thing. After some time in the courtroom, Chunbong thought that he is not worried that their case is being handled by Kim Dong-chul, the CEO, and Lee Changmo, the head of HR. However, Ma-yoon, the director, is in charge of the trial, and he is one of those with whom even Bam Moon-jin, the CEO, cannot do anything. They are unhappy with him, but he believes that they still treat him as a team manager. Dongchul asked, "Are they sure that the head of the control room is innocent?" The dispatch chief stated that he knew nothing about the mission. They had simply requested an informal sortie. Mayun asked why they were there. Taram stated that they were considering disciplinary action against the employees who had committed terrorist attacks against the Money and Save organization. She did not know why they had chosen these two locations, but the attacks had been planned and carried out. Mayun noted that the main office had also been attacked yesterday, but the accused had spent the entire night here. Are they sure that these employees were not involved in this incident? Donghun stated that he was protesting. He had not even had time to object. Taram stated that they could discuss this later after they had heard the witness. It was Rank 2 employee Kwang Ik from the 3rd External Security Team. Mayun asked where the witness was. Taram stated that they had called the employee, but he would be a little late because he had overslept. Myunjin asked how he could be late for a disciplinary committee meeting where the future of his team was being decided. Chungbong said that he was a crazy piece of trash. After a while, the protagonist introduced himself when he arrived at the meeting as a witness. Mayan asked why he was late. The protagonist directly answered that he simply overslept. Mayun asked if the 3rd External Security Team had anything to do with the terrorist attacks against Money and Save. MC confirmed that their team did participate, including himself, who took part in it. Mayun stated that from now on, employee Kwang Ik would also be considered a criminal. Kwang Ik asked to finish, and he stated that yesterday he personally robbed the Money and Save building. Myungjin thought that he wanted to see how he would attack. The protagonist stated that he found something really valuable in the safe. He wants to provide evidence of the reasonableness of his actions. Do they really think that Money and Save is an ordinary financial company? Taram noted that it doesn't matter what kind of company it is. Carrying out such acts of violence just because of some suspicions is prohibited. The protagonist reminded that according to their rules, such things are allowed in special cases. Myungjin noted that this is written in paragraph 12, section 8. Special cases include threats to the existence of the company. MC asked them to look at the scroll, which said that the bright light they possessed banished shadows and convinced the ignorant of their superiority. He remembered Ta Ram telling him on the phone that this was the Immortal Faith, an organization of immortal supremacists who held the belief that only the blood of immortals is worthy of existing on this earth. It was a cult, but in reality, they were more like a terrorist organization. The photo of the parchment he sent contained their commandments. The highest apostles of the immortal faith believed that they had to follow these commands in order to prove themselves. There was a special ink that only showed up on the blood of immortals, called holy water. The name of the highest apostle of the immortal faith must be written on the parchment with special ink, currently in court. Changmo asked if this was really in the safe of the Money and Save organization. Mayun asked if he had checked the name on the parchment. The protagonist noted that he had already confirmed what name was written there. Suddenly, Dongchul announced that he wanted to personally verify the authenticity of the parchment. He then wanted to borrow a knife from Mayun, who suddenly dealt a critical hit to him and threw his weapon at Jang Mo. Taram rushed at Mayun, who kicked Jang Mo in the face. Mayun deceived her with a move and kicked her. The protagonist caught the girl, while Mayun decided to escape from the courtroom through the window. Suddenly, Chinbong swung his leg to kick, but it was a feint and hit Mayun's leg, who was expecting a kick from above. They surrounded him, and the secretary noticed Mayun's name on the parchment. Mayun admitted that he lost to a new employee. He will never forget him. The protagonist noted that he is already dating someone. After a while, Taram said that she had time to worry when he did not arrive on time. Was he late because he was preparing for a possible ambush? The MC honestly admitted that he simply overslept. Taram noted that he still did a good job. Myunjin said to Kwang Ik that he had a lot of fun today. The secretary noted that it would be better not to talk about what happened for the next 48 hours. He asks for cooperation from Team 3 in external security. Then, Donghun and Jonah began to praise their new employee for his excellent work. Junbong called him an idiot. They exchanged glances, and Junbong noted that he smelled strongly and needed to wash himself. Jonah stated that he really saved them, and the team manager did not believe in his success. Junbong grumbled discontentedly and then praised Kwang Ik. The protagonist asked who he was. Why did he put on his manager's face as a mask? Junbong went berserk and wanted to kill his employee, to which the protagonist noted that he did not have enough strength for this. The rest of the Team 3 employees decided to leave them alone. This ended the incident with the traitor. In order to shut the mouths of the 3rd External Security Team, they were given 2 days off. Naturally, the truth about Mayun was hidden, telling everyone that he quit due to health reasons. Someone spread rumors that the third external security team was somehow connected with the departure of director Ma Yun. However, no one was able to find out the details in the company, and the protagonist returned to a quiet life. Sometime later, in the office of the third external security team, suddenly, Jinam grabbed the protagonist by the clothes. MC asked if he finally changed his hairdresser. Jinam said that he became like this because of him. He was the one who hit him on the head back then. Kwanyik asked why he was talking such nonsense. Jinam noted that if he was going to pretend to be an idiot, he would tell everything himself. The protagonist sternly stated that he had no idea what he was talking about. They were about to fight when suddenly Donghun separated them and he said, calling them girls, that they need to stop. Fighting at work just because of personal animosity is wrong. He then took Jinam to talk. The protagonist said that he almost beat him up again. Donghun said, while holding Jinam, that he should control himself. He also had the urge to hit him several times a day. Junbong thought that Kwangik really met Jinam at the Money and Save headquarters, where they most likely fought. He then said to the MC that he really can't stand him. Is he deliberately making enemies? Kwang-ik spread his hands as if to say that he doesn't know what he's talking about. After a while, the protagonist admitted that he felt relieved. He didn't want to say this in front of everyone. He was about to knock him out, tie him up, and leave him there. However, the assistant manager saved him. Although Jinam usually ignores him even if he does something on purpose. Juna asked if he wanted to go out to eat ramen with her. After a while, the protagonist thought, why did this even happen? Did she seriously invite him to eat together? He knows that she is not like that, and he doubts that there was any subtext in her words. However, she still invited him to her home, where she lives alone. After all, it was his first time visiting a girl, so it was very exciting for him. Although, if you think back, it was not quite the first time, of course. The protagonist wondered if it was possible that she liked him. Jonah asked, what was the matter? After a while, MC thanked her for the food, and he thought that nothing happened in the end. It was no different from eating at some diner. Jonah admitted that she wanted to tell him something. They should go to her room. Kwang-ik said that this was wrong. She was a beautiful girl, but she was not exactly his type. Jonah said that he should shut up and follow her. Then in Jonah's room, the protagonist asked, why is all this on the wall? Jonah noted that all the currently known members of the criminal organization Prometheus were here. They might come to him for his antics, so he should be careful. She especially wanted to single out 3 that he should avoid at all costs. The protagonist noticed Jonah's family photo, which she decided to hide. She noted that he should be careful in the future. She was going to destroy the criminal organization Prometheus. MC stated that they would do it together. Kwang-ik thought that Jonah's room was her weak spot. At least, that's what it seemed from the outside. She might be driven by revenge or resentment, although it doesn't matter to him. He still can't abandon his colleague in trouble. After a while outside the protagonist's room, the protagonist felt someone's presence, and he thought that someone had broken into his house. He remembered Jonah's warning. MC cautiously opened the door and saw Jinam there. They immediately rushed at each other with their fists. The usual employee housing is designed for 2. According to the plan, the protagonist's neighbor was supposed to arrive in a month, but he did not expect it to be Jinam. After a while, MC said, while Jinam was unconscious, that this was somehow not very good. After a while, Chongbong said that this was really not very good. Why was he called here? Was it because he was the closest? He had already finished his business, and anyway, he was the manager of another team. The employee apologized to him and noted that the black hole changed too suddenly, and he could always be relied on. After a while, they finished clearing the black hole. The employees thanked the manager of the third external security team for his help. Chongbong noted that they could have done it without him. Himo said that you never know what will happen with double passes. Chongbong asked, what similar case has already happened? Himo said that this has happened twice in Seoul, and in all of South Korea, 8. During this time, only one thing became clear. This is a rather strange phenomenon. If this is still going on, then there must be a name for this phenomenon? Chunbong pointed out that he was not a cleaner, so they had to wait for a lawsuit. After a while, Chunbong thought, if this happens again, how many victims will there be this time? Sometime later, in the office of the third external security team, Jinam attacked the protagonist, but he was unable to defeat him. Donghun asked why they were so noisy so early in the morning. The protagonist noted that it was just Jinam trying to befriend him. Donghun asked him to tell him about what happened between them. MC noted that nothing like that happened. He just knocked him out last night when he attacked him. The secretary asked where Jinam was now. Kwang-ik asked him to be quiet so as not to wake the baby. The secretary said that he was a crazy idiot. He should stop bullying Jinam. The protagonist said that he was not bullying him, but appreciating him. There is no better sandbag in the world. Donghun was just glad that he stopped fighting with the team manager, so he switched to Genome. The protagonist asked where their leader was now. Donghun said that he was out on business. MC thought he now understood why he hadn't heard a single curse word today. Then he received an email from Robert Kim from the hunting company, offering him a transfer to their department. The Psionic Association provides the best medical care, salary. The Immortal Special Forces are waiting for him. Then he received another email, saying that No Cholsu's assistant from the talent department is waiting for him to call when he has a chance to talk. They will try to meet all his requirements. Kwang-ik said that the spammers are doing a good job. They were able to break through their network defense. Donghun noted that if there are such hackers, they should immediately catch them. Then he envied the protagonist, who received offers from different departments. The protagonist thought that Ma-yoon used to be the director, but now he is gone. So other companies and associations tried their best to find out about what happened, including the Horim employees who were unaware of the situation. There are probably those who have already made proposals without knowing all the details. It is obvious that they found out about him. MC asked if it was worth meeting them at least out of politeness. Donghun advised him to think carefully about his actions. Then a call came from the police to help. A hole appeared in the region. Jonah and Kwang-ik were sent to Dongdaemun Station. After some time at the black hole, the protagonist said that if it got any worse here, it would be a problem. There is nothing to even blow up. Jonah noted that they should try to finish this as soon as possible. Song Dong-chun stated that they have not seen Jonah for a long time. There is no point in her wasting her entire life on something she cannot prove. The protagonist stated that they should focus on the mission. Dong-chun noted that he has too ordinary an appearance for an immortal. Kwang-ik asked if he really liked him. The staff reported that a C-rank black hole is opening. Monsters number 3, which are decomposing slimes of the first type, are breaking out. Dong-chun noted that it was not in vain that he came here. He even got to meet the famous Kwang-ik. He should wait a little. After he quickly finished with this hole, they could talk. Then, using fire, they destroyed the monsters that crawled out of the black hole. The protagonist thought that he controlled the fire as he wanted. And he also tries to get rid of the monsters that others let through. Kim Malwan introduced himself and said that he was nicknamed the Fire Surgeon. The protagonist noted that he was just an attractive guy from the Immortals squad. Malwan said that he did not want to believe the rumors, but he really is some kind of inadequate. MC thought that it was strange for him to hear such a thing from someone who called himself the Fire Surgeon. Malwan offered to move to his association, where people like him are in great need. Kwang-ik asked why he was offering such a thing so openly. Malwan asked why else would he come to the opening of a C-rank hole. Dong-chun shouted, "Why is he bothering the guy while he is working?" Malvan pointed out that he has already done his part of the job. The rest can be handled with a flamethrower. Dong-chun shouted that Kwang-ik should not listen to what this idiot tells him. Malvan offered to fry his mouth. Dong-chun thinks that he has lived too long. Now is the time to get off the road of life. Then they both pounced on the protagonist to join their organizations, praising the benefits he can get. The protagonist thought that he should be happy, but he only felt strange that 2 men were fighting over him. Jonah does not pay attention to this situation at all. All this time, she was just looking at the black hole. Suddenly, a monster jumped out. MC rushed forward and saved an employee from the cleaning department from a slime. Energy slimes of the second type began to emerge from the black hole. Dong-chun announced that there was a combination of black holes, a double opening, predicting all types of slimes. While they were holding off the monsters coming out of the black hole, a Type 3 slime projector attacked Kwang-ik. Jonah reacted instantly and destroyed the monsters. The protagonist asked what was going on. She even used expensive ammo. Jonah noted that black hole alignment is a new phenomenon where a black hole appears inside an already opened one. No one can predict what will happen next, so they are forced to call for backup. She gave the order to her department not to engage in combat. They must take care of those they missed. The protagonist asked if they should not help. Jonah noted that they had another task. At that moment, a squad arrived with an XQC laser rifle with a mini nuclear fusion battery XQ-3000. Jonah stated that the XQC organization has more money. MC thought that this did not make them look good. Kwang-ik asked if they really had nothing better to do. Jonah said that backup would arrive soon. The protagonist asked which team would be sending backup. Junbong shouted, rudely addressing the protagonist, did they really want to kidnap him? So he put his soul into him, and the others wanted to take him for themselves? They had better leave his faithful dog alone, he was warning them one last time. If they tried again, they would lose their heads. After a while, an explosive Type 4 slime appeared from the hole, which the protagonist destroyed. Junbong asked why he did such a bad job of dealing with that monster. He could have covered it with himself if he was worried about the monster exploding. The protagonist asked why he was standing aside. Junbong shouted that he would break all the thieves' legs. Dongchan asked, he was Junbong's subordinate, right? Then they should pretend that he didn't offer him anything. Emo noted that this was very strange. It had been 2 hours since the black hole opened, but there was still no sign that it wanted to close. Malwan asked how many more monsters were left in the black hole. The staff member stated that he couldn't get a result. He had never seen something like this before. MC asked, turning to his team manager, why did he actually come here? Junbong stated that when the black hole appeared at Dongdaemun Station, dozens of large and small black holes began to open all over the country. Half of them turned out to be double gates, and this one was the largest of them. Jonah reminded him that double gates were an abnormal phenomenon that had appeared relatively recently. He should understand what consequences such an incident could lead to. Kwangik said that everything was starting to change, and these changes could provoke the emergence of a new monster. More important than that right now is the other side of the black hole. No one knows what could be there. At that moment, a new monster began to emerge from the black hole. Himo announced that a new creature was emerging from black hole number 3. Jonah noted that they should retreat. The protagonist thought that the air around him was exactly the same as it had been 10 years ago. The protagonist remembered how a noise like an explosion had deafened him back then. Bent metal rods and destroyed buildings appeared before him. Blood and flesh were everywhere, and monsters that he had never seen before. However, all he could hear was a ringing in his ears. His head was spinning and his legs were in terrible pain. He did not understand how much time had passed or where he was. His fear was mixed with the feeling of pain. He remembers calling his father and mother for help because he was afraid of dying. His despair made him constantly beg for help. Suddenly, he opened his eyes because Jonah called him, asking him to concentrate. At that moment, people were fighting a monster that came out of a black hole. The protagonist thought he was frozen in place while she tried to reach him and make him retreat. He remembered how he attacked the monster to protect an employee of the association, and then he can't remember anything. Jonah noted that the tentacles of this monster have a substance that changes consciousness. She injected him with prohibited substances that increase resistance to such attacks. The protagonist asked when he managed to get such a substance. Jonah said that help was already here. The employees from the association and Excursi tried to destroy the enemy barrier that protected this creature with their combined efforts. They tried to burn the monster's tentacles that were attacking them until they noticed a strange movement in the monster's eyes, which was clearly about to attack them with a laser. Jonah said that they should leave here and leave the rest to the other organizations. MC looked around and asked if they were really going to leave them in this situation. This monster could easily destroy them. At that moment, the monster attacked with a caustic liquid that decomposes armor. Jonah was grabbed by Kwan Ik and asked where he was going. The protagonist noted that they would all die if they left here. Jonah said that if he went there, he would die too. At that moment, the protagonist noticed an injured employee, which reminded him of his past from childhood when he was in trouble, so MC rushed at the monster. Kwang Ik then threw the injured employee up and yelled for Dongchan to catch him. The monster grabbed the protagonist with its tentacles. Chunbong shot his employee free with his gun. He ordered them to keep firing and continue attacking the monster until the barrier was destroyed. The protagonist stated that he had borrowed Bloody Jack for a while. Chunbong yelled that he was just crazy. The protagonist attacked the monster's eyes, which suddenly fired lasers. MC saved one employee at the cost of his arm, and then shielded another employee from the debris. Kwang Ik asked if he could still move. He should inject Bloody Jack into the injured employee. The protagonist lifted the employee with one hand and noted as his other arm regenerated that it might hurt. They should wait for help. The employee stated that he could have died while helping them. Why did he even do that? The protagonist noted that this is his job, he can't give up. He makes money from this, kills monsters, saves others, and at the same time he must stay alive. For this, he is ready to fight. After a while, MC, with the help of another employee, laid the wounded on the ground, who noted that he was not at all in his right mind. Kwanik saw that one of the wounded came to his senses, and he said that it was not worth it. He was going to thank him, right? Suddenly Jonah called out to him, and then she stuck a device into his chest, saying that if he was going to commit suicide, then let him do it somewhere else. The protagonist said, while his hand began to regenerate faster, that this was not in his plans. The employees shouted that the barrier of the monster will soon collapse. They must concentrate fire on the places where cracks appeared. Suddenly, the monster rushed forward, crushing everything in its path, and then inflicted devastating damage on the advance squad. Donshan asked how this could happen. He then unleashed a series of blows on the monster's barrier, which sent him flying into the wall with a counterattack. At that moment, the other employees opened fire on the monster with firearms, which the monster immediately attacked. Suddenly, the superhumans used their telekinesis ability to immobilize the monster, and then requested the use of white phosphorus against the monster. There were even more wounded on the battlefield, which the protagonist carried, but there was not enough. Bloody Jack. An employee in the rear noted, turning to MC, that he should wait until his regeneration was over. After a while, Quan Ik saved another wounded comrade from a blow from the monster, but this time, the tentacle managed to reach him. Chunbong destroyed the tentacle, and he asked, is he not going to listen to orders at all? He should take the early one and get out of here. Suddenly, the protagonist felt the multiple presence of the manager from the team, who surrounded the monster from all sides. Chunbong attacked the barrier where there were cracks, and his efforts were supported by the other employees. The protagonist thought, how did their team manager do this? He spread his presence everywhere and was able to hide his real body. Unfortunately, he still can't run because of his injury, but he can still do it. MC used his ability and spread his presence around the monster to fool it. Kwang Ik thought that once the monster attacked one of his fakes, the rest would attack the weak spot in the barrier. At that moment, he would be able to lift up those who were down and on the verge of death, or who simply failed to dodge, and carry them to a safe place. He must continue to save his comrades no matter what. After a while, Chunbong ordered him to stop. The protagonist asked, did they really win already? Chunbong stated that they did not lose. The protagonist fell to the ground and thought that he did not immediately understand the meaning of what his team manager said. Humanity has never been able to kill this monster. This time nothing changed. They were unable to destroy the monster star. This creature simply returned to where it came from. However, they did not lose. After some time, an employee wanted to know the name of his savior. Chunbong noted with a laugh that he was such a savior. Donshan told the name of the protagonist to those around him. The others immediately recognized this name due to the latest rumors that swirl around him. The employees asked Chunbong to convey words of gratitude to the protagonist who saved them. Chunbong stated that they themselves can convey these words. He is not their messenger. Then he looked at Donshan and said that he will hit him if he tries to lure him to his side. Donshan noted that the manager from the third external security team turned out to be a romantic. Malvon said that he is not suitable for the psionic organization because he ruins everything. Chunbong noted that he did not teach him this. He himself does what he wants. A new creature appeared on June 11th in Seoul, South Korea. No one died in this incident. Sometime later in a restaurant, Johan asked if he was feeling okay now. The protagonist noted that it had been 4 days since the quest ended. Naturally, he was fine now. Johan asked what it was like to fight the starfish monster. The protagonist stated that it was truly terrifying. After fighting it, he realized why humanity had never been able to destroy it before. Even now, when he thinks back to fighting it, he gets goosebumps. Johan said that it was most likely not a new named one. MC asked, however, why was this the first recorded battle? Johan stated that the duel gates had opened in another region as well, but they had managed to avoid having to fight. The monster may have gotten lost and was wandering around while all the gates were closing. That's why it appeared where the black hole hadn't been closed yet. The closer. Guite asked what he was talking about. Johan said that it was the name for those who could close black holes at will. Most of them knew about it. They just didn't do it because they were still new. They were about to leave. But Kwang Ik asked who was going to pay. Guite asked why a colleague who had recently received a bonus for a task was asking such a question. Johan noted that he should feel ashamed for trying to make them pay, considering the value of the information he got from them. The protagonist asked if they really wanted a young guy to pay for them. Johan stated that age had nothing to do with it. They were just colleagues. The protagonist said, calling them trash, that he would agree to pay. The waitress pointed to the man leaving and noted that their bill had already been paid. Johan asked if that was his new boyfriend. The MC stated that he had urgent business to attend to. Sometime later on the street, the protagonist asked, is he a policeman? He saved him when the double opened. Stephen Choi thanked him for it. The protagonist stated that all this was strange. He was an ordinary person, even though he was a police officer. However, how could he get into a restaurant that only special species were allowed in? Stephen noted, while Prometheus minions came out of the shadows, that he apologized for luring him out like that. Rose, a minion of Prometheus, stated that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. MC thought that this voice was familiar to him. Kwang Ik noted, calling them idiots, that it was still cool in the evenings, so it was easy to catch a cold. Rose stated that she couldn't stand this scum. The minion reminded her that she shouldn't forget about their goal. The protagonist remembered seeing his photo in John's room. What should he do? She said that she wanted to personally destroy him. Stephen decided to introduce himself, but suddenly the protagonist used his powers, but the henchman reacted in time and stopped his hand. The henchman thought that he had just grabbed a fake, not his real one. MC stated that he was in a foul mood right now. Kwang-ik thought it was only for a moment, but he definitely saw a future where his body was destroyed. If he hadn't jumped away from him in time, he would have definitely reached him. Stephen sighed and noted that he was surprised back in Dongdaemun, but he really has good skills, and he's only been working for a year, so he wants to invite him to a rather interesting organization called Prometheus. Rose said that his work was over. Stephen reminded that even if they didn't come to an agreement, they would still have to pay for his services. Rose noted, turning to the protagonist, that he himself should already understand everything. The protagonist said that he already has a girlfriend that he likes. Rose shouted that she finds him disgusting. MC said that he considers this problem solved. Suddenly, he felt his skin become prickly, as if his body would split in half if he turned his back to them right now. Could it be because of his wild bloodlust? The henchman stated that he should make a decision after he finishes listening to them. Rose noted that she promises she just won't if he decides to work with them. Kwang-ik asked, "Are they really promising a lot of money? What about girls?" Rose stated that he can have as many girls as he wants. The protagonist asked, "What about home?" He won't be able to sleep anywhere except the penthouse. Rose stated that he can stay wherever he wants in any hotel in Seoul. The protagonist asked for a benefits package because he likes breaks and days off since he has a lot of his own things to do. Rose noted that if he takes a high position in the Prometheus organization, he will be able to afford a life he never dared to dream of. MC stated that it is great, but he refuses the offer. Rose asked him to think about it because he might regret his choice. Kwang-ik stated that he could think about it, but she is not his type at all. The henchman noted that she should calm down, they won't be able to convince him. But he must remember, this is his last chance. The protagonist noted that being as experienced as he is tiring. After some time, the protagonist's work welcomed him as the hero of the Western Gate, because Dongdaemun translates to Western Gate. Johan noted that he wanted to tell him this back at the restaurant. The protagonist arrogantly stated that he felt so awkward about this. Donghoon asked if he was sure that it was awkward. The MC asked his colleagues to guess what happened to him yesterday. It was really unexpected for him. He never expected this, but he was invited to join the criminal organization, Prometheus. Junbong mockingly asked if anyone else had received an offer from them. Kwang-ik wondered if this organization had already invited all of his colleagues to join their ranks before. Junbong stated, calling him narrow-minded, that they had a mission, so he should follow him. The protagonist noted that he did not understand him. Junbong asked him, calling him the baby hero of the West Gate, what conditions did they offer him? The protagonist stated that he wanted to close the topic. He then noted to Jonah that there was one of the three she asked to avoid, whose photos were on the wall of her room. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room suddenly grew tense. Even the MC noticed the change in the aura. Jonah asked who exactly he met. Kwang-ik remembered that she compared him to a crocodile. Donghoon asked how he was able to return from there in one piece. The protagonist noted that he did not want to kill him. Jonah could hardly contain her anger. After a while, the protagonist asked Donghoon what job did they offer him. Donghoon stated that he was supposed to save someone who was hiding in the mountains with important information. The MC noted that they should call it a kidnapping then. Sometime later, at the pre-mission briefing, the chief of the control room announced that his name was Park Byung-jun. He was the target of this mission. Byung-jun was supposedly a research assistant when the closer skill employee was in Europe. They need to find out where he is now and rescue him. This will be the key to solving the Dongdaemun case. The protagonist noted that they will have to kidnap him. The dispatcher yelled at Junbong why he is not training his employees. Donghoon stated that he became the hero of Dongdaemun after all. The dispatcher asked if his team is even ready for the mission. Junbong noted that he has already been informed about everything. The protagonist thought that the dispatcher lost a lot of his influence due to the Save and Money case. He is forcing them to cross the line of the law to make sure that their team does not gain more influence. The dispatcher called out to MC to not be distracted by extraneous thoughts. Kwang-ik stated that he understood, accepted, and processed everything. He called the mission a rescue, but in fact they needed to find and capture the scientist alive. The head of the control room furiously asked if he was even in his right mind. Was this what the team manager had taught him? The protagonist asked if he had anger issues. Junbong shouted, what did he have to do with it? How could he have known that this newbie would be so crazy? The head of the control room was so angry that he wanted to attack the third team manager for external security, but the assistant stopped him. Junbong said that he wouldn't mind fighting him. MC noted to Junbong that he was supposed to help the weak. Jonah asked him to shut up. The head of the control room ordered them to stay put, but Junbong said that he didn't intend to stay there any longer. Then the third team manager for external security sent the protagonist to get weapons along with Jonah. The protagonist asked if he could decorate his weapon. Junbong noted that if he had extra money, he could do it. After a while in the elevator, MC asked if there was a weapon with some interesting effect. Jonah said that you can't get one for free. After a while in the storage, Himo Chunha, engineer Hwarim, asked if this is our hero from Dongdaemun. The protagonist noted, introducing himself, that they were ordered to come here. Chuna suggested taking a weapon made of adamantium. This is the best weapon that there is from standard weapons without special properties. She made it to order, but the customer was unhappy because he had to concentrate too much to use this blade normally. MC thought that the weapon really had a strange balance, so it would not be possible to use this blade all the time, although he could find a creative approach to this weapon. Chuna asked if he felt tired after his training. Kwang-ik confirmed that he did get tired. However, he thought that he was half a werewolf. The protagonist turned his attention to the weapon on the shelf. Chuna stated that she made this weapon 3 years ago, but this firearm was too heavy because she made this weapon out of adamantium. Therefore, it is not suitable for immortals. The protagonist picked up the weapon and stated that in principle, anything is possible. Chuna admired the protagonist's strength. MC asked why the weapon has a handle. Chuna noted that it may make it easier to use. Jonah noted that this adamantium weapon could cost 300 million. Chuna stated that this is not the most important thing about this weapon. However, will he really be able to use this weapon? Kwang-ik stated that he will try. He then thought, why is she so happy about this? Chunha noted that she treats the weapons she created like her children. She is sad to see them born, but unable to achieve what they want. He may not understand her feelings, but it does not matter. He can take this weapon for himself. Jonah was surprised by this. Chunha stated that he only needs to remember one thing. She won't forgive him if he leaves the weapon unattended or puts it in storage. The protagonist said that he will sleep with the weapon. Chuna noted that she finds it funny. The protagonist asked if he could address her as an older sister. Chuna agreed, but she asked him to give the weapon a name. After a while, Jonah said that he now has a personal weapon. Chunbong noted that now he only has to pray. Suddenly, the protagonist asked Jinam why he came here. Jinam noted that it does not concern him. Dongan said that he will help them with the task. The protagonist asked why he was sent out of all the staff. Chunbong stated that he is now their comrade. MC thought that the team manager called him on purpose to spite him. Kwang-ik said that this is great news. Although he lacks skill, he really tries his best. Jinam shouted that he will definitely kill him. Kang Hee-mo, the assistant manager, announced that it was time to begin discussing the mission. He then asked, turning to Chunbong, if he was serious about taking on a new employee to support him. Chunbong pointed out that if he was against it, he could take his position. After a while, in the planning room, Hee-mo noted that they were able to locate all the guards. However, they had essentially turned the mansion into a fortress. They were helped in this by one group that they were able to locate. They are called the Blue Twins. Donghun stated that this group is one of the top 5 in the United States. Jinbong said that 3 are from the Blue Twins, the rest are mercenaries from Korea. They assume that there are about 20 people in the squad in total. Did they really doom them to death? Because of this, he has a terrible opinion of the higher-ups of their organization. He then ordered the protagonist to go there and explore the area. If anything happens, they should attack them before they call for reinforcements. The protagonist asked if they were going there early. Junbong noted that the others would be joining tomorrow morning, and they should go there immediately. Hee-mo stated that he wanted to go there. Sometime later, in the forest, the protagonist noted that the mansion was on a mountain. Hee-mo asked if they really had to go there. Suddenly, the protagonist's phone rang. The MC stated that his life would be in danger if he did not answer the call. The phone screen showed that the call was from his mother. Kwang-ik thought that he heard that his mother had not been feeling well lately. Sulhae asked if he was busy now. The protagonist stated that it did not matter. He just had to answer the call of the most beautiful woman. Sulhae noted that if he wanted to sing the praises of his mother so much, he should write a poem the thickness of 2 Bibles. The protagonist said that this was a bit excessive. Sulhae asked if he could come over for the weekend. The MC asked if something was wrong. Solhei said that she was just inviting him. Kwang Ik thought that this was a very bad sign. The protagonist remembered a conversation with his father, who told him that his mother was distraught because of his father's frequent absences. Young Ho stated that it was all because of empty nest syndrome. The protagonist noted that it was only his fault. Young Ho said that they were both to blame for this. The protagonist currently agreed to come home for the weekend so that it wouldn't cost him anything. After a while, the protagonist asked Himo if he was tired already. Himo asked not to talk to him. The MC said that they climbed another mountain. And after Himo's surprise, he added that it was just a joke. Himo noted that now he understands why Jinbong is yelling at him like that. He'd better go and look around. After a while, the protagonist asked if there were really about 20 mercenaries there. If you count the ones inside, he doesn't think there are 20. However, there are more than there usually are in a Korean mercenary team. This doctor must be very rich. Himo asked if he could remember the diagram. The MC said that he remembered everything in great detail. Himo noted that they need to watch them for 3 hours. A few hours later, Himo said that there was only one road leading to the house, and there was a solid jungle around. Kwang Ik thinks that there must be a sniper hiding in the forest to cover their rear. Several more mercenaries are hiding with machine guns. Himo asked, however, why are they located towards the back of the mansion? The protagonist said that if they try to get inside, they will fall into a trap. The mercenaries are not guarding the road at all. Apparently there is something in the ground. They are carefully watching the mountain range. He thinks that a sniper is located there too. Snipers, machine gunners, mercenaries from the special forces, they are all located strangely. What is the matter? Himo asked if he wants to join the analysis team. After a while in the forest, Himo noted that there are traps, machine guns, and about 40 mercenaries from the special forces. They did not see anything else interesting. Chungbong said that this is exactly what he expected to hear from a professional from the analysis team. Himo noted that this is mainly due to Kwang Ik. Junbong shouted that it was too obvious, there was nothing special to praise. The protagonist appreciated his manager's duplicity. Junbong asked the protagonist why he had such a thoughtful expression. The MC stated that they were going fully prepared. Donghun noted to the team manager that he had an idea of the terrain. Should they start making a plan? Junbong decided to do it himself. Kwang Ik thought that they were pretending not to hear him. The protagonist stated that they were prepared for a frontal attack or an attack from behind. They needed to use the element of surprise, but more importantly, these people had never worked together. Therefore, only 5 members from their team would be enough to invade. Junbong noted that he had abnormal plans as usual. It was early in the morning. They would put the plan into action at 6 a.m. They had to get rid of the snipers and machine guns when they came from the front. He ordered Himo and Gin to eliminate the snipers, and after confirming that everything was in order, they were to wait. Jonah was to eliminate the machine gunners quietly and quickly. The protagonist asked what his mission was. Junbong stated that he was to take responsibility for the information provided. The MC asked what responsibility he was talking about. Donghun stated that he and the team manager would be going on a frontal assault. At 6 a.m., the 3 external security teams began to take action and eliminate their targets while the protagonist and the team manager ran along the main road. The enemy mercenaries initially thought that they were just idiots who would soon be blown up by a mine, but no explosion followed. Then, they noticed the furious faces of their enemies and announced that they were to open fire on them. However, they were unable to hit them. The protagonist thought that this was a premonition of the sinister intentions that Junbong had told him about before the mission. They spent a lot of time training him with this new ability, but he finally managed to see this sinister intent. Because of this, he can now see the location of the mines. The enemies shouted that they should detonate them themselves. Kwang Ik noticed a directional mine, and an explosion occurred. The mercenaries asked, were they really just people? They couldn't be ghosts. The reinforcements that arrived were outraged that they were called here just because of 2 intruders, even if they were a little weird. At this moment, the protagonist thought that his team manager was using him as a shield. MC said, firing his gun, that if they gave them such a warm welcome, then they should return the favor. Kwang Ik thought, after receiving serious damage from the recoil, that this shotgun is a real gun. Chungbong said that he was crazy. The protagonist said that from now on, this weapon will be called the 4th batter. Chungbong shouted that it doesn't matter now. They should run away now. The protagonist asked why they were running away. The plan was to fight them. Junbong pointed out that he was just asking his opinion. No one said they would fight them. The MC asked why they were here then. Junbong stated that they had set up a castle here. Kwang Ik did not understand his plan. At that moment, the mercenary used his abilities to attack them. The protagonist noted that the enemy could fly and throw pikes at the same time. Was that a flotation ability or telekinesis? Junbong shouted that he should focus on using his abilities. The protagonist asked, turning to his team manager, was he this rude since birth? Junbong shouted, did he really want to die? The MC noted that the enemy was still chasing them. Junbong said, turning to the enemy, that he would die if he continued to run after them. Suddenly, Jonah shot the enemy with an arrow. Junbong noted that he warned him. After a while, the protagonist asked, is this an invisible prison? They should scare them so much that they won't dare to come out? Junbong noted that they will kill anyone who tries to get out of there. The protagonist noted that this plan is very similar to the genome style. Why don't they just kill everyone? The team manager kicked his employee, and he stated that efficiency is the basis of any plan. Now it's time for them to move. MC asked, where are they going? Junbong decided to infiltrate their territory, and he should follow him. However, he should watch the posture from which he fires his gun if he does not want to get hurt because of it again. Kwang Ik thought that he could have warned earlier. Junbong stated that he should watch his movements. The protagonist thought, are they really going to go into stealth mode this time? The protagonist stated that it will be fun. After a while, near the mansion, surrounded by mercenaries, the protagonist thought, having crushed one of the mercenaries, that he should control the volume of noise, hide in the shadows, and use the enemy's blind spots, and then they become completely invulnerable. Meanwhile, the snipers were left tied up and unconscious. The mercenaries reported that there were only 2 of them. They attacked them and ran away. Zion, a mercenary from the Blue Twins, said that they were getting on his nerves. He even wondered where they came from. Izur, a mercenary from the Blue Twins, noted that they were professionals. He thought that the traps on the road were destroyed and they lost 6 mercenaries. They should also not forget about the powerful weapons that the intruders used. Zion said that he would make them pay for everything. Izur said that they should go back. The intruders would not be able to remain undetected forever anyway. At this point, Junbong offered the protagonist to drink an elixir that would help him open the door. The protagonist asked what door he was talking about. Junbong noted that he should have felt it at the moment of the attack. His senses were so heightened that it seemed as if everything was in the palm of his hand. They call this opening a door. Opening this feeling is the basis of immortals. If he can't even do this, then he will never be able to compare with him. MC thought, after using the elixir, that he felt every muscle in his body, and his senses were sharper than usual. He felt the same thing during the first attack. Junbong reminded him that he had to calm his mind. And then he had to repeat after him again. After a while, the mercenaries found their accomplices who were tied to a tree, and they were very scared. At that moment, the protagonist thought, using his abilities, that he needed to put up natural barriers to hide and use the enemy's blind spots when they turned away from him to knock them out before they noticed. The protagonist defeated several mercenaries with one blow. After a while, MC brought the mercenary to his team manager as if he was hunting. Kwang Ik asked if he should go and destroy everyone around him now? He was able to open the door. Why should he just stand there and wait? Junbong smiled sweetly at the protagonist and then hit him with all his strength on the bells. He then stated that he should shut up. He still had a long way to go. The protagonist thought, cursing his team manager, why did he expect him to have a perfect approach right away? Junbong thought, how long does it take purebreds? Only 3 months to learn such an ability? He did it the first time. He said that they should continue to follow the plan. MC asked to wait a little because he thought of something. Sometime later, at the mansion, Izur asked, while Zion was furious, how could this happen? They are not professionals, but creators. He thought that they hit their weak points and did it with taste. A mercenary reported the disappearance of one of his comrades. Zion asked, did they seriously call him the best mercenary in Korea? Although this was to be expected when he single-handedly chased the intruders. Izur thought that at this rate, the mercenaries would run away tonight. Fear must be regulated with even more fear. He ordered everyone to be vigilant inside the mansion. They should not let anyone in or out of the mansion. If they disobey his order, he himself will give them hell. Sometime later in the forest, Junbong asked if there were any escapees from there. Donghun noted that no movement was noticed. Junbong stated that it was time for them to open the prison doors. The protagonist asked why they would do that. Junbong asked Jonah to explain their plan to this idiot. The protagonist thought about hitting him. Jonah stated that the invisible prison only works here for weak opponents. The essence of the invisible prison is to sow fear. MC asked not to point a finger at his chest. He was embarrassed. Jonah noted that they would create frightening situations, knocking out mercenaries one by one to reduce their numbers and heat up the situation within their team. Chungbong is sure that the mercenaries there are now scared of the demonic forces that are chasing them. They will not be able to sleep after what they will do to them. Kwang Ik asked what their next steps are. Chungbong hit him and called him an idiot. He asked if they were scared, then what other options did they have? They had to defeat them all. After some time at the mansion, Chungbong shouted that they had to come out and play with them. They were not ghosts but real people. He then asked why they didn't come out. The protagonist suggested that they didn't understand them. Chungbong rudely expressed himself in the international language. Zion stated that this meant that this was their doing. The protagonist noted that he learned this on the last mission, but when learning a language, he should first learn all sorts of curse words. Zion threw his firearm at them, which MC deflected with shots. Kwang Ik then stated that this was a representative of a special species that had a terribly tough body. Zion destroyed the protagonist's weapon with a blow of his hand. The protagonist stated that he was too stale and stale for bread. Zion rushed at him and shouted that he should die. MC dealt damage to his opponent with his adamantium blade. Then he dealt a second critical hit, but a grenade appeared in his hand. Kwang Ik deflected the grenade with his blade, as if he had played baseball. Zion said that he would not forget him. The protagonist knocked him out with a blow to the head. The protagonist said that from now on, control is in the hands of the immortal special forces. If they have any provisions or grievances, then they are welcome. The mercenaries wanted to go home. Isa reminded, using his abilities, that they were paid to do their job. MC shouted, "Is he really a cyclops with a laser?" Isa ordered everyone to stop. They are all within the range of his attack. Kwang Ik thought that, with such a laser eye, he would be so confident in himself. Today, he managed to find out something strange. Before the second attack on the mansion, the captured mercenaries said that he had already told them everything. He asked to let him go. The protagonist asked what they should do with him. Chungbong noted that since he was already in their hands, they should use him to the fullest. He ordered to try to knock out the protagonist. If he could defeat him, he would be free. He could use whatever he wanted. He had the freedom to choose. However, he forbade his employee to retaliate. How long was he going to hope for luck? If he didn't want to die, he had to learn to dodge attacks. The captured mercenary suddenly attacked MC from behind. Kwang Ik thought, how should he dodge something he couldn't see? After 8 hits, the protagonist realized what this idiot wanted. He had to use his heightened senses to pick up on the impulses of formless attacks. This allowed him to predict the enemy's actions and react to them correctly. At the moment, the protagonist was dodging Izor's laser attacks as he approached him, and then the protagonist threw a smoke grenade. Izor said that it was despicable to use such techniques. MC attacked him from a blind spot and sent the enemy flying with a kick. Then he finished him off using his ability. Kwang Ik said that he was really cool. Chungbong shouted, "Why is he doing this during a fight?" The protagonist thought that he missed him. There was another one that he couldn't sense. Could this be an immortal too? It's too late. He won't have time to deflect the blow. Jonah fired an arrow at the enemy that appeared, and the protagonist counterattacked him. MC noted that he was really fast. Kwang Ik shouted, using his ability, that he was faster however. Jonah noted that he did a good job. Chungbong asked, "What is he doing?" The protagonist said that he was searching him. He has a very unusual coat. Chungbong called him a thief. Donghun said that he thought he was a regressor who was too good at fighting. The protagonist noted that they could get billions rich. Chungbong ordered to tie them up, and they would go inside the mansion for now. MC thought that the team manager was less rude now. Byungjun ordered everyone to stay in their places. They better not disappear from his sight, otherwise he would pull the trigger. Donghun asked him to calm down. Byungjun stated that they should not move. Kwang Ik thought, did he take himself hostage? How original. Donghun noted that there was a misunderstanding. They wanted to invite him as a consultant. Byungjun asked while threatening him, "This is what the immortal special forces do?" The protagonist stated that he wanted to make an announcement as the most noble representative of the immortals. Byungjun asked, calling him trash, "Why is he talking such nonsense?" The protagonist noted that they were talking to the Gins. "Why isn't he answering?" Byungjun shouted that they are not the immortal special forces, but some clowns. MC noted that they were only following his demands. Byungjun said that they should stop following him. Chungbong noted that they didn't know what he was hiding, but it was better to tell him everything. Byungjun shouted that he should stay put, or he would shoot. The protagonist instantly disarmed him, and he asked if he was okay. Byungjun shouted, was this some kind of mockery? He thought, when did he manage to appear behind him? Chungbong ordered them to go inside the mansion, and Byungjun was categorically against it. Then they found a tied-up girl in a cage inside. The main character wanted to break all his ribs. There was nothing criminal about that, right? Junbong asked if he could answer for his actions if he asked his superiors. Byungjun said that she was his daughter. He would go with them, but they should not touch her. The protagonist asked how that was possible. They were not at all alike. Byungjun noted that she was a special test subject. She had poor immunity, vitamin deficiency, and mental problems. Donghun noted that she probably inflicted these wounds on herself. Junbong said that she would end up in the lab if the right people found out about her. However, he already knew about it, right? Byungjun said that she was just a child, they should not be afraid of her. Himo said, aiming his weapon, that a subject not admitted to research should be destroyed on the spot. Byungjun yelled that he shouldn't touch his daughter Mary. Kwangik asked, is he seriously going to kill her? She's just a child. Himo pointed out that she'll be experimented on for the rest of her life, so they'd better ease her suffering. It's better to be dead than a lab rat. The protagonist thought that he wanted to get rid of her because she was just a test subject. He was acting as if she wasn't human at all. Does he really want to take the life of someone so young? However, he can't let that happen. The protagonist stated that they won't kill her. They just need to keep it a secret. Jinam pointed out that it was a serious crime. The MC yelled, is he really going to stick to the law while violating his conscience? Junbong whispered to the protagonist that he should do something serious to divert everyone's attention. However, all the responsibility would be on him. He then stated that his employee was taking her on as his own responsibility, so they should forget about her. He didn't want to say that. Donghun thought that this was a signal that he should play along. He asked if he knew who Kwang Ik was donating to. CEO Myungjin was his father. Everyone was shocked by this news. The protagonist thought, was this really his plan? Although it didn't matter anymore. He stated that he was the son of the CEO of their organization. MC thought that he was apologizing to his father, but now he had two fathers. Junbong said that this information was classified. Donghun reminded them how the CEO took care of him. Kwang Ik thought that it was true that if the majority lied, one would definitely believe it. And they were so good at deceiving everyone. Himo noted that he would have to write a report anyway. Junbong said that he shouldn't report it. The protagonist said that it was time to decide. Who would take this girl? Byungjun said that she was his daughter, so this question was inappropriate. Suddenly, the staff looked at him menacingly, and he fell silent. Donghun noted that if she ended up with him, her corpse would be found in 2 days. The news would talk about the risks that test subjects are exposed to, and their team would be blamed for not being able to save her. Jonah said that they needed someone to handle her, teach her how to speak and basic manners. This person must be kind to her, even though she was a test subject. They needed a special Mother Teresa. The protagonist thought that he did not expect to hear such words at all. However, he had such a person in mind. MC said that he knew such a person, so she would go with him. Sometime later, at the protagonist's family home, the protagonist said, holding an unconscious Mary in his arms, that he returned to Mother Teresa's home. Sul-hei asked where he found this girl. Ju-hui asked if she would soon become a grandmother. MC noted that they thought wrong. Kwang Ik thought that she was bored these days. He thought it was a win-win situation to offer her to take care of someone who really needed attention. The protagonist said that he saved her. But when he tried to take her away, the police chased him. At that moment, Mary hit him and jumped aside like a wild animal. The protagonist noted that she could notice that she lacked education. Sul-hei asked if that was a problem. They glared at Mary, who was scared by their aura. The MC thought that at this rate, she would start whining in fear. If her father saw this, he would fall into despair. Jui suggested that they bathe her and feed her first. After a while, Jui noted that now she at least looks like a human. Sul-hei said that she is a half-breed. Perhaps it has not been half a year since she awakened her abilities. Jui said that some freaks abandoned her. Why have a child if you can't take care of it? Kwang Ik asked if he should tell his father. Sul-hei said he should ask when he decides who he's going to live with. The protagonist noted that she was being overly dramatic. Sul-hei said he should decide first and then decide. The protagonist asked Ju-hui if she had a spare room, right? Ju-hui said that her property wasn't charity. Sul-hei asked Mary if she was hungry. Mary pounced on the food, but the protagonist's mother grabbed her by the hair and said she should eat with a spoon. And then she should chew the food slowly and then swallow. The MC thought that this was why he was proud of his mother. She looked like she could kill and comfort at the same time. She was the perfect special Mother Teresa. Sometime later, at Warima's company, the head of the control room noted that they had dealt with several dozen mercenaries, and there were not only Korean fighters, but also superhumans from the Blue Twins. Even if they were not of the highest rank, they certainly cost no less than 100 million. He was able to deal with them alone? Did employee Kwang Ik really not work for them for even a year? He noted his strengths. And then he said that he only had experience in a few missions, but he already had a noted ability to understand intellectual problems. Usually, such talented people are immediately noticed. However, this does not apply to Kwang Ik. At first, he was quite ordinary. He is progressing too quickly. In addition to the talents that he has, he is still too different from him. It is because of him that his influence was limited, so he feels hostility towards him, but he cannot let his feelings interfere with his work. However, he admits that he is definitely unconventional. After a while, the protagonist happily looked at his profile, where it was indicated that he has an S rank. He said that the weather was so wonderful today, it was even out of the ordinary. Jimbong said that he had completely gone crazy. There was a thunderstorm raging outside. The protagonist noted that this time their team manager had done without his usual rudeness. Junbong said that he had to make a will. Then he noticed Miho and Jinam, whom he asked if they had seen the work report. Miho noted that he had to die somewhere. Jinam said that he shouldn't act like they were friends. Kwang Ik noted that they really couldn't be friends. He was their third-rank employee. He shouldn't repeat the rude expressions of their team manager. Jungho Nam, the manager of the first external security team, said, calling him a half-breed, that he shouldn't overdo it. He was personally watching him, he shouldn't be so self-confident. Then he asked, turning to Jinam, why was he disgracing his family? Jinam apologized to him. The protagonist thought that he had never seen Jinam so submissive. He asked who the hell that was. Timo said that it was Jinam's brother. The protagonist thought, why was he scolding him so much then? Honam said that he should stop bringing shame on their family. The MC said that he shouldn't be upset about something like that. Jinam yelled that he would kill him. Suddenly, the secretary asked the protagonist to follow him because the CEO wanted to see his lost son. Sometime later, in the CEO's office, Myungjin asked, calling him his son, is he already here? The protagonist thought, who had already reported this? The protagonist noted that the seed he had planted a long time ago had returned to him all grown up. Myungjin invited him to sit down and tell him what happened last Thursday. The MC asked how much he already knew. Myungjin noted that he already knew about his lost son and the test subject. Kwang Ik thought he already knew everything. If he couldn't get out of this, he had to push forward. The protagonist said that he didn't see the need to kill her, so he decided to keep her alive. Myungjin agreed that it wasn't worth killing someone just because they were a test subject. However, he couldn't turn a blind eye to his actions anyway, so he had to do something in return. In a few days, someone very important would be flying to Korea, and he had to become his bodyguard. The protagonist said that he could rely on him because he was his son after all. Myungjin noted that he did not quite understand what was required of him. The assistant said that he should find out why he came to Korea. It was necessary to do everything possible to find out. However, he could not cause any harm to the guest. MC said that he could handle it. He would make sure that this man praised their country before leaving the country. After a while, Al-Khalid Bolian, a prince of the superhuman race from Southeast Asia, shouted that this food was very spicy. He had to warn him about this. Then he scolded him with various offensive expressions for some time. The protagonist thought that he would have to protect this man. It seems that the king has 35 children, and he is the son of one of the concubines, who is 10 years old. Although no one was clearly involved in his upbringing. According to rumors, he is fluent in 6 languages, although apparently he knows rude words best. Joy, the guard, noted that he should not be angry. He still behaves like an angel. At least nothing heavy or spicy was used. It was hard for the protagonist to imagine how this prince behaves when he is in a bad mood. However, his mission is to get closer to him to find out the reason for his arrival in this country. Although after their meeting, he lost faith that he will be able to do this. Then he must change his plans. A few days after the incident, the protagonist managed to get to know the other bodyguards better and learn about their abilities. Robert, nicknamed Brown Bear, is an immortal. He likes to show off his strength, which is quite strange for immortals. Out of joy, he begins to brag about his biceps when he wins in arm wrestling. He relaxes and loses his vigilance if you treat him to banana milk after training. He managed to get closer to him the fastest. Joy is a Middle Eastern handsome man from a special superhuman species. He has the ability of heat, thanks to which he can increase the temperature of any part of the body. His control over his ability is enviable. If he were a member of the association, he believes that he would hold a high position there. He is always relaxed and loves to play, so he managed to get close to him through Godori, a popular card game in Korea. Eva is an organized crime department. A werewolf. She has a beautiful body and a cute face. However, she is very tactile, and every time she touches him, the prince reacts somehow strangely. Is he jealous? He is on the same side with her because they both need to protect his highness, but she still treats him with caution. Daniel is a scum of society. a special superhuman. His ability could not be recognized. However, he is sure that they are in an invisible conflict. He answers his questions in monosyllables, and in Daniel's gaze one can read the desire to kill him. In principle, his face is not bad, but his character reminds him of someone from his team. Thus, several days passed. The protagonist spent another 5 days guarding the prince from another country. And then late in the evening, before the 6th day, Al-Khalid said that he should sing a lullaby for him. MC thought that he was forced to fulfill his whims. He regrets that he himself could not be born a prince. Kwang Ik said that he should lie down more comfortably. Now he will sing for him. The protagonist sang a lullaby until the prince fell asleep. The protagonist asked, did he really fall asleep? Then he noticed tears in his eyes. The next day at dinner, while Joy was still sleeping in his bed, Daniel shouted, does he really want to die? They should leave him alone, he is going to hit him. The protagonist noted to Eva that she had a ketchup stain on her t-shirt. Al-Khalid looked down at the floor. Robert asked, holding Daniel, is the prince also unhappy about this situation? Daniel kept trying to hit the protagonist. Al-Khalid asked how this could happen. Robert tried to calm Daniel down and held him. Eva was outraged by such behavior and went to change her clothes. After a while, Al-Khalid asked why he did this. Is he really crazy? The protagonist noted that he is in his right mind. However, he wants to ask him. Then Eva returned, wondering where the ketchup came from. The protagonist asked if she managed to remove the stains. Eva said that she took her clothes to the dry cleaners. However, where did the prince go? MC said that he went to his room to rest. Eva asked where the other guards were. Kwanik noted that they were the only 2 left. Maybe she wants to say something? Eva reached out to kiss him, but unexpectedly the protagonist grabbed her and forced her to eat hot peppers. The protagonist said that he apologizes to her, but she will not recover soon. Joy woke up from a terrifying scream, and the protagonist ran right in front of him with the prince on his back. Joy ordered everyone to come to the 1st floor immediately. Emergency, the prince has been kidnapped. After a while, Myungjin said that he is the kind of person who, when he sees a professional in something, wants to help him with it. Junbong asked why help a person if he can handle it anyway. Myungjin noted that this way the person will achieve greater success faster. In any case, he was one of his people from the very beginning. For him, this is a punishment, a vacation, and a reward in one task. Let the mission teach him patience, but he can punish him for leaving the test subject alive. Junbong also dealt with this prince before. Suddenly, an employee burst in and said that Kwang Ik kidnapped the prince. Shortly before the kidnapping, the protagonist thought that the prince looked worried, although he came to Korea to rest. His leg had been shaking all day and he was crying in his sleep. So he asked the assistant manager to look into it. And it turned out that the bodyguards had a dark past. Eva, nicknamed Stalker. She used to be a mercenary in the UK. She will follow her victim to the ends of the earth. Joy, nicknamed Torch, a guard of the royal family, loves to burn people alive. Robert, nicknamed Chatterbox. From the royal guard, his specialty is throwing weapons, although he told how to improve fighting skills. Daniel, nickname Unknown. He is also a royal guard. His ability is to isolate space. They all work for one person, Al-Dryer Lena. She is the main contender for the throne of the superhuman nation and the older sister of the prince. After receiving all this information, he came to some conclusion. The prince was here to be killed, so he distracted the guards and asked him directly if he wanted to live. Al-Khalid stated that he does not want to die. The protagonist noted that his request was accepted. The agent of the Immortal Special Forces, Kwang Ik, begins the mission to save the prince. After some time on the street, Al-Khalid asked how he knew his reason for coming to Korea. The MC stated that he has a friend who knows how to find information, and now they need to stop for a while. Then he called Chongbong, who yelled at him. Kwang Ik stated that there was a threat to the prince's safety. Chongbong asked why he kidnapped him and did not inform the other guards. The protagonist noted that it was from them that the threat to the prince came, and he is 50% sure of this. Chongbong shouted that he was just crazy. He should not contact them anymore. The protagonist asked, will there be no reinforcements? Chongbong shouted, does he really want to unleash an international conflict? Did he seriously count on reinforcements when he committed the kidnapping? If he gets caught, he'll definitely be killed. MC says he's good at hide and seek. At that moment, Eva appears and Kwang Ik asks the prince if he could have a tracking device inside him. Al-Khalid says it's one of the royal family's demands. The protagonist asks why he only reported it now. Eva attacks him, but the protagonist dodges the blow. She asks how dare he deceive her? The protagonist says he's not satisfied with decent girls. Eva kicks him in anger. Joy says he's an idiot and says there's no point in fighting a werewolf from a distance. Daniel says he knew he should have killed him the moment they met. Joy says he can't remove the tracking device. They won't be too rough with him if he surrenders now. So he should give the prince to them willingly. MC said, addressing Joy by his nickname, that it was just a trick. He would torture him once he caught him. Joy asked how he knew about it. Eva shouted, rushing at him, that he was distracted. Kwangik dodged and counterattacked the werewolf, and then used a barrier against the next blow from her. The protagonist thought, having crushed Eva, that even a werewolf would not be able to recover from a broken neck quickly. The protagonist stated, addressing Robert, that it was possible to defeat the werewolf if he used his abilities from a distance. Robert noted that he was really able to deal with her quickly. Joy admitted that they let their guard down, but he still couldn't escape from them. MC put his jacket on the prince, which Al-Khalid called cheap clothes. Kwang Yik pretended to fight them, and then abruptly picked up the prince and ran away from them. Joy ordered to open fire on them. Robert shouted that he was wearing bulletproof gear. Joy shouted that it didn't matter, he was still trapped. Al-Khalid then asked what his plan was. There was just a wall. The protagonist noted, punching through the wall with his hand, that his mother taught him that if there is no way, then you have to create it yourself. Joy asked how an immortal could be so strong. The protagonist asked the prince to run forward without him. At that moment, Robert threw a weapon at the prince, but MC covered him with his body. Kwang Ik declared that he would fulfill his promise for him. Al-Khalid thought that everyone wanted him dead. After he was born, his father could no longer have children, and he was nicknamed the Last Prince. Everyone literally hated him. Not only his relatives, but everyone in the country hated him or avoided him, and the reason was his mother's bad blood, and the ability he had was unidentified. He continued to live only because his father allowed him to. However, the people who were close to him died for no reason, and he was in the shadow of their deaths. Everyone held him responsible for the deaths of these people, wishing him dead. His father became weaker, and when he finally could not protect him anymore, he had a realization. All this will end if he just dies. So he decided to fulfill his last task, to die with honor, and he came to Korea. The prince at first thought he was really strange, but everything changed when he met the protagonist. He risks his life for him, and this gave him hope that he never had. The prince wanted to live again. After a while, the protagonist asked if he was okay. He had a weak stomach. Al-Khalid asked if they had chosen the worst place to hide from their pursuers. They would track him down with a tracker anyway. MC said he had a plan. Al-Khalid thanked him. Kwang Ik asked if he could stay here alone for a while. Al-Khalid shouted if he was even in his right mind to leave a child in the forest at night. The protagonist asked if weapons, traps, or bloodhounds were an important factor in hunting, although he himself would answer that the most important thing was the bait. Al-Khalid considered himself an idiot for trusting such a lunatic. After a while, Joy and the others arrived in the forest. He ordered Robert to attack head-on while the others surrounded them. If something went wrong, he should just kill the prince. Daniel should also start spatial navigation. Daniel used his abilities and said that he would not last longer than 30 minutes. Robert noted that this should be more than enough. The target won't be able to escape as long as they have Daniel. He then stated that he had located the target up ahead. He was sure that Kwang Ik was somewhere nearby. At that moment, the protagonist landed a kick to Robert's face. Robert shouted to Joy that he should turn on the flashlight. Suddenly, all the other people were unconscious. Robert wondered when he had appeared here. Was the prince just a decoy? He had set up an ambush while they were distracted by the prince, but he had overlooked something important. He pounced on the prince to kill him. But the protagonist pounced on him and stopped him. Robert wondered how he had gotten here so quickly. Was this a red herring? MC threw Robert aside to Joy, who was screaming and calling for his comrade. Kwang Ik greeted him and asked Joy if he liked night walks. After a while, the third external security team arrived in the forest and discovered the barrier. They noted that they had someone who could seal off the area. Himo noted that he had thought he would be able to escape. Jonah asked if they should break in. Chumbong ordered them to stay put. The inspectors said they should arrest him. Why should they just wait? Chumbong asked if they had ever dealt with a barrier like this before. How did they propose to deal with it? The field would react if they tried to break through. Or would they take responsibility if the kidnapper decided to kill the prince because of it? The inspectors noted that there would be consequences to that choice. Chumbong stated that it was none of his business. He was going to break in once the barrier was gone. Did they have any objections? He thought that he had given the order to break the rules if they couldn't avoid it, but Kwang Ik had turned everything into ashes. He was proud of his employee. After a while, inside the barrier, Al-Khalid shouted at him, calling him trash. Why did he run away? He shouldn't leave him alone anymore. The protagonist noted that Korea is a country of good manners and good breeding, and swearing is bad. Al-Khalid asked why he was fighting for him. Wasn't he afraid of the consequences? The protagonist stated that he was fighting because he could afford it. Al-Khalid asked if he really thought he could handle the guards alone. MC noted that it would be difficult for him to fight against everyone. Al-Khalid asked what he was talking about. Kwang Ik stated that they would play hide and seek, and when someone found them, he would defeat them. Al-Khalid didn't know whether to consider him smart or crazy. Joy shouted that he would definitely kill him. The protagonist thought that he was definitely having a bad day today. Al-Khalid said that he should be careful. The protagonist reminded him that he shouldn't take off his clothes. After a while, Joy shouted that he should go out. At that moment, MC appeared behind him and he said that he really fell for that. Kwang Ik thought he was pretending to be crazy on purpose. Joy noted that many people think that special types of superhumans are weak in close combat, and that with the fire attribute, it is easy to anger them. However, he is not the only one with brains. Immortals are rumored to be weak against fire. The protagonist stated that he is not just an immortal. Joy pounced on him and shouted, using his abilities, that he can only talk. The protagonist dodged a series of his blows, and he thought that Joy is much better than Eve in close combat. However, he can still dodge his attacks. Joy intentionally opened a hole in his defense by surrounding that part of his body with intense fire, and MC stopped his counterattack at the last moment. Kwang Ik thought that he would burn his fist if he hit him there. Then he should blind his enemy and strike him. Joy stated while Kwang Ik warned him that such wounds cannot harm him. He can simply heal them with his heat. There was an explosion and Joy thought, was it the bullet that exploded from the heat? The shrapnel had damaged him significantly. The protagonist thought, was he trying to heal his body with fire? However, he failed and died. This was his first kill. Science has advanced quite a bit, so most fatal injuries can be healed, but the dead cannot be brought back to life. Self-harm is part of the training of immortals. This reduces their sensitivity to pain, and they become more ruthless. He is not very happy with the feeling of his first kill. However, he lives in a world of superhumans. Perhaps he will have to experience this countless times. Daniel arrived with the guards. The protagonist said that they should not approach him. He is not in the best mood right now. Daniel noted that he was wrong. He just wants to ensure the safety of the prince. MC dealt a devastating blow to him. And then the inspector appeared, who ordered him to let go of the gun and raise his hands. He will be arrested for kidnapping the prince of the superhuman nation and also for murder. The inspector counted his rights, which he did not have. Kwang Ik looked at the manager of his team. Jinbong stated that he was just an employee. The inspector noted that if he resisted, they would have to use force. His team manager would help them, so it was better for him to go with them voluntarily. The protagonist said that the prince was alive and here. Junbong noted that he should not communicate with him. The protagonist noticed signals from other people in the team that he should cooperate. He thought that all this would end once the prince testified. MC agreed to go with them because he was innocent, and the prince would prove it. After some time in the interrogation room, Kwang Ik asked why he was not put down yet. Donghun stated that they checked if the prince was alive. He urgently returned that same night. The protagonist asked where he returned to. Donghun noted that his home country, the kingdom of superhumans, Urzahad. The protagonist asked what to do with him. Donghun stated that the lawsuit within the company was ongoing. MC thought that this prince had set him up badly. He should have at least testified. During the night in the forest, Cho Myung-tae, the assistant head of the analytics team, interrogated witnesses about what happened. He thought that the nickname of manager Chunbong was a ghost. Could it be that this was the most terrifying weapon the government had, whose identity and appearance were unknown to anyone? They couldn't completely track down where Kwang Ik had been or what he had been doing. Then he noticed Jinam, the real star of their company. Jinam said that if the opportunity arose, he could also show off his abilities. Myung-tae thought that it didn't matter, he was just crazy. He wanted to know who Kwang Ik's parents were, but the personal information of Immortal Special Forces was unavailable to him. Donghun said that he knew a secret about employee Kwang Ik. He had been reborn, trying to live like a human for the second time. Myung-tae thought that this was an unusual person, but who cares? It didn't matter what he had done. He had to get rid of him when the opportunity presented itself. This was the only way he could move up the career ladder. Now Kwang Ik would definitely be finished. After some time in the interrogation room, the protagonist stated that they should think about changing the design of these clothes. They are kind of scary to look at. Junbong noted, calling him an idiot, that he has no brains at all. The protagonist noted that you can't talk like that about someone's precious son. Junbong asked if he was really willing to hurt himself to save everyone in pain. MC asked, is this a rhetorical question? Junbong got angry and said that if he continues like this, he will shut him up. Kwang Ik stated that this is all he is waiting for. Junbong noted that he should have realized by now that he was brought back here to report the situation. However, why did he do this? Didn't he think about the consequences at all? The protagonist admitted that he didn't think about the consequences too seriously. His world is what he can see with his eyes and feel with his heart. The protagonist thought that before he was ordered to ignore the victims and think about his own life, but he did not want to do so. Why did he have to kill Mary? Just because she was a test subject. And does the prince, who is only a child, deserve such a thing? The MC stated that if he can protect those in need, he will do so. Junbong noted that this means he will do whatever he wants. Then Juna asked why the manager left. Kwang-ik noted that he did not know the reason. Juna said that they should go, his hearing will begin soon. After some time in the courtroom, Myung-tae shouted that the trial of the second-rank employee, Kwang-ik, is starting. Today's case is the following: kidnapping the prince, murder, and failure to follow instructions. The protagonist apologized and said that he did not kidnap the prince, but he was forced to evacuate him to a safe place. Myung-tae said that if this was really the case, the prince would have testified before leaving. Wouldn't he do it for his savior? Kim Dong-chul, the director of telecommunications at Hwarim, said that even if we only consider the murder of a bodyguard and the kidnapping of a child, they are still serious crimes. He thinks there is no reason for them to keep him in the company. Myung-tae asked if he had anything to say in his defense. The protagonist stated that the prince said that he wanted to live. Myung-tae shouted, "Is he admitting his involvement in the murder of one of the bodyguards?" The MC said that it was an accident that happened while trying to protect the prince. Myung-tae asked why he didn't report it to his superiors. Kwang-ik stated that he didn't have time to do so. Myung-tae asked, but he found time to contact Himo, right? The protagonist noted that he should have known his enemy by sight in order to stall for time. Myung-tae shouted, why didn't he contact the company later? The protagonist thought that if he interrupted him again, he would punch him in the face. Myung-tae decided to sum it up. Second-rank employee Kwang-ik kidnapped the prince, and he also killed one of his bodyguards. The prince is the only one who can testify against this, returned to his country so quickly, as if he was running away from something. He then turned to the other members of the third external security team, that if they did not agree that employee Kwang-ik was guilty, then they should not remain silent. MC felt unfairly convicted, although the team did not say anything bad. Kwang-ik thought that he really did not report to Chunbong that he killed one of the bodyguards. Apparently, even the CEO could not fix this situation. Myung-tae asked, is there really no one willing to speak out? At this moment, Al-Khalid entered the room and his escort apologized, introducing the prince that he was late for the meeting. The last prince of the kingdom's superhuman nation, Erzathad, came to testify. Daniel then stated that he worked together with employee Kwang-ik, so he can also be a witness. He will also act as the prince's translator in this hearing. The protagonist thought, is he really the prince's bodyguard? Al-Khalid asked, why do they want to accuse him? Myung-tae stated that he kidnapped the prince. Al-Khalid shouted that this is a lie. Daniel said that Joy, the man Kwang-ik killed, is actually a traitor and serial killer who is wanted in their country. The other two he beat up were also criminals who were posing as bodyguards. If it were not for the help of employee Kwang-ik, the prince would have died. Al-Khalid asked, are they really going to punish him instead of rewarding him? Maybe he should report what is happening to his kingdom? Myung-tae tried to speak rudely out of anger, but the protagonist expressed himself more terribly instead. Al-Khalid stated that Kwang-ik saved the prince of the superhuman kingdom, so they asked not to punish him for it. If they did so, he would not report anything when he returned home. Myung-jin said that if they were willing to pretend that all of this never happened, then they promised to pretend that this situation with second-rank employee Kwang-ik never happened. Does anyone have any objections? Then the decision on employee Kwang-ik's case is that he is not guilty. Sometime later in the elevator, the protagonist asked why he took so long to show up to testify. Al-Khalid said that he had some business to take care of. The prince remembered that he said that he was saving him because he could do it, and this made him think that he could live too. The prince had not paid attention to this before. After being freed at night in the forest, he realized that he had to get loyal people who would want to protect him. So he asked the guards if they would confess to their crimes and die, or if they would risk their lives for him. The guards said they would risk their lives for him. Al-Khalid pointed out that they were fighting for him. So once they returned, they would be rewarded accordingly. The prince realized that if he was the main target of the assassination and not his siblings, then that meant his existence was a threat. He was no longer a foolish child running away from his problems. He had decided to fight for his inheritance, and he would take what was rightfully his. Currently, in the elevator, Al-Khalid said that he had to do something. so they returned to the kingdom as soon as possible. The protagonist pointed out that he still had to give a statement first. Al-Khalid stated that he barely found the time to come here, even though he had no opportunity to do so. And by the way, he could call him by his first name. The MC then apologized to Danielle when they arrived at their floor, where they were met by a girl who serves the royal family. The protagonist noted that there were gloves in the clothes that he did not give to the prince that night. Al-Khalid said that he should try them on. The protagonist thought that these gloves, like the cloak, were enchanted, but there was nothing unusual about it. Al-Khalid said that this was his first gift to him. If he lost them, he would personally kill him. The MC noted that he would leave them as an inheritance to his children. Al-Khalid said that he had to leave already, but he could come visit him sometime. The prince said with a smile that he was his first real friend. After some time, Myungjin noted that it was a good job. He said that the prince gave MC one of the kingdom's treasures, and also a plastic card with a golden aura. The protagonist, surprised, picked it up and asked if the director knew anything about it. Myungjin confirmed this and replied that it was an invitation plastic card. It allows one to ask for help from their country once. How did Kwang Ik manage to lure him over to his side? MC said that he thought they became close because of what happened. The director laughed and asked, "With this prince?" The protagonist said that he felt like he did something significant. Will he get anything for this? Myungjin, smiling, said that to be honest, he was going to promote him for completing this task. But technically, the mission failed, so the others are against his promotion. Kwang Ik calmly asked, "Is that so?" He added that it was such a shame. The director, agreeing, said that he still attached some importance to it. Well, they'll take quantity if they're not satisfied with quality. MC asked what the director meant. Myungjin handed over a stack of sheets of paper and ordered them to go fill out forms on advertising promotion. After a while, a man said on the phone screen that black holes have been appearing on Earth more and more often lately. The host asked with interest if the man thought this phenomenon was as dangerous as the Hughes Gate incident. The man said that it was impossible to give a precise answer. That's the only thing he could say. The buyer called out to the seller, not letting him finish watching the news. He threw money on the table and asked for a pack of light cigarettes. MC coughed and said that he owed him 6,000 won. Chulsu got angry and asked what kind of coughing was going on. He slammed his hand on the table and pointed his finger at the seller and asked, "Did he just say that?" The protagonist calmly said that Park Chulsu, nicknamed the copyist, must have heard wrong. Chulsu raised his hand in displeasure and said that Kwang Ik still dared to argue with him. He thought, didn't MC just say that? Chulsu definitely heard something. No, he hit his head at the right moment, just when he was ready to hit. What kind of 24-hour store employee would do that? The customer heading for the exits said that the protagonist could watch something more fun instead. What should the guy tell him? What should he do? Kwang Ik asked, did Chulsu pay for his cell phone, or the electricity bills? What does it matter to him whether he watches the news or not? MC raised his hand and added that the customer should wash himself, otherwise he smells really bad. Chulsu got angry and quickly slammed his hand on the drink counter, throwing the drinks aside and called the clerk trash. He asked, does the protagonist want to die? Before he could finish speaking, a lollipop instantly flew into his mouth. The customer threw his head back and put his hands on it and exclaimed that the employee was a freak. Kwang Ik covered his ears with his hands in displeasure and said that Chulsu would go hoarse if he continued yelling like that. Miho entered the store and asked the customer to stop. She asked what this circus was for. All he needed was to stall for time. MC took off his cap and said that he had to detain him. And he succeeded, didn't he? Miho approached him and called the protagonist a fool. She said that Kwang Ik could have simply said that the cash register was broken. MC asked what if the customer had just left. Miho looked at him sternly and said that a more reasonable way to detain him could have been used. The protagonist said with displeasure that a reasonable way might not have worked on him. They themselves said not to touch him until they had a warrant. The buyer, taking a weapon out of his pants pocket, wondered what warrant. These freaks from the police? Miho said that this job is as dirty as his face. The protagonist said that if she decided to compare what happened to his face, it means he did everything well. Chulsu quickly ran at them, holding a knife in his hands, and ordered them to get out of here. Miho unwaveringly grabbed his hand, throwing the knife aside, and Kwang Ik quickly hit his neck with his hand. Miho called the name of the copyist and said that Chulsu makes copies of famous paintings and luxury items of famous brands and sells them. MC, looking at the unconscious opponent, asked where he works. Miho said that she found the place. In addition, she has evidence and a warrant. The protagonist, walking to the exit, raised his hand and said that then there is nothing to worry about. He added that the assistant is good. Miho ordered him to stop and said that he has a lot of work anyway. Kwang-ik asked in confusion what she is talking about. Miho said that there is an assignment from the CEO. She ordered him to shut up and go to Dap Simni now, and MC reacted with displeasure. After some time in Dap Simni, Gui-tae, firing a gun, asked if he was supposed to risk his life for Miho, so why is the protagonist his partner? Kwang-ik said he didn't know, but he was sure of one thing. Friends' standards are too low. Someone exclaimed that the doppelganger invaders are approaching. Gui-tae, looking at the many copies of himself coming out of the portal, asked, "Is that his face?" "This can't be." MC said that, to be honest, he thinks the copy looks better than friend. The closing of the hole in Dap Simni station is complete. However, the hole in Yeonam is closing. They are destroying the out-of-control werewolf constantly. Kwang-ik tiredly turned to the manager and said that it has only been 10 minutes since he returned. He lowered his head sitting in the back seat of the car and asked, "Where are they going this time?" Chungbum looked away with displeasure and thanked Dr. Park Byung-jun. He said that with his help they learned about several testing labs. Now they are going to one of them. At least, they will check if the doctor is telling the truth. Donghyun said that it is obvious that biological research is taking place here, but maybe it is a cover. There is a chance that illegal experiments are being conducted here. MC was surprised and asked what experiments. Donghyun answered that interbreeding invaders with humans, and the protagonist said that this is very bad. Jonah, holding the steering wheel of the car, said that in fact it is a private institute, although they are posing as a state one. Right now they do not have an official reason to infiltrate, so they need to make sure that they do not leave any traces behind. Donghyun, typing something on his laptop keyboard, said that they have very good security, a 3-story building without basements, but more than 50 surveillance cameras are installed. In addition, there are all kinds of surveillance detectors. The manager asked if the assistant were one of them, where would he conduct the experiments? Donghyun said that he wouldn't do it in the main building. He's sure that many of the staff aren't aware of their unofficial activities. If you don't count the secret passages, he would have settled here. Donghyun pointed to the laptop screen and added that in the waste storage area. He said that in research centers, they are usually quite toxic. So many will try to avoid this place. The protagonist thoughtfully rubbed his chin with his hand and said that research requires a lot of electricity. Junbum turned his head to the side and interrupted his thoughts, saying that this was a good idea. Kwang-ik looked at him in confusion, and the manager said that MC himself said about electricity. After some time, security stands under the night sky near an approaching car. The protagonist, smiling, got out of the car and asking the girl to get out, said that they had arrived. He also said that there was a cafe dedicated to the security system. Jonah got out of the car, clapped her hands and said that it was cool. She thought that even an alcoholic would speak more naturally. Kwang-ik took her hand and said that they could go then. The guard quickly raised his hand, blocking the road, and ordered them to stop. He seriously said that this was not a cafe for them. The guard asked them to leave. MC lowered his mask and looked at him and noticed how friendly the employees were. He said that the man looked like a real security guard. "Is there some kind of event today?" The protagonist put his hand on Jonah's shoulder and asked him to let them in now. Kwang-ik added that his girlfriend was very hungry. Jonah angrily asked him to stop right now. MC looked at her and asked his son not to be so angry and said that she was scaring him. The protagonist called out to the guard and said that he did not hear what she said. The guard said that he would repeat it again. "This is not a cafe." He ordered the freaks to leave here. Kwang-ik raised his hand and asked, "What freaks?" "He'll give you a 1-star review for this, right?" The guard? While they were distracting the guard, Donghyun had to get into the building. MC put his hand on John's shoulder as he walked away to the car and said that apparently this really wasn't a cafe. They could leave here. The second guard approached his comrade and exclaimed, "These demanding customers." After a while, the protagonist, sitting in the car, asked, "She doesn't want to become an actress, does she?" John calmly asked, "What's wrong?" Kwang-ik replied that it was just like that. An illegal research center would destroy files first if something went wrong, so they couldn't just barge in, so they had to sneak in secretly. MC thought that this whole plan was devised by the team manager. He has a lot to learn from him. He has good insight and doesn't hesitate, but he trusts his comrades. The protagonist is sure that one day he will be a leader like him. Chung Bum looked away with displeasure and ordered them to come here. Kwang-ik thought that it was a pity that he has a very bad character. The manager asked what about the main entrance. MC approached him and said that it only took him a minute to deal with them. Chung Bum called him an arrogant freak. The protagonist put his hand on the wall and thought that they were thick. It was not an ordinary brick. He was sure that it couldn't have been without a special material. Kwang-ik was very surprised to feel something and thought that the tingling in his fingers had disappeared. Donghyun seemed to have succeeded. MC looked at the manager and said that the power was out. Junbom knocked on the wall with his hand and said that they need to think about what they will do. The protagonist asked if they should detonate a bomb. The manager asked if the employee doesn't know the meaning of the phrase, to enter unnoticed. Junbom took out a weapon from his jacket and asked to look at it and said that he took something interesting with him. It is probably worth recording that he used it for some time. Kwang-ik was amazed when he looked at it, and Junbom, holding a lightsaber in his hand, said that he is his father. The manager said that he means, "May the Force be with him." After some time, an employee walks down the corridor illuminating the space with a flashlight. He was very surprised when he looked at the flying beam of light. The comrades confidently stand in front of the falling parts of the wall. The employee was scared and wanted to scream, but the MC instantly hit him with his hand. After some time, the employees asked what happened to the power supply. "Where is the head of security?" The protagonist, sitting over the body of a fallen employee, said that they seemed very angry. Junbom asked, wouldn't Kwang-ik be angry if his power was cut off during a raiding match? MC calmly looked at him and asked why. Games don't really affect him. After some time, the comrades, dressed in lab coats, passed by the running employees. The protagonist thought that there was more noise here than he thought. Kwang-ik looked at the manager and said that apparently they really did have an important game ruined. Junbom looked at him sternly and said that he was going to hit him again. MC refused and thanked him. After some time, the protagonist looked at the guard standing near the entrance and thought that here was the waste storage facility. The guard raised his hand and said that access was restricted. Only special personnel are allowed here. Kwang-ik thought that he had a feeling that the man was new. Jonah quietly asked if they could just knock him out. MC quietly asked to rely on him. The protagonist bit his lip horribly and grabbed the guard by the clothes and asked where his boss was. Why didn't the guard follow the instructions? Do they pay him for his pretty eyes or what? Does he really want to be kicked out of here? The guard cried and apologized and said that he had only been working here for a short time. Kwang-ik threw the guard aside and asked him to step aside and said that he needed to get something important from the storage room. Junbom smirked and said that MC had scampered the guard. The protagonist turned his head to the side and thought, is this a compliment? After some time in the room, the leader, illuminating the space with a flashlight, said that the entrance must be camouflaged. He asked them to look around carefully. Kwang-ik opened the door slightly and looked into the room and said that he had found it. Junbom said that he thought that if they started to disassemble it piece by piece, the files would be destroyed, so it will have to be the whole thing. MC asked, what if there's nothing there anymore? The manager replied that then they are in a bad position. At the same time, Jonah noticed something. The man lit up the room and asked why it was open. And who are they? What are they even doing here? The comrades stood next to each other, fell silent, and quickly lowered their robes and said that they were from the security service. The employee asked angrily, security service? What are they going to do with everything that happened? Do they even understand that the research will end if all the records are lost? MC replied that they should have tried harder. The veins on the employee's face bulged with anger, and he asked what the protagonist even said. Who is their boss? The employee ordered to tell him to come here immediately. Junbom instantly knocked him out with his hand on the neck and told the cop that he was here. The assistants got scared looking at the fallen comrade and exclaimed that there were intruders here. A little later, the manager, sitting on the ground, called Kwang-ik an idiot. He added that it wasn't necessary to use brute force every time. MC clarified that it was actually Junbom who did it. The boss said that he simply patted him on the back. The protagonist agreed irritably, and Junbom asked what that tone was. Kwang-ik thought it was something between humans and freaks from other worlds. He would say it was more like fusion than blood mixing. MC thinks it's all password protected, so it will take some time to decipher them. They won't be getting any reward for their efforts today. His days followed each other in their usual rhythm again. The protagonist arrested a thief with the ability to accelerate, participated in the elimination of the invaders. The hole in Sangbum station is closing. He mocked the boss a little. With all these tasks, he simply didn't have time to rest. Kwang-ik wondered how the boss could sleep while he was working like this. He should be reported to the HR department. Senior manager of the analytics team, first-rank employee, Choi Min-um, adjusting her hair with her hand, asked what brought MC here. The protagonist sheepishly said that he was just worried that Johan had caused trouble. He thought that Min-um was the most talented girl in the analytics team. He had never spoken to her before. In addition to being cute, she was also a purebred. Minam approached him and asked if he wanted to go out with her somewhere. She added with a smile that she was just joking. She thought that he was a very funny guy. Kwang Ik was embarrassed and wondered what kind of strange flirting this was, which shouldn't be like this. She was sophisticated and at the same time well-trained. It was immediately obvious that Minam had never missed training. MC had only spoken to her once, but he understood everything. This girl was his type. His heart was about to jump out of his chest. As she was leaving, Minam suggested that they have coffee during the break sometime. It would be great if they had the same hobbies. The protagonist thought that he had never felt something like this before. Kwang Ik put his hand on his chest and confessed his love to her. He proposed to have 3 children in the future. Minam grabbed his hand and said that the more children the better, as many as MC wanted. As she left, she suggested seeing each other again, and the protagonist said goodbye to her. He said in surprise that he thought he found a daughter-in-law for his parents. The manager, watching the happy Kwang Ik, asked what was wrong with him. MC, lost in thoughts of love, said that a hurricane had swept through his soul too, but Miho asked him to shut up. She asked him to come to his senses, because Minam is an unusual girl. She is cold, reserved, and hides her skills behind her loyalty. The protagonist looked at her jokingly and asked if she was jealous. Johan said that they worked day and night for 2 weeks straight, but he seemed to have a lot of strength, so he owes the drink. Kwang Ik asked why he would agree. His friend replied that MC was promoted to rank 1. After some time, Jinam always heard from others that he needed to try harder. If he was born purebred, then he needed to behave accordingly. That's what he heard from an early age, so he had to work hard all his life to prove that he was worthy. Jinam hit MC's drawing and thought that this idiot, or rather, this trash, ruined everything. He wanted to beat him almost to death, but when they met in battle, he couldn't even block. But still, the worst thing is that this freak doesn't respect him at all. Jinam will make him pay for it. Promote an employee to rank 2? He deserves this promotion more than Kwang Ik. MC entered the room and asked what Jinam is doing. Jinam stepped on the protagonist's drawing and fell silent. Kwang Ik asked, won't even deign to look at him? Is he really above that? How can he insult him? MC added that he is now a first-rank employee, which made Jinam very surprised. The protagonist said with an arrogant laugh that he wanted to have a party at his house tonight. He asked him to call his sister, which made Jinam think he wanted to kill him. The secretary came into the room and said that they had work for tomorrow. Sometime later, in the room of the executive vice president, Kang Tae-hwan, Dong Chol, looking at the president sorting through the balls, thought that for the last half hour that he was here, this was all the president did. Tae-hwan thought that the management was having a hard time now because of that idiot Kamayun. Maybe the CEO planned all of this? After all, it all started only because of one Kwang Ik. The president was even ready to give in if MC stayed with him. He confidently squeezed the balls in his hand and said that they needed to lure him over to their side. No matter how Tae-hwan looked at all his achievements, this was not a joke. Besides, his rating was NS. The president ordered to find out what the protagonist wants, but you need to try not to catch anyone's eye. You need to do everything so that Nam Young-jin doesn't find out anything. The assistant nodded his head understandingly. After some time, Dong-hoon asked, is Kwang Ik leaving for some task? MC agreed and asked what he should do there. No one says anything. What kind of task it is, he was told. Don't do what they didn't tell him. Gather all the information yourself. Never before had he encountered such a vague and sluggish briefing. Dong-hoon was looking for something on the computer and asked for a minute. Since the protagonist was promoted, it means he must have access to classified information. Kwang Ik was surprised. Are these rank 1 secrets? Dong-hoon added that they usually encounter this after the second training. MC knows that not all white holes are the same, right? They don't have unlimited access to high-ranking white holes. And at the same time, they can't guarantee 24-hour security for the areas near them. How would the protagonist act to restrict access to them? Kwang Ik thought, scratching his chin to restrict access to the object hovering in the air, and asked to give him a minute. Dong-hoon replied that this building was built specifically for protection. 8 floors deep, there is a high-ranking hole. There is a team working on the other side. MC realized that his job was to protect this team. His comrade asked him to be careful, because it wouldn't be good if the protagonist got lost there. He needed to hold on tightly to Jinam and his brother's hands. Kwang Ik looked away in irritation and said that he didn't want to do that. Dong-hoon found this strange and asked if MC wasn't worried about Jinam. The protagonist thought that it wasn't that, but that it would be inconvenient to walk like that. He heard that his family situation wasn't very pleasant. It turns out that his character was so badly affected by his upbringing. After a while, someone went first and ordered Kwang Ik to follow him and not cover his face. MC came out of the portal and added that the inhaler was on. He noticed that the pressure had changed. The gravity here is about 1.2 times stronger than on the surface. Because of the equipment, the protagonist feels like he is being pulled down. Of course, he told Jinam that he is fine. The comrades turned their attention to the people standing in the distance, and Honam said that they were there. Dongchul greeted them with a confident smile and suggested that they get to the shelter. After a while, Sangwoo, looking at the cards, said that they said that Kwang-ik came here. The comrade asked, "Is this the savior of Dongdaemun?" Sangwoo turned to the girl and asked, "Didn't they come to the company at the same time? Are they close with him?" Employee Cho Yun-soo, putting the card on the table, answered that they talked once but are not close. Sangwoo extended his hand, giving his chips, and asked, "What does she feel?" After all, Jinam and MC came to protect them. Yun-soo will finally see them. The comrade, having finished playing, passed by her and asked, "Doesn't she know that talking about personal topics during work hours is prohibited?" Yun-soo embarrassedly answered that she knows. After a while, the protagonist asked, "Are they here because of a lack of people? What role do his brother and Dongchul play here?" He asked to tell him. If the comrade knows, he will not beat him for it. Jinam, shaking with displeasure, called him an idiot and asked him to stop saying such things. Kwang-ik asked, "Has the comrade still not mastered the control of feelings? Maybe he wants advice?" He mockingly drawled and gave advice to try harder. One of the team members, senior manager Kim Daeun from the expedition team, greeted them and introduced Yun-soo. MC, looking closely at the employee, felt a feeling that they had met somewhere before. Yun-soo embarrassedly turned her head to the side and asked the senior manager to leave. Jinam explained that there is an oxygen supply system here, so it should get better. The four of them will take positions. Daeun added that they need to be careful with the invaders. The protagonist, surprised, asked, "Does she mine every day?" The senior manager smiled, spread her fingers out to the sides, and replied that she does it once or twice a week, but it doesn't always work out. Kwang-ik said that it's probably not easy for her to be in such and such a place. She covered her smile with her hand, confirmed this, and said that it was terribly uncomfortable, even after a long time. Daeun asked him to let her know if something happened and she would help. MC, praising her, suggested that the senior manager had no problem with attention from others. Daeun answered him in kind and asked if he had a girlfriend. The protagonist didn't agree, and she asked if there was anyone. He didn't confirm this, and Yun-soo sighed with relief, while Jinam covered his mouth from laughter. Yun-soo put her hand on her chest and asked if he remembered her. Kwang-ik paid attention to her and answered honestly that he wanted to ask her about it himself. They had seen each other somewhere before, hadn't they? She said that he once told her to think about a celebrity, and the MC remembered her and exclaimed that it was her. Yun-soo happily said that she had a vacation next month, so she decided where to go. The protagonist was surprised by her pressure, and the employee added that it was a good place for camping. It was quite a luxurious place, more like glamping. Kwang-ik interrupted her and said that the lamp behind her flickered. Yun-soo, smiling terribly, asked if he wanted to go glamping with her. The MC exclaimed that the second one also blinked. Yun-soo asked him not to worry, and many trolls quickly hit the glass into the room, but their blood immediately appeared on it. The employee, with blood dripping from her face, terrifyingly offered to go together, to which Jinam noted her taste. The protagonist realized that lately he was too attracted to girls he barely knew, and asking for forgiveness, offered to remain just friends. Yun-soo happily noted that friends can also become a couple later, to which Kwang-ik mentally rejected her. Daeun pointed at herself and asked what about her. No, she's not asking for a date, she wants to know his type. What will MC say to this? He thoughtfully looked up and answered that she should be neat, beautiful, and not annoying. Attentive and cute with a beautiful body. Jinam, thinking that the protagonist was crazy, asked if Kwang-ik had even looked at himself in the mirror. MC immediately punched him, and Yun-soo, leaving, suggested that they remain friends. Daeun threw her hands behind her head and called him difficult. To which the protagonist wondered what kind of reaction this was. The senior manager advised him not to tell anyone about his type, and Yun-soo, agreeing with her, added that he seemed demanding and egotistical. Kwang-ik thought in confusion, what did he say wrong? Jinam, frightened, instantly opened his eyes and raised himself up, asked the senior manager how many invaders there usually are. Daeun answered in amazement, 2 or 3, and 5 is too much. This is, after all, a safe area. Jinam confidently asked, what if there are more than 20? The senior manager answered that they simply won't be able to reach them with such a number. He quickly took out his weapon, and taking aim, noted that 30 invaders were currently approaching. MC was glad and noticed that his comrade had finally gotten used to it, which is why Jinam asked him to leave him alone. He noticed an axe that flew with force into the wall, enveloped in fire. The protagonist was very surprised when he looked at it and thought, is this an incendiary stone? Jinam thought that this was a damn other world. They said that people got used to the local conditions in about 12 hours. Is this all because he is a purebred? Purebloods, a term used to describe people with pure blood who have a special pedigree. The distinguishing feature of purebloods is their heightened sensitivity. Because of this, when in another world, their 5 senses are terribly overloaded. His brother told him that it wouldn't go away right away and that he would have to endure it. So he had no choice. Jinam endured for 16 hours. And finally, after so much time, he felt better. He sensed something in the distance and concentrated on it. Even though Jinam couldn't see what it was, his senses were alarmed. When someone confidently walks, their footsteps make almost no noise. The key word is almost. Being completely silent is impossible. After concentrating on his senses, he managed to sense them approaching. A powerful explosion instantly thundered through the building. At the same time, in the main command center of the shelter base, a man looked at the red alarm light and asked, "What is this?" The assistant exclaimed that this was an alarm signal from bases 2 and 3. The man noted with fear that they were near unexplored areas, but there were mines everywhere. Maybe it was climate change? The man, pressing the control buttons, answered that this was not so. The man thought that there were no sandstorms or thunderstorms, so the alarm signal was given because of the huge number of invaders. There were only 4 employees at the second base, and 2 of them were newcomers. It seemed that nothing foreshadowed trouble. Everything was fine. They were on the other side. There were completely different environmental conditions and equipment. The man quickly ran, putting on his helmet, and ordered to go to the second base immediately. "We urgently need to call for reinforcements and special forces." The man mentally asked them to just wait. Kwanik holds his hands in front of the open portal. Jinam asked what kind of gloves are these. MC, confidently smiling, replied that he was a good boy. That's why Santa gave it to him. Because of which Jinam called him an idiot. Daeun, sitting on the floor in fear, asked, "A throwing axe made of flammable stone?" Yeonsu had never seen anything like it. The protagonist asked them to stop sitting and ordered them to get up and grab their weapons. They began a competition to see who could score the most points. After a while, the senior manager noted that the invaders who could bypass mines and set up ambushes in the dark were definitely a special breed. Most of their weapons were boulders and blades. Daeun, taking aim, said that they had a place to hide and much better weapons, so they would fight back until help arrived. The huge troll roared and the trolls quickly rushed into battle throwing axes, causing a massive explosion. Daeun fired and dark smoke enveloped the area. She asked, "Wasn't that supposed to destroy everyone?" Jinam didn't confirm it and looked at the kneeling troll with his arms cut off, but they instantly grew back. MC smirked and noted that it was high-speed regeneration. Jinam asked in fear, "Are all these damned ones like this?" The troll raised his hand in rage and shouted, sending his comrades into battle. Yeonsu raised her hand with explosives and said that today is a really bad day. She threw explosives at them, and the trolls quickly threw stones in their direction, but the protagonist managed to open a shield. Yeonsu noted that he was covered from head to toe in magical things, to which Kwangik refused and said that he was short on money. It is very difficult to assess the situation and fight off these assholes. Daeun asked to rely on her and instantly sat down on the floor, covering herself from the flying stones. She turned the weapon over and thought that she needed to make some corner strikes. The senior manager fired and noted that some of them were sitting in ambush, so she could attack. She looked at the camera and said that she didn't think anyone else was hiding. Yeonsu asked them to wait in fear and looked at the collapsing ceiling and exclaimed that it was on them. A huge troll landed on the floor with force, destroying it. MC pushed the employee's gun and ordered her to stop and not shoot. He noticed that the bullets would ricochet off that thing. The trolls quickly jumped into the room through the broken window, and the protagonist immediately shot at them. He shot the troll standing opposite him, and his face became covered in blood. Jinam asked him to stay alert, and Kwangik replied that his comrade should watch himself. MC looked in surprise at Daeun injecting something into her shoulder and asked what it was. She replied that it was BB-8, and clarified that it was a potion called Odin's Blessing. It significantly increases all physical characteristics. The senior manager offered him to take it. The protagonist said that the invaders were probably well prepared. He has a feeling that they won't be able to escape from here. He confidently got ready to leave and asked, "Will they manage without him?" Jinam put his hand on his chest and replied that he will take care of everything. Kwangik asked the girls to look after him. Yeonsu noticed that they were close and asked, "Are you sure MC is not into boys?" He looked at her with displeasure and asked her to take care of herself and said that he would fulfill her wish when he returned. She blushed and asked him not to start refusing later. Sometime later, Honam said that he is the manager of the first security group arrived at Base 2. He enters the building. Honam opened the door with confusion and saw his brother lying without limbs with his comrades. Half an hour earlier, the protagonist reached the trolls. He exhaled and said that it was finally possible to fight without thinking about the consequences. Kwang Yik put his weapon on his shoulder and ordered the freaks to come to him. Are they really not going to attack? Since they are not coming to him, he will go to them. MC ran quickly and hit the troll with his fist, throwing it aside. The second troll got angry and ran at him, but the protagonist immediately struck him. He turned his attention to the troll standing next to him and hit his leg. Kwang Yik swung his weapon and the trolls flew to the sides from a strong flow of wind. He lowered the bloody shotgun over the body of the dead troll and asked the next one to attack faster, which scared the troll very much. MC, with a terrifying glow in his eyes, added that he was not going to waste the whole day on them. A huge troll and his comrades ran with the intention of attacking, and the protagonist thought, did they decide to attack him all together? He closed his eyes and mentally decided to try. He needed to turn on all his senses. With their help, Kwang Yik would be able to get information from the environment around him and make the best attack option for these three. If only he could lay them out in a second. MC, sitting on one knee, swung his weapon and instantly cut down all the trolls. He turned around and asked the next ones to attack, and the trolls screamed because of his words. They threw their shields on the ground and ran at him, and the protagonist asked, did they really throw their shields? Kwang Yik confidently raised his shotgun and asked, now he will use a firearm, okay? He fired and the bright light from the bullets illuminated the space, killing the trolls. One of the trolls shook seeing this, but MC, not paying attention to this, called the next one. He said that he did not have time to wait. The protagonist, standing among the corpses, noticed the bloody glass of the room where his comrades were. He called out to the remaining troll and said that if his toy breaks, the troll will die. At the same time, a drone flew up to Hong and he, surprised, asked, is this the director? Something must have happened at the base. The security post was attacked. There were too many invaders, that was the message on the drone. Onam remembered the past. He said that employee Jinam had not yet settled in. Was Dong Chul sure that he should be sent on this mission? Dong Chul, holding a cup of hot drink in his hand, agreed and noted that it would speed up his adaptation. And besides, now was not the time to rest. The employees here were too tired. There were already complaints. Onam asked angrily, how long was the shift? To which post in general? Isn't it too dangerous? Jinam had not yet gotten used to it. Dong Chul calmly asked why Honam was so worried. Were they really related to him? Honam sternly asked him to answer the question. He came out of his memories and looked at his watch, realizing that the second shift at the security post would be at 8:30. He ran quickly and the assistants called out to the director. The assistant, perplexed, said that he thought it was true. He heard that Director Honam was very worried about his brother. Sometime later he saw his brother lying among the trolls with his comrades. Jinam sat up and asked why the director was here. Honam was surprised, thinking that in order to cope with at least one such troll, 5 superhumans, armed very strongly, were needed. These 3 were able to cope with so many on their own? Kwang Yik approached him and asked, is the director here as reinforcements? Honam answered that, in fact, he was already leaving. MC was very surprised to see his comrades and noted that everyone was alive, which was good. The assistants ran up to the director and asked if he was okay. They were ordered to go to base 3 first. Honam said that they had already sorted things out here without them. Everything was okay. The assistant asked, was there a squad of werewolves or something like that? How did they manage to cope with all these invaders? He guessed that as soon as the director arrived here, no one was killed. No one else came to help. What happened? Director Lee Jason looked at the assistant and replied that this guy had figured everything out. The protagonist was covered in blood and wounds, and the weapon he was holding was also covered in blood. Couldn't you tell just by looking at him? Jason introduced himself and added that it was nice to meet you. Kwang Yik introduced himself, and the director said that he was waiting for a report on what happened. He offered to take the wounded away to give them medical attention and said that MC seemed to be okay, so he would help. The protagonist noted with confusion that he was actually injured too. Yunsu coughed up blood from the pain and Kwang Yik asked how she was. He lifted her up, putting her on his arm, and said that the wound was serious. She should try not to move. Yunsu quickly approached his face trying to kiss him, but the MC moved away and asked what she was doing. She replied that her wish was a kiss. Sometime later in the meeting room, Taewon thought that he needed to finish off the protagonist once and for all. There are many ways it seems that Kwang Yik has never dated anyone before. He doesn't even know if his daughter can handle it. They can go on a date. The MC looked at his phone in surprise and asked, is this his son? Taewon got really angry and mentally called him an asshole. He tiredly put his hand on his head and started their emergency meeting about the invasion. That's how the meeting started. Taewon said that senior manager Dae-eun, Jinum, and another employee killed the troll. Because of his words, all the employees began to think. Taewon added that after that, employee Kwang-ik destroyed all the remaining invaders. It felt like this meeting had turned into a place of worship for one person. Someone asked how MC was training. The protagonist scratched his cheek and thought he felt like he should say something. He quickly raised his hand and clenched his fist and replied that he needed to train his left hand. He had been told that an ambidextrous person could take over the world. The next day, Expedition Team Number 4 began training their left hands. Kwang-ik watched them and thought that he had said the first thing that came to mind. There was nothing wrong with it, he just wanted to say that the most important thing was to master the basics. However, not everything should be done with the left hand. Ginam turned to him and asked if he had a minute. 10 minutes earlier, he had asked to be included in this expedition mission. Ginam would prove his worth. Honam noticed that his brother was now missing an arm and asked how he was going to work. He asked him to stop saying such things and ordered him to leave. Jinam said that he wanted to join and asked his brother's consent. Honam confidently crossed his arms and asked him to stop talking like that. Jinam confusedly noted that he was very well suited for this mission, to which his brother turned away and refused. Jinam said that his brother could not occupy the place of both the commander and the head of the raid. Honam replied that he would not repeat it again and asked him to leave. His brother exclaimed in anger that if this continued, his skills would never be appreciated. He wanted to make sure that their family would not have the opportunity to defame them. Honam horrifiedly noted that there were many people here and asked him to watch what his brother said. Jinam sadly lowered his head and asked for forgiveness. His brother said that if Jinam wanted it so badly, he should kill someone other than him. Honam raised his hand and suggested Kwang-ik. His brother must prove that he can be useful to the team, let MC come to him, then he will think about it. Jinam was surprised and asked, just not the protagonist. He will negotiate with the deputy CEO Dong-chul. Honam did not agree and ordered Kwang-ik. Then the brother can give up if he fails. That's all he can say. At present, the MC asked with an arrogant smile, and why would he agree? Jinam got angry and said that he has the blood of a purebred immortal in his veins. There is no one who would be better suited for this task. The protagonist, agreeing, replied that however, there is Honam for this. And in general, does Jinam even know how to fight a troll? Jinam confirmed and said that if you cut a troll into more than 30 pieces, it will not be able to regenerate. This is what they teach in training. Kwang-ik, covering his mouth so as not to laugh, asked, did his comrade know about this and still lose his arm? That's why he told him to try harder. Jinam, remembering this, asked how hard he needs to try. MC was surprised and wondered what was wrong with his comrade. He was not as ugly as usual. The protagonist couldn't tell him that he was half werewolf. He scratched his head and asked him to spend all his time training and try his best. Jinam agreed and Kwang-ik wondered what was going on. He just couldn't get used to it. Jinam asked hopefully if MC would do him a favor. The protagonist turned away and asked him to raise his head and not look at the floor when talking to him. A comrade should not ask him for favors. Kwang-ik looked at him with a terrifying grin and added that they could talk instead. After a while, MC said that he wanted Jinam to join the mission. The protagonist thought that he would be useful to them. Honam asked what Kwang-ik was even talking about. Did he really think that Jinam could handle the task with his left hand? Was MC kidding? The protagonist confidently replied that the Jinams don't need both arms. What they need on the expedition are commanders, attackers, raiders, and snipers. He squeezed Jinam's face with his hands and added that he may not have an arm, but he has eyes, ears, and a brain. Who can handle the role of a raider? Better than Jinam? So they're taking him? The director, irritably and turning around in his chair, gave the protagonist a choice. Before leaving for the expedition, they were given a briefing. In the expedition team's conference room, the leader of the 4th expedition team, Kim Yumi, nicknamed the alcoholic, drank the liquid from the flask and Kwang-ik asked if it was okay to drink on the job. The senior manager of the 4th team, Lee Sung-chan, replied that she was who she was, everything was fine. Amy smiled and handed the flask to MC and offered him a sip. She promised that he wouldn't regret it. The manager called him funny and asked if he had a girlfriend, and the protagonist did not confirm it. Yumi asked what he thought about older girls. Kwang-ik wondered what was wrong with him. How did he manage to bewitch every woman he met? Sung-chan wanted to say something personal about Yumi, but a flask quickly flew into his head. MC, sitting among his swearing comrades, realized that there was no one normal here either. Honam, entering the hall, asked them to shut up and added that in fact the situation was serious. They began the briefing. The name of the mission is Ant Nest Investigation. They are going to thoroughly inspect the area. They are concerned about the presence of a special seed of invaders, so they will have to avoid skirmishes. Does anyone have any objections? Yumi raised her hand and exclaimed that there were none. Honam announced that in 10 minutes they would gather at the entrance to the shelter. He turned to Jinam and ordered them to follow him. Meanwhile, on the other side, the trolls went on the offensive. After some time, the group is walking among the sands. Honam exclaimed that the invaders turned 45 degrees to the right in all directions and ordered to turn left. Jinam looked at Kwang Ik and said some code, which made MC think that his comrade quickly adapted. Sungchan picked up the vest and said that it is not that hard to deal with. Until they come across red lightning. This is all thanks to employee Jinam. The protagonist asked in surprise, but why do not they see any of the invaders? Yumi answered that even the children of the invaders need to avoid sandstorms and red sands. Red lightning is a weather phenomenon in another world. Most living things will turn to ash when struck by such lightning. An incendiary stone remains in the place where the red lightning hits. Lightning itself creates new materials. Even the invaders cannot cope with such natural disasters, so they usually hide in safe places. That's why they go to the ant cave. After some time, hell fairies fly near the cave. Sungchan, looking at them through binoculars, said that they don't know who might be inside. First, they need to find out what's going on there. He suggested making a stop here and starting the mission as soon as they find out what monsters are hiding inside. After some time, the comrades are eating noodles near the fire. Kwanik turned to Jinam and asked him to let him know if he gets tired. MC can carry him on himself. Jinam replied that everything is fine, and the protagonist asked if trolls appear. The comrade can handle at least one, right? And he will take care of the rest. Ik looked at Jinam's irritated face, because that was exactly the reaction he was looking for. The comrade agreed, and MC was surprised and thought that this had already gone wrong. Honam turned to him in a very angry voice and asked if the protagonist could shut his mouth. Kwangik thought the president looked like he was actually going to hit him. Honam ordered them to stop talking and go to sleep, and MC obeyed him. After a while, the trolls looked at each other mockingly, but they instantly turned their gazes to the flying bright beam. They were thrown aside by the powerful explosion, and the huge troll noticed the bullet flying towards him. The protagonist is sure that they were going to ambush them with reflective rocks. They learned their lesson last time. They can counter the reflective rocks with angular strikes. He is sorry, but they have no chance of winning. Good weapons, protected good positions, established communication that allows them to spot enemies, so yeah, they are well prepared. Sungchan noted that there are much fewer of them now. Maybe they should go back? Kwangik thought that their original goal was just to scout the area. They should be ready to go back. Honam turned to his brother and ordered them to be ready. They were going to go in search of special species. MC realized that they were not ready to go back. Honam closed his eyes and asked everyone to turn off all their senses. You need to focus only on your hearing. He sensed the presence of an ogre among the trolls and instantly opened his eyes and exclaimed that he found it. Honam added that a special species was found, an ogre, and ordered the snipers to be on guard. The ogre roared and Honam asked for attention and exclaimed that he was approaching. The ogre roared powerfully, and his comrades felt a strong fear. The protagonist thought that his scream caused fear in his subconscious, so his body seemed to freeze. However, for him, this meant nothing. This was nothing compared to the murderous energy of his teacher. Kwangik quickly rushed past the ogres, cutting their bodies. He pulled out a gun and shot into the body of a living ogre. The second ogre growled as it approached MC's back, but its body instantly exploded, emitting lightning. The protagonist looked at it and guessed, is it an optical weapon? Could it be Honam's weapon? The president, confidently clutching a revolver in his hand, ordered that they begin hunting for a special species right away. He fired at the ogres and they flew back. Honam asked for attention and ordered that they fire. The comrades fired their weapons, killing the ogres. Honam ordered everyone to line up and said that they would drive the ogres into a corner. Jinam closed his eyes and turned to the leader, and Honam ordered him to duck. Jinam said that he didn't mean that. A crowd of invaders is heading this way. Yumi said in fear that they resembled a colony of ants. Sungchan exclaimed that they were running out of supplies and needed to retreat. The situation on the battlefield was not going well. They were at their limit. Could it be that the ogres were trying to drive them back to the base? Sungchan asked the leader if he thought they could stop them if they joined forces with the base. Honam didn't confirm it and said that many would die before they reached the White Hole. He felt hopeless and thought that there were too many ogres, they wouldn't be able to stop them. Even if they retreated, most of them would die. and that ogre standing there was able to attract other invaders. That was the biggest problem. Since he was able to control all the invaders, he must have somehow miraculously acquired an ability. Yumi looked at the weapon and exclaimed that it was at 0. The comrades were very scared when they saw the ogre's malicious grin. Honam got angry and thought that this freak knew that they couldn't handle them from a distance. Was the ogre deliberately provoking them to shoot? They needed to calm down. They couldn't retreat or go on the offensive right now. Besides, they were out of range of his revolver. There are too many of them for them to get any closer. Should they call for reinforcements? They won't be able to get here because of the sandstorms and red lightning. If the team retreats right now, the base will be completely destroyed. They have to kill them here. Honam has to find a way to deal with them no matter what. The ogre opened his mouth with a smile and a bullet instantly flew into his head. The comrades looked at the MC standing with a new weapon in surprise. The protagonist calmly asked, "Can they retreat now?" After a while, Sung Chan said that it was very easy to deal with the rest once the leader died. The invaders have feelings too. He's sure they were shocked by the loss of their leader. Yumi pointed her fingers at the protagonist and admitted that she likes him. What would Kwang-ik say about spending the night with her? He calmly replied that he had plans and thought that she didn't change. Honam noted that for a newbie, MC was thinking pretty fast and the protagonist only asked not to fall in love with him. The leader asked what kind of weapon Kwang-ik used. MC raised his hand and showing the mechanism on it, said that the engineer of the expedition team gave him the mechanism. It is a wearable weapon made of a parasitic stone. 1 drop of blood changes its shape. 2 drops reload the bullets. When he presses with his thumb, it shoots bullets that fly faster than the speed of sound. Honam called the weapon cool and the protagonist pointed at his weapon with his finger and asked, "What about this revolver?" The leader raised the weapon and said that it is a mixture of a pure weapon and spell equipment. It is called the 6th bullet. It can shoot 3 types of bullets: ice, flame, and photosphere. Kwang-ik thought that this means that it is still a mechanism. If there were not so many invaders here, it would be easy to destroy that ogre with it. He asked how to use it. Honam answered that without a talent for magic, he is useless. MC thought he heard that magicians who were hiding all over the world were gradually coming out into the light, but he himself had never seen one. Junam looked at them with irritation, and Honam explained that he only learned the basics of using a revolver. He couldn't be called a magician because his knowledge was only enough to know how to use it. The protagonist asked if they could be friends. Jinam hit him on the chest with his hand and asked him not to cross the line. Honam smiled and agreed, but only outside of work. Jinam called out to his brother, and Kwang-ik asked him to mind his own business. This was between the two of them. He needed to report everything to the leader of the expedition team, so the guys could go first. He wished them a good job, and Sung Chan said that MC actually did all the work himself. The protagonist threw his hand over Jinam's shoulder and suggested that they go get something to eat, and his comrade asked him to take his hands off with irritation. The protagonist thought that Jinam doesn't change and he likes that about him. Yumi mockingly asked, "Kwang is into boys, right?" He disagreed and said that he likes girls and also dreams of becoming president. Yumi asked, "How does that relate to the fact that he likes girls?" MC confidently clarified that when he becomes president, he is going to legalize polygamy. Then he will have 15 wives. Yumi replied that sometimes he really does seem weird. The protagonist hears this so often that he doesn't care anymore. After some time, Honam provided a report on the completion of the mission. If it weren't for employee Kwang-ik, there's an 80% chance that they would all have died. The assistant asked, "Is he talking about the reconnaissance team?" Honam disagreed and replied that he was talking about everyone. He thought that the difference was only a few seconds. If MC had hesitated for at least a few seconds, the army of invaders would have surrounded that ogre. They would not have been able to kill him with one shot. He also predicted that the sandstorm would become a defensive barrier. Honam didn't even say anything during the retreat. But the protagonist acted as if he already knew everything. It's hard to believe that he's never fought in another world. Not to mention that Kwang-ik has only been working for them for a year. Honam said that MC is quick-witted and can act without hesitation. He acts as if he can predict what his next order will be. Honam thought that the protagonist is definitely not a pureblood. He can think one step ahead. He also has an amazing ability to make friends. With that, he finished his report and the assistant realized that Kwang-ik really is good. The assistant remembered his sister Yumi and thought that if MC starts dating her. How old is he anyway? Right now his priority in life is most likely women. Who knows what could happen? Dongchul thought irritably that the protagonist is too good to be a simple subordinate. That's exactly why he wanted to tame his temper in the 4th expedition team. But that wasn't part of his plan. Dongchul wanted to protect him from Honam's wrath in order to try to gain his trust. Not only did MC excel at the guard post, but he also killed the leader of the invaders with one shot during the reconnaissance mission. He can't even cancel this mission. The report on what happened will definitely reach the higher-ups. If the general hears about this, all his plans will collapse. After the mission ended, security was tightened for a few days. During this time, the protagonist managed to meet a lot of people. He even got a couple of confessions from the girls in the research team. The engineer who gave him the weapon made from the parasite stone also came to see him. The engineer learned that Kwang-ik tried the weapon and asked how it was. MC liked it, and the engineer shook with joy. Apparently, normal engineers simply don't exist. He failed to fulfill Yunsu's wish, but isn't a simple hug enough? Honam no longer looks at him with disdain. Now the protagonist understands why everyone around him says that he cares about his brother. Kwang-ik became the main hero of the event with the invaders' invasion of the guard post. The hero who killed the special type of invaders and the immortal special forces soldier who protected the base. He looked at the phone shaking with notifications. Al-Khalid. MC wondered, does he have bipolar disorder? What are these strange messages? He will simply say that he was on a mission. The protagonist was very scared when he saw a message from his mother that he was no longer her son. After some time, Sol Hai asked who it was. Kwang-ik said into the phone that it was her bad son calling. Mom asked, does that mean he is still alive? He apologized and explained that he had to leave for work. There was no signal and he could not get through. Sol Hai asked smiling, does that mean both father and son went to work abroad? MC answered that he is a sinner and apologized. Mom asked, is everything okay with him there? Why did his son end up there? The protagonist tensely answered that everything is fine. He just has such a huge backlog of work. He thought that nothing strange would happen in the future if he continued to go on business trips. Kwang-ik had not seen Mary since he left her with his mother. He became interested in how Mary was. Mom asked, did her son still remember her? MC said that he told her father that he would let him meet her. Shulhai agreed and asked if he was her biological father. Her son wasn't sure. His mother asked him to, at least let her know when he showed up. The protagonist ended the call and wondered if it was his imagination or if he heard a note of anger in her voice. He really promised her to meet Mary, so he'll have to deal with this issue as soon as his vacation is over. After all this, Kwang-ik took 2 days off. Training is cool, of course, but eating and doing nothing else is better. He played for 8 hours straight and worked out a little in the gym. Jinam went to the hospital, so MC spent these 2 days alone. He was able to rest before going to work. The protagonist greeted his comrades with a smile and wished them good morning. Jonah, with bruises under her eyes due to lack of sleep, reacted to his appearance, and Kwang-ik noted that he had a good rest. Donghun put his hands on his shoulders and was happy to see him. MC wondered why his circles under his eyes looked worse than before. Junbong, looking sleepy, clarified that the protagonist should have come earlier. Kwang-ik thought that even this bastard had circles under his eyes. Apparently, a lot happened while he was on vacation. While he was gone, something not very pleasant happened. A black hole anomaly. In these cases, the number of holes increases, and since there are more portals, the number of invaders also increases. Therefore, many times more people are needed to close the holes. Hwarim, the immortal special forces, the police and even the excuracy were forced to join forces. They had to work day and night. That's why the manager and Donghun have such huge circles under their eyes. There is another reason for John's dark circles. The escape of the leader of the immortal faith Mayun from custody is to blame for everything. There was an ambush during the transfer of the criminal. There was a hole in front of the truck Mayun was in. This happened after he had already escaped. Despite the chains, handcuffs, and tracking devices, the drugs that were injected into the criminal to calm him down, he still managed to get away. He wouldn't have been able to remove it on his own, which means someone helped him escape. Most likely, Prometheus helped. Jonah tried to find their tracks all night. Kwang-ik praised his comrades' hard work, and Donghun said that he wanted to check on how MC spent his little vacation. The 4th expedition team said that all his achievements would be reflected in their team's reports, so Donghun decided to check. He showed their profit of 1,290,000 won on the computer, and said that this was the result of work for a whole year. The protagonist said that he was only doing what he had to do. He turned to the manager and asked if he heard that. Kwang-ik pointed out that he had closed the plan for the year, and Chungbong reacted with irritation. Donghun asked the MC to stop, and the protagonist pointed out that one employee had completed the plan for the year without any help. The manager angrily pointed at him and praised him. Should he kneel before him now? The protagonist didn't say. He should tell him. Juna drew his attention to herself and handed him a note. Kwang-ik asked in surprise who it was from. She replied that it was from Mayun, and he opened the note, seeing the inscription that he hadn't forgotten Mayun. The MC thought that Mayun was just obsessed. He asked, right? He thinks that Mayun could have been in jail for stalking or something. The employees discussed Mayun, and the protagonist, hearing this, asked what had gotten into them. Juna replied that they had been called in by the security department that day. That's why their work reports for the year were really messed up. Kwang-ik would have been angry about that too. Donglin was worried about MC's health and said that he heard that there was complete chaos in the other world. The protagonist said that he was doing well. Who does his friend take him for? Donglin said that at this rate, Kwang-ik would rise to assistant manager. MC asked, will they still remain friends if that happens? The friend did not agree, and the protagonist decided to invite them to a barbecue. He was given a bonus of 50 million won. Jumbum smirked and said that he would only agree to Korean marbled beef. The protagonist thought that the manager could be cute. After some time, among the cars driving on the road, Byun asked, is Mary okay? Kwang-ik answered affirmatively and asked, does he know the rules, though he does not think that Byun is capable of anything bad. He has 35 trackers on him, and also a self-destruct device if he suddenly says something wrong. The car stopped, and MC asked him to wait in the car. He will go first, and Byun agreed. The protagonist picked up the bag with a smile and sat down at the table and said that her son had arrived. The mother looked at the shoes that had fallen on the table and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He had lost all his weight. She asked him to eat more and asked, did they pay him enough? Kwang-ik said that in addition to the salary, there are bonuses for good work. He greeted Mary and she bowed and greeted her older brother. Is he doing well? MC, seeing how she had changed, thought that maybe the next time they met she would be better than him. He looked at Byun standing behind the glass and realized that there was no need to worry about the doctor's life. Byun ran to his daughter and she sternly asked, who is he? Some time ago, Sol-hai finished talking to her son. She thought that when she first met Mary, she wanted to help her become more human. Sol-hai was ready to let her go when the time came. However, Mary exceeded all expectations. Mom watched her lift the huge barbell and asked, isn't that too much? Mary disagreed, and Sol-hai said that she heard she had a father. Does she remember him? Mary replied that she couldn't remember anyone. Sol-hai asked if she would like to meet her biological parents. Mary reluctantly said that she had no memories left except for the lab, so she didn't miss them much. She really liked being with her mom and didn't really want to go back. Sol-hai was surprised and passed the drink to her and said that her father wanted to see her. Mary asked, her biological father? Mom replied that he wasn't this man, and Mary asked, then why is he her father? She now had questions. She was told that Byun was not her biological father. So there was no blood relationship between them. Also, Mary can't say that Byun raised her. She remembers him from the moment she ended up behind bars. Why would she call someone her father if he didn't raise her or even conceive her? Considering the fact that Byun is a doctor, he most likely took her from the lab. But Mary can't call him her father just because of that. She stood up and bowed, thanking him for everything. After a while, Byun cried and asked MC to take care of his daughter. The protagonist asked him to look at how beautiful she had become and asked why Byun was crying. The secretary adjusted his glasses and asked him to help her if she needed it. Kwang-ik agreed and thought that he certainly knew the secretary was watching him. There were many ways the doctor could have caused trouble. MC was sure he wouldn't pass all the blame on him. The secretary asked to ask him a question. What does the protagonist's mother do? How did she manage to change the girls so much? Kwang-ik thought that he couldn't tell him that his mother was a werewolf. He replied that his mother was a magical girl, a transformer who was into fitness. She transforms when there is danger. The secretary noticed that she looked like she was 40, and MC said that age was just a number. She was still very young at heart. After some time, the protagonist, sitting at the table with his father, said that he enjoyed having a drink with him. Young-ho asked about work, and the son replied that it was fun. At first, there were a lot of difficulties, but now they seem funny. Doesn't his father know what team he works for? Young-ho answered and said that, although he didn't understand what his son was doing there, each organization has its own system. The son was surprised and assumed that it turns out that his father was not in the ranks of the immortal special forces. Young-ho did not confirm this and said that he still remembers his dreams. In elementary school, Kwang-ik wanted to become a fireman, then a policeman, then a bodyguard, and then a soldier. It would seem that they changed, but in fact, they are all the same. His dream is to fight the invaders. If his father wanted an ordinary life for him, he would never let the protagonist work. However, if MC wanted to do something, he can do it. But it would be better for his son to start within the workplace. at least it is safer there. The protagonist, feeling betrayed, thought that his father was worried. This is understandable. His anxiety is heard even in words. Youngho put the can on the table and became interested in what his son learned. He smiled and asked Kwang-ik to start and said that he would at least see what his son has achieved. Kwang-ik began running at great speed. First, he will hide his presence, then leave deceptive traces. He will put all his muscles into action and then, with the help of movements, deceive his father's senses. At the same moment, he will enhance his perception. If the father wants to do something, then MC will be able to predict it. Before he could finish, Youngho's finger touched his forehead. The father lowered his hand and asked, "Is his son surprised?" The protagonist did not believe it, and the father explained that Kwang-ik was too concentrated. Because of this, he simply could not notice what was happening right next to him. Then it dawned on MC that feeling someone's presence means predicting their intentions. If you focus on the flight of a butterfly, you can count the number of flaps of its wings. However, if you turn your attention to a bee, forgetting about the butterfly, then instinctively your attention will switch to the threat it poses. All of Kwang-ik's thoughts will be occupied with the bee and not the butterfly flying near him. In other words, the butterflies will simply disappear from his thoughts. The father pointed at his son and called it tracking. MC hides his tracks, disperses them, thereby deceiving the enemy. Youngho patted him on the head and praised him. The protagonist will start trying even harder after this. The father called him his son and went to take a shower. Kwang-ik thought that his father was kinder today. Usually Youngho told him to figure out all the details himself. After some time, at Juhui's, Solhai asked her if she thought her son's job might not be entirely legal. Maybe he was secretly being paid by politicians, or something worse. Jui asked if her friend decided to brag like that. Solhai looked at Mary and thought it was strange that her son had brought a werewolf girl who was being kept as a test subject. Maybe the protagonist works for some mafia and he hides behind the job title of a civil servant? Juhui, shaking her head from side to side, said that her friend was winding herself up. If he were doing something like that, Solhai might believe it. She would have heard something about it. Besides, her friend said that her husband advised him to get a job there. Solhai sadly said that she was sure that he worked for the government. That's why she was worried that Kwang-ik was getting bad money. Juhui wanted to know what was wrong with it. It was still much better than going begging. Her friend looked at her phone and asked if she should ask Kang Ho-woon. Juhui was surprised and suggested that if she told him something like that, he would make her go home. Solhai lowered her phone and realized that her friend was right. She was worrying for nothing. MC was a good kid. After all, she raised him. Mary finished warming up and Juhui decided to start, but her friend decided to work with her herself. Juhui thought that it was logical that she was worried about her son, but if he was doing something illegal using his werewolf nature, she would know. Juhui looked at her phone and decided to figure it out. Solhai was important to her after all. She saw a stream of black holes in her phone. After some time under the night sky, Hee-min, sitting on a swing, noticed Kwang-ik, who had jumped up with her. He, smiling, assumed that she was still as crazy as ever. Hee-min asked what he was talking about. He should kiss first and then say something. MC didn't even know that they were in such a relationship. She announced that from now on everything could change because she was ready. The protagonist asked how she knew that he was back. Did she set up cameras everywhere? Hee-min got angry and explained that she had recently met her mother-in-law and father-in-law. Kwang-ik asked if she was getting married. It was very bad to get married so early in their day. Hee-min explained that she was talking about his parents. MC thought that she only had problems with her studies, but it turned out that she also had problems with her head. Only your husband's parents can be called your father-in-law and mother-in-law. Hee-min asked with interest what about the protagonist? Did he find a girlfriend? Maybe he is dating someone? Maybe someone from work is bothering him? Kwang-ik jokingly replied that he changes girlfriends every day, and there are several at work who like him. He thought that Minam actually invited him to dinner, but he doesn't like powerful people. Jinam doesn't care about anyone around him, but even he has heard about her. His friend asked, "Is he kidding?" Kwang-ik replied that he doesn't have a girlfriend, no one can measure up. Hee-min was happy about this and called him only hers. She asked him not to talk to anyone else about this, and MC smiled and thought that it was none of her business. He asked how his friend did in graduation. He was interested. After all, he studied with her. Hee-min sadly hung her head and said that her mother almost killed her, so she had to move out of the house for a week. The protagonist laughed and agreed that health is more important, and grades are nothing. Kwang-ik asked her not to tell anyone that he tried to pull her up. Hee-min was offended and leaving, called him trash. MC looked up and felt how calm it became. Life is really good. The next morning, the protagonist came to work earlier than usual but did not find anyone. Jonah came later than him, then the senior manager showed up, and Jongbun showed up last of all. The manager looked at Kwang-ik, who tried to attack him, and asked, "Is it really that early?" He was very surprised to see how MC disappeared, and sat down on a chair and hit him on the leg. The comrades looked towards the cursing Jongbun. The protagonist was surprised that he managed to track him. The manager stood up at the table and laughed, and Donghun asked Kwang-ik to run away. Jongbun, smiling terribly, took out a knife and called him a freak. He asked MC to die and added that he would kill him, and then write a statement of his own free will. The protagonist quickly ran away from him, and the employee exclaimed, "What are they running for? It's still too early." That's how an ordinary Monday began. Kwang-ik tried the technique on Miho, then on senior manager Kang, and hit Guite a little harder. He plays hide-and-seek with the team lead, practicing tracking, and also reads manhwas when no one sees. MC gave it his all, like the most loyal employee. Pilo approached him and said that he got the CEO's permission. So they need his help. Chongbong asked irritably, "Since when is the protagonist a public property? Why do they all want to borrow him?" After a while, assistant manager Sim noticed Kwang-ik entering the room. MC assessed the girl standing in the room. She is immortal, and a purebred. She is also pretty like Jinam and Honam. Pilo introduced himself and the protagonist. Kwang-ik asked only not to fall in love with him so quickly. He has been having troubles with girls lately. Jung Sura, a true purebred, said that she was not warned that such a strange person would join them. MC thought that her personality was as bad as Jinam and Honam's. He extended his hand to her and said that it was nice to meet her. She did not react, and the protagonist smiled and thought that he learned this technique not to shake hands with some girl. But he could not miss the moment. Kwang-ik used a new technique, but Sura instantly grabbed his hand. He repeated that it was nice to meet you, but Sura instantly attacked him. MC wanted to answer her, but then Pilo stopped them, asking them to calm down. He called the special forces damned and asked, "Do they want trouble?" Sura noted that she was not the one who started it, and the protagonist thought, "Is it his fault?" Pilo wanted to talk to Kwang-ik, and leaving the room said that MC did not seem to be that kind of person. The protagonist said that he was not the instigator. Anyway, if she's a true pureblood, should they obey her? Pilo looked away thoughtfully and said that he understood that she was to blame for the situation. But being so petty wasn't very good either. He suggested that they act like professionals, and Kwang-ik agreed. Pilo entered the room asking for forgiveness and suggesting that they start over and introduce them to each other. He asked them not to fight, but Sura immediately interrupted him and said that she didn't intend to. MC said that it would be rude of him to fight with a child trying to provoke him. Pilo asked them to stop and announced that they were waiting for a briefing. They lost contact with one of the team members. The group was on a mission. Here is their last location. The protagonist was very surprised and asked, "Is this Jeju?" Sim confirmed this and added that they were supposed to save a true pureblood. Pilo said that the building seemed like an ordinary one from the outside. They think that it houses a group of scientists who have gone crazy with the codename Adele. The name of the operation is to save Adele. They need to help both the squad member and the pureblood who was originally supposed to be saved. He finished and ordered to pack up and go. Pilo asked the assistant to take Kwang-ik away and ordered Sir to stay. Sim saw MC off, but he looked at Sir and realized that something was going on there. He knows that she is a true pureblood, but she's not allowed to act here. A family of true purebloods, and the government prefers not to show aggression once again. Some time ago, the protagonist asked if all true purebloods are really that weird. Johan asked if his father hadn't told him. There are two branches of true purebloods now. One of them is the Zhong family. Their senses are at their maximum. The other family is overseas, and they have pretty similar privileges. Besides the government not bothering them, they get all sorts of benefits. For example, they don't pay taxes. Basically, they have more freedom in other aspects too. But they have some responsibility. They are obliged to provide the nation with immortals. At present, Kwang-ik thought that when he asks Jinam about the family, he kept silent. He doesn't know much about the real immortal Zhong family. MC knows that they are not strong enough to be part of the immortals' special forces. He turned to the assistant manager and asked to tell him if Jinam or Honam Sr. would join them. Sim asked, did the protagonist call the director Honam Sr.? Kwang-ik answered that he was his friend's brother. The assistant thought about how to say it and answered that the Zhong family did not officially submit a request. A specific person addressed Sura. MC was very surprised and asked, do they take tasks from specific people? Sim asked, the protagonist knows that almost all the first team's missions are to protect the bosses? Kwang-ik wondered. Then, what about team manager Jungbong? Sim sadly turned his head to the side and asked, MC wants him to go instead of him? Although, he would have managed, but the manager's assistant does not want to see his face. They still can't find a common language with this freak, that is, manager Jungbong. The protagonist noticed that Sim had just called him a freak. The assistant laughed and replied that Kwang-ik almost called him trash. The best way to make friends with someone is to start insulting a common enemy. After some time, Jungbong wanted to know who the father was. Myung-jin began to talk about his father, but the manager interrupted him and said that he was not talking about his father. The director asked, maybe about MC's father? Jungbong said that the protagonist used tracking today to provoke him. He can't learn this skill on his own. So who is Kwang-ik's father? Myung-jin doesn't know. Even he can't know everything. The head of the ministry said that he is not a spy, not a terrorist, and not a cultist. The director, although he doesn't know the details, is sure that MC did the tracking at the highest level. An immortal half-breed, an amazing genius. The secretary entered the room because of some problem. He handed over a tablet and asked the director to look at it. In the recording on the tablet, the scientist said that he spent everything of himself on research in the lab for the good of the government. He gave everything he had, and now the only thing left is the label of a traitor. With this video, he calls on the Korean government to admit their sins, and then the two will stay alive. At this point, the recording ended, and the secretary said that they managed to block the video recording, but it had already leaked online. Jungbong stood up from his chair and said that Kwang-ik was on this mission. Did the director send him knowing about this? Myung-jin replied that he said that even he didn't know everything. He will order reinforcements to be sent. Jungbong decided that the third team would go too. He closed the door after leaving the room and found it strange. This is not the kind of mission a newbie should take on. But why isn't Jungbong worried about MC? After some time, he flies over the sea in a helicopter on a mission. Pilo called it a lie and said that according to the analysis team, what the criminals said was 90% untrue. They were unable to identify the scientist who previously worked for the government who could have done something like this. But there was not even a little bit of truth in what the criminals said. The protagonist wondered, then why did he do all this? A lone scientist is challenging the government, hardly for money, and it is unlikely that he is demanding the release of one of his family members from custody. He needs an apology from the government. In doing so, he wants to undermine the trust of ordinary people. Pilo said that they think it was terrorists who did this. Kwang-ik thought that in principle, a terrorist organization would be capable of something like that. An organization that was full of incompetent people. It could be Prometheus. It had been attacked by the government more than once. So maybe the organization was trying to get revenge using propaganda. Sometime later, in a research center for terraforming another world, Pilo announced over the earpiece that the premises inside were under guard. There were about 40 people here. They would split into groups. One would go inside, the other would stay outside. The group outside would take up positions in the ground parking lot. The second group would descend from the helicopter and infiltrate through the top floor. They would head straight for their targets. Kwang-ik looked at his comrade in surprise, and Sura didn't understand why he was looking at her like that. She asked the bad mudblood not to look at her. MC didn't understand how she noticed him. He glanced quickly after all. Her sensitivity is on a completely different level. How does she even do that? Even Genome isn't that good unless he's completely focused. And yet, how can he not watch? Sura seems worried. The helicopter quickly flew down and Pilo exclaimed that they were approaching the destination. He asked them to lower the ropes and they started. The protagonist looked at his comrade and asked, is he not going to go down? The rope might break, so Kwang-ik will go last. After a while, MC thought that because he is a werewolf, he weighs more than he looks. Sim gave a thumbs up and wished him a pleasant flight. The protagonist, while descending the rope, looked at a powerful explosion thundering below. At the same time, his comrades are hiding. An axe quickly flew towards Kwang-ik, who was descending, but he managed to block the attack. He got scared looking at the burning helicopter in the sky. Sim crossed his arms tensely and asked Kwang-ik to hold on. He smirked and said that they would see each other at the hospital. MC, standing on the building, looked at the dark smoke around him when suddenly a man put a gun to his head. He said that it was time to die and fired. The protagonist instantly moved and struck the enemy, sending him flying. Kwang-ik noticed that his shin was badly injured when he landed. He raised his hand and said hello and asked how things were. The Prometheus members realized that it was Roar. The guy raised his weapon and exclaimed that he remembered that the protagonist was from the Immortals Special Forces. The assistant ordered to kill him. Kwang-ik remembered that these freaks were from Prometheus. He turned to the team manager and asked what now. Pilo said that they would leave the hostages if they couldn't get inside in 5 minutes. MC pointed out that that wasn't how it was done. Sura confidently said that they couldn't surrender no matter what. The Prometheus member asked what they were doing. He ordered to shoot the opponents and they immediately started shooting. Kwang Ik said that the word surrender was not in his vocabulary. Sura called him arrogant and MC stood up and said that she could continue talking to the manager. He went after the hostage. The protagonist raised his weapon and said that there was a phrase that his father liked. He was walking his own path, and the way he was walking was the real path. The Prometheus members were very surprised to see the explosion. Kwang Ik, standing near the hole in the floor, said that if there was no path, one had to be created. Sura had something to tell him before he left. MC turned around and she said that the hostage was her daughter. Sura asked to return her safe and sound. After a while, the Prometheus members looked at the hole and asked why she was there. Their comrades instantly attacked them, not letting them do anything. The enemy commander exclaimed that there were survivors there. He ordered to destroy them. Many bullets flew in their direction, and Pillow thought that this was to be expected from a man nicknamed a prophet. He cannot be left behind. The manager ran quickly, attacking the screaming opponents. He thought that they weren't the only ones with poison in their arsenal. A commander from Prometheus came out of a hole in the wall and called them animals. Do they specialize in ambushes? He ordered to surround the opponents, because now it was their turn. Pillow thought that they wouldn't hold out for long. The maximum they could hold off was about 20 minutes. At the same time, in the hole, Kwang Ik thought he took the pill as soon as he came down. Its official name is HCS3. The medicine accelerates tissue generation. This is the same medicine Genome took when he lost his arm. But there is a side effect. The drug dulls susceptibility. So he needs to take another pill. Its name is Blunt Alpha, popularly known as Snowflake. It compensates for the side effects of HCS3. He looked at the floor and realized that the girl was on the 3rd floor. MC quickly ran down the corridor and jumped over the heads of his opponents, remaining unnoticed. After a while, the protagonist kicked the door, opening it. The man standing near the hostages asked how Kwang Ik got in here. The assistant became angry and exclaimed that they would kill the hostages if MC came closer. Before he could finish speaking, the protagonist threw a gun at his head. The man angrily raised the gun over the hostage's head and called Kwang Ik trash. MC instantly raised his gun and shot the enemy in the head. The hostages shook with fear, and the protagonist approached them and asked them not to worry. He introduced himself and took the bag off the hostage's head and asked if they went to the same training room. The hostage agreed in fear and asked him to turn around. The werewolf burst into the room and asked who the idiot was. Kwang Ik raised his shotgun and asked him not to worry. He fired and said that he hoped the werewolf wanted to be cremated after death. The hostages felt food rising in their throats. After a while, MC looked at the hostage and asked if she was okay. Sir's daughter Park Woon-yeol disagreed and asked him to think about what he was asking. The protagonist found her manners not very good. The hostage said that all forces were concentrated on the 1st floor. The exit was most likely blocked. She thinks the researcher is somewhere there, so Kwang Ik should be careful. He thought that she seemed to be watching what was happening even while tied up. MC replied that they would not go through the 1st floor. The hostage was surprised and asked what that meant. The protagonist smiled, raised his weapon and said that they would go through the top. The Prometheus member smiled terribly and asked him to leave and said that it was his. The guy remembered that there were 3 of them and asked where the other one was. He does not know where Kwang Ik is hiding, but he knows that he will kill him with his own hands. Pillow, hiding, thought that their opponents are purebred werewolves. They are very well prepared. Fighting further is not an option, because if they continue, they will die. Do they really have to surrender? The manager was very surprised to hear that the hostages are free. MC, smiling, holding Woon-yeol in his arms, asked why Pillow was so surprised. He said that he would bring them. Woon-yeol jumped out of his arms and ran to her mother. Sura got scared when she noticed the werewolf approaching and called out to her daughter. She thought it was all over. They couldn't do anything because the enemy was a werewolf. If Sura interfered, he would rip her apart. The protagonist immediately struck the werewolf's hand and it flew upward. After some time, Kwang Ik called the team manager. Pillow agreed to go down the wall. Sura said that she would thank MC properly later. For now, just thank you, she would definitely return the favor. The protagonist asked her to forget about it and asked her to just act normally. He asked how old she was. Sura replied that she was 28, and Kwang Ik asked how old she was when she became a mother. He found out that she was 18 and asked if Woon-yeol's child was 10. She said that she actually had a name. After some time, MC asked if he could call her the elder one. Sura, carrying her daughter on her back, allowed herself to be called the younger sister. Kwang Ik noticed with confusion that she was 7 years older than him. His comrades felt an ominous energy and turned around to say that it was him. Pildu asked with a terrifying smile, "Do you have a minute? Maybe they can talk?" MC recognized him and asked, "Pildu is a lawnmower?" The enemy got angry and changed his appearance to a werewolf and called himself a lumberjack. Lumberjack Pildu is one of the main members of Prometheus, a purebred werewolf. He specializes in close combat, and his ability is a roar. With its help, he causes fear that paralyzes the victim, which allows him to cut off their head. That's why they called him a lumberjack. Pildu asked if the protagonist would try to stop him. Kwanik would die in a second, because he is not as good as Chunbong. MC confidently answered with a smile that if he is as good and the enemy asked him not to be arrogant. Pildu raised his axe and exclaimed that he will kill him. Pilo ordered him to duck. A bright beam hit Pildu's weapon and the manager said that they can't let the newbie die. The hostage apologized and said that she was not much use. Kwangik first wanted to hit the enemy and then run away, because he is not sure that he can handle someone like Pildu. However, killing him is a completely different matter. Now he needs a cool head and speed to react to his attack in time. He needs to open the door of sensations that the asshole manager talked about. Strengthening synthesis is a skill that allows one sense to take precedence over the others. It opens the 5 senses to expand the area of the 6th sense. It awakens supersense. It will help predict the enemy's movements. The enemy's weapon flying through the air hit Kwang Ik's shoulder, and the hostage was very surprised. MC created a shield in front of him stopping the axe, but it was able to break through it. The protagonist quickly ran and grabbed the hostage, not letting her get attacked. Kwang Ik wondered if she was okay. The hostage said that everything was fine. Pildu was surprised and said that he expected MC to be at least as good since he held his follower's hand. The protagonist confidently patted his hand and asked if he could hold on to his for once. Pildu asked why the protagonist was provoking him. Kwang Ik replied that he didn't do that. Pildu quickly rushed into battle and asked if they could engage in close combat. MC thought that he would have to resort to his werewolf abilities to fight back, but he couldn't use them right now. Then the protagonist would turn his power against him. Kwang Ik instantly jumped aside, and Pildu asked if he had really learned from Chunbong. The hostage shot at him and the opponent instantly raised his hand, stopping the bullets. MC quietly appeared behind him and agreed. Pildu waved his hand and the protagonist's gun broke into pieces. He exclaimed that there were no more blades. Pildu slammed his axe into Kwang Ik's outstretched shield and the weapon instantly broke, sending MC flying to the side. The protagonist thought that he would have been in trouble if he didn't have the galactic shield. Pildu asked if that was all the enemy could do. It would last for more than a week. The protagonist asked him not to be so confident. They'd better finish this quickly, because Chunbong, whom the enemy was so afraid of, would be here in half an hour. Pildu got really angry, and the manager was surprised because of it. Kwang Ik thought that rage was the werewolf's favorite weapon, amplifying their emotions. That's why he provoked him. Pildu reared up and threw his head back. A roar. The werewolf's best weapon, comparable to the invader's ability to instill fear, an ability that paralyzes others with just a sound. If bloodlust can change the outcome of a battle by creating fear, then a roar simply freezes the body. Kwang Ik smiled because he was waiting for the enemy to use it. He managed to survive his mother's bloodlust, so MC is no longer afraid of anything. He picked up the shotgun and shot Pildu, which surprised his comrades. After a while, Donghun ran towards them and called out to the protagonist. Kwang Ik, sitting on the ground, asked, "Are the guys here yet?" Jonah was very surprised to see Pildu's corpse and asked, "Did MC do this?" He confirmed and realized that the manager was also here. Chunbong asked, "Is Pildu really dead?" Jonah, crouching next to the body, confirmed it. The manager became curious. How is this possible? The hostage explained that everyone froze because of Pildu's roar, except for the protagonist. Chunbong confidently ordered to pack their bags because they were going home. He is waiting for Pilo to explain what happened as soon as they return. That's how it all worked out. They managed to capture one of the researchers who uploaded the video. Or rather, he was just a mad scientist. Most likely, he made the video to exchange it for the opportunity to conduct experiments on immortals. Donghun said that Kwang Ik said that he was not a regressor. Did the Swordmaster really take over his body? Juna praised MC and asked if he wanted something tasty. The assistant manager is always like this, and Juna was happy that the protagonist killed one of the leaders of Prometheus. Asura said that she would repay the debt tenfold. He was even offered a position in Pilo's team. That's how Kwang Ik turned into a rookie who killed one of the high-ranking employees of Prometheus. The man was a first-rank criminal and a terrorist. After a while, the employee asked if they heard the news. MC was promoted to assistant manager. Honam heard the protagonist being discussed and called him quick. He thought that he had just been promoted to rank 2 a couple of days ago. Kwang Ik is the assistant manager? Should Honam just quit? After a while, the director greeted Harim's employees. He said that a member of their immortal special forces had indeed eliminated Pildu. However, Myungjin cannot reveal his identity. So if they know his name, the director asks that they keep it secret. Instead, they should call him by his nickname. And the nickname of this agent is a crazy rebel. After a while, MC attacked the manager and asked, was it him? Chungbong asked, why is the employee taking out his anger on him? The third group of external security was quiet again. After a while, Dongchul said that he didn't think they had a choice. In order to take the next step and maintain good relations with him, Nyingji's existence. Before he could finish speaking, Taiwan clenched his hand into a fist, destroying the balls. He said everything was fine and ordered him to leave. Dongchul asked if the president had decided to refuse. Taiwan turned around and said he couldn't let that happen when such a good opportunity was opening up in front of them. The president asked him to leave, and Dongchul agreed. Taiwan put the phone to his ear and thought that Kwang Ik was too good. Myungjin would never let him go. He just needed to be sent outside his influence. Park Ho took the phone, and the president said they hadn't talked for a long time. Park Ho agreed and wondered why Taiwan was calling. The president said he had a favor to ask and asked him to find someone for him. Park Ho wondered who it was. Taiwan replied that he was the assistant manager of MC, and Park Ho said he couldn't. They were ordered not to contact him. The director asked who gave such an order. Park Ho looked away and replied that the higher-ups had. Taiwan wondered who could be above him. His comrade asked if he really wanted to know that. The director irritably disagreed and turned off his phone and thought about who the protagonist was, who was behind him. Had the Minister of Security already taken him? At the same time, the minister, drinking a hot drink, asked, that would be enough, right? He kept his word. But what about his son? Young Ho was surprised and replied that Kwang Ik was just his. The minister heard that MC killed Pildu. How long had it been since he woke up? The father replied that it had been about 2 years, and they were very surprised. Young Ho thought that he himself was shocked, to be honest. At first, it seemed to him that the protagonist would not stay in this industry for long. He knew that his son was a newcomer to the immortal special forces, but even so, to cut off the hand of a purebred werewolf all by himself and then take the life of an S-rank criminal? The minister said that the old man had raised Kwang Ik well. Young Ho felt proud and agreed and thought that he was of course proud of him, but he was very worried. A father would be lying if he said otherwise. So a son should be careful. After some time, Young Ho turned to his wife and asked, did they raise their child well? Sul-hai agreed and thought that she really wanted to tell him that their child was a werewolf. But would her husband be able to accept it? Young Ho thought that his wife still didn't know that their son was immortal. He really wanted to tell her, but would she understand? They simultaneously decided not to talk about it. The husband said that he just wanted their son to be alive and well. Sul-hai added that MC was already big and it was time for him to start his own life. The husband thought that she was right, but he would still be worried. Sul-hai felt uneasy about her secret, and Young Ho felt the same way. After some time, the protagonist wished him good morning. Donghoon asked if something good happened. Kwang Ik replied that he was just happy, and his friend asked if he had really received his salary. MC wondered how Donghoon figured out what was going on so quickly. That's right, his joy was connected with the reward he received for Pildu. The World Government Association is engaged in the search for criminals who are wanted internationally. They offered 686.4 million won for Pildu's head. However, Pildu was not only a nuisance to the government, Excursi also put a reward on him. In theory, the reward should have been divided between the team members because Kwang Ik is part of the Immortal Special Forces, and they were helping him. Team manager Pillow refused the offer. She also refused, calling him her savior, so the entire reward went to MC. He became very rich, his life became better and brighter, and his bank account also became better. The protagonist even treated all the workers to fried chicken. Chungbong became interested. Is Kwang Ik happy? MC smilingly called life very good and the manager got angry. The protagonist picked up the phone and putting it to his ear introduced himself. He was very surprised and asked who arrived. After a while, Kwang Ik was heading towards the building. He thought that Asura had suddenly shown up and said that the head of the Jung family wanted to meet him. Did MC insult poor Jinam? After a while, Is Jung asked them to come in. He happily greeted the guest and asked if he was the protagonist. His immortal abilities must be weaker than the head expected. They say there was a good catch of oysters today. He asked Kwang Ik to help himself and asked if he drinks. MC sat down at the table and agreed, and the head asked if the protagonist had saved Sura's daughter. The head praised him, and the protagonist, drinking alcohol, replied that this was what he had to do. The head asked his opinion about alcohol, and Kwang Ik said that he thought that eyes had not called him to drink. Why did he want to meet? The leader laughed and called him curious and said that they were seeing each other for the first time and were sitting and drinking. He would be frank, he needed MC's child. The protagonist was very surprised, and the leader said that he could introduce him to any girl Kwang Ik wanted. If not, he could just become a seed donor. The leader was asking for the sake of his children. What about Suer? MC angrily asked for forgiveness and asked if he wanted to marry her. The leader disagreed and said that he only needed his seed. He knew that the abilities of non-purebreds were not always inherited, but Kwang Ik was a special case. Besides, it wouldn't hurt for his male health. The leader could make any of his dreams come true. He thought it was a win-win. The leader asked if MC would have an effect on this. The protagonist asked if the leader was serious. He got angry without listening to him, and the leader asked what happened. Kwang Ik stood up and slammed his hands on the table, asking, "Is he the boss? Does Jung seriously think that the women in their family are just incubators?" The guard asked him not to say that because MC was talking to the boss. The protagonist replied that he was not saying that, because otherwise he would have killed him. Kwang Ik, leaving, said that he would pay for what he ate and added that no one had repealed the article on harassment. He asked not to call him if the boss was going to offer something like that again. The door slammed and the boss laughed. The guard asked what he should do. The boss horrifiedly asked to leave him and said that at his age, everyone is like that. His youthful maximalism was to blame for everything. MC is pure. Society has not spoiled him. This is good, but nothing lasts forever. Over time, society will absorb him. The protagonist himself will come to them when the moment comes. So Sura should be with him. Maybe she will be able to get him. She sadly answered that she understood. After a while, Honam asked Kwang Ik to stop and said that killing them would not change anything. MC, smiling and standing among the guards lying in blood, asked Honam what he was talking about. The guard raised his head in anger and called him a mudblood, but immediately received a kick in the face from the protagonist. Kwang Ik thought that it was nice to hit purebloods who thought too much of themselves. Jinam called out to him and asked him to stop, saying that MC would only make things worse. The protagonist puffed out his cheeks in displeasure and replied that it was self-defense. He asked to see what the guards did to his face. Jinam wanted to know, Kwang Ik didn't fight the leader, did he? MC didn't confirm it, and added that he was above that. Problems can't be solved by violence. Jinam, leaving, praised him and said that if the protagonist had harmed the leader, security would have intervened. Kwang Ik sternly replied that it was a warning. Jinam got angry and quietly called him a fool, and MC looked at him and thought that Jinam was in no position to call him that. However, those words of the guard, are these two outcasts? Is Chief Jun the only problem? Although all special species are a little crazy. If the world doesn't change, Kwang Ik thinks that there will only be more freaks like the chief. This rotten world, he wants to fix it. The next day at the Horim telecommunications office, Donghan dusted his hands and said that the installation was finished. The manager replied that it was just before they came. MC asked who they were talking about. Donghan said that they had newcomers, he would have a junior. Chunbong cursed, and the protagonist asked if he could curse in front of the newcomers too. The manager asked, didn't Kwang Ik say that on purpose? MC disagreed, and Chunbong added that this was too much. Donghan said that they weren't just any newcomers, he heard that they were magicians. The protagonist didn't know that they took people like that. Donghan said that they must have somehow managed to ask to join Team 3. There was someone they wanted to work with. Hyemin greeted them, and the protagonist was very surprised and asked why she was here. Her friend asked if he was so happy to see her that he started stuttering. Donghan asked if they knew each other. They gave completely different answers. Hyemin met everyone, and Kwang Ik thought that she was holding up well in her invented role. Minam suddenly appeared next to him, and, finding this interesting, asked if Hyemin was really his girlfriend. That's why MC refused the date that time. He was scared and didn't agree, and Chunbong asked if Hyemin was his neighbor and the protagonist didn't know anything about her hiring. Kwang Ik didn't agree. He didn't know she was a mage yet. His neighbor just happened to be a girl who also failed her final exam. This is the Hyemin he knew until yesterday. She said she didn't want to deceive him. She thought she would confess after their wedding. Kwang Ik seriously said that now was not the time to joke. Hyemin said that she had been familiar with magic since she was 8 years old. She didn't want to attract unnecessary attention to herself. MC asked if she was serious now. Everyone in the area knew her. Hyemin clarified that he didn't say he was immortal either. The protagonist asked how she knew. The neighbor smiled and replied that mages follow the immortals, and superhumans follow werewolves. Hadn't he ever heard of this before? Kwang Ik had heard of this. She talks about 4 special types. A unique feature of magicians is that immortals are unable to resist them, and superhumans have different skills that make it easier to catch werewolves. In other words, they block each other. Of course, this does not work 100% of the time. After all, it is not a fact that their confrontation with someone will end in his victory. It does not work like that in this world. MC tensed up and asked, "What does this have to do with it?" She said that he was unlikely to cope with someone who can use magic. The protagonist will not be angry because of what she told him, right? Kwang-ik was glad that he had the blood of not only an immortal, but also a werewolf. He realized that she was a magician and asked how the neighbor got a job here. Hyman winked and said that she would tell in the conference room. He went with her. After a while, she said that before introducing herself, she thought she should tell about the Alliance of Magicians. Today, there are 4 types of alliances known to the whole world: Illuminati in Europe, Poets in Russia, Galaxy in the US, and Cycle in Asia. But not all mages are part of the alliance. Hymin is a blood mage, so she is not a member of the alliance. She thinks that this can be called an infiltration mission. Kwang-ik thought that he knew that she came here for a reason. Chung-bong slammed his hand on the table and suggested that they simplify. How did the enemy know about the escape route that Mayan was going to use? Juna answered that it was through a spy, and the manager agreed and said that someone must have leaked the information. They're gonna find him. MC wondered why they would do that. Chung-bong answered that one of the members of Team 2 was part of the Immortal Faith, so they were considered unsafe. And most importantly, the spy uses magic. The protagonist remembered Honam and thought that the only one who can be immortal and use magic is Honam. Hymin said that she is here to catch that spy. She pretended to be hired to fit in better with the team. The manager said that he thought she was trying to create the impression that the magicians and the government were working together. Hymin agreed, and Junbong left after finishing the meeting. Hymin would let them know if she found anyone related to magic. They would observe him before capturing him. Donghyun said that according to the papers, she is under his supervision, so he should teach her. Hymin excitedly said that if she stayed late at work, Kwang-ik would have to bring her dinner and they would eat together. He asked why he would do that. Donghyun was happy to see that the two of them were so close. After a while, MC thought that since she was on the number 3 security team, he would teach her a few basic things. Hymin, uninterested, turned to Jonah and asked if she had any plans for today. If not, could they have dinner? The eldest would come too. Jonah clarified that he was not a senior, but an assistant manager. Donghyun asked, "What about him?" Hymin replied that they could go out for lunch tomorrow. Kwang-ik glared at her, indicating that she should stop. That evening, the 3 of them had dinner. The next day, she had lunch with assistant manager Donghyun, and then called everyone to a meeting in the conference room. MC thought with resentment, a newbie and scheduling a meeting? Hymin, hitting a stack of sheets of paper, said that the 4 of them were clean. The protagonist clarified. Did she check them? The neighbor apologized for not letting him in. She discussed this with the manager in advance. Hymin repeated that the 4 of them were not spies. Kwang-ik thought that she was acting out of character. But why was his heart beating like that? Was he really treating her like a girl? No, that was impossible, unless MC had gone crazy. Chunbong said that they would then begin the mission. Hymin would look for traces of magic use, and they would search any employee involved in the incident. The mission title was Duster, and he had no intention of listening to any complaints about the name. The comrades decided that in the future, they needed to make sure that the manager didn't come up with the names for their missions. New employee Jo Soo-yeon looked into the room in fear, and the manager looked at her. She greeted him and introduced herself, exclaiming that she had come to issue an order for a subpoena. The CEO wanted to see Hymin. At the same time, Myungjin wondered, who was that? Who was keeping an eye on Hwarim? Especially after their team had shown the best results as part of the Immortal Special Forces. They probably thought that he wouldn't pay attention to it. They had underestimated him. The CEO was using all the means available to him to get rid of the freaks who were trying to sabotage them. Hymin walked into the office and asked, did he want to see her? She noticed the beauty in the office, and the director was happy to see her, and asked if everything was going well. She agreed and said that she had already checked several employees. She needed to inform the team if she found anyone with traces of magic. Myungjin relies on her, and she can call him if she needs anything. Hymin agreed and wanted to know why she was called. He thought she said she knew Kwang-ik. Since this opportunity presented itself, he should take advantage of it. The director said that he was the one who called her to Hwarim, so he would like to get to know her better. After a while, MC called out to assistant manager Park. He didn't expect to see him here and asked if the assistant was going home. Pa was surprised and asked what the protagonist was doing. Before he could ask, Kwang Ik asked what that meant. He just saw him and decided to say hello. Fate itself brought them together. Maybe they should have dinner? The assistant didn't agree and MC wondered why. Park replied that the protagonist reeked of popularity, and that didn't suit him very well. Kwang Ik smiled and exclaimed, so the assistant knew he was popular. Maybe they could just walk then, since the weather was nice. The assistant hesitated and MC thought it was strange from the outside. They had no reason to walk together, but he needed to stall for time. Hyman angrily asked what he was doing. She ordered him to go. The protagonist waited for this signal to destroy the man standing in front of him. If he was a spy, he must be hiding some secret weapon. Hyman looked at the fallen assistant and said that she told him to grab him, not beat him half to death. She found it strange, and Kwang Ik asked if the neighbor had pointed to the wrong person. Hyman knelt down, sent magic from her hand, and said that everything was somehow blurry. This usually happens when a spell is cast on him, and not the person using magic themselves. MC asked, so she was wrong after all? Does he at least realize that they look like robbers? She asked him not to worry, since she cast a spell to hide them from others. Most people would just pass by if they weren't very sensitive. The protagonist remembered that there was a group of people full of highly sensitive people just 50 meters away. He-min looked at him and said that the assistant had been cast a seduction spell. There was no artifact or storage medium here, so she thought they'd have to find traces of magic in reverse to track them down. Kwang Ik asked her to wait and looked at his phone. He texted the assistant manager that the situation was sorted out. The assistant passed out after the first blow. What should they do? Donghyun texted that they needed to get a confession. He'd call back when he learned more about him. MC wondered, under the influence of the seduction spell, is it true that immortals are weak against magic? Immortals usually analyze and draw conclusions based on appearance, breathing, and barely noticeable muscle movements. They call this process intuition. Magic works a little differently. It uses a special energy that is found in the carrier's body and is called mana. They are able to summon fire or lightning right on the palm of their hand or create a barrier. And that's when trouble comes. Immortals are not able to detect mana. Spells do not affect air vibrations nearby, and no other signs either. Magic is one of the few things that is beyond the reach of immortals. Does it mean that it is impossible to see a spell cast on a person? The protagonist has watched people cast spells several times. If he cannot see or hear, then he will not be able to feel the spell in any other way, or maybe through smell. He was surprised to smell something and said that it should work. Kwang Ik smelled the air in the space and thought it was musty and stuffy. Is that the smell of a detection-protection spell? Is that the smell of seduction? If MC can smell something like that, does that mean werewolves can detect magic? He remembered Hyman saying that immortals are weak against magic. Does that mean werewolves can't? She said they were really boring. How can they sense something that immortals can't? The protagonist asked, so what do they do then? Hyman said they use brute force. To be honest, most magic can't penetrate a werewolf's body. After a while, Donghyun said he was ready. There was some evidence that the assistant leaked information about Team 1's mission to the outside. They stumbled upon them completely by accident. Kwang Ik asked, then shouldn't they go? Donghyun disagreed and said he had already contacted the internal investigation team. The team manager should be arriving soon. Taram asked, is this a new mage? Hyman confirmed and introduced herself. Taram heard that they were neighbors. Are all MC's neighbors special species? The protagonist scratched his head and said that who knows. The man turned to the team manager and said that they would establish his identity and then arrest him. Taram agreed and asked them to get started. She turned to Kwang Ik and noted that the atmosphere in the company has been a bit tense lately, so he should be careful. He understood and asked her the same. Hyman asked if he liked Taram. The protagonist asked if the team manager was a spy. The neighbor turned away and asked how she knew. She couldn't even figure out if he was hiding Taram from her. He asked if she could take her job more seriously. Hyman didn't care. She asked him to buy some beef and he refused her. The neighbor thought Kwang Ik was rich. She asked him not to be so petty. MC asked as he was leaving, what kind of newbie is this that allows herself to have such conversations with the boss? They will see each other tomorrow. After some time, the protagonist noticed a cat while walking down the street and said hello to it. The cat quickly ran, and Kwang Ik caught up with it and saw a man and thought that this was expected. He asked, have they decided to settle in Korea? Have they really decided to marry a Korean? Rose said that this was their last offer. MC asked, what this time? Knowing her, he will immediately answer no. Rose got angry and called him a freak. She asked him to come work for them. The protagonist will get everything he wants. She was offering for the last time. He asked, why would he agree? She added that he would regret it. Kwang Ik quickly raised his leg over the mercenary's head and he fell to the ground, breaking the tablet. MC grabbed him by the clothes and said that he knew that sooner or later he would see him again. He wanted to hit him, but the mercenary asked him to wait and stop. He asked to let him say something, because it was really important. The protagonist angrily asked who he was. The mercenary said that he would tell everything, and Kwang Ik let him go and asked him to start. The mercenary said that he was a bounty hunter confirmed by the association. MC asked if it was true. He smelled the magician and grabbed him by the neck and exclaimed that the mercenary was caught. The mercenary asked, "Is this just a coincidence?" Kwang Ik threw him to the ground and raised his fist, but the mercenary exclaimed that this was a task. Prometheus wanted to get MC. He had a task that he had just completed. The protagonist smirked and asked if the mercenary wanted to have a drink with him. After a while, the mercenary was kneeling in front of the toilet. He probably felt very bad after drinking. He picked up the phone and seeing messages from Kwang Ik, called him a freak. Last night at a nearby bar, MC offered him a drink and banged their glasses together, and asked if he drinks first in one gulp. The mercenary knows that, right? The mercenary felt unwell due to the backflow of mana and asked if he could drink it in one gulp. The protagonist slammed his glass on the table in horror and asked if he really wouldn't. The mercenary agreed out of fear and drank the alcohol. Kwang Ik asked for another bottle of liquor, and the mercenary wanted to kill him. MC asked why those damn terrorists were looking for him. The mercenary suggested that maybe they wanted to have an idea of who they were up against. They often use mercenaries like him so they don't have to kill each other. The protagonist held out the bottle and asked if it was true. The mercenary raised his hands and said in all seriousness that he thought he had enough for more. It wouldn't fit in him. Kwang Ik tensed his hand and asked if it was true. At this point, the mercenary thought that he needed to be patient. It was just a job and he was a professional. He got angry when he saw the message and threw the phone down. At the same time, in the Warium cafeteria on the first floor, MC feels very rested. Haimin asked what happened. He replied that one guy pestered him yesterday, so he took revenge on him. She smiled and replied that she also had a good rest. The tour of the company that the neighbor arranged for her was on her wish list. The protagonist asked her to come to her senses. He does this only so that she can find traces of magic. So did the neighbor notice anything? Haimin found it all boring and said that she didn't think there was anything here. She was very scared and asked why she didn't notice it. Haimin should have sensed them first. A spell was cast on those two that made them invisible. Traces of the spell are clearly visible on that girl. Kwang Ik noticed Rose and added that it seems like it was on that person too. Minam apologized to him. The man threw the suitcase quickly, and a powerful explosion thundered around. At the same time, the director was scared when he heard a loud sound. The secretary entered the office and exclaimed that there was an ambush. Mingjin thought about it, so now they just attacked them openly? He stood up and ordered to announce it to the whole company. They need to mobilize them. Meanwhile, Mayan appeared in front of the MC's house. A while ago, the man asked, was his test results stolen? And on top of that, a mage appeared in the company? Isn't it a matter of time until they are exposed? The information they recently took from them is deadly for them too. So what now? Does Mayan have any plan? He's not going to brag about the fact that he fails every time, is he? Mayan got angry and said that the immortal faith belongs to Prometheus. They already made a promise. At present, Mayan thought that they lived to protest using force. The protagonist just has to wait and he will make him cry. Seduction is a psychological spell that makes the target feel attracted to a person. Though, there is no 100% guarantee. If this spell worked without fail, the mages who used it would already rule the world. Then who can use it so effectively? Someone who is beautiful, someone who is at least a little attractive, someone who has outstanding looks even for a pureblood. Minam, when Kwang Ik saw her for the first time, was speechless. The only thing that worried him was whether immortals could use spells. Haimin said that she had been training since she was 8. Honam said that he could cast magic with a mechanism, so if you train, even an immortal can use magic. In other words, Minam is their spy. MC with a bloody face opened his eyes after hearing his name. Haimin cried and asked him to get up and exclaimed that he couldn't die. He smiled, because the secret was finally revealed. Steven noticed that Kwang Ik didn't succumb to the charms of seduction and refused to become a spy. So there was only one way out. The MC had to die. Who would have the last word? The protagonist noticed that today was a bad day and asked if they could come another time. Rose insulted him and Haimin, enveloping herself in magic, asked, "Is she empty space?" Steven said that she would die as soon as she tried to cast the spell. He would let her go because he knew who her father was. Steven ordered her to leave and she immediately began to cast the spell. He raised his fist in anger and ordered her to die. Donghook quietly appeared and stopped his fist. Steven quickly jumped back and Donghun ordered Haimin to take him and get out of here. He needs to talk to an old friend alone. Steven grinned terribly and asked, "So Donghun is still alive?" They haven't seen each other for a long time. Donghun clarified that he can't be taken so easily, and the rival agreed and added that his friend is like that, thanks to him. Kwangik raised his head and asked, "Are the two of them friends?" Donghun disagreed, and Steven replied that they were old enemies. Donghun said that in that case, the rival won't leave here. MC lowered his head and wished him luck in talking, and he would lie around for now. The bomb countdown came to an end, and it exploded. Armed men ran into the building, and the man ordered to kill everyone. At the same time, the assistant asked, "Did the general reveal the identity of his son?" The minister ordered to gather everyone who was nearby. "They are going with team manager Yu." Young-ho thought that his wife was in danger. The fact that she might find out he was immortal, although that wasn't important right now. The minister tried to cheer him up, but Young-ho stood up tensely. He said that if anything happened to his wife, he would destroy everything and everyone. Those who weren't going to go with them should leave. He wasn't going there as a special forces captain, but as a man who wanted to protect his beloved. Haimin confidently began to use magic, calling on all the offended and insulted living on this earth. Steven quickly ran to stop her. Donghun jumped towards him, grabbed his opponent's body, and ordered John to act. She shot at him and Rose, very scared, asked, "Is that a sniper?" John realized that the target had been achieved and she covered him. Steven grinned terrifyingly and squeezed Donghun's body hard, finding it funny. He lifted his opponent's body, but Donghun instantly jumped out of his grip. He kicked his opponent's face and ordered the new girl to finish. Donghun asked to surround and protect him, and instantly a barrier appeared around them. Rose furiously ordered to kill the mage first. Many bullets flew towards the barrier. Haimin thought that the protective barrier would not last long because of these attacks. But there was no other way. This was not good. The protagonist raised himself up and thought that there were too many of them. They were all professionals. It must be admitted that Donghun was holding up very well. He needed some time to recover. Kwang-ik asked if she could close their eyes for a while. He only needed 10 seconds. Haimin suggested, "You mean block their visibility?" She began to chant, and MC stabbed his leg with a knife. Haimin finished chanting and directed the ball towards the opponents. It broke into pieces, illuminating the space, and a bright stream of lightning appeared. Rose furiously asked what the soldier was doing. Did he come to watch the tricks? She ordered to destroy the barrier. The soldier jumped on it and stabbed it to pieces. Kwang-ik delivered a powerful attack to his face and announced the start of the show. After a while, the soldier said that the smoke had almost cleared. Should they go? Rose asked for a minute and said that they were trapped anyway. The girl would not be able to cast a spell normally. They just needed to wait a little until she ran out of steam. Rose was very surprised to see MC appear with a soldier in his hand. She asked in confusion what he was. The protagonist enveloped himself in energy and answered that he was NS. The soldier asked what this freak was saying. Rose ordered them to kill him. The soldier started shooting, but Kwang-ik quickly headed towards them. Rose remembered what NS meant, and MC swung his fist and added that he was outside the standard. After a while, the buildings began to shake, and the girl asked if it was an earthquake. The newbie asked Jinam to wait. Jinam asked him to stay, because the newbie would be of no use. He asked not to make him repeat himself. If the newbie stayed here, it would be very helpful. The newbie pulled out a gun and replied that in that case Jinam would die. He fired, but Jinam quickly turned around, not getting hit by the attack. Jinam punched him in the face and the newbie fell, repeating that immortals are forever. The employee ran towards him and asked if Jinam was okay. He looked at the assistant and asked to clean everything up. Jinam wondered if the newbie was an immortal from a sect. Didn't the Immortal Special Forces Security Service check him? The assistant quietly raised the bat over his head, but was immediately hit and flew to the side. Honam raised his fist over the lying assistant and called him a half-breed. The director asked for attention and announced that Kvarim was under attack. Pillow approached them and announced that a group of terrorists had infiltrated the first floor of the building. They had seized the emergency exits and elevators. Everything was blocked. Jinam, frightened, asked, "So he asked the first floor?" Honam ordered all employees below the assistant manager to go to provide assistance in an emergency. The rest follow him. They will break through the emergency exit. Pillow said that there is no need for that. They will go somewhere else, definitely not to the emergency exit. The director asked where. Pillow answered that there is a quick and reliable way to get to the first floor. But this is, in a way, a rather crude way. After a while, Kwang-ik dealt with all the soldiers. Rose can't even believe that he dealt with them alone. MC really went crazy. She asked with a smirk. And yet, what now? The game is over, she offers to go over to their side one last time. The protagonist smiled, showed the middle finger and interrupted her, asking how many more times does he have to repeat himself. He already has a girl in mind. Rose got really angry, and at that moment the ceiling above them collapsed, enveloping the space in black smoke. Bullets flew at the soldiers, freezing them. Rose asked, "What's going on at all? If there is no other way out, you just need to come up with one." Honam ordered them to give up, they had no chance to win. Rose asked what they should do. Steven smirked, and changed his appearance into a huge crocodile. He slammed the floor, creating a torrent of energy. Donglin hates this, he was a test subject in Prometheus in the past. A hybrid of an immortal and a werewolf. Prometheus managed to create 2 types of blood in him through experiments. However, due to this mixture, side effects appeared. He turned into a monster who saw nothing but fighting. He was put into sparring with high-ranking officials. Living like this day after day, Donghun met Chunbong, and that's how he went after the team manager. He wanted to kill him and come back after he recovered. But one day, Chunbong gave him a comic book. That night, that's how Donghun discovered comics and his life changed. They were nice to read. They described a happy life. He exhaled and said that he really can't stand it. He can't believe he has to part with this life. How long has it been? Donghun cried and asked his opponent to hope that he can handle him. Donghun wondered why he couldn't turn into a scion. He didn't want Jonah to see him like this. If possible, Kwangik should try to get to him after he dies. He thanked everyone for their hard work. At the last moment of his transformation, Donghun realized that he really wanted to watch an anime. He transformed into a bear and rushed into battle. Steven was glad that his opponent had finally turned into a beast. But it seemed like he had forgotten something. When Donghun was just a regular whipping boy, he could never handle him. Donghun attacked him, but Steven instantly blocked the attack and threw him away. He said that he thought Donghun could still feel pain. He was nothing more than a test subject. Donghun quickly stood up and ran towards his opponent. At the same time, MC, hiding, asked if there was anything to eat. Jinam asked, "What is he, a store on legs?" The protagonist answered that he was serious and his comrade handed him some food. Kwangik realized that the situation was worse than he expected. At first glance, these two seemed to be equal in strength, but this is not true at all. The assistant manager's attacks are simple and full of strength. Is he crazy? But at least reinforcements came. MC did not join them. He took too long to come to his senses. He sent Hyman into battle and left Genome. The protagonist said that they will lose all hope if the assistant manager does not cope. He needs to help Donghun. He left everything on Genome and asked him not to die and to wait. Kwang Ik covered his face from a powerful explosion and saw psionics among the smoke. Honam, looking at the running psionic, ordered to retreat. He raised his revolver and fired, freezing the floor under the enemy. The director ordered everyone to take places in a defensive line. They need to protect their positions and neutralize the enemy. MC ran past and relied on Honam. The director exclaimed that the protagonist would die if he chose this path. Kwangik wondered if Donghun's blood had weakened. He couldn't regenerate. If this continued, something bad would definitely happen. MC couldn't just stand there and watch. He was surprised to realize that he couldn't move. Rose thanked the fool for coming into her range. The protagonist looked at the web and assumed that it was her ability. Telekinesis, or maybe some other special skill? Rose said, smiling, that she warned him that he would regret it. Kwangik asked what she was talking about. He only remembers what his friends tell him. Rose added that she killed his mother and asked if he still dared to be impudent after that. MC felt a strong rage, and Rose added that after the deal with Myung Jin, she managed to find out who his parents were and where they lived. The protagonist warned that she was finished. At the same time, in Kwangik's apartment, Mayan looked out the window and thought that usually only one representative of the immortal faith was enough. But it was basically obvious that Myungjin would place his forces here. That's why he came here himself. Mayan felt that someone had come and thought that MC would find out what despair was. Solhai was standing at the door and saw a call from her husband. She picked up the phone and Young-ho asked if she was home. The wife replied that she was coming in now. Young-ho ordered her not to enter and asked her to leave quickly and go to Haemin's mother. Solhai entered the apartment and asked what happened. Her husband said he would explain everything later. He would be there soon. So, before he could finish speaking, Mayun attacked her. Solhai quickly ducked, grabbing a knife, and her husband asked, "What happened?" Mayun asked in surprise, "Did she dodge?" Solhai threw away her phone and asked, "Where did it come from? A mercenary or a spy behind her?" She was almost sure that her father had all their information classified as top secret. How did they find out? Mayun asked, "What was she?" Solhai was not an ordinary woman. She quickly knelt down on one knee and changed her mind about talking to him. He would answer her all her questions if she hit him. Mayan asked her to wait and asked, what was she talking about? He raised his weapon and ordered her not to even come near him. Mayan swung his weapon, but Solhai jumped and hit him in the face, knocking him back. She looked at the enemy sitting on the floor and asked, is he still conscious? Solhai, emitting an ominous aura, added that she hasn't even started yet. Yongho jumped from the helicopter and burst right through the window. Once inside the house, he heard strange sounds and called out to Solhai. Yongho walked further and saw her holding a corpse in her hand. He immediately ran up to her and hugged her tightly, saying that he was very happy. She thought in bewilderment, a civil servant, administrative work with private business trips. She knew this kind of husband, but these antics of his, and even a sword. The smell of burnt skin emanates from his hands. Who is he? Suddenly an employee ran into the room holding a gun, called him Oppa and shouted, is everything okay? Solhai asked again furiously. She called him Oppa? Yongho excitedly answered. Let him explain everything. They clearly have something to talk about. He shouted at her discontentedly. Why did he suddenly become Oppa? He is the team manager, she explained in fear. It's a misunderstanding. She meant the Sunbae. Yongho pointed to the corpse on the floor and asked if it was her doing. He thought they needed to talk. Let everyone leave the room and guard them outside. The staff member was confused and asked how they could protect them if they weren't there. After a while, they left and Yongho told her that he was immortal. Let her forgive him for hiding it. Maybe no excuse would help him. He just didn't want to lose her. He liked talking to her, spending time together. She made him happy. They drank tea, had lunch, talked. Whatever they did, it was all valuable to him. He couldn't give it up. What he was most afraid of was that their lives would fall apart. Solhai reached out to him with tears in her eyes and replied that she also had something to tell him. Her father was from Excursi, and she was a werewolf. Yongho hugged her and thought about how hard it must have been for her. He asked with a smile, she won't leave him, right? She stretched out her lips, but stopped in the end and asked who the girl was calling him Oppa. He explained that she was just a junior employee. Honestly, there is nothing between them. Suddenly, Yoon appeared in the room and threw a knife, furiously shouting, let them die. Yongho instantly stopped the object with psychic equipment, and then Solhai delivered a powerful blow and knocked him out. She asked, he wasn't here because of him, right? He suggested that it might be because of Kwang Ik. Solhai asked with a serious face, where is he? They need to get to him urgently. Yongho took out a walkie-talkie and told them to bring a helicopter. They are leaving for Hwarim right now. At this time, the rest of the special forces were standing outside the door. Suddenly, the immortal special forces approached them and ordered them not to move. He noticed that they were late. The staff asked who they were. They put on masks and replied that they were Phoenix, the special forces of the Ministry of Public Administration and Security. After a while, MC asked if she had persuaded Myung-jin to leak all the information about him. Rose replied that he seemed very surprised. That's why he should have been more accommodating. Well, maybe it was precisely because he was so uncontrollable that they managed to come to an agreement with him. But no matter, it was over already. Let him die. In an instant, the teacher appeared and, having cut down the mutant, asked, how was he doing here? They hadn't seen each other for a long time. He accidentally ran into him on his way here. Chungbong approached them and remarked with a smile that he had done a good job and was holding up well. What an idiot, he still did it. Rose excitedly shouted, what's all the fuss outside? Let him kill them. The mutants began to actively attack, but Chungbong cut them down in an instant and asked, did they forget where they were? An hour ago at Incheon International Airport, Chungbong wondered if all the runways were closed. A colleague agreed and noted that they had contacted the staff. He explained that their target was a high-ranking representative of the immortal faith. He was being watched. Let them be more attentive. They were already here. Let them concentrate. A female employee approached them and, bowing her head, explained that they had checked that he had landed. His car and luggage were in place, but the target himself was missing. Suddenly, a colleague called out to him excitedly and said, emergency notification. The headquarters was under attack. Chungbong wondered what kind of day it was. They had let the bastard go, and then they had attacked Hwarim. Myung-jin had given him information about the terrorist. Had he deliberately taken him away from Hwarim? He started walking irritably and ordered them to call a helicopter. They were returning to Hwarim right now. Sometime later, at a sniper position near Hwarim, Jonah, shooting back at the monsters, asked how many bullets were left. Miho reported that she had 3 magazines. She thought they wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Suddenly, Chungbong appeared and cut down all the opponents in an instant. He asked what the situation was. Jonah reported that the Prometheus crocodile was here. Assistant Manager Dong turned to fight him off, and Kwang Ik was currently holding back the enemy on the first floor. Miho added that the situation inside Hwarim was much more serious than here. First of all, we need to figure out what's going on in the building. Chungbong replied, "That's smart." He went inside. He will deal with what's happening outside too. After a while, he entered the building and cut down all the monsters. Rose screamed excitedly, "He's crazy." She tried to attack, but in an instant, a knife flew into her. Jongbun called out to the protagonist and said that Donghun would come to his senses once he was knocked out. He would deal with the crocodile, and he needed to deal with it. He approached the crocodile and asked how it was doing. The monster asked if he was alone. Jongbun agreed and asked how he could disappoint all the women in the world. They would be upset if he got married. Let him fall down and attack. At this time, MC, standing in front of a huge bear, asked, "He won't come back to normal on his own, right?" Donghun fiercely delivered a powerful blow, but MC dodged and thought, his attacks are amazingly simple, but in fact, they are much more difficult than they seem. That's why he can't defeat the crocodile. His actions are driven by instinct. He knocked out the bear and reported that the assistant manager was successfully neutralized. The protagonist looked towards the other battle and wondered what was going on with the team manager himself. At that time, the crocodile struck a powerful blow and shouted, "How dare he fight him?" Jongbun flew back, but in an instant, his arm was cut into small pieces. MC thought he deliberately exposed himself so that the crocodile would lose vigilance. Only an immortal could use such tactics. At that time, the protagonist's teacher took Rose hostage and warned that he would finish her off if he moved. The monster menacingly replied, "Let him kill." The protagonist noted that this is a distinctive feature of werewolves, allowing them to control each of their muscles. It seems that they should join forces. Suddenly, a voice was heard and Yonho and Sil-hai entered the room. She said menacingly, she had a lot of questions for the owner of this barn. The crocodile thought in bewilderment, "Are these civilians? No, this is a special type number 1 that werewolves should avoid, a restorative witch. He needs to get out of here." He quickly ran away, breaking the wall. The teacher asked in confusion, "Did he just run away?" Suddenly, the immortal special forces entered the room and asked what the hell happened. Yongho furiously asked, "Are the immortal special forces only idiots who do not understand human language? He is Kwang Ik's father. Let him tell the bastard Myung-jin to come down right now." The bald man asked, "Special forces of the Ministry of Public Administration and Security?" He apologizes. He will escort them to him right now. The other began to appear. Like, why the hell is he shutting him up? The bald man answered, "This man is the head of the Phoenix Group, the Thousand-Faced." After a while, passing by the building where everything happened, the driver noted, "Failure in business entails consequences. Is she really sure?" Minam answered, "She thinks everything will be fine." She looked out the window and thought, research into the problem of document seizure and terrorism. She hired 2 Prometheus people just for this. He asked if she was worried about the mission. Minam explained that no, she had just gotten her heart broken. She was rejected without even going on a date. "Did Yoon really fail?" The driver agreed and added that they hadn't been able to contact him. At that time, police officers noticed an expensive car on the street. One of them assumed that there was probably a big shot in there. The other one started saluting as they drove past. After a while, Sol-hai entered the office and noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Myung-jin turned around and, before he could say anything, immediately caught a kick in the face. The secretary immediately ran towards him, but Yong-ho pointed a gun at him and ordered him to stop, saying that their genius had brought trouble on himself. Let him stay out of it, otherwise they'll give him a hard time. Sol-hai began to beat him furiously and, pressing her foot, said that he should have known what a mistake could cost. Yunho furiously asked, "Is he ready for the minister to decide to raise this place to the ground?" MC, watching what was happening, wondered if the general was into politics. He needed him perhaps as a trump card. Politics, his position in society, profit. He thought there were reasons for this. Who cares? He doesn't want to be someone's puppet. And he doesn't need any extra stress either. He'll just take what he owes him, that's all. The protagonist called out to him and said that he was leaving. 3 billion and they'll go their separate ways, and also an apartment of 165 square meters. A good deal, right? Myung-jin agreed with a dissatisfied face. Sol-hai asked if he was sure. MC agreed and noted that he was already fed up with everything. Yong-ho added that he would try to take advantage of him again if he left like this. The main character replied that everything was fine and that he would figure it out if necessary. He was already old enough to make decisions on his own, right? It was time for them to go home. He wanted to eat his mother's home-cooked food. After a while they arrived home and MC asked if he could stay with them while he was unemployed. Sol-hai agreed, saying he would pay them back later. So, did he like killing? Was it nice to watch people die? The protagonist was puzzled and answered negatively. She asked if he was going to stay here, right? MC agreed and calling out to his father, said that he had to tell him something. After a while, Mary entered the house and remarked that she was glad to meet her father. The protagonist explained that his mother had adopted her, so she was his sister and his daughter. She said shyly that if she was causing any inconvenience, she would try to keep a low profile. If that didn't help, she could move out. Young-ho put his hand on her shoulder with a smile and said, "Welcome to the family." He had always wanted a daughter. MC took her inside the house and asked if she was hungry. Mary agreed and, entering the kitchen, was surprised by the amount of food. The parents noted with a smile, even if it was not much, let them help themselves. After some time after the meal, Sol-hai asked what he was going to do, where he planned to work. If he wanted to live on the money he got for being fired, she would throw him out. MC answered with a smile. He hadn't even thought about that. She asked if he wanted to train with her. It was time to start training as a werewolf. So he would learn from her. The main character asked, what about the other trainers? Sol-hai answered, no, she had to teach him everything herself. Or did he not want her to train him? MC said excitedly. He just thought that they would do better. She hadn't lived as a real werewolf for a long time. His mother said that he shouldn't worry, she needed a couple of weeks to get back into shape. The training would start in 14 days, so let him prepare. He wondered, they won't be doing theory, right? 3 days later, in the Minister of Public Administration and Security's office, the minister noted that he had come. And what does he want? Maybe get rid of Hwarim. Just let him say it, and he will do anything. Young-ho asked, why don't they talk over a cup of coffee? The minister ordered the secretary to bring coffee and asked what he wanted him to do. Maybe remove Myung-jin from his position? Or put him behind bars? Young-ho replied, he shouldn't worry. Even if he removed him from his position, he will find a way to come back. He should be restricted from traveling abroad for 3 years and banned from all support for Hwarim. Also, let Myung-jin know who he is. Let him send him a warning about what happens to those who cross him. After a while, a colleague called Sol-hai and noted that they hadn't talked for a long time. She asked if everything was okay with him. Let him allow her to ask him for a favor. He replied, he didn't know she was returning to the stage. So what's the favor? She said, let him stop the funds coming into Hwarim Telecom. The colleague asked if she knew what that place was. Sol-hai explained, it was the Immortal Special Forces, a Korean branch of the old force. Let him freeze the funds for at least 3 years. He agreed, but pointed out that they can't stop government funding. Also, let her meet the junior when she has a minute. Sol-hai agreed and ended the call. 2 weeks later, on the day of training, the MC was thinking while sitting on the ground. He was told that training would start at 3 o'clock. But where are they all? Suddenly, he received a message from Al-Khalid on his phone, saying that he heard that the general used him. And all because he was born poor. The protagonist was thinking he doesn't even know if his nose is that long or the security system is that shitty. How did he even know this? Al-Khalid wrote, saying that he should marry his sister. He will be able to raise his social status, then no one will dare to lay a finger on him. MC thought, what kind of nonsense is this, an international marriage? Suddenly Gwyn-nak appeared and noticed, it turns out he is Kwang-ik. The protagonist asked in confusion, who is he? He saw Mary behind him, who said let him be careful. He quickly began to attack with his foot, but MC deftly managed to dodge and began to counterattack. Gwyn-nak said with a smile, he is pretty good. Sol-hai came up to them and said, let him at least say hello, he is his uncle. He introduced himself with a smile, extended his hand and noticed he had such a face as if he had never heard of him before. Didn't his mother tell him about him? Has he heard of Dangun Corporation? Their father is its president, his grandfather. The protagonist thought, Dangun Corporation is a representative Korean company. It has more than 60 branches. It is one of the largest ex-security companies. Their influence is so great that they are equal to the government. So the president of this mega corporation is his grandfather? He asked admiringly, does that mean he is a chaebol? Gwyn-nak laughed and asked, is that important? MC answered seriously, of course, he wants a car for his birthday. He noted that he came here by car. If he wants, he can let him ride. The protagonist said admiringly, he adores him. Suddenly Sol-hai gave him a good slap on the back of the head and said, there is no need to spoil him, it is time to study. Mary brought a projector and turned on the transformation planner for Kwang-ik. Gwyn-nak was perplexed. Whose work was this? What kind of terrible design is this? He has never seen such wretchedness. Sol-hai answered displeasedly. She did it herself. Let him shut up nicely. 6 months should be enough. It is time to test. Mary put a rusty barrel and threw a mouse in it. Sol-hai asked if he could stop this mouse. MC grabbed it by the tail and agreed. She explained that he couldn't do it with his hands. The protagonist let go of the mouse and thought about stopping it without touching it. Should he put moral pressure on it? That didn't sound too difficult. He had seen many bloodthirsty auras before. He began to put a lot of moral pressure on it, and the mouse froze in fear. Sol Hai said in surprise, "Let Mary let everyone out." She threw all the mice into the barrel. The mother said, "Now let him try to stop them. He can make noise if necessary." MC put moral pressure on the animals again, and all the mice froze in fear. Gwynnak was surprised and asked who taught him this. He consulted with his mother, and she said that they would probably have to change their training plan a little. He was doing better than they expected. But he shouldn't be shy and say anything if it was difficult. They were going to train for 6 months at the most difficult distances. After a while, the protagonist and his father gathered at a bar. Young-ho remarked with a smile. He heard that he and his mother had been training these past few days. "So how is the training going?" MC replied, "She wants to kill him." He laughed and said he never thought that this day would come so soon. Well, he wanted to tell him something. Let him not be too surprised. He is not just an immortal, their bloodline is special. There is a secret skill that allows an immortal to control their feelings. And this skill was created by their family at one time. MC wondered why they were the only ones left. Young-ho explained, there are those who converted to the immortal faith or went underground. The protagonist asked why their family failed. He replied, a greedy old man desired power and some rebelled. They sided with those who went against him. But this is a secret that only a few know. MC remarked. He was somehow dismissive about it. Young-ho said, anyway, that's how it is. What are his plans for the future? The protagonist took a sip of alcohol and replied that he was going to go freelance. He thought that immortal special forces were not the only option. He would like to live his life the way he wants. I wonder if he can do it. His father smiled and noted that he would support him in any case. Well, if so, maybe he could pay for dinner? He just heard that he had received the compensation and leave pay he wanted. The next day, MC met Jonah at a cafe. He sat down at a table and asked how the work was going. She replied that they said the company would soon go bankrupt. They were cut off from the outside world and all their funds were blocked. The protagonist said that the general was able to find him an apartment. Jonah pointed out that there were rumors that he had to sell all his belongings and spend all his savings. Now he lives in a one-room apartment. MC said that he didn't want to meet her to talk about work. What are the others doing? She explained that the team manager is currently in the hospital, so she was transferred to security group number 1. The manager's assistant was locked up for attacking colleagues and concealing information. The protagonist asked, "What about Minam?" Jonah replied that right after what happened, they wanted to track him down, but it didn't work. Rose was captured. A curse was placed on her, and now she's barely alive. Yoon was thrown into a special prison. She thinks that the assistant manager will have a hard time getting out for some reason. That's why she wanted to talk to him and ask if he could help. MC thought about it. She was thinking the same thing as him. Well, he doesn't have much to do right now anyway. It's nice when a colleague is so cute. He asked if this was the team manager's idea. Can he talk to him? He didn't say goodbye before leaving. After a while, the protagonist called Jinbong and asked how he was feeling. Or maybe he should call him uncle? He's a real old man. Or just by his first name, let him choose. Is his recovery going hard? Well, he'll cope. Let him endure for a little while. Being a team leader isn't easy. Jinbong asked in confusion what he was talking about. MC asked, Donghyun can't go back anyway, right? So what was he getting at? He was taking him. Jinbong asked, is that why he called? To take one of his employees away from him? The protagonist asked, is he telling him this after his bastard behavior? He answered with a smile, let him just call him by his first name. MC hung up and asked, isn't the team manager over 40 years old? Does he really have no shame at all? He got up from his chair and noted, he had wanted to ask for a long time. She went to Warren because of her family, right? Jonah agreed with a smile and said, it's sad, but to be expected. She lost all her family because of terrorists, so she wants revenge. MC started to leave and said that if something happens, she can count on him. He went, let her be careful. He went outside and, taking out his phone, said, it's time to start the mission to save assistant manager Donghyun. The protagonist called the secretary and asked how he was doing. Can he talk to the CEO? At this time, the CEO himself was lying on the bed, having drunk a lot of alcohol, thinking that government funding had been cut off. Suddenly a call came on his phone. He picked up the phone and MC asked why he did it. Why did he do this to him? For what sins? He thinks he doesn't watch that many movies. Lately, he's been having a bit of a hard time. His breath catches when he thinks about what happened. He also often has nightmares. He can't even eat normally. Can he free assistant manager Donghyun? And yes, he doesn't need to be pulled out secretly, but released legally. He thinks he has a couple of options. The CEO thought with displeasure, is he asking for another favor after leaving him bare-assed? He apologized, saying his hands are tied by work and the government. There's nothing he can do about it. He thinks it can be called a skill problem. The protagonist asked what he would order them to do. The CEO asked why he was asking him. MC replied because he was the only one who could help. He said if there was a qualified lawyer nearby, maybe it wouldn't be a problem. They could appeal with a lawyer. The protagonist replied he'd try, but he shouldn't change his mind later. The CEO nervously picked up a cigarette and started to light it. The secretary pointed out that smoking was not allowed here. Did something happen to him? He explained that Kwanik wanted something again. He probably had no other choice. He'd have to do it. The secretary agreed and said, after all, he was not an ordinary person. The director asked, what about the executive team? He replied, they are all here. After some time in prison, Dong-hun thought he was left without money, put behind bars. Everything is as it should be. After all, he broke the law. It's just sad that he can't work at the place where he was hired thanks to the team manager. And more importantly, he can't watch anime. Suddenly, a voice was heard from behind the door, saying that a lawyer had come to see him. After some time in the visiting room, they explained that they were lawyers. They would make sure that he could get out of here within 48 hours. Let him not worry and just trust. They were asked about this. Dong-hun, confused, began to ask questions, like who did this? The lawyer replied, that's all he needed to know. The protagonist worked out last night. Gwen-nak noted, as expected of his nephew. Are you sure he's never worn a cardio mask? He's doing much better than he expected. MC called out to him and asked if he had any good lawyers. He agreed and asked why he needed them. Did he do something wrong? He can keep a secret, let him tell. The protagonist explained that it was not for him. Gwen-nak asked, then why? He needed to know to introduce him to the right person. MC explained that he needed to get someone out. He hid information about himself, attacked his colleagues, and was previously involved in terrorism. He asked where they could take a person accused of terrorism. The protagonist replied that he was taken to the Immortal Special Forces. He noted that he needed to clarify this point with the security team. MC asked, are they professionals though? He really needed to get him out urgently. Gwen-nak said that he probably didn't know, but he had been on the news 6 times. And as far as he could see, he was still at large. The protagonist thought, maybe he could be relied on. Mom said that at one time he had a niggle in one place. Uncle said with a smile, let him not worry. He trusts his team more than anyone. MC asked, does that mean he doesn't need to meet with them? Gwen-nak answered, his guys will solve everything in less than 2 days. After a while, the lawyers pulled Dong-hun out. He went outside and thought, he didn't even expect to go out so quickly. Suddenly the protagonist appeared and asked how he was doing. He heard he had nowhere to go. Maybe he should go with him? Dong-hun asked, did he send these lawyers? Let him at least behave more decently. MC agreed and asked, life without anime is bad, right? He handed him Japanese comics and asked if he would go. He would read them on the way. Dong-hun thanked him and asked where they were going. The protagonist answered they needed to discuss something. And someone else really wanted to see him. Will he find a few minutes? Sometime later in the elevator, Dong-hun asked, so he's a chaebol? And a purebred too? MC agreed, saying it must be hard for him to believe. He stopped suspiciously and asked, who the hell is he? Someone possessed him, right? He's not a regressor. The protagonist remarked that he should read less manga. He's just the result of his parents' love. Oh, by the way, has he ever heard of a restoration witch? Dong-hun said that she's an urban legend among werewolves. The black market called her the #1 werewolf you should never meet if he acts disgustingly as a werewolf. MC remarked that he was well aware. He can't control himself when he changes appearance, right? They entered the apartment and were greeted by Gwen-nak and Selhye. The protagonist said with a smile, he did say there was someone who wanted to see him. He shouldn't worry, she'll help. Dong-hun excitedly pointed out that it was impossible to control this situation. He just needed to make sure he didn't transform. He would find a house on the outskirts. MC pointed to his uncle and mother and introduced them. Solhye extended her hand to greet him, but at the last moment she delivered a powerful blow that sent him flying. She pointed out that they said he couldn't control his instincts. However, if he tried hard, anything was possible. Dong-hun agreed and said that he had been experimented on in Prometheus and nothing worked. Solhye replied that these were just excuses. She said that anything was possible. MC, watching this, noticed that she was serious. Gwen-nak whispered that she had always been like this. He thought that helping werewolves who couldn't control themselves was the joy of her life. He handed him a costume and offered to train him. The protagonist put it on and asked what kind of clown outfit this was. Gwen-nak explained, it looks weird, but it's pretty comfortable. Well, they'll start from level 1. He pressed the button and the suit immediately caused severe pain. MC twisted in pain but stayed on his feet. Uncle smiled and noted that most would have fallen off their feet by now. The protagonist asked, up to what level did he last? Gwen-nak answered, he lasted until level 4. The protagonist thought about it, and he's not bad, although he is a murder weapon created by Dangun. Uncle explained, this suit is called Patience. It affects the muscles and destroys them. The sensors in the suit are able to increase in weight. However, that is not all. He prepared something. Mary came up to them and asked if she really needed to hit him. Gwynnak explained that he would fight her in this suit. She said that she could not kill her brother. The uncle replied that she would not kill him because her brother was immortal. If she did not want to, he would have to fight him. Did she really think that this would be better? Mary blushed and agreed to sparring. Gwynnak said that during the duel he should understand how werewolves fight in close combat. MC confidently asked if he was sure that the idea was good. It was not very cool to hit your younger sister. He noted that Mary was a true genius who was raised by his mother. She warned that she would do her best. The protagonist took a stance and said that she should attack. He would not hold back, even though she was his sister. They clashed in a powerful fight. The protagonist landed a punch to the face, but Mary immediately counterattacked with a powerful punch to the body. He coughed up blood and said that they should continue. Gwynnak, watching the battle, thought he adapted to this level much faster than he thought, so he should increase it. What he needs to learn now is restraint. It is important to be able to minimize the expenditure of energy even in the worst situations. They clashed in a powerful fight again. After a while, Ju-Wei came to them and noted that it seems that after a week of training he can still handle Mary. Well, maybe he should practice with her. She landed a powerful punch to the face. MC wondered, is this really training? Or is this just a cover to beat him up real bad? A month later, they all gathered at a cafe. Young-ho said that he heard that he has been training hard lately. The protagonist asked if he can see all those bruises. Mary apologized pitifully and asked if she was too rude. The protagonist asked with displeasure, is she glad that he gets beaten up every day? And could she please stop saying that? Sul-hai said that she likes that he works hard, but she's a little upset. He never trains with her, so from now on, they train only together. After a while, MC thought about it. After that, he trained in a special suit. However, the only thing he remembers well is how he was mercilessly beaten. And so he trained for 4 months. During this time, he completed a half-year course of training, and that's how summer came. After a while, he, sitting on a swing with Hai-min, asked how long she planned to be out of work. She should find something. Had she even thought about his offer? She asked if he forgot about the conditions. A date. He said that he would go on a date with her 3 times. He slept through the entire movie and ate the entire dinner in 10 minutes. And now he's giving him a lecture on the playground? Is that even a date? What about a hostel or a cruise ship? MC replied that she booked the tickets for the morning show herself without telling him. What hostel if it's only 2 p.m.? He thought about it. She quit her job after that incident too. And now he's trying to lure her away. She calls herself some kind of genius of the century. Hai-min said that she wanted another date. The protagonist agreed and added that he would take that as consent. She asked where he was going. The protagonist explained that he had plans. She immediately asked nervously, did he go see another girl? MC replied with a smile, he needed to meet another guy. After a while, he came to Junko and noted that he seemed to be doing well. And what's wrong with his hand? He explained that he was betrayed when he was working with mercenaries. He should never trust those bastards. The protagonist asked, has he thought about a prosthesis? Medicine is very developed these days. Junko replied, he has no money. Everything in this world is tied to money, so why did he want to meet? He heard that he quit. MC agreed and added that he also received an apartment and 10 million. He works as an agent, right? He would like to become a freelancer. Junko immediately knelt down and, holding out a business card, noted that he had come to the right place. The commission is always 8%. Let him believe it, it's not that much. Some rip off several times more, but since he doesn't know what he's capable of, the commission for new clients is 35%. MC replied, let it be 10%. They used to work together and besides, he saved his life. Junko asked, what is he talking about? Is he talking about that incident with Save and Money? Suddenly, some donkeys with knives attacked him. The protagonist deftly stuck their faces into the ground and noted that he had just saved his skin. The mercenary noted that this was simply unbelievable. It seemed to him that he was a simple immortal. MC wondered if he should just give up on this idea and get out of here. He didn't like killing people. The bandit nervously asked if he had any idea who they were. The protagonist asked why he spoke as if he came from the DPRK. He furiously concentrated energy in his fist and began to attack. The protagonist, in an instant, delivered a sharp blow to the beard and sent it into the air. He asked if they should finally get out of here. The bandits bowed their heads, and one of them noted that they had money. If he let them go, he would give him all the savings. MC asked with a smile how much their freedom cost. He called Donghun and asked if he could look to see if anyone was being searched for. He just captured some guys from Prometheus. He asked him to describe them. The protagonist answered, the leader used magic. called himself some kind of chef. Donghun said that he found some guys under the name Deadly Chef who specialize in killing immortals. The protagonist asked if they are famous. He explained that they are considered the sworn enemies of immortals. Well, let him observe them more closely, and he will contact the administrative agency now. MC said to tell them to hurry up and send some people here. One of the bandits asked how much he wants, holding his hands up. He will give him everything he has, so let him just name the price. The protagonist indicated that he wants 6 billion. He will not get out of this shit. Sometime later at the Prometheus hideout, Jung-shik wondered if they lost everything without being able to do anything. Does the residence also have a top-notch security system? What are they even saying at headquarters? One of the thugs explained that the idiot who took over the position of leader said that they need to focus on the drug business and not run into Kwang-ik. Jung-shik asked who she thought she was. He suggested that maybe they should stick to their plan. He thought that he worked his ass off to get this position. He didn't get here just to play drug lord. He won't get the position of the leader of Prometheus if he gives in like that idiot told them to. He needs to prove himself to get promoted. And right now, the only way to get promoted quickly is to grab Kwang-ik and get promoted. Jung-shik asked if they were sure that he left Hwarim. Did they have enough free hands? They agreed and reported that everything had been going smoothly lately. They had a couple of good guys. He got up from the couch and said, let them prepare all the free ones. They will get to work immediately. Let them keep their heads and be on their guard. He supposes that he is at least as strong as the butcher. After a while, MC thought that soon the immortal special forces arrived at the scene and he handed over all the assholes. After some time, he came home and greeted his family. Young-ho asked with a smile if he wanted to have dinner. Mary added with a smile, let him wash his hands. The protagonist asked in confusion, why are they all so kind? What's the catch and why is Uncle here? Gwoonak explained that he decided to stay for tea. MC noted that it was already 11 p.m. He wondered what time has to do with it. Let him sit down, we need to talk. He heard that the guys from Prometheus set up an ambush. The protagonist began to make excuses, saying that nothing happened, let him not worry so much. Young-ho added seriously, this is just the beginning. They will continue to pursue him. Doesn't he think that protection would be unnecessary? Gwoonak said he could have his security team work for him. These guys wouldn't stop. Dad added that if needed the special forces could help too. Uncle said he bet his bodyguards were better. Young-ho pointed out he couldn't be sure. They prioritized the safety of individuals. Gwoonak added that they had a lot more forces. Plus, they were Dangun Corporation. Dad mockingly said they were a subsidiary of Excursi. However, they were the government's special forces. Uncle pointed out that the government would never use its resources for one person. Young-ho responded, no. They would. He really thought a mega corporation would want to spend its money on something that wouldn't make them any money? Sul-hai stopped them with a disgruntled expression and asked if they both wanted to kick the bucket. Let them come into the ring and sort things out there, they'll calm down at the same time. MC said he knew what they were both getting at. But, is it really necessary? Is it really necessary to just sit back and tolerate everything these guys do to him? He's going to get rid of them, these guys are princesses. He wants to get rid of these psychos. Gwoonak asked who would do it. The protagonist replied that he would. Sul-hai suggested that he must have been hit on the head pretty hard. Can he do it again? Who does he want to get rid of? MC replied, the princesses, or more precisely, Prometheus. After a while, he was about to leave. But his father called out to him and asked if he was not going to listen, even if he tried to convince him otherwise. The protagonist replied no, he was already an adult. All his loved ones would be at risk if they were not gotten rid of. He thinks it would be better if they disappeared. Young-ho replied, let him know if he needs help. Let him not worry, because he will not be alone. He and his uncle had a good talk. Gwoonak put his hand on his shoulder and added, Dangun support team, they will help him. By the way, let him take this gift. MC took the car keys and said that he adored it. Young-ho asked with a smile, let him take care of himself. Mary added with a smile that she will support him. After a while, the protagonist, riding in the car, asked Donghun if he found out. He agreed and explained, these guys are connected with the illegal trade of banned drugs. There are rumors that Prometheus was also involved in the recent incident with banned substances. MC asked, does that mean they are the ones producing it? Donghun replied, he did not say that. The point is that they are connected with it. The protagonist asked, who cares? He just doesn't care about it. He noted that he seems to be emotional right now. They need to find out the details first. The protagonist said confidently, in any case he was going to warn them. Today he would become a terrorist. Sometime later, in a dark room, the dealer counted the money and noticed that there was not enough for a dose. The NPC began to beg him to give him a discount. Next time he would bring more. He asked mockingly, does he really not know the rules? If he tries to assert his rights, he will fly out of here. The dealer kicked him in the stomach and said that he is a disgusting bastard. The NPC grabbed a knife and shouted, he said that he would pay next time. Let him give everything he has if he does not want to die. The dealer concentrated magic in his hand and asked, has he completely lost his mind? Why don't they understand when someone tries to be nice to them? Why can't he just listen? He furiously tried to attack, when suddenly the protagonist appeared and stopped his blow in an instant. MC struck and, twisting him, said to let him stay here for now. He has some questions for them. The NPC asked fearfully, what is he talking about? The protagonist took out a jar of illegal substances and noted that he was trying to buy it. He treats consumers and sellers equally. The dealer shouted excitedly, who is he? The protagonist asked, who is their boss? The next morning, the assistant reported to Jung Sik that 5 of their stores were attacked. It all happened in one night. Even their customers were attacked, and everyone got an arm and a leg broken. He wondered if it was Phantom, or maybe the Immortal Special Forces. He explained that they already found out it wasn't them. Jung Sik nervously wondered, then who the hell did this? This must mean that they know who they are. He will have to postpone the hunt for Kwang Ik for now. He worked his ass off to get this position. Such a small problem won't break him. He started to leave and ordered him to disband the guys who were busy chasing. First, they need to catch these bastards. After some time in the office, Donghun reported that they were all scattered. It will be difficult to identify the main one. MC wondered, so all the work he did last night was in vain? Is this the best he can do? He asked. Is he going to lecture him? Let him tell you who he is? The main character answered that he is a panda, a bear with dark circles under his eyes. No, a black bear. Donghun confidently explained that he is a genius born of Hwarim. He is the immortal #1, wanted by companies. He can control his transformations. MC wondered, what is he trying to say by that? Donghun explained, there is always a way out, but they just don't have enough hands. That's why his rich uncle contacted him. Reinforcements are on the way. Let him take a look at them. After a while, the protagonist met Woonbi and thought, what a strange name. Is his father a Marima novel maniac, or what? Sojin was standing next to him, who began to admiringly tell all sorts of nonsense, like her name means that she is a small and important person. Woonbi is actually not very talkative, but let him show understanding. How should she address him? By the way, he is a big fan of the recovering witch, so he was very happy to meet her son. Oh, they are certainly the only ones who know that he is her son. Let him not worry, she knows how to keep a secret. MC thought in bewilderment, can she keep a secret despite all this chatter? More importantly, where is she small? Woonbi called out to her displeasedly and said, let her stop, she talks too much. Seojin agreed and noted, this man is the son of the recovering witch. Perhaps he can get an autograph from her if he convinces him. Woonbi blushed and said that it was his dream. The protagonist asked if the two of them were the backup. Seojin explained that they were related to Dangun, but they couldn't tell exactly which branch they were in. She was the 3rd member of the assassination team. They were essentially the leaders of the team. This guy was from the support team. There were 40 of them in total, but they were on standby. They were all pros, so he shouldn't worry. Oh, by the way, she heard that they were going to do something fun. Would he like to tell us more? The MC explained that they were catching all the guys who were selling illegal substances. She asked if he wanted to find out who the boss was. A while earlier, the protagonist asked what he came for. Donghun explained that if it was hard to find the boss because everyone was spread out, they just needed to lure them out. Why do people sell illegal substances? Because they need money. But what if they can't bring in any money? Let him kill all the dealers. Once their source of funding is cut off, they will come out. Currently, Seojin asks if he wants to beat up every drug dealer in Seoul. MC adds that he wants to beat up the guys who buy illegal drugs too. She asks if he wants to break their arms and legs. The protagonist replies, just one arm and leg. He's sure they're already informing everyone in their group. They're going to make these rumors a reality. If he were alone, it would take months, but with them, it would only take a couple of days. Seojin sheepishly notes that she likes the way he's thinking. Does he have a girlfriend? The MC responds with confusion that he doesn't have anyone. She asked if he wanted to get to know each other better. The protagonist says they just need to get to work. He wonders if Haimin will be joining soon. He's afraid of what will happen if they meet. After some time in the office, the MC noted that before starting work, he learned that there were about 15 dealers per small group. The groups seemed to communicate with each other quite often. They just needed to find them one by one and beat the hell out of them. Sojin happily replied that she loved this kind of work. She always wanted to just walk around the city sometime. The protagonist closed his laptop and noted that it was time to get started. Later, a female reporter said on the news that the breaker had become a popular topic lately. Presumably, this is a group that attacks drug dealers who are engaged in illegal trade. The actions of the breaker have made a significant contribution to the investigation of a case of illegal drug trafficking. Where did this name come from? The representatives of this group break the arm and leg of anyone involved in the illegal trafficking of illegal substances. The media said that it must be a secret government force or a corporation. There were many theories about who these people could be. However, yesterday, the government and some corporations took active steps to deny the allegations of their involvement, which made citizens even more curious. People praised the efforts of the breaker, but experts expressed concern that he might be running for a seat on the board. Na Young-gu, an expert, said that a vigilance committee like this is dangerous, since much depends on personal opinion. Also, there's concern about further unnecessary harm. The reporter pointed out that one thing is for sure: the illegal drug trade has dropped significantly since the breaker showed up. After a while, the protagonist gets a call from his mother saying that she saw the news. Did he go out every night and break those guys' bones? The MC explained that he wasn't alone, but yes, he had a hand in it. Solhai pointed out that she didn't think the police would like that. The protagonist agreed, saying that he was already getting ready to welcome the guests. There was already one standing in front of his door. GA asked if he was home. Let him open the door, it's the police. The MC thought about it. She was the manager of the P-Watt team he encountered when he beat up that transformer, although her hair color was different. He opened the door and asked if she had changed her hairstyle. GA pointed out that he remembered her. Well, let's get down to business then. He's the breaker, right? The protagonist agreed with a smile and explained that his childhood dream was a world without illegal substances. She pointed out that he shouldn't be doing that. That kind of thing ruins their work. The MC wondered if she came to scold him. He didn't know what the police's plan was, but his involvement had caused a problem, right? He thought their ultimate goal was to tie up the suppliers. Are there other people involved in this? Gia thought about it in confusion. She thought he was an idiot, but he was much smarter than he looked. The protagonist continued that it didn't matter who else was involved, he just wouldn't interfere in that regard. What he needed was Prometheus. He needed to simplify things. Let her say that the breaker was the police's doing. They had secretly hired him to eliminate everyone involved in the illegal drug trade. GA stopped him and asked if he was trying to negotiate with them now. MC agreed, saying it was because he was going to keep doing this, and the police could just take all the credit. He didn't think she had anything to lose. She thought about it. It was true that their goals were the same. GA agreed and added, let him promise her something. It was true that a Prometheus member was behind this, but they needed the information they had, so let him not kill them. MC shook her hand and said they would survive. GA asked if he could give her his phone number. She wanted to know his number. Let him write her down as GA Nuna. The protagonist asked, is she older than him? She asked back, is that so important? Oh, by the way, how is he going to find those guys? The protagonist handed over his phone and said that she shouldn't show it to anyone. Gia noticed that the more she talked to him, the more she liked him. Suddenly, Hyman appeared and called out to him furiously. Sometime later in Kwangik's apartment, she asked if he would at least explain himself. The protagonist with a huge bump on his head replied, there is nothing to explain. This situation needs to be clarified. What other cheating? He doesn't have a girlfriend, so he is not cheating on anyone. And yeah, let her finish this. Okay? Hyman burst into tears and asked, she couldn't sleep well last night because she was so worried, and he was hanging out with some woman? She helped him with his work, and she was also kind to her father-in-law and mother-in-law. How can he do this to her? MC stopped her and asked if she wanted to stay the night. She can wear whatever she wants. He thought about it. Of course he felt awkward, but he simply had no choice. Where else could he find a good magician like her? This is the secret, he told GA. Hyman asked embarrassedly, can she really stay with him? The protagonist exclaimed, but only today. She happily suggested ordering something and watching a movie. Maybe he wants something? MC thought, let her forgive him, but he is not going to spend the night at home tonight. Sometime later, on the outskirts of Incheon Harbor, sitting in a car, Sojin asked what the police said. The protagonist answered, no, they will not interfere, and he did not give them any information. She happily noted, this will be so fun, they are working together today. Doesn't this look like a date? The protagonist thought, it seems that the manager of the team GA put someone on his tail, someone who can become invisible. He has long noticed that he is being followed. He can become invisible, but he cannot hide his tracks. At this time, GA called him and asked if the lover of older girls is ready. The MC, perplexed, agreed and asked why he's suddenly lover of older girls. She explained that he stole her heart. The protagonist got out of the car and thought about it. She joked straight to the point, but she sent surveillance after him. She's a pro. He asked. She heard how much he was worth, right? He was hired. He doesn't work for free. After a while, the dealers, sitting in their lair, started a dialogue, like the breaker is a stinking bastard. He won't come here, right? The other one agreed and asked, what will happen even if he shows up? He can just beat the hell out of him. It's a piece of cake to deal with him, so let him not worry. It's a pity he didn't come here. Suddenly the gate opened and the protagonist walked inside. Holding the corpse, he warned, the first 3 who kneel and raise their hands will remain alive. He threw the body on the floor and asked, didn't he hear him? The dealer excitedly asked who he was. MC explained with a smile, he was the very breaker he was so desperately looking for. He shouted, is he being cheeky just because he has a muscular fool behind his back? So Jin asked with a smile, is he talking about her? The protagonist stopped her, saying that he would take care of them himself. He said that he would leave the 3 of them alive. This was necessary so that they could spread the news of what happened here. The protagonist went on the attack and dealt one powerful blow to the bandit, which was then reduced to nothing but meat. The MC asked which of them was going to kneel. Suddenly, Jung-sik entered the room and asked what the noise was about. The hell? Who was he? The protagonist noted with a smile that he was the boss here. He was a breaker, his name was Kwang-ik. He thought in horror he was going to get rid of him after he dealt with the breaker first. But those 2 turned out to be the same person, and he came to him himself? The heavens favor him, he had already made inquiries about him. An immortal from the immortal special forces. He was going to die tonight. Jung-sik took out his weapon with a wild smile and thought he will use his dagger coated with poison. He asked where he thinks he is now. MC replied, it is a storage facility near Incheon Port. Do I need to repeat this, or does he want the exact address? Jung-sik began to attack furiously and said, he still doesn't understand what situation he is in. He won't get out of here alive. Let him try to dodge it one more time. The protagonist stopped the blow with his gloves. Jung-sik asked, does he have gloves with a galactic field? Arrogant bastard, but he has protection against barriers. He took out his brass knuckles, struck out and flew to attack. MC broke his arm with lightning speed and asked, he has never met someone faster than him before, right? He struck his leg and broke the limb. The protagonist noted, he is attacking him like this because he has never done this before. He doesn't have any special technique. So they still don't want to kneel? He repeats that there will be only 3 left alive. The bandits immediately fell to their knees and raised their hands. Woonbi pointed and noted, he saw those 3. Maybe we should just finish off the rest? So Jin said in admiration, he really took care of everything himself. She feels like she's about to fall in love. Jung-sik asked furiously, does he even know what kind of organization Prometheus is? Does he really think his actions will have any impact? From now on, he and everyone associated with him will be targets. He will regret this forever. MC asked, what if he lets him go? Do you think it will be too late? Technology has advanced a lot these days. It won't be hard to fix a couple of limbs. Can't he put in a good word for him? He's just really scared. Jung-sik shouted furiously, does he still have the nerve to joke? The protagonist said he noticed it. Was he being too sarcastic? Let him not worry, he crossed the line with the princess maker before. He hit him on the back of the head and knocked him out. The protagonist asked, what should he do? Their leader is out cold. Does anyone want to confess? He will only take 1. One of the bandits shouted that he is second in strength after the boss. MC agreed and asked if they could give him 5 minutes. Woon Bai noted in surprise, they have a whole squad of 40 werewolves, but it did not lead to anything. How strong is he? The protagonist chuckled and wondered, it would just be really funny to watch everything, wouldn't it? Seo-jun thought that he was smart. He knew how to ease the atmosphere. He was the grandson of the head of a large corporation. She wanted to get him so badly. She called out to him and asked what he thought of tall girls. After some time, GA arrived at the scene and wondered, did he really handle everything himself? Are these guys really that obedient? The investigation department, which specializes in combating illegal substances, would be shocked to hear about this. She is sure that they are Dangun. I wonder what his connection is with them. The protagonist, holding Byung-chul, asked what he said earlier. Who did their boss give the money to? GA called out to him and he immediately stated that he would do his best to confess to everything he knew. The MC let him go and mockingly replied that he could go. The adults needed to talk. She would keep her promise, right? GA thought about it. He had always been so distant about it, but... She asked if he wanted to join the police force. The protagonist immediately refused. She turned around and remarked, this is cruel. Well, let him do her favor of having dinner together. Just him and her. The MC wondered, could she really be serious? What's up with him lately? After a while, the protagonist brought all the wealth to Dong-hoon's house. He asked in confusion, did he take all of this from Jung-sik? The protagonist agreed and noted that it was about 400 million. He asked, Did the police really not tell him anything? The MC answered in the negative and added that he generally felt like something was wrong with him. He had been too popular lately. Donghun said that he should get out of here. He had heard about the love scam, hadn't he? He was sure that it was all for the money. Well, okay, Prometheus wouldn't let it go. What was their plan? The protagonist answered, it was simple. They would beat them up. He had to make the first strike during this time, otherwise they would think that he was weak. Let him give him a list of all the people left in Korea who were in Prometheus. He was sure that he had kept this a secret from John, but he didn't have to do that to him. Donghun stopped him and asked, was he really going to continue? The protagonist agreed, saying that he hadn't started this just to bankrupt the drug market. There's a long way to go before he reaches his goal. Just breaking a few limbs isn't enough. Donghun yelled nervously. He's crazy. Jonah will kill him if he finds out. MC stabbed the knife into the table with a serious face and replied, it's bound to happen sooner or later. Is there anyone else willing to take this on? Donghun sighed and agreed, he'll tell her. The protagonist thanked him and said, he heard that the CEO of Prometheus is causing some trouble in Asia. Does he know anything about it? He asked where he got this information from. He barely knew about it. MC explained, the guy he talked to during their last mission told him everything. Donghun asked, does he also know who's involved in this then? Then we need to clean up the place and set things up properly. After a while, he set up a projector and said, as far as he knows, they're active in Japan right now. Their goal is to infiltrate the Korean Air Force. The important thing is that the leader doing all this is a crocodile. MC thought about it. The timing and method they were planning all this was suspicious. He wondered if he was trying to lure them into a trap. Right? Donghun agreed and asked how he knew. The protagonist thought about it. That crocodile bastard must have really racked his brains over this. Still, he wouldn't be able to fool him. Just let him wait and see how he swallows the bait. After a while, MC met up with the others at a cafe. Min took his phone and started texting girls on his messenger. The protagonist noticed this and took the device back, asking why she was taking his cell phone without asking permission. This was too much even for her. She shouted in displeasure. Who is Jie? Is that her she saw last time? She will cast a confession spell on him. Donghun wondered if they should sort things out somewhere else. Suddenly, Jonah walked in and greeted everyone. The protagonist asked with a smile, maybe they should eat first. After a while, they ate, and the MC asked, she will join them, right? She agreed, and he noted, it's time to discuss everything. Donghun brought out a projection and said, as everyone knows, Prometheus has several organizations in Korea. However, how were they able to attack Hwarim? Hearing stupid answers, he continued, saying that there are two leaders of Prometheus in Korea, Minam and the crocodile. That's all they know at the moment. However, the incidents with the Axon Stone and the invasion of Hwarim were too large-scale to be undertaken without the permission of someone in a higher position. As far as he knows, Minam and the crocodile are not the main ones. There is someone third. That's the conclusion he was able to come to. The protagonist asked if he found out anything about him. Donghun answered, no, it's too complicated. He thinks that the government, the police, and even Dangun have no information. However, he is sure that he should be in Seoul. These guys are usually involved in investigating cases of mission failure. MC suggested sticking to the plan he talked about. Jonah asked, does that mean they will just ignore the crocodile? The protagonist agreed, saying that he can do whatever he wants now. Obviously, he is waiting for them to fall into his trap, but they will not give him that pleasure yet. Well, it's time to get started and act according to the plan. After a while, MC came to the bank and approaching the employee asked, Money and Save is a branch of Prometheus, right? In an instant, the employee pressed the call button and was surrounded by guards. He took off his hood and said, a tiger came down from the top of the mountains. A little earlier, Jonah, looking at the mask, asked, does he want her to wear it? The protagonist explained, masks fascinate people. Batman, Spider-Man, and Iron Man wear masks for a reason. Here, let her wear this. The others also put on masks, and Donghun, showing the laptop screen, said that he had already planned out part of the route. Kwang-ik would go first. He put on the mask and said, let the fun begin. Currently, the guards warned him not to move. They will shoot if he moves. MC threw hand bullets at them, and neutralized most of them. The guard noted in fear, only werewolves have such a skill. The protagonist growled and shouted, like, the tiger is back. He began to throw the guards left and right. The protagonist grabbed a large box and shouted, make them give him the woman. Suddenly, the branch manager entered the room and said, make him stop right now. In an instant, she began to attack and shouted, like, he is a pervert. MC dodged in lightning speed and, finding himself behind her, knocked her out. He thought about it. He has no intention of flirting with her. First of all, she is not a real manager. Secondly, it has nothing to do with Prometheus. The reason he burst in here and started to attract attention was because of their plan. Suddenly, a squad of Prometheus dogs appeared. They started asking, like, doesn't he know what fear is? MC started to mimic them and just bark. The small dog screamed furiously, we need to teach him a lesson. They started to attack wildly, but the protagonist deftly began to dodge all the attacks and attack in response. At one point, a huge bulldog swung a bat with nails and dealt a powerful blow, but the protagonist broke the weapon into two parts with just one foot. The bulldog thought that he managed to move in time and kicked the bat away. Is he really a monster? The protagonist got into a fighting stance and asked, is this all they have? At this time, Dong-hun, watching what was happening with the help of cameras, thought, he is certainly impressive. He thought everything was fine. He was definitely not lacking in intelligence. Was he pretending, or was he serious? Well, it doesn't matter. The first phase of the plan was complete. Now it was Mary's turn. Dong-hun gave the order for her to begin. She delivered a powerful blow and broke the dome. At this time, the workers in the office began to shout in fear, saying that there was an emergency. There was a leopard at the back of the building. After a while, Sol-hai and Young-ho gathered at home. He noticed that it had been a long time since they had sat together like this. This was probably the first time since Kwang-ik quit. She agreed and added that he was always at work and she had classes with Mary. Young-ho asked how she was feeling after she found out that he was immortal and a purebred to boot. That day, when they told each other the truth about themselves, they agreed that everything was fine, but in reality, they hadn't really talked about it yet. It made him a little nervous. After all, knowing the truth and accepting it are two different things. Sol-hai stroked his cheek and replied, it's nothing special, it's okay. He's still precious to her. Maybe they should watch something? Like a drama. He agreed, and they turned on the TV. Suddenly, breaking news came on, and a reporter reported that according to available information, a group of masked robbers had just broken into the Money and Save branch in Gangnam. Their reporter was there right now and was ready to share the details. Sol-hai asked, it was them, right? What a bastard. What the hell was he doing with his little sister? Young-ho tried to calm her down, saying he was their son. She replied that she wasn't worried. If he had been beaten up by some losers, all her time with him would have gone down the drain. Sol-hai angrily broke the fork and thought, it seems like this won't end just like that. It looks like she'll have to visit her father soon. At this time, the branch manager thought he entered the building from the main entrance, putting on a tiger mask. And from the back door, a leopard appeared? What in the animal world is this? He shouted, why the hell is no one doing anything? Are they really just going to stare? Suddenly, the security manager entered the room and announced that they would stay away. Their opponents are werewolves, and apparently purebred ones at that. She asked to zoom in on the camera, when suddenly Mary noticed this and quickly destroyed the camera. The manager thought they suddenly started destroying cameras, although they didn't care about it before. They just broke in, and now they decided to cover their tracks? She knew it. They planned everything in advance. This means they have someone helping them. However, everything does not go according to their plan. She ordered the bodyguard to take care of them. In an instant, he teleported straight to Mary and asked, is that all she can do? The manager thought about it. They found a remedy for one. Next, we need to take care of the tiger. Suddenly, the administrator passed out from a powerful blow. Heemin appeared in the room, who neutralized him. The manager thought in fear. She did not feel anyone's presence at all. How did she manage to deceive her senses? Really, is this really magic? Are they using a protection spell from detection? Jonah entered the room and said, let her choose, to surrender or to fight. After a while, the main character scattered all the opponents and thought, now he can at least brag to his mother that he unwound 5 werewolves with one. Suddenly a portal appeared, from which Mary and the bodyguard flew out. He asked what she was doing here. She explained that he tried to escape, so she grabbed him, and now they were transported together. MC noted, it was clear why he wanted to escape. Dong-hun said over the earpiece, the target has been eliminated, let them leave. They started to leave, when suddenly the protagonist looked out the window and seeing many police cars, noted, it was time to use it. Iron legs, they will use them to get out of here. The police shouted, if they do not come out in a minute, they will have to use force. The reporter, watching what was happening, thought, so it was all true? 4 hours ago, he was writing an article and wondered how much longer he would have to write about these stupid scandals with celebrities. When he tried to offer to write an article about terrorists in Korea 2 years ago, the boss went crazy, shouting for evidence, but why doesn't he ask for evidence about celebrities? The reason he wanted to become a journalist was because he noticed letters in the mail, saying that a certain tiger was going to break into the main branch of Money and Save at 9 a.m. He will expose Prometheus. Prometheus is a terrorist organization that uses the main branch as their supply base. The journalist thought, is he going to attack Prometheus? Okay, he has nothing to lose. Currently, he thought, like he assumed it was just a joke, but is it serious? Suddenly the wall exploded and MC along with Mary raised their hands. The police shouted at them to take off their masks and not move, otherwise they would have to open fire. They jumped high into the sky with lightning speed and began to dodge the bullets. The journalist thought, those reports were true. After a while they ran away and the protagonist asked how she was feeling. Mary answered with a smile, everything is fine, she even liked it. The protagonist looked at his legs and thought, that's the secret of werewolf training, it was useful. After some time, Donghun drove up to them and said, let them climb in, they are going to start the next stage of the plan. Is everything still in effect? MC agreed and asked what happened to Jonah. He explained that she was injured, so she was currently being treated. She got into a fight with the real branch manager. She broke her left shin, 3 ribs, and her jaw. The protagonist asked then, what about the real branch manager? Did she escape? Donghun replied that she was partially paralyzed. The guy who was involved in money laundering got what he deserved. He thinks the police will take care of everything. They succeeded this time. Anyway, the plan changed a bit. They lost Jonah, so they had to redo some things. Now they have to act separately. After a while, they arrived at the scene and the protagonist, putting on a mask, asked where he was going now. Is it related to Prometheus? Donghun agreed and added that he should remember to pay once they are done. After some time, MC entered the room of Prometheus bandits and, after beating everyone, said that he was a tiger from hell. He didn't think it would be that easy. The protagonist thought about why he didn't touch the safe in Money and Save. But this was a different story. This place positioned itself as a bank, but in reality it was just a fly-by-night operation, so the money should be returned to its rightful owners. He took the safe and started to leave. After a while, MC thought about it. Until 4 in the morning, he and Mary raided loan sharks, fly-by-night businesses, and gangs. In total, they visited 19 places, seized 10 safes and lists of debtors. They studied all the debt contracts and returned all the interest paid. After a while, they gathered in a house with a beautiful view. Donghun wondered how the bastards from Prometheus would react now. After what happened, they definitely wouldn't let it go like that. The protagonist replied that it didn't matter. After all, he himself knew that this was more likely to happen when he started all this. He'll just beat them up when they get here. It's time to go home? He's too tired. After a while, the protagonist and Mary came home when suddenly Sol-hai immediately threw him gloves. She noticed that her son seemed to have balls of steel. He went with his sister on such a dangerous mission without telling her. Why don't they have a training session? After a while, the MC, out of breath, asked if he could ask her something. Let her tell him honestly, if he is adopted. Sol-hai replied that if he has enough strength to talk such nonsense, it means that he is not tired yet. They begin the second round. She began to attack when suddenly Mary stood between them. She said that she wanted it. He did nothing wrong. She just wanted to prove herself. She can't live at her expense anymore. She wants to live like Mary, not as a test subject, so she must do everything she can. And she can help her brother. Sol-hai, perplexed, asked if she thought so herself. Mary agreed, saying that these were her thoughts. The MC noted that she was good. It would be a shame to stop working with her. She was so talented. The mother was displeased and told him to shut up and said she understood what she meant. I guess he shouldn't have treated her like a child. She's grown up so much. It's nice to see her so grown up. Good, she can do whatever she wants. As her mother, she will support her. The protagonist chuckled and remarked on how beautiful it was. He also thought that she was his real sister. If anyone tried to harm her, he would punish them. Sol-hai said furiously, that's good, but he took her on a mission without telling her. That's a different matter, doesn't he think so? Let him put on the gloves, they're starting the second round. After a while, the journalist thought about it. He spent the whole night trying to track down Tiger Mask. If it weren't for that message, he would have thought that it was just a robbery, but it wasn't. He put together all the evidence he'd collected overnight, as well as the information from the witnesses he'd interviewed, and wrote an article. It seems he didn't sleep a wink all night. Later, he went to his boss and asked for permission to publish this. The director put the sheets of paper on the table and said he despised terrorist organizations. He thought they were all bastards. So he was ready to give up his life? Once they published the article, they would be targeted. The journalist replied that if he was scared, he wouldn't have started this at all. So did he approve of publishing the article or not? The boss gave his permission with a smile. The journalist thought about it. There was an uproar in South Korea because of this article. After a while, Gwyn-nak thought about it while looking at his phone. He was his nephew, but he was damn smart. The protagonist met him and asked if he could protect the media company, the company where the journalist who wanted to dig into the Prometheus case worked. Let him protect them. After a while, they met them at the airport. Gwyn-nak handed over his business card and said they were in Korea and he was the director of the main branch in Dangun. It doesn't matter if they are fighting Prometheus or anyone else. They will be under their protection. Because they made a promise, they will assign guards to them for 3 years without pay. After a while, Gwyn-nak read the protagonist's message saying that he had already sent the royalties. And please, let him not tell his mother about this. He's doomed if she finds out. Uncle thought about it. He already knew that he couldn't tell her because she wasn't on very good terms with Dangun. At first glance, he seemed really stupid, but he was actually really smart. After a while, MC thought about it. So, Money and Save went bankrupt overnight, and a scandal erupted. Politicians were being arrested left and right. They made excuses like they weren't feeling well and refused to show up for court. Well, it didn't matter. He thought that it would clean up their country a little. Now he would continue living his daily life. He was on guard, waiting to see how Prometheus would react. Their panda was doing a good job anyway. He had painted the big picture. But he had put the pieces together and made it all happen. MC asked if he knew anything about real estate. Dong-hun replied, he has permission to do so. The protagonist explained, he is thinking of buying a building, so that it has about 5 floors. 1 floor should be completely dedicated to parking, and another one to the underground training center. Dong-hun asked, is that all? He will look for options, and then he will choose. Suddenly, the protagonist received a call on his phone. He picked up the phone, and Jonah said that it was urgent. Something happened. Rose spoke. The mental restriction spell was removed. She told where the Prometheus base was. The Immortal Special Forces entered there, but it was already empty. MC said, so either they gathered in another place and planned a major attack, or they escaped. Rose agreed, and added, she thought that Rose knew the answer, but she had a condition under which she would talk. She wanted to see him. After a while, the protagonist went down to the basement of the company. He saw a prisoner behind bars and wondered, is this an underground prison? He asked why she wanted to see him. The secretary led him further and replied, he would find out himself. They approached the cage with Rose, and she remarked, she would tell him everything she knew about Prometheus. MC asked him to leave, saying that they would have a little chat one-on-one. It was okay, right? The secretary left, and he asked her to tell him. Rose replied, let him get her out of here. She already had a plan. Of course, it wouldn't be easy, but with this psychological spell, it might work. She heard that one of them was able to remove it. In any case, she was abandoned. Even if she escaped from this place, Prometheus would kill her, so let him help her. She wanted to take revenge on Prometheus. MC thought about it. She used to be the boss. Rose added, saying that she was sure that he wanted to know why. She had 5 younger siblings at home. Her favorite, little brothers and sisters. She loved them all madly. They had a peaceful life until Prometheus proposed to her after seeing how powerful she was. She was told that if she worked for them, they would take care of her family even if she died. However, the Immortal Special Forces recently told her that Prometheus, thinking she was dead, had killed all of her juniors. That's why she spoke up. That's why she wants revenge. The protagonist thought he really feels sorry for her, but she's a terrorist. He hasn't sunk so low yet that he'd help her out of pity. However, he would really like to get information from her. Well, if she does something, he can probably kill her or put her in jail again. Rose said, Prometheus is escaping from Korea. They left behind their most important Korean base, the place where they kept all of their goods. She knows why they decided to leave. So let him let her out of here. She knows she can help him. Sometime later, at the last Prometheus base, Minam was lying on the couch and wondering if she had ever failed like this before in the past few years. In just a few days, all of Prometheus's bases had been destroyed, and Money and Save and all of the other underground businesses. They had lost too much. The security team manager, the loan sharks, and the attack dog squad. And the man behind it all, Kwang-ik. Who the hell was he? Her bodyguard approached her and asked if she was really going to retreat. Maybe she should leave it to him? Minam wondered if he was so confident that he could win. He bowed his head and replied if she had only given the order. She said they needed to focus on other things right now. They needed to create a world of special species, just like Prometheus had given the world fire. That's what they needed to do. Have him contact the crocodile in Japan. They would say they were retreating from Korea. Minam thought about it. She would leave Kwang-ik a parting gift. If he still survives after this, then she will seriously get down to killing him. After a while, MC told Haimin about the latest news and noted that their group had undergone a real purge, and the remaining people had left Korea. She replied that she was not sure if it was him who was impressive, or if Prometheus had gone completely crazy. The protagonist asked if she could cast the mental restriction spell on Rose again. Hyman explained that it was not her, but her mother, and she was the one who removed the spell last time. Repeating this on the same person would not be easy. She must have developed resistance. MC asked if that meant she could ask her. Does she need anything? Hyman explained that they needed some resources, like gold and gems. This was so that they could conduct magical research. That was why she joined the Immortal Special Forces. After all, finding such resources was hard work. Usually they get it from the black market, but someone was raiding. MC said he would give her money and stones. He had some savings. He thought about it. He couldn't tell her that he got it because he was the one who organized the raids. Protagonist said she should talk to her mom about it. He would get her gold and stones. Hyman asked why he was trying to save her. Protagonist explained he was planning to put her back in jail once he got the information. Suddenly a Prometheus agent appeared, threw a smoke bomb, and disappeared. Suddenly a rift appeared in the sky, and a black hole began to open. Monsters appeared from the black hole and wanted to attack the girl with the phone, but protagonist blocked the blow and said she should take her eyes off the phone. Or was she going to die? Why hadn't she run away yet? He thought he almost managed to save an ordinary person. But who was that anyway? Although it doesn't matter now, he has to deal with the monsters first. During his work, he was told that he should avoid close combat with this kind of monster. But that was before. Now it's different. The protagonist said that his mother would never forgive him if he lost to these monsters. He was just about to test something new, and they showed up just in time. At this time, Gwen-nak asked if Kwang-ik was a monster. Sulhae asked if he called her son a monster. Gwen-nak asked if she had seen anyone like him while she was an instructor. Sulhae thought that many people don't understand one thing. Genes don't guarantee talent, even if they are pure genes. There is a limit to one's abilities. A strong werewolf is not just a result of genetics. She noted that her son is able to remember things he has only seen once forever, so he does it better than her. Gwen-nak feels useless when she watches him. He asked if she knew about Hwarang, right? Sulhae thought that the Hwarang organization, which is under the leadership of Dangwon and consists of only the most talented geniuses. They are responsible for the safety of Seoul and also deal with invaders. They deal with all incidents that may threaten the safety of citizens. She asked why he remembered this organization. Gwen-nak confessed that his father wanted to see him. After a while, the protagonist fought with monsters, trying to crush them with physical strength, but they turned out to be strong. The protagonist thought, dodging the blow, that it was more difficult than he expected. Apparently, he should take advantage of this. The werewolf's strength is divided between an iron physique and monstrous strength. Iron legs, in fact, come from monstrous strength. And this is one of the skills that increases muscle strength and creates armor. MC, using his strength, strengthened his fists and rushed at the invaders. He made a series of blows to his enemies. He thought it was the secret technique of the werewolf's metal hands. After a while on the road, the Piwa employee shouted, "Where did the traffic jam come from?" Ga thought they were late. The black hole appeared for no reason. She heard that. Except for that incident, such things can't just happen. Then she was handed a phone broadcasting the main character fighting at the scene. The host said that she was only going to watch the opening of the black hole. And this man kills them all by himself. Ga thought, could this be true? He kills dozens of champions by himself? After a while, the protagonist said that he had already settled things here, so now he could go after the one who opened this black hole. Because of this incident, the protagonist became popular online. Fortunately, the streamer only filmed him from behind. However, the entire battle against the champions was shown on the stream. People began to make all sorts of guesses about what happened. The protagonist earned the title of the strongest special species, and some people doubted the sudden opening of the black hole. No matter what people said in the comments, the protagonist believed that he did what he was supposed to. After a while, the MC thought that he would soon find the one who opened the black gate. Then he answered the phone from his mother, who said that he was overly excited, so he lost his step. She told him to watch out for it. Kwang-ik said that it was on purpose. He wanted to be unpredictable. Sulhae asked, so did he really plan it like that? Anyway, he has to come home for the weekend. Grandpa wants to see him. At this point, the protagonist's grandfather has already arrived in the city with bodyguards. After some time in the office, the police chief thought that he was demonstrating precise control over his body, while maintaining the necessary concentration to assess the situation. This guy is comparable to the heroes of past generations. If only they could find someone like him. Then maybe the police reformation will no longer be just a dream. Jie asked what his opinion was on this. The police chief said that he was very smart. He rejected her offer of intelligence, then she should accept all his demands. He must like them. After some time in a cafe, the protagonist said that this was a tasteless establishment. Kang no Sok, MC's grandfather, noted, "Imagine that the rumors about him are not lying. He is glad to meet him." The protagonist introduced himself and said that the feeling was mutual. No Sok said that he had to tell about his mother's dark past. MC bowed and said that he had wanted to see him for a long time. Grandpa said that they should sit down and talk about his mother. Kwangik thought that he was simpler than he expected. After their order was brought to them, the grandfather told that his mother used to be in a biker gang. Did he know that? He even doubted if she was really his daughter. He told her that she could be whoever she wanted to be, and she went to the bikers. The protagonist thought that his father would be shocked when he found out about this. But Sok said that back then, his daughter was reckless. She beat up everyone in sight. And there was another girl with outstanding forms, so she was called the Whale Witch. The protagonist thought that she was talking about how she liked to read and cross-stitch when she was his age. He always guessed that this could not be true. Grandpa advised him to tell about this at home so that his daughter would go crazy. No one knows his mother better than him. She is his daughter, but he is sure that he is having a hard time. MC thought that he seemed to be on his side, but Sok said that his mother is the daughter from his first marriage. Kwangik asked why they had such a bad relationship. Grandpa said that it was because of puberty. This was the second or third time. The protagonist thought that he was being careless about everything, but Sok said that he wanted to leave the company to her, but she did not even want to listen to him. So the burden fell on her brothers and sisters. The protagonist knew that this was the easiest topic to discuss. Although Grandpa seemed to have already come to terms with everything. MC then asked about the spells cast on these walls for protection. But Sok said that he was considerate. Did he get this from his father? Grandpa said that he invited him here to see how good he was. Why hasn't he shown due respect to his elders yet? At that moment, a shadow fell on the protagonist from above, which he dodged. Kwangik asked, how should he understand this? But Sok noted that he reacted in time. He was surrounded by mercenaries and he thought, is this some kind of test? He thought that something like this could happen, because his mother and uncle both warned him, but his grandfather has rather strange tastes. The protagonist asked, is he sure that everything will go according to plan? He's not going to give in. They will not start tearfully begging him to stop, right? But before that, he wants to know if it is possible to artificially open a black hole? But Sok noted that he has not heard of such a thing. The protagonist stated that then they can begin the fight. MC activated his abilities and pounced on the mercenaries in black. After the enemy dodged, he stepped on his foot, and then he knocked him out with one blow, while the others rushed only to help. Kwangik picked up the unconscious mercenary and threw him at another. The protagonist said that he didn't like it at all. He felt like he was being played. However, this was exactly what his grandfather wanted to see. After a while, to the surprise of those around him, the protagonist destroyed the spell with his brute force. MC jumped out of the hole and shouted to his grandfather that they would see each other next time. But Sok laughed and said that he expected nothing less from his grandson. The mercenaries asked if they should pursue him, but Sok said that there was no need, he had already left. He then asked, turning to Madame Flower, how was the scan going? Madame Flower was once No Sok's wife. After she was diagnosed with infertility, she became part of the staff. She is a scientist and a werewolf, or more precisely, a scientist who studies the bodies of werewolves. She said that she would provide the results later. But Sok said that he would wait for the report. He broke the protection spell with just one blow. Grandpa thought that Sulhei had trained him well. Then he ordered the mercenaries to tell him what it was like to fight against him. The mercenaries said that even the three of them couldn't handle him. They would need at least a whole platoon to capture him. But Sok said that was too much. Madame Flower noted that it couldn't be measured. They called it non-standard, or NS rank. After some time in the company, Donghun asked why he came back so soon. The protagonist noted that he had to escape from there. He also told his grandfather about the black hole. He was sure that he would immediately begin to understand this issue. In the meantime, they could do what they had already learned. First, they needed to find the person who opened the black gate. Donghun asked him to tell them everything he knew about him. The protagonist asked if they should try drawing him. Donghun didn't really believe in the success of this undertaking. The MC tried to remember what the man looked like and then started drawing his portrait. Donghun then asked if he was serious right now. After a while, Heymin asked if he remembered his face. It would be easier for them then. He should use it to draw his portrait. Kwangik asked if she was serious. Unexpectedly, the protagonist drew an accurate portrait of the one who discovered the black hole. Donghun asked to borrow it for him so that he could become a real manga artist. Hyman stated that this item cannot be kept without permission. The protagonist then answered the phone. Solhei asked if he has met his grandfather yet. The protagonist noted that he just returned from that meeting to work recently. Solhei asked if he has any free time now, then he should come home. They should do charity work. After some time on the road in the car, the protagonist asked what's wrong. Solhei stated that a person should contribute to society. Where else is he going to spend all his money? He has to donate them and also look after the children. How did his meeting with his grandfather go? The protagonist noted that he looks healthy enough so he can still give her a sibling. Solhei said that it is natural, he is a purebred werewolf. MC noted that he gave him a test and also demanded gifts. Solhei was outraged by her father. Kwang-ik said that he wanted gifts for all the past years. Solhei noted that he really hasn't changed. If he wants him to do something, then he should refuse it. And if he gives something himself, then it is better for him to take it and not be stubborn. She will take responsibility for everything that may happen. The protagonist asked if they should make an enemy out of him. Solhei asked why he is asking such a thing. The protagonist noted that it would be better if they pretended to listen to him. If they do what he asks, then they can ask for something in return. Solhei said that he inherited his intelligence from her. MC said that his father would have a fit if he heard that. Solhei asked what he was talking about. Kwang-ik said that he meant out of happiness. After a while, the protagonist said that today he was giving out donations. The director of the orphanage, seeing the protagonist's mother, shouted that they needed help. At that moment, a photographer from a detective agency was secretly following them. He reported on the phone that the target was there, but someone else came with her, and that meant extra pay. The employer said he didn't have to worry about that. He had to follow the plan. The detective photographer thought that detective work was certainly demanding, especially when it came to special types. But it didn't matter to him what he got paid for. He just had to report everything he heard and saw. He could begin his mission.